start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Drawing Talismans in the Void, Storage Boxes. Insect control is ultimately a minor path, and can only be used as a means. If you are too obsessed with it and delay your practice, you will be putting the cart before the horse and lose more than you gain. Remember, cultivation is the foundation. Lu Changsheng continued to say to his son Lu Chensha. The other party has a 5th grade spiritual root and a good talent. Although there were some bumps and delays in the process of practicing beast secrets in the early stage. But with the current welfare of the Lu family and the cultivation resources given by his mother in private, if he practices seriously, he should have broken through the 7th level of key refining long ago. Thank you for your concern, father. I understand. Lu Chensha paused in his heart, knowing that his progress in cultivation was indeed a bit slow. Well, you just need to know about this. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said nothing more. In addition to delaying his practice, he also reminded his son that the current spiritual insect cultivation value of his son is average, and the return in the later stage is not high. If Lu Chensha is a casual cultivator, he can naturally spend more time and energy on this aspect. But as a child of the Lu family, he does not need to fight too much in the key refining period, and it is really a waste to spend too much time and energy. There are still 7 years before the Purple Nether Secret Realm opens. With Chensha's situation, we can consider going there then. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the Purple Nether Secret Realm that opens every 30 years. He felt that his son's situation was such that he could try to go in and hone his skills. After handing the beast-taming talisman to Lu Chensha, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think of the owner of the ancient talisman, her mother Suru Ayan. Although this woman had obtained the heavenly demon phoenix from him and condensed the foundation of the heavenly beast Dao, she lacked the guidance and help of her grandmother, so she had to follow the routine over the years. Her growth rate was extraordinary, but not amazing. If I hadn't taken the beast-taming talisman away from her, I think she would have grown better now, right? Lu Changsheng touched his chin and thought to himself. There has always been a saying about luck in the world of cultivating immortals. One of the sayings is that if a person with great luck experiences too many setbacks and defeats, it may lead to the loss of luck in the dark. Suru Ain's early experiences made her a person with great luck in Lu Changsheng's eyes, and she should be brave and diligent all the way. But these years, it has become much more ordinary. Luck? Lu Changsheng chuckled and didn't care much. Back to Zumi Cave Heaven, he began to stabilize his state and prepared to solve the problem of Lingzix Xiao's dragon body. Bian Peak, Mingyu residence. This Zuanitun pearl has improved so much. In the practice room, after Lu Wangshu successfully sacrificed the Zuanitun pearl, her bright and flawless face was full of joy and surprise. She knew that the Zuanitun pearl given to her by her father was not simple. But she never expected the effect to be so amazing. Not only did the mana and spiritual pressure increase significantly, this Zuanitun pearl also stored nearly 10 times the mana for herself like a second Danshan. In this case, isn't it equivalent to endless mana, and I can use the method of drawing talismans in the void at will. Lu Wangshu was very surprised, and then her clear and bright eyes revealed a bit of cunning. After a moment, she found her brother Lu Lingxiao. Lu Wangshu, what are you doing here? Lu Lingxiao's appearance was not as handsome as Lu Changsheng's. His face was tough, with sharp edges and a dignified appearance. His unusual golden eyes were covered by Lu Changsheng's magic weapon, but they were still very bright, and his eyes were like torches, attracting countless lights. Seeing the sister coming over, he didn't have a very good face. Lu Lingxiao, you are itching again, right? Lu Wangshu glanced at this brother and said. You have always wanted to challenge me, right? Now that I have condensed the Supreme Foundation, I will let you see it. Lest you waste your practice in order to break through the foundation early. Lu Wangshu, wearing a pink and white dress, stood with her hands behind her back and said to her brother. Supreme Foundation. Lu Lingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was not happy with his sister, her talent and understanding were beyond doubt. Not only was she proficient in the art of talismans, she also knew alchemy, puppets, music and other skills. Although her cultivation was a little slow, he knew that it was because of his father's efforts to help her lay a good foundation. Do you want to see it? Lu Wangshu asked with his delicate chin raised. Yes. Lu Lingxiao nodded. Although he knew from his master's explanation that the foundation building process was divided into Shattered Dao Foundation, Incomplete Dao Foundation, Incomplete Dao Foundation, and Perfect Dao Foundation. But after hearing that this sister had condensed the Supreme Dao Foundation, he still wanted to see it. He, Lu Lingxiao, was never inferior to others, especially to this sister in front of him. Lu Wangshu crossed his arms, glanced at her, and said, "Is that your attitude?" Lu Lingxiao's mouth twitched, and he bowed and said, "Please give me some advice, sister. The tone and attitude are not good, try again." Lu Wangshu said. Lu Wangshu, don't push your luck. Dao foundations are divided into 4 levels: broken, incomplete, complete, and perfect. You can only condense a perfect Dao foundation at most. When I try to build my foundation, it will definitely be a perfect Dao foundation. It's not certain who will win or lose by then. Lu Lingxiao said proudly with an upright posture and a good temperament. He has already reached the 9th level of key refining. He has taken one step at a time to condense a perfect Dao foundation. And because of his physique, his mana foundation and magic skills are far superior to ordinary people, so he is confident that he will not be weaker than the sister after building his foundation. Of course, the other party is playing tricks and relying on talismans. Since you know the division of Dao foundations, you should know the performance of a perfect Dao foundation, right? Lu Wangshu didn't care about his brother's attitude and smiled. Of course I know. Lu Lingxiao nodded. In that case, sister will let you see it for yourself today. Lu Wangshu said with a smile, and when the corners of her mouth slightly raised, she revealed her wide and neat teeth, making her delicate face more playful and cute. Soon, the two of them came to the back mountain of Bian Peak. There was a training ground paved with black and brown slabs, where the Lu family's children in the late stage of key training could practice magic or exchange ideas. Sister Wangshu, Lingxiao. Several Lu family children in the back mountains saw the two of them and shouted. Currently, many Lu family children are out for training or in charge of family affairs. Among the Lu family children who are still practicing at home, Lu Wangshu is relatively old. In addition, Lu Wangshu is gifted and is loved by Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Chu Zhensun and others in Qingzhu Mountain. Most Lu family children still have some respect for this sister. Yanayan, Xingchen. Lu Wangshu smiled and nodded, her smile was bright and generous, like a spring breeze. Lu Lingxiao just nodded slightly. The two came to a stone wall. Lu Wangshu's beautiful eyes were clear and deep, and she smiled and said, "Lingxiao, watch it." After that, she raised her jade hand lightly, and the wide and slender fingers flowed with magic power, shining with crystal luster. Then, like a flying dragon startling a phoenix, it flew in the air, and in a moment, a golden talisman took shape. Buzz! As soon as the talisman took shape, it was filled with an astonishing surge of mana, drawing talismans in the void. Seeing this method, Lu Lingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he knew that his sister practiced the talisman method and was a very rare talisman practitioner, so he was not surprised by this method and continued to look at Lu Wangshu. Buzz buzz buzz, a stream of mana surged from Lu Wangshu's body, making her pink and white dress flutter without wind. The formed talisman instantly split into 3, 3 into 9, and 9 into 36. These talismans all exuded an astonishing mana aura, circling around Lu Wangshu, making her look spotless, holy and beautiful. This. Lu Lingxiao was immediately shocked. His piercing eyes suddenly glowed with golden light as he looked at the talisman in front of him. He practiced pupil skills and could tell that his sister was not using illusions to deceive him. The other party did cast 36 second-level talismans in a breath. But even if the foundation is perfect and the magic power is stronger than that of ordinary people, it is impossible to cast so many talismans in a moment, right? This is equivalent to an ordinary foundation-building cultivator casting 36 magic spells in a row. Not to mention whether the meridians and Danshin can withstand it, the magic power is almost consumed, right? But the sister in front of him acted as if nothing happened. Seeing his brother's surprised look, Lu Wangshu's mouth corners rose immediately, and his hands continued to pinch the seal. Swish, 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 boom, boom, boom. The golden talismans around his body bombarded the stone wall in front, and each talisman caused an astonishing and terrifying power. If this stone wall was not cast with special materials and engraved with array patterns, it would have collapsed directly. But under such an attack, the back mountain still shook. However, this is not the end. Lu Wangshu was seen making hand gestures with both hands, the air was buzzing and trembling, and the talismans around him gave rise to talismans one after another, and after a while there were hundreds of talismans. Ling Xiao, look at this, this is the strength of the Supreme Dao base. Lu Wangshu's clothes were fluttering, her hair was flying, and under the background of the complicated talismans, her jade-like body was shining and hazy, like a beautiful female war god. Fire Phoenix! She made hand gestures with both hands, arranged the talismans neatly, and then merged them into one, forming a slender and elegant phoenix with noble and gorgeous red clouds. The phoenix bird was perched behind Lu Wangshu, burning with blazing flames, making her whole person have an indescribable sacredness and nobility, and her beauty was beyond description. Ling Xiao, how is it? Lu Wangshu looked at his brother in front of him, his voice was crisp and pleasant. He sighed in his heart that it was a pity that he had not yet sacrificed the talisman soldiers. Otherwise, at this time, if he sacrificed a few more talisman soldiers, the power and effect would be even higher. Supreme Dao Foundation, is this the Supreme Dao Foundation? Seeing this scene, Lu Xiao was shocked. Even though he was very confident and believed that he would definitely surpass Lu Wangshu after building his foundation. But now seeing Lu Wangshu's amazing means, he still felt powerless. It's amazing. Hundreds of talismans in just a short moment, how can this be a cultivator who has just broken through the foundation building period? Even the middle and late foundation building period is no more than this, right? Not only him, but also the movement just now attracted Lu Qingyun, Lu Xingjun, and Lu Yanfei who were practicing in the back mountain. Looking at Lu Wangshu in front of them, they were all stunned, dumbfounded, and confused. Isn't this sister in the key refining period? When did she break through the foundation building period? And is she so powerful just after breaking through the foundation building period? Several people were very confused. Sister Wangshu, have you broken through the foundation building period? So amazing. Lu Qingyun said to Lu Wangshu in front of her in surprise. If you practice well, you can also build your foundation soon. Lu Wangshu raised her palm lightly, and the phoenix bird behind her disappeared, and she smiled brightly. This method consumes a lot of mana for her. If it weren't for the Zuanin pearl, she couldn't use it at all. But seeing Lu Xiao's appearance, she didn't continue to pretend. Otherwise, it would be bad if she really hit this brother. Although she had some intentions of showing off and teasing him, she also used this method to motivate him. This brother has amazing talent and a strong personality. He has always wanted to challenge her as a sister. In this case, she will make it a little difficult for him. You are worthy of being Sister Wangshu. The three were all shocked by Lu Wangshu's method just now. Lu Xiao, you won't be hit, right? At this time, Lu Wangshu came to Lu Xiao, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Humph, Lu Wangshu, don't think I don't know that you must have used some external objects to achieve this. Lu Xiao snorted coldly. Although he is young, he is not stupid. Naturally, he guessed that the elder sister's method just now was problematic, and it was definitely not performed by relying on some supreme foundation of Taoism. Moreover, the elder sister's personality, suddenly coming to him and performing such a show of skill, was very problematic. However, even so, he still felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Knowing that he had condensed a perfect foundation of Taoism, it would probably be difficult to surpass the other party. Alice, it's so difficult to admit that the elder sister is strong. As long as you have a better attitude, the elder sister can give you a little guidance on the tricks. Lu Wangshu didn't care about Lu Xiao's attitude. If the other party was so easy to give in, she would still think it was boring. Humph, in the same realm, I will definitely not be weaker than you. Lu Xiao said so, and was ready to ask his master for advice. Geese. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu laughed without any image. Then he said to the other brothers and sisters, Yan, Xingjun, Yanfei, don't tell others about what happened just now. If the old man knew that he came to bully Lu Xiao again, he would definitely say something about her again. Sister Wangshu, don't worry. The three nodded in response. White Tiger Mountain. In a valley. Boom boom boom. A tall and sturdy young man with a shining body was seen fighting with a huge beast with a ferocious head like a wolf and a scarlet vertical mark on the forehead with his bare hands. The attacks of the man and the beast were both very fierce. The continuous collisions made a clanging sound, and the wind and thunder were surging, which kept echoing in the whole valley. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be very shocked. After all, monsters are born with strong bodies, and ordinary cultivators would not fight monsters in close combat, let alone with bare hands. Especially when this young man fought with a monster, dust flew, wind and thunder were surging, and they did not fall behind at all. They fought back and forth, breaking countless boulders in the valley. Big Pot, King Song Pot has something to find you. At this time, a girl of 16 or 17 years old, with a cute look, a bun, and a wind and fire wheel on her feet appeared, put her hands on her mouth, and shouted at the young man who was fighting with the beast. Hearing this, Lu Pinggan and Jiu Iao Mastiff stopped and responded to his sister Lu Ling, "Okay, I'm here." After a while, Lu Pinggan changed into a black robe and came to his sister who was not as tall as his shoulders, and asked, "Xiao, is Qingzhu okay? I'm in Phuket Island." Lu Ling shook his little head, and then said to Lu Pinggan, "You'll know when you go to the big pot. I'm going to play with Xiao." After that, he stepped on the wind and fire wheels and came to the huge Jiu Iao Mastiff, clenched his fists, and shouted crisply, "Come on, Xiao." Jiu Iao Mastiff looked at the girl in front of him, and his pupils with dark red luster revealed a bit of helplessness. "I thought that when I grew up to this point, I didn't need to take care of children anymore." As a result, Lu Ling came to Qingzhu Mountain and saw that it often practiced with Lu Pinggan, so he followed suit and practiced with it. Facing Lu Pinggan, it can attack at will. And the two have practiced since childhood, and they have a tacit understanding. But when facing Lu Ling, if it used a little more force with its claws, it would beat the girl into pulp. This process was simply many times more difficult than sparring with Lu Pinggan. Shaking mountain fist, the girl shouted excitedly, punching the 9-nether mastiff. Although she only knew one punch, this punch was already quite powerful. When the fist was thrown out, the vast energy surged, with an unstoppable and indestructible power. Bang! The 9-nether mastiff raised its claws, feeling helpless, but pretended to be aggressive and practiced boxing with Lu Ling. Chamber of Commerce, caravan in the hall. Lu Pinggan heard his younger brother and sister talking about the caravan, and nodded in response. "Okay, after you arrange these things properly, determine the time and notify me." He didn't have any ideas or opinions about the caravan. It's just that this business trip may take several years. He had to go home early to visit his mother and talk to Sujiwar. "Well, we just told you in advance that it will take some time for the Chamber of Commerce to arrange and set up. Brother, if you have any opinions or needs, we will make arrangements and preparations," Lu Qingsong said. To set up a caravan, not only must you plan the route for business and prepare manpower, but you must also prepare goods in advance, purchase pack animals, and storage boxes. The space of ordinary storage bags is limited, and due to the size and weight, it is very troublesome to use them for business. Compared with storage bags, storage boxes not only have a capacity dozens of times larger, but also can be equipped with many restrictions. Even if the storage box is robbed, it is difficult to break the restrictions on it and take away the goods, and the family can also retrieve the goods through the identification mark on the box. "I don't have any opinions or needs, just arrange it as you see fit," Lu Pinggan said with a smile. Although he is in charge of Qingzhu Mountain, he has never interfered in family affairs for so many years and has no interest in this aspect. "Okay." Lu Qingsong nodded, and he also knew the temperament of his elder brother. Zumi Cave Heaven. Changsheng Palace. Huh? Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath, finally recovering the loss from refining the Tai Yi Dao seed. However, looking at the few remaining high-grade spirit stones, he sighed slightly. If he continued to practice like this, all the high-grade spirit stones he had accumulated over the years would be consumed. He stood up and walked out of the cave, glanced at Ling Xiao's cave, and seeing that she was not on the Changsheng Palace, he came to the Lu family mansion. Chapter 402, Solve the Dragon Roar Body. Husband. Master. Father, Daddy. As soon as Lu Changsheng arrived at the Lu family mansion, he was greeted by many greetings. "I have to say that this feels very good. Every time I get tired of practicing and go home after work, I feel relaxed and comfortable. Daddy, I have reached the 3rd level of key refining." At this time, a little girl with a cute face, exquisite dress, and like a porcelain doll saw Lu Changsheng and called out affectionately, "So fast, Xiao is great." Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's face full of praise and said with a smile, "Although this daughter has a 4th grade spiritual root, But because of her mother Lu Maohun, she not only has a good body, but also has meridians and danshan that are different from ordinary people. Therefore, during the medicinal bath baptism, the effect is very good. Now she has reached the third level of ki refining at the age of 11. This made Lu Changsheng sigh in his heart. How could he have had such conditions back then? Thinking that he had no way to practice back then, he could only marry into the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. It took almost a year just to draw ki into the body. The sadness and all kinds of pain in it are so sad that anyone who hears it will cry. My little brother has also reached the third level of ki refining. Lu Qingqi said with a smile, chattering and sharing her interesting stories with Lu Changsheng. His son Lu Qingxun also came to pay his respects to Lu Changsheng. He was dressed in a brocade robe and jade boots, and his slightly immature face perfectly inherited the looks of Lu Changsheng and Lu Maohun. He was handsome and gentle, and one could already see the dragon and phoenix appearance he would have when he grew up. Compared to his lively and noisy sister, he had a quiet and gentle personality. He looked at his father and sister in front of him with bright eyes, and would only speak when Lu Changsheng asked him something he was interested in. Dad, I heard from Brother Xingyang that our family is going to set up a chamber of commerce. At this time, Lu Qingxun asked. Yes, what's the matter? Lu Changsheng didn't expect his son to pay attention to this matter, and smiled. I've heard from my grandfather before that our family has always been feared by many family forces. Once the family business goes beyond Qingzhu Mountain, it will be easily targeted. If we set up a chamber of commerce now, my parents have to stay at home, and only Brother Pingan and Brother Qingxun can be responsible for the chamber of commerce. But I heard that the outside world has already listed our family as a fake pill family. At that time, other fake pill families are likely to take action against our chamber of commerce. Can Brother Pingan and Brother Qingxun solve it? Lu Qingxun, who has delicate eyebrows, a high nose bridge, red lips and white teeth, asked. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard his son's words, and said in a gentle tone, when the struggle between forces reaches a certain point, it is mainly based on negotiation. It is impossible to fight and do things to the extreme. These family forces can only test and suppress our family, so that our business can't go on and retreat when we know the difficulty. However, these family forces can only dispatch late-stage foundation-building cultivators at most. At present, your eldest brother's strength is enough to deal with it. Lu Changsheng spoke up to explain for his son. As for the true foundation of the family, only Lu Maohun, Ling Zixio, Lu Maohun and others knew. So Lu Qingxun didn't know the true strength of the family and the true combat power of Lu Pingan. Wow, big brother is so powerful. Lu Qingqi was surprised when she heard this, and her mouth opened slightly. Although they are young, the Lu Family Academy has taught the basic knowledge of cultivation since the age of 6. Know why the late stage of foundation building is a concept. Well, your big brother is gifted in body refining and is very diligent in practicing on weekdays. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's head with a delicate bun and said with a smile. If big brother goes to sit in the Chamber of Commerce, what about Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Qingxun asked curiously. In his cognition, the family's spiritual land must have a foundation-building cultivator sitting in order to deal with unexpected situations. Your sister Ruyi has broken through to the foundation-building stage before, and can take charge of Qingzhu Mountain. But your brother Lu Yun and brother Xingjun are also preparing to build a foundation. If they break through, they can also go to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge. Lu Changsheng said directly to his son's doubts. I see. Lu Qingxun nodded thoughtfully. He thought that as he had guessed, there might be other foundation-building cultivators in the family. If you are interested in this, you can ask your brother Yun and brother Xingyang more often. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud. Although children with good talents are generally not the head of the family. But if his son is interested in this, he would be happy. And his son does have some talent in management. Okay. Lu Qingxun nodded in response. Dad, Grandpa's health is getting worse and worse. I plan to live in Qingzhu Mountain for a long time in a few days and accompany Grandpa more. Before, my brothers and sisters also asked us to visit Grandpa more often. Lu Qingxun pursed his lips and continued. Over the years, Lu Maohun often took him to Qingzhu Mountain to visit his grandpa Lu Yunding. Lu Yunding also loved his grandson very much, and the two were very close. Like many things between family forces, it was his grandpa Lu Yunding who told him. Okay, Dad will take you there when the time comes. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, knowing that his father-in-law should die in the next 2 years. Dad, I will also go to visit Grandpa when the time comes. When Lu Qingyi heard this, her face was also a little depressed. They all knew that people will die, and their grandpa didn't have much time left. After chatting with his wives, concubines, and children for a while, Lu Changsheng came to his son Lu Lingxiao's residence. He saw his son chatting with his wife Ling Zixiao. Zixiao, Xiao, what are you talking about? Lu Changsheng smiled and stepped forward. Xiao asked me how to cast hundreds of second-level talismans after breaking through the foundation building just now. Ling Zixiao was dignified and elegant, and when he saw Lu Changsheng, he immediately said unhappily. Although her son did not mention Lu Wangshu by name. But when she asked about such means, she knew what was going on without thinking. After all, she had always known about the fights between her children and Lu Wangshu. She did not think that there was anything wrong with the fights between siblings. She was depressed when she saw her son being bullied by Lu Wangshu all the time, gritting his teeth and being tough, and never knowing how to complain to his father Lu Changsheng and ask for some treasures, and then he insisted on fighting with Lu Wangshu. That girl was clever and eccentric, and she was loved by Lu Changsheng every day. She had so many treasures in her hands, and her son was no match for her. And looking at her son's toughness and stubbornness, she thought of her daughter Lu Ling. Compared with her son's toughness, her daughter Lu Ling was simply brainless. She was cheated by Lu Wangshu and still counted money for her. And her daughter never learned her lesson after being cheated, and she treated Lu Wangshu as her sister, like a follower, which made her feel very disappointed. She couldn't understand why she had such a wise life, but gave birth to such a pair of children who did not inherit any cleverness. Ahem. Lu Changsheng heard Ling Zixiao's words and immediately understood what was going on. He coughed softly and said, Wangshu is too unreasonable. I'll go teach her a lesson later. HMPH. Ling Zixiao rolled her eyes when she heard this. She didn't believe that her husband would be willing to teach her precious daughter a lesson. Husband, Xiao has some cultivation questions that she wants to ask Senior Honglian, but Mianoyan said that the ancient talisman is in Chenchi's hands, but Senior Honglian doesn't seem to be in the ancient talisman. Ling Zixiao didn't say much about the topic of children and asked out loud. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. Lu Changsheng heard this and slapped his forehead and said. It means that Honglian is in the dead tree stump in Zumi Cave Heaven Medicine Garden. If his son has any doubts about his cultivation, he can go to Zumi Cave Heaven and call Honglian to the Peachwood Spirit Fetus. Ah, why is Senior Honglian in that dead tree stump? Ling Zixiao said in surprise. She had noticed that there was an extra dead tree stump in the medicine garden before, but she didn't care. This dead tree stump is called Teomu Lingte, which is the spiritual fetus of heaven and earth. Honglian is going to use this spiritual fetus as a body. Lu Changsheng did not hide it from his wife and said directly. Heaven and earth spiritual fetus. Ling Zixiao was immediately surprised. Lu Lingxiao was a little confused, not knowing what the spiritual fetus of heaven and earth was. But after hearing this, he roughly understood that his master was reshaping his body. Well, maybe in a few years, Honglian will be able to reshape her body. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. He had concealed Honglian's identity from his other wives, concubines, and children. But there was nothing to hide from Ling Zixiao and his son Lu Lingxiao. Congratulations to Senior Honglian. Ling Zixiao said with a dignified manner and an elegant smile. Once this Senior Honglian reshapes his body, his cultivation will definitely not be bad, not to mention returning to the peak. His son has such a master, which is equivalent to having an extra backer. However, once this Senior Honglian reshapes his body, he will probably be in the hands of his husband. In this case, the master-disciple relationship between his son and the Senior Honglian does not seem to have much advantage. Did Xiao encounter any problems in his cultivation? Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Lingxiao and asked. As a Jinin's Henren, he had so many skills passed down in his mind, so it was no problem for him to teach his son to cultivate. No, I just want to ask Master about the Dao Foundation. Lu Lingxiao shook his head gently. Listening to his son's words, Lu Changsheng immediately understood that he was a little doubtful about his life because of Lu Wangshu's behavior. He immediately said, don't listen to Wangshu's nonsense about the Supreme Dao Foundation. Where does the Supreme Dao Foundation come from? The perfect Dao Foundation is already perfect. Unless there is a great opportunity, it is possible for the Dao Foundation to undergo a transformation. The reason why she can do this is entirely due to the help of a treasure. Her magic power is comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation building. Lu Changsheng said, and he was very experienced in this aspect. However, his son's character is indeed very stubborn. When he was young, he heard Lu Wangshu say that during the medicinal bath baptism, he could not fall asleep and must be awake for the best effect. As a result, during the medicinal bath, he gritted his teeth and resisted. Has Sister Wangshu's foundation changed from the perfect foundation? Lu Lingxiao asked immediately after hearing this. It's still a little short. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, it's too difficult to make the foundation change. Even he was lucky enough to have such a change under the effects of the essence of the sun, the moonlight of the moon, and the spiritual energy. Looking at his son's bright eyes burning with fighting spirit, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, don't worry about building the foundation. Refine your foundation well. I will prepare something for you later. Now, among the children in the family, the son in front of him is the best in talent. But apart from letting Honglian teach him carefully, he didn't give much help to this son. The main reason is that there is no suitable treasure for him. He wants to get a heaven and earth spirit fire, but after collecting information for so many years, he has only found out a few second-level heaven and earth spirit fires, which are not very suitable for Lu Lingxiao. So this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Lu Changsheng plans to hunt a few demon kings. At that time, I will use the blood of the demon king to make a medicine bath to cleanse my son's body and condense his foundation. Thank you, Dad. Lu Lingxiao bowed and said when he heard this. Ling Zixiao, who was standing next to him, also smiled when he heard this. You know, even if the perfect foundation is placed in the immortal gate, it is a true teaching, and it exists at the level of Danjin seed. Even many immortal gates' true teachings are only perfect foundations. But my son has already set the perfect foundation as his goal. And there is a high probability that he can condense a perfect foundation. Haha, don't listen to your sister Wangshu's nonsense on weekdays. After you build your foundation, Dad will prepare a few treasures for you, which will definitely not be worse than hers. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said, thinking about preparing some treasures for his son at that time. Otherwise, if this goes on, his son will be bullied to death by his daughter Lu Wangshu. After chatting with his son Lu Lingxiao, Lu Changsheng told Ling Zixiao that he could start to solve the dragon's body now. Thank you for your hard work, my husband. Ling Zixiao smiled and responded when he heard this. Then the two came to Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Changsheng called Lu Mayaoj who was practicing. It was not to call Lu Mayaoj to help. Simply in this process, if there is any unexpected situation that causes the dragon yin body to explode, Lu Mayaoj can help suppress it through the supreme goodness like water art. Or use the Taiyi true water to treat and nourish Ling Zixiao's body as soon as possible. Changsheng Hall. Simple and elegant, the cave is filled with elegant fragrance. Zixiao, Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife in front of him and said seriously, indicating that he was going to start. Yes. Lu Mayaoj was wearing a plain white dress and sat beside the bed with elegant curves. My dear. Ling Zixiao heard this and took the initiative to hug Lu Changsheng's neck and kissed him. After a while, the two untied their belts and practiced the sun and moon reincarnation art. This method is very useful. Whether it is dual cultivation, breaking through the realm, or entering the state, it has a good effect. Zixiao. Lu Changsheng looked at Ling Zixiao, whose face was as red as clouds and whose skin was soft and tender, and who was beautiful and charming, and reminded her. He indicated that he had started to practice the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra. In the Danshan of the Qi Sea, the golden elixir was like a purple sun, emitting 1,000 feet of golden light. The yin-yang fish, one black and one white, swam and roared. Under the rolling golden elixir essence, the fish sublimated to the extreme and became a dragon. The real dragon rushed into the deep pool to find the target of this trip. Roar. In the deep pool, there was a blazing and domineering dragon ball. Seeing the real dragon coming, it roared and roared, exuding an astonishing and terrifying power. Roar. However, facing this dragon ball, the real dragon was not afraid at all and swallowed it in one mouthful. Boom. The black and white dragon body of the real dragon seemed to be burning with a rolling flame. Faced with this situation, the real dragon circled and formed a yin-yang Dao diagram to suppress and refine the dragon ball. Ling Zixiao's plump and straight legs were tense, and her jade toes wrapped in white socks were tightly curled up. She rubbed Lu Changsheng's back, and her blushing face groaned with a slight pain. The dragon's raw origin was one with her, and it was very painful for her to reverse the yin and yang. Seeing this, Lu Miaoj, who was next to her, immediately stepped forward to relieve Ling Xiao's pain and used Tai True Water to warm her body. Lu Changsheng kept running the yin and yang creation sutra, pouring his golden elixir essence into Ling Xiao's body, so that a little yin would be born in the dragon's raw origin. As long as the yang gave birth to a little yin, the yin and yang would be balanced and no longer disturbed by the dragon's raw body. But it must be said that this dragon's raw body is worthy of being a top-level physique. Even if Ling Xiao had just established his foundation, it would be very difficult for him to completely suppress the other party's dragon's raw origin and reverse the yin and yang. If Xiao was here, it would be a bit helpful. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of Xiao. The other party's moonlight body is a feminine spirit body. If it is guided by Xiao's Taiyin moonlight origin, it may be much easier and smoother. But it's enough now. Lu Changsheng held Ling Xiao's plump waist and said to Lu Miaoj, "Sister Miaoj, stabilize Xiao's situation." After that, he transformed all the golden elixir origins into the most yin and soft power, and surged with all his strength. Boom! In an instant, the yin and yang origins in Ling Xiao's body turned into dark black, and the yin and yang flowing Dao diagram was like a deep black hole, constantly circling, suppressing and refining the dragon ball inside. Roar, roar. The dragon chant origin roared and roared, as if it wanted to tear the Dao diagram and break free from it. But facing the powerful and amazing yin and yang origin, it was powerless. The two forces of yin and yang began to confront each other. During this fusion process, Ling Xiao's jade neck was raised, her jade body trembled, and her voice whimpered, which was distressing. Sister Ling Lu Miaoj continued to warm up Ling Xiao's body and suppress the dragon's yang energy that emanated from her meridians and danshan. This process was very dangerous. If it weren't for Lu Miaoj, Lu Changsheng would have to use the nirvana technique and the life-saving technique to stabilize Ling Xiao's body. In this way, time passed little by little. It was unknown how long it had been. Ling Xiao, who was pale, almost fainted. The dragon's yang source in her body finally wailed, and a little bit of golden luster shone under the dark Dao diagram. Slowly, it formed a black and white blend with the dark Dao diagram. Chapter 403, Rectify Family Traditions, Zuanchan Link 10. On the bed, Ling Xiao's eyes were blurred, her lips were rosy and bright, she was breathing heavily, her soft and weak body was covered with crystal sweat beads, and she collapsed on Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng's palms gently stroked the soft and delicate snow-white skin of the beauty. Next to her, Lu Miaoj held Ling Xiao's white wrist and used the supreme goodness, like water, to silently nourish her meridians and danshan. After a while, Lu Changsheng asked Ling Xiao in a gentle voice, "Xiao, how do you feel now?" Ling Xiao groaned softly and quietly felt her physical condition. After a moment, her clear and beautiful eyes revealed a surprise. "My dear, I feel that the effect of the dragon roar body has disappeared, forming a new effect that is harmless to me. But the specific effect needs to be practiced before it can be gradually experienced and known." Ling Xiao looked at Lu Changsheng, her face excited and happy. This dragon roar body has troubled her for too long. Even though Lu Changsheng suppressed her before, the practice process was still intermittent, and she did not dare to be too radical. "I was afraid that something might happen to the dragon roar body during the practice." At this moment, the dragon roar body was finally completely solved. The whole person seemed to break free from the shackles and cage, and an indescribable joy and excitement surged out. She was already gifted a third-grade spiritual root. And Lu Changsheng solved her dragon roar body, not to abolish the dragon roar body. Instead, he used the dragon roar body as the foundation, reversed the yin and yang, and formed a new spiritual body effect. Although the effect of this spiritual body is far less amazing than that of the dragon roar body, it at least has a positive effect on her practice, and is no longer a negative effect. In this case, Ling Xiao is confident that there is hope for Dan in the future. "Congratulations, Sister Ling." Lu Miaoj looked at Ling Xiao's somewhat pale and weak face and congratulated sincerely. After so many years of getting along, she knew how seriously the other party was affected by the dragon roar body. If it weren't for the dragon roar body, relying on the other party's talent, he would have reached a late stage of foundation building. Moreover, Ling Xiao has an extraordinary talent in formation. If he is willing to join a force, he can completely rely on his own efforts to impact an. Zixio, if you feel uncomfortable during your practice, you must tell me first. Lu Changsheng said to Ling Zixio in a gentle voice. This solution to the dragon roar body was just an idea of his, and he thought it was feasible. It could not guarantee that there would be no problem. If there were still problems, he would directly plunder the dragon roar body through the dragon-inducing technique. Ling Zixio nodded in response. Zixio, I see you are still a little weak. Your husband will treat you again. Sister Mayaoj, you have worked hard too. Suddenly, the cave was full of spring. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj, with their son Lu Qingxun and daughter Lu Qingqi, came to Qingzhu Mountain to visit Lu Yuanding. Changsheng, Mayaoj, you are here. Grandpa, and Lu Yuanzhong and the new head of the family came to greet Lu Changsheng and the others. Because of his serious injuries in his early years, he is now a little old, with gray hair, like an old man in his 50s. Uncle, Grandpa. Lu Changsheng and others nodded to Lu Yuanzhong, but did not look at the new head of the family next to him. Now that decades have passed, there are fewer and fewer people that Lu Changsheng is familiar with in Qingzhu Mountain. Several people came to a small courtyard in Qingzhu Valley. Lu Yuanding had a haggard face and white hair. Seeing Lu Changsheng, Lu Mayaoj and 2 grandchildren coming, their turbid and lifeless eyes immediately lit up with divine light. They stood up from the recliner and shouted with a hunched body, Changsheng, Mayaoj, Zuaner, Kir, you are here. Grandpa, Grandpa. The 2 little ones were very sensible and immediately stepped forward to support this grandpa. Father-in-law. Lu Changsheng shouted, vaguely remembering the other party's appearance when he was at the foot of Qingyun Sect. Unknowingly, the other party has changed from a gentle and elegant middle-aged man to such a haggard old man. Dad. Lu Mayaoj stepped forward to support her father and warmed his body with Taiyi true water. Lu Yuanding had suffered a lot of injuries in his early years. He was able to live until now, entirely relying on the longevity pills and Lu Mayaoj's conditioning. After a while, Lu Yuanding happily chatted with his 2 grandsons. During the process, he also cared about Lu Changsheng, Lu Mayaoj, Lu Maahun, and Lu Qingxun and Lu Qingzhu who were far away in Yu. However, after chatting for half an hour, Lu Yuanding felt a little tired and needed to rest. Alice. After living in Qingzhu Mountain for a day, Lu Changsheng went to Beihu Mountain to take his daughter Lu Ling home. As long as Ling Zixio's dragon roar body was determined to be solved without any problems, his daughter's dragon roar body would be solved. After all, the dragon roar body is always a time bomb for female cultivators. Even though Lu Ling's dragon roar body is a defective physique, Lu Changsheng can easily suppress it, but it is still safe to solve it as soon as possible. It is for this reason that Lu Changsheng has been letting his daughter's cultivation go for free over the years. However, when he arrived at Beihu Mountain, he learned that his son Lu Pingyan had gone to Ruai County, and his daughter Lu Ling had gone with him. In this regard, he just asked Lu Qingsong to tell Lu Pingyan when the time came, and asked him to send Lu Ling back to Beihu Mountain when he came back. Ruai County City, Lu family. Although the Lu family is a newly rising family in Ruai County, relying on the reputation of Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family, it is now the most prominent family force in the entire Ruai County. At this moment, in front of the Lu family mansion, a Lu family member was kneeling and being whipped with a whip. Crack, 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 the sound of whips waving rang out, accompanied by screams. Lu Pingyan was tall and majestic, and his face was as cold as ice as he looked at the scene in front of him. On this trip home, he accidentally heard that there was bullying in the family, so he went to inquire immediately. With a relationship between the clan leader and Ruai Marcus Mansion, it didn't take long for him to know what was going on and that a bad atmosphere was gradually emerging in the family. This made him very angry. It has only been a few decades since the family was founded, and this situation has occurred. The Lu family allows you to be mediocre and incompetent, but it will never allow you to rely on the family to do evil outside. How many families have declined because of bad family traditions and arrogant children? Although the Lu family of Ruai County is behind the Lu family of Beihu Mountain. But if this evil wind is not curbed in time, the entire family may be affected in the future, and even Beihu Mountain will be affected. Brother, I dare not, I will never dare again. The young man's robe was torn by the whip, his back was bloody, and he shouted in pain. Not only him, but others called him uncle, some called him grandfather, and some even fainted from the pain. But the whip continued to be pulled out, not daring to have the slightest force, causing the air to explode and bloody. After all, the man in front of him, who looked like a young man, was not only an immortal, but also the eldest son of the Lu family. Today, the family law is strictly enforced on such a large scale. Who dares to ask for mercy? Big brother. Lu Wuyu looked at this scene and looked at Lu Pingyan with some shame. Although he had stepped down from the position of the head of the family, as the first head of the family, he still had great authority in the family. Now that this situation has occurred in the family, he is also to blame. In the future, the Lu family will go to Qingzhu Mountain every year to report on the affairs of the Lu mansion. My father has no time to manage these. As the eldest son, I have the responsibility to take care of these things. Lu Pingyan looked at his gray-haired brother in front of him and sighed slightly. He understood that his brother Lu Wuyu was old. The new head of the family should not be too tough when facing some elders, especially the children from Qingzhu Mountain. It is precisely because of this that some bad atmospheres have gradually appeared in the family. Uncle Hong, if Ruai Haofu sees such things again, please ask someone to go to Qingzhu Mountain to inform me. Lu Pingyan looked at Hong Yi, who was wearing brocade clothes and gray hair next to him. Although he didn't like to worry about family affairs, he never wanted to see his family become the most hated appearance when he was young. So in addition to the supervision of his own family, he also asked Ruai Haofu to supervise together. Don't worry, nephew. I will definitely ask my family to pay more attention to you at this time. Hong Yi looked at the tall and resolute young man in front of him, and his words were a little restrained and respectful. He knew that the eldest son of the Lu family in front of him was a famous foundation-building cultivator who had defeated a veteran foundation-building mid-stage cultivator. However, when he saw Lu Pingyan in front of him, he vaguely remembered that he was upright when he was young. Now decades have passed, and there is no change at all. Sorry to bother Uncle Hong. You can come to Qingzhu Mountain as a guest in your spare time. My father often talks about you to me. Lu Pingyan said. Of course. Hong Yi nodded in response. He naturally didn't believe what Lu Changsheng said about him. But he was still flattered that the other party, a great foundation-building cultivator, was so polite to him. After everyone had finished the caning, Lu Pingyan said in a deep voice, after these people wake up, they will all be imprisoned at home and confined for 10 years. If anyone dares to commit the crime again, it will not be as simple as confinement. In an instant, all the Lu family members were silent and responded respectfully. After executing the family law, Lu Pingyan also announced several measures at home. In addition to punishments and rewards, some simple adjustments were made to the family situation. Although he was not interested in family affairs, it did not mean that he did not understand. When he was young, his mother Lu Lanshu always wanted to train him to the position of the head of the Lu mansion. So he knew many of the truths by osmosis. Moreover, he was not a one-man show. He made adjustments according to his younger brother Lu Wuyu, Hong Yi, and other aspects of the family. After handling the matter, he took his sister Lu Ling away from Ruai County. The Lu family has this son to take care of and discipline, and the family style is correct. Hong Yi looked at Lu Pingyan, who was leaving inside in his heart. Even the Ruai Hao mansion has developed very fast under his management, relying on the relationship and connections of Qingzhu Mountain, and has become a key refining family. But the more so, the more worried he is, walking on thin ice. He knows that once he dies, his children will not be able to manage the family well, which may cause the family to fall into decline. As a foundation-building cultivator, Lu Pingyan is only in his 50s or 60s, and is in his prime. With his care, the Lu family will not have this problem for at least 100 years. It would be great if Xuanji had a middle-grade spiritual root. At this time, Hong Yi thought of his son Hong Xuanji and sighed. This son was sent to Qingzhu Mountain by him in his early years, and married Lu Kaizhen, the daughter of Lu Changsheng. Now he serves as a steward in the Lu family, responsible for the business of the market, and is expected to cultivate to the peak of key refining before the age of 60 and try to impact the foundation. But his son only has a 7th grade spiritual root. It is impossible to impact the foundation. Even if he can ask Lu Changsheng for a pulse protection pill and a foundation-building spiritual object with his savings over the past few decades, his son will not be able to successfully build a foundation. Alice Hong Yi thought of this and felt envious of Lu Changsheng. Not only is he famous, but he and his wife Lu Maioj are also well known, comparable to the fake Dan Xianrun. Among his children, there are also 2 foundation-building cultivators, Lu Pingyan and Lu Qingxun. 60 years ago, who would have thought that a young farmer could reach this point? But with this relationship, at least 100 years after my death, the Hong family will have no worries. Hong Yi let out a long breath, thinking that the best choice in his life was to make friends with Lu Changsheng. With this relationship with Lu Changsheng, at least 100 years after his death, the Hong family will have no major problems. As for 100 years later, it is not something he should worry about. Congratulations to the host's offspring for giving birth to 1,000 offspring and getting a chance to draw a high-level lottery. On this day, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. It's only 1,000. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised and sighed when he saw that his grandchildren had exceeded 1,000. Of these 1,000 grandchildren, except for a few grandchildren in his early years and grandchildren with spiritual roots, he has never met 90% of them, which is really ashamed. However, thinking that among these 1,000 grandchildren, there are only more than 40 with spiritual roots, Lu Changsheng sighed again. You know, these more than 40 are still the children of Qingzhu Mountain who gradually get married and have children, which raises the probability. If it were just ordinary children, the probability would be terrible. Through these, it is enough to see how difficult it is for mortals to give birth to children with spiritual roots. Advanced lottery. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said silently in his heart, looking forward to what he can get in this lottery. Ordinary lotteries are already difficult to surprise him. And advanced lotteries, as long as he doesn't draw garbage skills, are of great help to him. Immediately, the advanced turntable appeared. The golden light rotated and stopped to the heavenly materials and treasures reward column under Lu Changsheng's gaze. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Zuanshan Link 10. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Suddenly, a vine with lush green leaves and branches emerged from the lottery plate, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Zuanshan Link 10. Spiritual plant of heaven and earth. When Lu Changsheng saw the appearance of this reward, he paused and guessed that it was some kind of spiritual plant of heaven and earth. However, this spiritual plant appeared in the high-level lottery, and it also had the word Zuanshan, which sounded very unusual. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly and looked at the system space. Zuanshan Link 10, grade, 5th level, description, Zuanshan Immortal Vine is a companion spiritual vine, which can gather the luck of heaven and earth invisibly. After growing for 10,000 years, it can condense Zuanshan Ling fruit, gather the luck of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng was surprised when he saw the effect of this Zuanshan Ling 10. The idea of luck is illusory and elusive. This Zuanshan Ling 10 can actually gather the luck of heaven and earth invisibly, which is very amazing. But this fruit is too difficult to grow, right? It will take 10,000 years to condense into fruit. Seeing that it takes 10,000 years to grow, it can condense the Zuanshan spiritual fruit. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. Even if he has the one ling bottle, a treasure, it will take 100 or 200 years to make this Zuanshan spiritual vine condense into fruit. Although 100 or 200 years is very short for a 5th level spiritual vine. But for Lu Changsheng, it is very long. Speaking of this Zuanshan spiritual vine, it is a 5th level spiritual plant. Should it be planted on a 4th level spiritual vein? If so, wouldn't it be useless? Lu Changsheng looked at the Zuanshan spiritual vine in front of him, muttering in his heart, feeling a little uncomfortable. Now the 3rd level spiritual veins in his home have not been reached, and the 4th level spiritual veins are out of the question. Unless he digs up the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, it is impossible to cultivate a 4th level spiritual vein. But just as he was struggling, a message appeared on the Zuanshan spiritual vine in front of him. Lu Changsheng immediately understood that this Zuanshan spiritual vine was different from ordinary spiritual plants. Not only does it not need the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, taking root in the earth veins, it can also form spiritual veins. If it is rooted in the spiritual veins, it will connect to the earth veins, accelerate the growth of the spiritual veins, and gather the luck of heaven and earth invisibly, shielding the secrets of heaven. Hiss, what a treasure! When Lu Changsheng saw the relevant information, his eyes suddenly lit up and he was surprised. I didn't expect that this Zuanshan Ling Tang not only does not need a spiritual vein, but can also accelerate the growth of the spiritual veins. Even if it doesn't have the effect of the Zuanshan Ling fruit that has been condensed for 10,000 years, in his opinion, just accelerating the growth of the spiritual veins and gathering the luck of heaven and earth invisibly, this Zuanshan Ling Tang belongs to the top spiritual object. The high-level lottery will not disappoint me. Lu Changsheng was full of joy and exclaimed. Immediately, The Zhuanshan Lingtang in the system space was extracted and planted impatiently. Buzz! In an instant, a vine as green as jade appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. If it weren't for the system introduction, he really couldn't tell that the vine in front of him was a 5th level spiritual plant of heaven and earth. It's really simple and plain. However, after extracting the Zhuanshan Lingtang, Lu Changsheng also had a more detailed understanding of the Zhuanshan Lingtang. After the Zhuanshan Lingtang took root, the luck of heaven and earth gathered was not blessed to one person. Instead, it belonged to the spiritual vein where it took root, and would bless all cultivators for collective luck. However, if you carry the Zhuanshan Lingtang with you, it will also have the effect of confusing the heavenly secrets and improving your luck in the dark. As for the Zhuanshan Lingtang, it is not just a fruit, but a treasure that will be formed according to the spiritual vein conditions and the growth environment. Once the fruit condenses, the Zhuanshan Lingtang will wither and dissipate. Chapter 404 Zhuanshan's Treasure, Collective Destiny. After the fruit is condensed, the vine will wither and dissipate. Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at the Zhuanshan Lingtang in front of him. He was a little curious about the fruit condensed by the Zhuanshan Lingtang just now. But when he learned that the vine would wither and dissipate after condensing the fruit, he lost interest. Maybe the Zhuanshan Ling fruit is more rare. But for now, the effect of the Zhuanshan Lingtang is more practical in his opinion. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng came to the top of Bian Peak and asked Zumi to open a tunnel between the peak and the spiritual vein area. Boom boom boom, a noise sounded at the top of Bian Peak. Half a quarter of an hour later, a tunnel was formed. Lu Changsheng passed through the tunnel and came to his own spiritual vein area, and saw the spiritual vein origin of Bian Peak. Go. Lu Changsheng placed the emerald Zhuanshan Lingtang on the spiritual vein. The green vine flowed, spread and grew, began to take root, climbed on the spiritual vein, lush and green, and filled with a pure and rich vitality. Apart from the rich vitality, spreading and stretching, there is no obvious difference from before. However, after a closer look, Lu Changsheng still saw something unusual. The dense veins on the vine seemed to be flowing slowly, very complex and profound, interweaving Tao and reason. Lu Changsheng looked at the Zhuanshan Lingtang in front of him quietly, as if he saw some mysterious trajectory from it. All things are revealed, full of vitality, blooming flowers, and green leaves. Eventually wither and die, returning to the roots of heaven and earth, repeating over and over again. The cycle continues, and the years are withered and flourishing. After a long time, it is rumored that many skills and magical powers are realized by cultivators observing the root of heaven and earth. It seems that what they say is true. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath and muttered to himself. Realizing that the veins on the Zhuanshan Lingtang are very unusual, evolving some complex and profound rules and orders. If I can understand the above rules and principles in my heart, I may be able to comprehend a top-level skill in magical power. Even if I don't comprehend any skills and magical powers, I can benefit a lot from it. However, Lu Changsheng knew his own comprehension. It was difficult for him to calm down, and he spent dozens or even hundreds of years to comprehend the rules and principles of the spiritual vine. Such a pure spiritual energy. At this time, Lu Changsheng noticed that the vigorous vitality of the Zhuanshan Lingtang was emitting a pure and rich spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was very pure and rich, and it had reached the third-level spiritual energy of heaven and earth, constantly nourishing his own spiritual vein. Through the source spirit eye technique, Lu Changsheng immediately saw that his own spiritual vein was in a state of rapid growth under the nourishment of the Zhuanshan Lingtang's energy. It is estimated that in 50 or 60 years, it will be able to independently upgrade to the second-level top spiritual vein. For ordinary families, it takes 50 or 60 years for a spiritual vein to be promoted from the second-level upper grade to the second-level top grade, which is extremely fast. But for Lu Changsheng, it took 50 or 60 years to be promoted to the second-level top grade. Can it be called growth? It seems that I still have to rely on myself to upgrade my spiritual veins. Otherwise, if I want to rely on the Zhuanshan Lingtang to upgrade my spiritual veins to the third level, I don't know when it will happen. However, the higher the grade of the spiritual veins of Bian Peak, the better the effect of the Zhuanshan Lingtang will be. It's time to cultivate the spiritual veins of Qingyun Mountain. Lu Changsheng saw that the effect of the Zhuanshan Lingtang was closely related to the spiritual veins that took root. Prepare to upgrade the spiritual veins of Bian Peak to the quasi third level when the Qingzhu Mountain range comes back. In this way, not only will the family's spiritual energy be greatly improved, but the effect of the Zhuanshan Lingtang will also be further improved. It's a pity that I can't see the luck. Lu Changsheng's eyes glowed with purple light, and he kept looking at the Zhuanshan Lingteng, but he couldn't see the effect of gathering the luck of heaven and earth. He only knew that after the spiritual vine took root, it would gather the luck of heaven and earth, thereby blessing and enhancing everyone on Bihayan Peak. Even this effect will radiate from Bihayan Peak to the entire Qingzhu Mountain, and even the surrounding area of Qingzhu Mountain. In any case, the Lu family children who have lived on Bihayan Peak for a long time will definitely have the greatest benefit. After planting the Zhuanshan Lingteng, Lu Changsheng walked out of the tunnel and asked Zumi to take care of the vine. If there is any unexpected movement, notify him immediately. If he is not there, notify Lu Mayaoj, Lu Mayan, and Ling Zixio. Yes, master. Zumi responded. His voice was ethereal, pure, soft and vague, and very pleasant to hear. I wonder if Honglian knows about the Zhuanshan Lingteng. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and came to Zumi Cave Heaven, next to the Peachwood Spirit Fetus, and shouted to Honglian, Honglian. What's the matter, young master? Although Honglian was in a semi-sleeping state, she responded immediately after hearing Lu Changsheng's voice. Have you heard of the Zhuanshan Immortal Vine? Lu Changsheng asked. He knew that his Zhuanshan Lingteng was the companion vine of the Zhuanshan Immortal Vine through the system introduction, so he wanted to know more about this aspect. Zhuanshan Immortal Vine. Honglian was shocked, and couldn't help wondering, Lu Changsheng wouldn't have a Zhuanshan Immortal Vine, right? After all, this young master often asked her about things. These things seem to have nothing to do with each other. But maybe soon, she will see this from Lu Changsheng. Young master, I haven't heard of the Zhuanshan Immortal Vine either. But I once saw a saying that anything that can be named Zhuanshan is a rare treasure. Honglian said in a clear and ethereal voice. Then do you know anything about this Zhuanshan treasure? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. I don't know anything about this either. I've only heard a few things, and I don't know if it's true or not. It is rumored that this rare treasure named Zhuanshan is transformed by the rules of heaven and earth, contains part of the origin of the world, and has the effect of suppressing luck. There are also rumors that this Zhuanshan treasure is far superior to the Tongshan Lingbao, and only the Mahayana true immortal can control it. In any case, this Zhuanshan treasure is no longer something that can be mastered by the Yuanying Huishan level. Even for those above Huishan, Fangsu Hedao, and Mahayana true immortals, it has great appeal. Honglian spoke and said slowly. Although she was a Yuanying Zhenzhen in her prime, she only knew of the existence of Huishan's Zhenzhen. As for the existence of those above Huishan, Fangsu, Hedao, and Mahayana, she had never heard of them. These Zhuanshan treasures were also partially known through some ancient books and notes handed down from ancient times, and it was impossible to determine whether they were true or false. It is far superior to Tongshan Lingbao, and only Mahayana's Hengsen can control it. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he frowned slightly, thinking that his Zhuanshan Lingteng should not be so rare and powerful. After all, Zhuanshan Lingteng is only the 5th level, and no matter how powerful it is, it should be limited. Maybe Zhuanshan treasures also have high and low levels, such as Zhuanshan Xianten, which is much rarer and more powerful. And Zhuanshan Lingteng is just the companion vine of Zhuanshan Xianten, which belongs to the worst level. Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. He continued to ask, Honglian, do you know any way to see the luck? Luck? Honglian pondered for a moment and said, Sir, personal luck is elusive and difficult to determine, and it is difficult to capture and observe. If it is a sect power, it is proficient in divination, deduction, and feng shui, and it can see the general situation of luck. After Honglian finished speaking, he added with some uncertainty, maybe there are some treasures, or pupil skills can see the luck, but I am not sure about this. Divination, deduction, feng shui. Lu Changsheng nodded, knowing that among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, there are professions such as fortune tellers, fate usurpers, and feng shui masters, which are related to luck and fortune. But these professions are extremely rare. For example, formation masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman masters, you can recognize a few wherever you go. But Lu Changsheng has never seen this profession. What is the use of the luck of the sect power? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. As for personal luck, he knew that there was something about turning misfortune into good fortune and picking up treasures when going out. But he was not really clear about the collective luck of the sect. It couldn't be that treasures fell from the sky, right? The theory of luck is very mysterious, and there is no clear statement. If a sect has strong luck, then relatively speaking, it is easy for this sect to have genius disciples. For example, some geniuses will subconsciously choose this sect when choosing a sect, or the elders of the sect will meet genius disciples outside, etc. And under the blessing of the sect's luck, when the disciples practice, it may be easier to break through the realm, comprehend the skills, and reduce the occurrence of inner demons, obsession, etc. Or some disciples who already have good luck will make the right choice subconsciously when they encounter things outside. In general, the luck of the sect is not very obvious to individuals, but for the whole, it will develop in a good direction imperceptibly. Honglian's voice was ethereal and pleasant, and she said slowly, "I see." Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, roughly understanding that collective luck belongs to an overall gain buff. The blessing on an individual may be minimal, with no obvious effect, just icing on the cake. But as a whole, there are many invisible and intangible benefits. Speaking of which, if the luck is good, will it be easier to have spiritual roots and better spiritual roots if you give birth to a child in Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Things like giving birth to a child are inherently very lucky. If there is a blessing of luck, maybe the quality of the family's children can be improved. Alice, it's a pity that I can't see the luck effect. Lu Changsheng sighed, looking forward to drawing a fortune teller or a feng shui master one day. In this way, he can see the family's luck, good and bad luck. Okay, you have a good rest. Lu Changsheng didn't ask too much, and came to the Lu family mansion to accompany his wife, concubines and children. A month later, Ling Xixiao told Lu Changsheng that there was nothing abnormal in his practice process. This new spirit body, in addition to increasing the speed of practice, also has a warming effect on the physical body. As for whether there are other effects, she herself is not sure. However, she guessed that this spirit should be regarded as a weakened version of the dragon roar body, which would be slightly helpful in breaking through the realm. It's good that there is no problem. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and responded in a gentle voice. After checking Ling Xixiao's physical condition several times, he went to find his daughter Lu Ling to solve the dragon roar body for her. Some time ago, Lu Pinggan had sent his daughter back and told him about Ruai County. Lu Changsheng didn't say much about the situation in Ruai County, but just sighed and said that Lu Pinggan had worked hard. The two came to the Bishu Lake and immediately saw Lu Ling fishing with Lu Wangshu. To be precise, it was Lu Wangshu fishing, and Lu Ling was holding a harpoon to fork fish. Ling Xixiao looked at her daughter with her trouser legs rolled up, stepping on the wind and fire wheels, holding a harpoon, and constantly forking fish. Her elegant jade face suddenly stiffened. She didn't ask her daughter to be very knowledgeable, but at least she looked like a girl, right? This look is so shameless. Daddy, Mommy. Daddy, Auntie. The two sisters shouted immediately when they saw Lu Changsheng and Ling Xixiao. However, Lu Wangshu felt guilty when he saw Auntie Ling's appearance. This auntie usually pays great attention to her posture and appearance, and does things in an orderly manner, not hurried or slow, and is very elegant. Seeing her daughter Lu Ling like this, she was obviously unhappy. Xiao, Daddy has something to ask you. Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched, pretending not to see his wife's expression, and calmly shouted to his daughter. Then he took his daughter to Zumi Cave Heaven, fed her a pill, and let her fall asleep. The process of reversing yin and yang and twisting the origin of the spirit body is very painful. So Lu Changsheng had prepared the pill for his daughter a long time ago. Of course, his daughter Lu Ling's condition was not serious and she did not need her cooperation. However, Lu Changsheng still called Lu Mayaoj to take care of her and warm her body with the Tai True water. Immediately, under Ling Xixiao's somewhat nervous gaze, Lu Changsheng solved the dragon yin body for his daughter. The process went very smoothly, and Lu Ling was unconscious throughout the whole process. After a long time, Lu Ling woke up, stunned, and said in a puzzled way, "Hey, Daddy, Mommy, Auntie, why did I fall asleep? Xiao, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Ling Xixiao immediately asked with concern. Lu Ling tilted her head, then looked at her white and tender palms, clenched her fists, and said, "Mom, I feel full of strength, I can kill a tiger with one punch." Ling Xixiao's face froze when he heard this. Xiao should be fine. Lu Changsheng touched his daughter's little head and smiled warmly. "Xiao, don't you want to learn powerful exercises? Have a good rest these days, and Daddy will teach you when the time comes." Lu encountered very few setbacks. One of them was to teach his daughter Lu Ling to practice. Now that his daughter's dragon voice body has been solved, he has also broken through the dam formation and can fully activate the magic weapon. So he is ready to teach his daughter to practice through the Dongsun treasure mirror. However, he had just solved the dragon yin body for his daughter, which was very exhausting for him, and he needed to rest and adjust his breath. "Thank you, Daddy." Lu Ling responded happily upon hearing this. After Lu Changsheng chatted with his wife and daughter for a while, he walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and came to the Zuanshan Lingtang to meditate and adjust his breath to restore his mana. Even if he meditated normally on weekdays, it would affect the overall spiritual energy of Qingzhu Mountain. Now with the Zuanshan Lingtang, this situation has improved. The spiritual energy exuded by the spiritual vine is pure and rich, comparable to the top-level spiritual eye spring, which is enough for him to meditate and practice. However, this kind of meditation and practice will affect the nourishment of the Zuanshan Lingtang to the spiritual veins. Now that Zixio and Zio's problems have been solved, I can almost go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged and thought to himself. However, this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he planned to go to Qingyun Fairy City to deal with some stolen goods in his hands and see if there are any materials for making magic weapons himself. I wonder what's going on in Qingyun Immortal City now, and what's going on with Fiyu now. Lu Changsheng thought of what Lu Miaoyan had told him before, that Qingyun Immortal City had undergone a major change and there was a lot of turmoil, and he couldn't help but think of his friends in the Immortal City. Qingyun Immortal City. A year ago, Qingyun Immortal City underwent a dramatic change. The lineage of Qingyun's Henren, who originally ran the Immortal City, was purged out. Its core interests and power were all controlled by other families, chambers of commerce, and sects. This purge was completed quickly and with a force of thunder, and did not cause much turmoil in Qingyun Immortal City. Even soon after the reshuffle, the original Qingyun's Henren disappeared, and the chaotic situation that had been turbulent gradually stabilized. As a result, many casual cultivators who had left Qingyun Immortal City returned to this holy place for casual cultivators. At this moment, in a black prison in Qingyun Immortal City. Dao Ali, why do you have to do this? As long as you tell us about the situation of the remains of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, not only will the Beifeng Master let you resume your position as a captain, he will also be willing to grant you countless elixirs and treasures. A woman in a red skirt said as she looked at the tall, disheveled man in front of her, who was chained through his scapula and locked on a cross. The disheveled man did not speak, his head drooped slightly. If he was not still breathing, he would have seemed dead. Li Fiyu, the Qingyun Master, has given up the foundation of the Immortal City and is fully seeking the opportunity of the nascent soul. It is impossible for him to come back. The Beifeng Master has found the Soul Dao secret treasure. Even if you don't take the initiative to tell it, these things will be known by the Beifeng Master. Why do you have to do this and ruin your future and life in vain? The woman in a red skirt looked at the man in front of her and said with some regret. Since the Beifeng Master has the Soul Dao secret treasure, just search the soul through the secret treasure. Li Fiyu's robe was torn, full of wounds and blood scars, and his voice was weak and hoarse. Once this soul secret treasure is used to search your soul, even if you don't die, you will be stupid and foolish. Why do you have to do this? Master Qingyun has done you a favor, and you got it through the opportunity of the ruins. Even Master Zhao and Master Su are willing to submit to Master Beifeng. You are just a foundation-building cultivator, why do you have to be so stubborn? The woman in the red skirt continued to speak, a little disappointed. Haha, fellow Taoist Zhang, do you really think that if I tell you all this, there will be a way out? Master Beifeng will probably spare my life. Li Fei raised his head slightly, his hair was disheveled, and his tired and bloodless face showed a bit of irony. After hearing this, the woman in the red skirt was silent for a long time and said, Master Beifeng is willing to make a Taoist oath. Haha. Li Fei just sneered and didn't continue talking. Seeing this scene, the woman in the red skirt didn't say anything else. After walking out of the black cell, he bowed to an old man with white hair and youthful face, tall and vigorous, and said, Master, this man is still unwilling to tell us about the ruins of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Humph, it seems that this kid has guessed that there is a restriction in his sea of consciousness, so I dare not search his soul easily. When Master Beifeng heard this, his dark and deep eyes were filled with a bit of fierceness. Okay, I know. He looked at the woman in the red skirt, waved his hand gently, and then walked into the black cell, If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Heading to the Mountain Range of 10,000 Beasts. Qingzhu Mountain, the Lu family mansion. Daddy. Lu Ling tied 2 buns on her head. Her face was cute and lovely, and she looked at her father expectantly. Don't worry, Lu Changsheng said with a smile, and sacrificed the Dongson treasure mirror. Then he held his daughter's white and tender little hand, squeezed out a drop of blood from it and smeared it on the treasure mirror. The treasure mirror suddenly absorbed the blood, and then the bright mirror surface was dotted with rosy clouds, like a bright and flawless 5-colored lotus blooming. Xiao, do you remember what Daddy said to you just now? Lu Changsheng said to his daughter in a gentle voice. Yes, I remember it all. Lu Ling nodded vigorously. Okay. Lu Changsheng's magic power surged, and the Dongson treasure mirror glowed brightly. The mirror reflected Lu Ling's appearance and enveloped her. Buzz! In an instant, Lu Ling's mind was dizzy, and the whole person appeared in a dark space. Daddy, it's so dark! Lu Ling shouted. Although she was not afraid of the dark. But suddenly appearing in such a dark, silent place, she was still a little scared. SHH. The next moment, she saw light and shadow appear in the dark space. Looking carefully, this light and shadow looked exactly like her, cute and lovely, with 2 buns. The Black Dragon Code, with Qi as the guide, observe the changes of the real dragon, can be big or small, can rise or lead. The light and shadow said to Lu Ling, and began to practice the Black Dragon Code. Looking at the light and shadow in front of her, Lu Ling was stunned, and remembered the words of her father. She immediately concentrated her mind and watched the light and shadow practice with full concentration. After the light and shadow demonstrated once, the figure slowly overlapped with Lu Ling. In an instant, Lu Ling entered a mysterious state. It was as if someone was teaching her to practice the Black Dragon Code step by step, and she was somewhat familiar with this technique. Her cute little face immediately showed a serious look, and she practiced the technique according to this mysterious meaning. During this process, if there is a slight mistake in the exercise, the light and shadow will stop, prompting where the mistake is, and then start practicing from the beginning. In this way, in the dark space, the shadows overlap with the light and shadow, tirelessly practicing the Black Dragon Code. This exercise is obscure and profound. There are many details in the practice process. Lu Ling did not understand, resulting in bumps during practice and constant mistakes. But she did not get discouraged, and her face was full of seriousness. As long as the light and shadow reminded her of the mistake, she would remember it in her heart and would not make the same mistake again. In the dark space, it seemed that no time had passed. Lu Ling continued to practice the exercise under the guidance of the light and shadow. It was unknown how long it had been, but Lu Ling finally perfectly operated a Black Dragon Code without any mistakes, and practiced in sync with the light and shadow. Huh? Lu Changsheng, who was in charge of the Dongson treasure mirror, looked at his daughter who was sitting cross-legged and let out a long breath with a tired look. Even if he was now at the Jinden level, it would consume a lot of energy to activate this top-grade magic weapon for a long time. Moreover, this magic weapon not only consumes mana, but also consumes a lot of mind. However, seeing that his daughter finally cultivated this technique, he felt that the hard work was worth it. Well, Daddy. After a moment, Lu Ling woke up from a dream and subconsciously hugged Lu Changsheng in front of her. Daddy is here. Lu Changsheng hugged his daughter and asked in a gentle voice, Xiao, do you remember the process of cultivation just now? Yes, Daddy, I remember it. Lu Ling nodded in response, and then demonstrated to Lu Changsheng. Although it was not as smooth as the state blessing of the Dongson treasure mirror, there was no problem overall. Not bad, great. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's little head and said with a smile, Are you hungry? Daddy, I'm hungry. When Lu Ling heard this, she immediately touched her flat belly and nodded her little head. Let's go, Daddy will take you to eat delicious food. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, put away the Dongson treasure mirror, and smiled gently. Although this daughter doesn't seem to be very smart. But he still loved and liked this well-behaved and innocent daughter. After temporarily solving the problem of his daughter Lu Ling, Lu Changsheng rested for half a month and prepared to go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. In addition to digging spiritual veins, he also had to hunt the third-level Demon King, so Lu Changsheng did not plan to take Ling's Xiao with him. After all, the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is dangerous. Once he was targeted by multiple Demon Kings, Lu Changsheng was still confident that he could escape. But if he took Ling's Xiao with him, the risk would increase sharply. Xiao, Sister Mayaoj, I'll have to take care of the family affairs. I will be back in half a year or a year at the shortest for this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If there is anything, you will crush this jade talisman and I will rush back as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng said to his wife, saying that the children at home should wait for him to come back to impact the foundation building. Then the caravan should also try to wait for him to come back. Changsheng, you must be more careful. Don't worry, my husband, we are at home. The two women said. However, knowing that Lu Changsheng was going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, she still felt worried. After all, the danger of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was well known in Jiang country and even in many cultivation circles. Don't worry, I know. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and smiled. After saying goodbye to his wife, Lu Changsheng simply disguised himself, left behind the mountain silently, and drove the starlight disc towards the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Now that he has broken through the Qingyun stage, the power of the starlight disc can be fully exerted. Swoosh, the whole person was like a comet that streaked across the sky and entered the nine heavens gale. No wonder the Qingyun's Henren is free and unfettered, traveling the world. I am now making all my efforts to travel, and it is estimated that I can reach the Wanqiao mountain range in half a month. When the time comes, it will be much more convenient to go to Yu Kingdom to visit King Qingzhu, and there is no need to take the spirit ship and keep changing as before. Lu Changsheng was dressed in a black robe, with a heroic and majestic face, a tall and slender figure, standing on the star disk, giving people a deep and majestic aura. Feng Li Hao, here I come. Lu Changsheng looked at the direction of the Wanqiao mountain range, narrowed his eyes, and muttered to himself. Although he was going to Qingyun Fairy City this time, he planned to go to the Wanqiao mountain range to intercept the spirit vein and hunt the Demon King first. After he was done, he would go to Qingyun Fairy City, just in time to deal with the messy harvest in the Fairy City. And the first stop and the first prey in the Wanqiao mountain range were naturally the Feng Li Hao that had chased him before. Hunting this Feng Li Hao was not just about chasing and killing before, but also getting back at the place. It is also rumored that this Wind and Thunder beast has a trace of the blood of the ancient true beast, which is likely to be a heavenly bloodline. In addition to the blood spirit aura to awaken the Tai soul body, Lu Changsheng also needs the blood of the heavenly demon to practice the Brahma demon true saint art. Although this true immortal level art is extremely demanding, Lu Changsheng will still choose to practice it if he can meet the conditions. After all, this art is indeed powerful and domineering in terms of fighting. Jin State, 5 Poison Sect. Jiang State, Xianyuan Secret Realm. Nangguang Li has a beautiful and charming appearance, a purple gauze skirt wrapped around her graceful body, and a pair of purple jade high heels with slender soles. Yes, this Xianyuan Secret Realm is the site of the cave residence of the legendary great monk Xianyuan's Henjin. I received news that this secret realm not only has the inheritance of Xianyuan's Henjin, the Xianyuan treasure lotus, but also a stone tablet without words. If a destined person can obtain the supreme opportunity from the stone tablet, I want you to go to Jiang State to verify this matter. Above the hall, a girl with a face as beautiful as jade, skin as creamy, only about 7 or 8 years old, wearing a silver crown and hairpin, wearing a purple-red dress, and bare feet spoke. Master, Mili is willing to go. Nangguang Mili pondered for a moment and said with a bow. Okay. The 5 Poison Sect leader heard this, and a jade token appeared in his hand, fell in front of Nangguang Mili and said, someone deliberately spread the news about this matter, so in addition to our 5 Poison Sect, there will be other forces going there. You should be more careful when the time comes. Yes, Master. Nangguang Mili took the token and responded. After leaving the 5 Saints Temple, Nangguang Mili stared at the jade card in his hand, narrowed his beautiful eyes, and murmured to himself, Zhangguo, it's time to understand this grudge. Then he sacrificed a jade shuttle, and the whole person turned into a divine rainbow and left the 5 Poison Sect. Fairy Spider Market. In the gorgeous palace. A 16 or 17-year-old girl with exquisite and beautiful appearance, sitting cross-legged in a purple dress, her eyelashes trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes opened, like stars and blue waves, beautiful and dazzling. A jade card appeared in her white and tender jade hand, with a purple luster on it. "Well, mother is here." The girl's face was filled with a pure and beautiful smile, and she stood up and walked out of the palace. As soon as she left the palace, she saw a young woman who looked about 70% similar to her, but with a beautiful and charming appearance, looking at her. "Mother!" Nangguangyao shouted happily, throwing herself into the arms of the young woman's graceful curves, and rubbing her little head affectionately on her proud and upright figure. "You're so old, but you're still like a child." Nangguangmili looked at her daughter in her arms, her narrow and long beautiful eyes shining with maternal luster, her mouth corners raised, smiling, and she said softly, "Yao will always be a child who never grows up in front of her mother." Nangguangyao's eyes were shining, her face was innocent and very cute. "Where is your sister Xiaochen?" Nangguangmili gently stroked her daughter's soft black hair like a waterfall and asked. At this time, she had no seductive and coquettish aura. "Sister Xiaochen is practicing." "Mother, why did you come to the market? Is there something wrong?" Nangguangyao took her mother's wrist, leaned on her shoulder, and said with joy, "There is a mission in the church, and mother has to go on a long journey, so she came to see Yao." Nangguangmili looked at his daughter in front of him, and saw a bit of that familiar and unfamiliar outline between his eyebrows. In his heart, he thought that for the sake of his daughter and the original Mi Xiansu, as long as the other party was willing to cooperate and hand over the opportunity to upgrade the real pill to the immortal golden pill, he could reluctantly let him go. Didn't mother just come back from Wuxinling? Why is there another mission? When Nangguangyao heard this, she pouted her pink lips, a little aggrieved and dissatisfied. "This mission won't take long. Mother will be back after she is done." Nangguangmili's heart was soft and he said reluctantly. While the two were talking, Meng Xiaochen came. Meng Xiaochen heard that her master was going on a long journey and asked her to take good care of Nangguangyao. Her heart suddenly throbbed and she was confused. She guessed the purpose of her master's trip. After all, the master had just come back from Wuxinling, so how could there be a mission now? This trip is likely to go to Jiangguo to find Lu Lang. Although she had guessed that this day would come, she still couldn't help but worry and was confused. Meng Xiaochen looked at Nangguangyao from time to time, thinking about whether to tell Lu Changsheng about it. Maybe master will let Lu Lang go for Yao's sake. "Sister Xiaochen, what's wrong?" Nangguangyao noticed Meng Xiaochen looking at her from time to time, and asked with a smile. "Xiaochen, master knows about your situation, you just need to take good care of Yao." Nangguangmili seemed to guess what Meng Xiaochen was thinking, and said lightly, "This disciple was too deeply affected by the love lock goo, and it has affected her soul, even the phoenix goo can't solve it. So if you want to solve it, you must not only take the initiative to untie the love lock goo, but also rely on her to walk out." "Yes, master." Meng Xiaochen heard this and felt relieved, and roughly understood the meaning of master's words. If she took good care of Nangguangyao, the other party would let Lu Lang go for Yao's sake and not do it to the extreme. Jiang Kingdom. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Where is this wind and thunder beast? After Lu Changsheng came to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, he immediately realized a problem. It was because he made too much noise before that the wind and thunder hound came to hunt him. So he didn't know where the nest of the wind and thunder hound was. This is a bit embarrassing. Lu Changsheng looked at the towering and rolling mountains in front of him, and suddenly he felt like drawing his sword and looking around. Forget it, let's dig the spiritual veins first. Lu Changsheng decided to dig the spiritual veins first, and then start hunting the Demon King. After all, once he started, it would be difficult for him to dig the spiritual veins with peace of mind afterwards. And in this process, the wind and thunder hound might appear on his own initiative. Immediately, Lu Changsheng entered the mountains with ease. Then he released the Thousand Faces Fox Puppet and the Seeking Spirit Rat and began to look for the spiritual veins. Now that he has broken through the Jinden stage, Lu Changsheng's actions are much bolder than before, and he went directly into the belly of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. It must be said that the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range is full of treasures. As soon as he arrived in the hinterland, Lu Changsheng encountered a peak second-level monster and killed it. Not only did he obtain a special demon core, but he also obtained several rare spiritual medicines from its cave. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng set up a simple small inverted 5-element formation, let the thousand-faced fox puppet watch over the situation, and began to intercept the source of the spiritual vein. Roar! That day, Changsheng had just killed a second-level top demon and was about to dig the spiritual vein when he suddenly heard a roar like thunder. This is the voice of the Wind and Thunder Hound. Changsheng paused in his heart and immediately recognized that it was the voice of the Wind and Thunder Hound. However, judging from the sound and movement, it was very far away from where he was, and it was not directed at him. Could it be that other cultivators or demon beasts are fighting against the Wind and Thunder Hound? Changsheng frowned slightly, and immediately walked out of the cave and looked towards the distant sky. I saw two surging and terrifying energies surging above the distant sky, making bursts of thunder-like sounds between heaven and earth. It is indeed the Wind and Thunder Hound. This one is a human cultivator. Changsheng's eyes were filled with yin and yang energy. He saw a beast perched on the sky. It was huge, several feet tall, with a head like a lion or a tiger, ferocious and terrifying, and a pair of purple-green wings with golden wings on its back. It was full of demonic power. When its wings were spread out, wind and thunder rolled and surged, raising an overwhelming thunder hurricane in the sky, forming a devastating pressure. The one fighting with the Wind and Thunder Hound was a figure. Changsheng couldn't see the specific man or woman because they were too far away. But it can be confirmed that this person is also a Qingzhu Mountain. Otherwise, he would never be able to compete with the Wind and Thunder Hound. Immediately, Changsheng's body was filled with rosy clouds, and a layer of invisible luster appeared on his unicorn robe. He restrained his aura, and the whole person seemed to be hidden in the void, flying towards the direction of the Wind and Thunder Hound. Since his target appeared, he would naturally not let it go. And at this time, you can also look at the combat power of Feng Yihao and this person, and roughly identify the specific combat power of the Third Order Demon King and the Qingzhu Mountain. Chapter 406, the Yin and Yang Key are used together to suppress the Wind and Thunder monster. Changsheng's figure seemed to merge with the void, and he came to the outside of the battle area of Feng Yihao. At this distance, he could clearly feel the breath of a man and a beast in the air. This Feng Yihao should be a demon king in the early stage of the third level. As for the person confronting Feng Yihao, he was a burly strong man. He had a fierce face, eyes like a tiger, and wore a tiger skin cloak, which gave people a savage and domineering aura. His cultivation should be in the early stage of Qingzhu. Human cultivator, you have disturbed my rest again and again. Do you really think I am easy to mess with? Feng Yihao looked at the burly strong man in front of him and spoke human words. His voice was very deep, like rolling thunder. Once a demon beast breaks through the third level, it can refine the horizontal bone and speak human words. Even some demon beasts can transform into human form at the third level. But in general, the higher the bloodline grade of the demon beast, the more difficult it is for it to transform. So Changsheng was not surprised that Feng Yihao could speak. I came here to borrow King Hao's Wind and Thunder Crystal. The burly man spoke. His voice was rough and powerful, full of wildness. Wind and Thunder Crystal. You have repeatedly disturbed my rest and hunted my descendants, and you still want to borrow Wind and Thunder Crystal. Hurry up and leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Feng Yihao's voice was like thunder, setting off layers of hurricanes, making countless monsters and monks in the mountains tremble. King Hao, I came here with sincerity this time. This is a bottle of thunder liquid. Although the burly man's voice was rough and domineering, his words were not tough. A purple jade bottle appeared in his hand. Thunder liquid? I'm not interested. Hurry up and leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Feng Yihao looked at the burly man with purple lightning arcs in his pupils and growled. In this case, then I have no choice but to force it. Seeing Feng Yihao so tough, the burly man was also a little angry. He was a Qingzhu Mountain, and he came here sincerely to make a deal, but the other party was so arrogant and didn't give him face. Ha ha ha, you human cultivators are so shameless. If you want to fight, why bother talking nonsense? Feng Yihao laughed, and then opened his huge mouth with sharp teeth, emitting a sharp, rapid, violent, and vibrating sound wave. This sound wave roared like thunder, and the hurricane swept through, forming a circle of concentric circles, tearing the void, and killing the burly man. The sky spinning. A ring-shaped big knife appeared in the hand of the burly man. He held it with both hands and slashed forward suddenly, raising a red streak, cutting through the sky, and tearing the rolling wind and thunder apart. At the same time. Roar. At some point, a ferocious white tiger with a huge body and wings on its back appeared behind the burly man. Although the momentum of this white tiger was not as strong as that of Fengli, it was also a third-level monster, with a ferocious and terrifying power, roaring and killing at Fengli. Boom boom boom. The wind and thunder hound roared and roared, with wind and thunder rolling all over its body, forming a field that seemed to annihilate everything. A pair of wings continued to stretch, forming a tornado with arcs of lightning on both sides, which was awe-inspiring. No wonder this person dared to come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to find trouble with this wind and thunder hound. It turns out that there is also a third-level monster. But this wind and thunder hound is indeed not simple. Although it looks like it is in the early third level, with such strength, cultivators of the same level are no match at all. This burly man dared to come, and he also relied on a third-level monster. Changsheng looked at the battle between the wind and thunder hound and the burly man in the air, thinking in his heart. In this duel, Changsheng couldn't tell who would win or lose for a while. But since this burly man dared to come to trouble the wind and thunder hound, he should have a lot of confidence. How about when the two sides are almost fighting, I go up and pick up a head? Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought in his heart. One of his main goals this time was this wind and thunder hound. Now that someone has gotten the upper hand over the monster, wouldn't it be a waste of his trip? However, in his opinion, unless this burly man had some trump cards, it would be difficult to kill the wind and thunder hound. Changsheng was not in a hurry to act. He hid in the void and watched the two sides fight quietly. Boom boom boom, in the sky, three surging and amazing mana continued to bombard and collide, setting off waves of battle aftermath, which was extremely terrifying and formed a field that almost collapsed the void. If Changsheng had not had the giant in cultivation and the Yuankong robe, he would not have been able to watch the battle so closely. As the two sides continued to duel, Changsheng had a general understanding of the strength of one person and two beasts. The strength of the wind and thunder hound was undoubtedly the most powerful. Not only was the mana offensive surging and violent, but the physical body was also extremely powerful. The burly man and his spirit beast did not dare to confront the wind and thunder hound head-on. However, this burly man is indeed not simple. He is very compatible with the spirit beast white tiger and is also proficient in the art of joint attack. Faced with a siege of one man and one beast, Feng Lihao was also very frustrated and could not seriously injure the two for a while. Boom boom boom, in the sky, three forces of magic continued to clash. The light flooded the sky, exploded the space, destroyed all living things, and bombarded the bottom of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range into a mess. Isn't this person afraid of attracting other demon kings? Changsheng looked at the sky and frowned slightly. When he came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range before, the most worrying thing was to fight with a demon king and attract other demon kings. But now, this burly man has been fighting with Feng Lihao for so long, and no other demon kings have come. If this is the case, the difficulty will be much smaller. Changsheng touched his chin and thought to himself. Human, it's not too late for you to retreat now. Otherwise, I will make you pay a heavy price. Feng Lihao was a little impatient under the siege of the burly man, and roared coldly. As long as the king is willing to hand over the wind and thunder crystal, I will retreat. The burly man was also exhausted at this time, and said in a deep voice. Damn it, I thought you dared to trouble Feng Lihao because you had some trump cards, but it turned out that you just wanted to keep pestering him and make him hand over the things helplessly. Changsheng looked at the burly man in the air and was a little speechless. But think about it, this is normal. At this level of strength, if you really want to fight to the death and decide the winner, you must pay a price. Even if it is just a minor injury, or if the magic weapon is damaged, it will take a lot of time, even years or decades to recover. So unless it is absolutely necessary, no giant in Henren will fight to the death. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I will grant you your wish. The wind and thunder hound roared to the sky, and in an instant, the purple veins on its body were like purple thunder dragons wandering around, and its aura rose steadily, as if the wild beast began to revive. Boom, boom, boom. The wind swept, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and a thick purple lightning column like a wild python suddenly bombarded down. Roar, roar, roar. The wind and thunder hound roared continuously, as if it made the stars in the sky and the earth shake, and tornadoes and hurricanes formed in all directions, accompanied by lightning columns, blocking the sky and the earth, and sweeping towards the burly man, the third-level white tiger. The violent and domineering aura was extremely terrifying, completely submerging this piece of heaven and earth, as if it was going to destroy the world. Lu Changsheng, who was far away, had to use all his strength to operate the Yuankong robe under this indiscriminate domineering aura, and the mysterious yin and yang divine light flowed to prevent the aura from leaking. Tiger God transformation. The burly man looked solemn, and he made hand gestures, his bones crackled all over his body, and a white tiger phantom was entrenched around him. His spirit beast, the white tiger, suddenly roared at him at this moment, and actually merged with the white tiger phantom behind him. Boom boom boom. The mana of the burly man instantly rose steadily, bursting out with the mana of the middle stage of the giant in cultivation, and his body also rose steadily, a foot tall, covered with white hair, like a wild bear. Is this a fusion technique? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to see this method. He just saw that this burly man was proficient in the method of controlling beasts and was very compatible with spirit beasts. He didn't expect that the other party could actually merge with a spirit beast. He heard Honglian say that in order to achieve this step, not only did the cultivator have to be in harmony with the spirit beast, but he also had to teach the spirit beast to practice the corresponding exercises. Could this person be a Qingyun Henren of the Qingyun Sect? Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. There are not many Qingyun cultivators in Zhang Kingdom. This place is close to the Qingyun Sect, and this person's methods are related to the beast control. Lu Changsheng instantly guessed. Boom boom boom, in the sky, both sides played their trump cards and attacked with all their strength. The two terrifying attacks collided with each other, and the sound waves produced were like thunder in the sky, making the sky and the earth uncertain. The terrifying attack instantly set off endless aftermath, raging wildly, one layer stronger than the other, drowning everything along the way. Boom boom boom, after a long time, the energy fluctuations in the sky dissipated a lot, and there was a red wound on the huge body of the wind and thunder beast, and blood was dripping. The tall, burly man who was as tall as a bear had many charred parts on his body. Human, you deserve to die. The pupils of the wind and thunder beast were full of murderous intent, and he roared ferociously. King, I said, I only want the wind and thunder crystal. The burly man's voice was like the roar of a white tiger, and his might was rolling, echoing between heaven and earth. But Lu Changsheng could hear that the other party's voice was quite weak, and he knew that it would be difficult for this person to kill Fingli Hu with such means. If this is the only strength, I'll pick this peach. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene with a calm and indifferent expression. 9 treasures Ruai bone, essence, key, spirit. Boom. The runes on the sternum intertwined, bursting out with brilliant divine light, making the body, mana, and consciousness roar like a tsunami. In an instant, Lu Changsheng's figure seemed to rise a few points, and his cultivation level from the first level of Qingyun rushed to the second level of Qingyun. But it's not just that. The third level of Qingyun. The fourth level of Qingyun. The fifth level of Qingyun. Who? In the sky, a burly man with a body like a bear immediately looked in the direction of Lu Changsheng and shouted. It was amazing that he didn't find anyone hiding in the dark during the battle just now. Lu Changsheng did not speak. The golden elixir in the sea of Qi and Danshan trembled and circulated at full power, rising 1,000 feet of rosy clouds, making the golden elixir's magic power roar like a real dragon. Yin Yang Yi Qi Great Capture. A mysterious yin and yang energy rushed out from the top of Lu Changsheng's head and went straight into the sky. In a blink of an eye, it formed a huge hand with the yin and yang flowing for 100 feet. The 5 fingers of the palm were slightly bent, rolling down, majestic and mighty, and heading towards the wind and thunder beast. Roar. Seeing this, the wind and thunder beast roared, and the wind and thunder surged wildly, forming a violent and domineering field. Boom boom boom. The huge handprint that covered the sky and the sun directly suppressed the wind and thunder field, and then grasped the huge body of the wind and thunder beast in its hand, making its body wind and thunder dim. No matter how it struggled, roared, it was difficult to break free from the handprint. This. The burly man who looked like a wild bear not far away saw this scene and was dumbfounded, as if he had seen a ghost. You know, this is the 3rd level Demon King Fingli Hu. Even if he exerts his full strength and uses the art of fusion, he can only suppress Fingli Hu. If he does not pay a great price, he cannot kill it at all. As for capturing it so easily, it is even more impossible. But at this moment, this person actually suppressed Fingli Hu with one move. What kind of strength and magical power is this? Qingyun Sect Huxeo, meet the senior. He immediately looked respectful, bowed to Lu Changsheng, and introduced himself. There are only so many Jindans Henren in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, and he has never seen Lu Changsheng in front of him. An unknown Jindans Henren appeared in front of him, and suppressed Feng Lihu with a magical power, which really made him a little flustered. He didn't know if Lu Changsheng would attack him. So by introducing himself, he said that if something happened to him, Yuling Sect would immediately know and rush over. Yuling Sect, Huxiao's Henren. Lu Changsheng heard this and thought that the other party was indeed a Jindans Henren from Yuling Sect. He was dressed in a black robe, with a calm and indifferent expression. He said lightly, "This wind and thunder hound, I want it." The plain words were full of unquestionable majesty and tyranny. It is a blessing for the senior to take a fancy to this wind and thunder hound. Tiger roaring true man lowered his posture very low. Detain. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, raised his palm lightly, and made a gesture. Suddenly, the yin and yang in the sky flowed, and the big hand with clear textures wrapped and submerged the wind and thunder hound like mist, causing the other party to whine and roar continuously, and the breath was weak. After a while, the big hand began to shrink, gradually turning into a fist-sized ball with yin and yang flowing. It rotated in the air and flew into Lu Changsheng's hand. This yin and yang key great capture is a capture magic power, and naturally has the ability to detain. However, such detention consumes a lot of mana, and it requires the magic power to be cultivated to a very high level before it can be used. If Feng Lihao had not just been injured, even if Lu Changsheng raised his cultivation power to the middle stage of Jindan through the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, he would not be able to easily detain it. Jindan's Henren, this person is definitely a Jindan master cultivator. Seeing this method, Hu Xiao's Henren's throat was dry and his heart was trembling. He secretly thought that if Lu Changsheng went to the Qingzhu Mountain range, he didn't know how many monster kings would suffer. Who is this person? How could such a Jindan's Henren appear in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal world? Lu Changsheng looked at the trembling and shaking yin-yang ball in his hand, and his magic power surged. He suddenly clenched it and killed the Feng Lihao inside. Then he looked at Hu Xiao's Henren who was looking at him and asked, "Since you are a cultivator of the Yuling Sect, do you have a map of the Qingzhu Mountain range and information about the monster kings?" He didn't know where Feng Lihao was before, so naturally he didn't know the situation of other monster kings. The Yuling Sect is adjacent to the Qingzhu Mountain range and has been guarding the Qingzhu Mountain range for many years. It must be very familiar with the situation here. Of course there is. Please wait a moment, senior. Tiger Roar Master said immediately, and took out 2 jade slips from the storage ring and handed them to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng took the jade slips and used his spiritual sense to check. He immediately saw a topographic map of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range, which clearly marked the trend of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range and the situation of the Monster King. Although it did not cover the entire situation of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range, it also recorded the situation of the Monster Kings in this area of 10,000 miles. In another jade slip, there were many detailed information about the Monster Kings in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. With this map, it will be much easier to hunt the Monster King. Lu Changsheng smiled a little, and then said to Tiger Roar Master, "I heard that you want to get the Wind and Thunder Crystal from this Wind and Thunder Beast. In that case, you will go to his lair with me. If there's Wind and Thunder Crystal, it will be your reward." Lu Changsheng said. Although he is not a good person, he is not a bad person. Since Tiger Roar Master is so sensible, he will not kill people. Besides, this person was born in the Yuling Sect. If he was killed or had any backup plan, it would be very troublesome for the Yuling Sect. It would be better to make a good relationship and beat him up. "Thank you, senior." When Master Hu Xiao heard this, he was immediately surprised and bowed. Then he took Lu Changsheng to the cave of Feng Lihao. There were several second-level monsters in the cave. But when he sensed the aura of monsters permeating Master Hu Xiao's body, he was immediately trembling with fear. The blood level suppression between monsters was very serious. Even if Master Hu Xiao's 3rd-level spirit beast bloodline was not high, at most it was Earth-level bloodline, it was enough to make these second-level monsters have no resistance. This is a 3rd-level spirit vein. After Lu Changsheng entered the cave, he immediately felt that there was a small 3rd-level spirit vein under the mountain where Feng Lihao lived, and he was surprised. Feng Lihao's cave was extremely spacious, with many spirit mines and crystals inlaid on the walls, and many rare spirit medicines were planted. When a demon beast reaches the 2nd level, it has a certain level of intelligence. The intelligence of a third-level demon king is no less than that of a human being, and it knows how to collect natural treasures. Therefore, the benefits of hunting a third-level demon king can be said to be very amazing. As the two gradually went deeper, they suddenly felt a violent and domineering aura. This is the Thunder Demon Lake. Changsheng immediately saw a lake deep in the cave. This lake is about half an acre in size, and the surface of the lake is filled with layers of lightning. Occasionally, bubbles emerge, and when they burst, they emit a wisp of domineering dark purple aura. This Thunder Demon Lake is already the third level. If you spend time and energy, it is estimated that every 100 years or so, you can extract a dam-forming spiritual object Thunder Demon Genki. It's a pity that my dragon hunting technique is only the second level. If I want to extract the Thunder Demon veins under the lake, it will definitely be a huge loss. At most, I can raise a second-level Thunder Demon Lake. Changsheng thought to himself. Although Tiger Roar's Henren was moved when he saw this Thunder Demon Lake, he didn't have much idea. After all, unless one has great mana and the corresponding magical treasures, there is no way to move this kind of land vein. He looked at 3 watermelon-sized light golden crystals surrounded by wind and thunder not far away, and bowed to Changsheng and said, "Senior, this is the wind and thunder crystal, I only need one." Although Tiger Roar Master wanted to take all 3 away, so that his spirit beast would not only have the hope of breaking the bloodline limit, but also have the hope of going further. But Changsheng's methods really frightened him, and he did not dare to go too far and anger him. Yes. Changsheng nodded slightly. After Tiger Roar Master put a wind and thunder crystal into the storage ring, he said, "Thank you, Senior, Tiger Roar, goodbye." Well. Changsheng nodded, signaling the other party to leave. Tiger Roar Master immediately turned into a rainbow light and left the Qingzhu Mountain. Then he separated from the spirit beast, his body shrank like a wild bear, his breath was weak, and he rode the white tiger back to the Qingyun Sect. Even though Changsheng had a friendly attitude, they had to be prepared for an unknown giant's Henren to appear in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world. Especially since Changsheng suppressed the Fengla Yihu and asked him for the map of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the information of the Demon King, he seriously suspected that the other party wanted to hunt the Demon King here. 1 or 2 might be okay, but if they did too much, it would definitely provoke the Demon Kings to share the same hatred and even set off a beast tide. So in the face of such a situation, they, the Qingzhu Sect, must be prepared and be on guard at this time. After Changsheng confirmed that the Tiger Roar's Henren had left, the effect of the 9 treasures Rui Bone retreated like a tide. It made his cultivation level fall from the 5th level of the Jiandan to the 1st level of the Jiandan step by step, and he felt weak and empty all over. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Changsheng let out a long breath, feeling sore and uncomfortable all over. He had to rest for at least half a month before he could use such means. However, through this simple fight, he also had a rough idea of his own strength. Facing a level 3 early stage Demon King, he could basically make a quick decision. A level 3 middle stage Demon King should be able to be killed with a full strength attack. As for a level 3 late stage Great Demon King, forget it. If you can avoid it, don't. Start working. Changsheng looked at the cave in front of him with a smile on his face. He released the Thousand Faces Fox Puppet, set up the small 5 elements reversal formation facing the cave, and started working. Chapter 407 Hunting the Demon King, Chain Reaction. After Tiger Roar returned to the Qingzhu Sect riding on the spirit beast White Tiger, he sorted himself out a bit and came to the palace at the highest point of Qingzhu Mountain. "Master Brother, Sister Hoyu, are you all here?" Tiger Roar entered the palace and saw the master of the Qingzhu Sect discussing something with a Jiandan master, and said in surprise, "Brother Tiger Roar, aren't you going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Is everything going well?" The master of the Qingzhu Sect saw that Tiger Roar's mana was a little hurried and disordered, and he had consumed a lot of it. He had just experienced a great battle, so he asked, "Master Brother, when I was fighting with Fengla Yihao, I met a Jiandan master." Tiger Roar immediately spoke up and told him about what he had encountered with the Changsheng. "What, a Jiandan master?" Another unknown Jiandan master appeared. The master of the Qingzhu Sect and Hoyu heard this and looked at each other in surprise. Again. Tiger Roar heard this and was immediately surprised, realizing that something was wrong. Junior sister Hoyu came back this time because the Qingyun Sect sent news that several Jiandans Henren had sneaked into our Jiang Kingdom. Their purpose may be to come for the Qingyun secret realm. Let us pay more attention. The head of the Qingyun Sect said in a deep voice, and then asked solemnly, Junior brother Huxeo, you said that this person suppressed the wind and thunder hound with one magical power. Can you tell which power this person came from? I don't know. This person's magical power seems to have the flow of yin and yang energy, a bit like the means of the yin and yang sect, but the magic power is magnificent and grand, and it is not like the yin and yang sect. Zhenren Huxeo shook his head. And this person's magic power is amazing, as if there is a bit of immortality. He may be a giant in Zhenren. Otherwise, even if the wind and thunder hound is weak, it is impossible for him to be suppressed and detained so easily. But I have never heard of any force with such a giant in master. Zhenren Huxeo looked solemn and continued. If Lu Changsheng had just killed Feng Lihu by surprise, he would not have been so shocked. But the other party's magical power to capture and imprison Feng Lihu really frightened him. Jinden Daxiu, the head of Qingyun Sect, and Hoi Zhenren heard this. Their expressions were a little solemn. The top-grade Jinden represents the best of the same level. This person is not only a Jinden Daxiu, but also a Jinden Zhenren, which is very terrifying. Such a being appeared in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and they in the territory of Qingyun Sect really have to worry. And it is also this sensitive period. It seems that the matter of Qingyun's secret realm was deliberately publicized, otherwise there would never be such a Jinden Daxiu coming to our Jiang kingdom. Hoi Zhenren said in a deep voice. Brother Huxeo, this person didn't attack you. The head of Qingyun Sect looked at Huxeo Zhenren and asked. This person doesn't seem to have any bad intentions, but he wants to take a map of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the information of the Demon King from me, so I have to be careful. Huxeo Zhenren said. The beast tide that year, their Qingyun Sect was seriously injured. Although they have recovered a lot in recent years thanks to the rich harvest of the beast tide, they can't stand the continued turmoil. The map of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Since this person is not too hostile, we should not act rashly for the time being. I will immediately send a letter to the Qingyun Sect about this matter to see what they plan to do. The head of the Qingyun Sect said after thinking for a long time. Although there are 4 major sects in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, to put it bluntly, the Qingyun Sect is still the leader. Now the situation is getting more and more serious, and there are great cultivators who have reached the Jinden stage. Naturally, it depends on what the Qingyun Sect plans to do. Is it to take the initiative to attack, or to set up a net to wait, or to lure the enemy deep into the mountains of 10,000 beasts? In a cave. No wonder most Jinden Zhenren, even the third-level formation masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman masters, rarely make money from this aspect on weekdays, because they have such strength, they simply don't care about the hard-earned money made from skills. At most, they will look at it out of personal relationships, refining pills and weapons for friends and juniors, or cultivating their sentiments through skills and learning by analogy. Lu Changsheng cleaned up the cave of the wind and thunder beast. Not only did he harvest a third-level spirit veins and the thunder and lightning veins, but he also obtained a bunch of natural treasures. Excluding the origin of the spirit veins and the thunder and lightning veins, the wind and thunder crystals and these natural treasures alone are worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. What's more, there is the most rare wind and thunder beast itself. As a third-level demon king, the other party is full of treasures. This is why Lu Changsheng would rather spend a lot of mana to suppress and imprison it through the yin-yang key great capture and then kill it. He just wants to keep its body as intact as possible. Otherwise, if the body is damaged, the value will be greatly reduced. Although this wind and thunder beast is a third-level demon king and can refine blood and soul aura, his magical powers are not suitable for me. Lu Changsheng took out the howling immortal jade slip and began to think about which demon king to be the next prey. Although this wind and thunder beast is very good, its innate magical power is offensive magical power. He has talismans, third-level body refining, thunder dragon flame, 9-color turbulation light, and his own offensive magical power, so he doesn't lack offensive means. The same is true for defense. He has body refining, body protection divine light, yin-yang mysterious divine light, and 4th-level life replacing talismans. So in his opinion, the magical power of awakening Tai soul must be carefully selected to help him. Well, Kangkong Rat King, 3rd-level early stage, the innate ability is to hide in the shadows. Unless it is a Yuanying's engine, once it is dormant, it is difficult to capture its breath and traces. It would be great if you can get this magical power, but this Red King is probably not easy to find. Chihiro Jinshin, 3rd level middle stage. The innate ability is to devour the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, which can form a supreme divine fire. It's not bad. If I can obtain this magical power, maybe I, Legang Longyan, can make further progress. However, this fiery golden toad is still living with a golden toad. Golden-eyed fire ape, middle stage of the 3rd stage, has a pair of flaming golden eyes as his innate magical power. Not only is it unparalleled in attack, but it can also see through illusions and understand the flaws of others. This magical power is not bad either. I just lack the means in this area at the moment. Lu Changsheng kept checking the information of the Demon Kings in the Jade Slip. It has to be said that the Demon Kings in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range are not simple. They are basically Earth-level bloodline demon beasts with different talents and magical powers, which makes him extremely excited. It's a pity that Tai's soul body can only be awakened with a ray of blood and soul aura, so he can only choose one of the Demon Kings. In addition to himself, Lu Changsheng is also looking for Demon Kings with talents and magical powers for his son Lu Qingxuan. The Sun and Moon Butterfly is a 3rd stage mid-stage Demon King. It has a mutated bloodline and possesses 2 kinds of innate magical powers. Its combat power is comparable to that of a great cultivator in the late Qingyun stage. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw the information of a Demon King and was very excited. This Demon King has 2 great magical powers, 1 attack and 1 defense. And according to the information recorded in the Jade Slip, the 2 great magical powers of this Sun and Moon Butterfly are both top-notch. It is difficult for ordinary great cultivators in the late Qingyun stage to take down this Sun and Moon Butterfly. I wonder if I can comprehend its 2 magical powers through the blood and soul aura? And the Sun and Moon Butterfly has dual magical powers, so the probability of mastering its magical powers should be much greater. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although the blood spirit aura awakens the Tai soul body, there is a high probability of obtaining the magical powers of the monster, but it is not absolute. There is still a small probability that it cannot be mastered. Lu Changsheng was attracted by the Sun and Moon Butterfly, and he mainly wanted to awaken the Tai soul body for his son Lu Qingxuan. After all, with his current means, these 2 magical powers are of little use to him. But if his son can master the 2 major magical powers of 1 attack and 1 defense during the foundation building period, he can be said to be invincible. With my current means, it may be a bit difficult to take down this Sun and Moon Butterfly. You can put it aside for the time being as a backup for the future. Lu Changsheng was not so anxious about his son's blood spirit aura. After all, the awakening process of the Tai soul body is very dangerous, and it is best to awaken it after the foundation is built. Now his son is still young, and there is quite a long time. In this case, let's take on this golden-eyed fire ape first. After watching for a long time, Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged, planning to attack the golden-eyed fire ape after he recovered. Although the opponent was at the mid-3rd stage, Lu Changsheng was still confident that he could kill it. If he couldn't, he could just run away. 1.5 months later, in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Qingyun Ridge. This is the territory of the 3rd level Demon King, the golden-eyed fire ape. Be careful. Lu Changsheng, wearing a Yuanquan robe with an invisible luster flowing around him, released the 1,000-faced fox puppet, letting it lure out the golden-eyed fire ape first, and then he would take the opportunity to attack. Yes, master. The 1,000-faced fox puppet nodded in response. Then, with a whoosh, it soared into the sky, emitting the aura of spiritual pressure of a 3rd level Demon King, and attacked randomly in all directions. Roar. Not long after, a roar was heard. A violent ape several feet tall, covered with long red gold hair, with a wide mouth and fangs, and a powerful aura appeared. Its red gold hair moved in the wind, and it looked very ferocious. Its pair of golden eyes were like 2 suns, brilliant and brilliant, shooting out 2 beams of fire, hot and intimidating. Swish, the 1,000-faced fox puppet dodged the 2 attacks, causing the 2 beams of fire to shoot to a mountain in the distance, exploded, and burned with flames. You are not a demon. Who are you and why do you provoke me? The golden-eyed fire ape's blood was surging, and a layer of red flame seemed to rise on the red gold hair. It was mighty and domineering, roaring and roaring. You saw it so quickly? Lu Changsheng was surprised. He didn't expect that the golden-eyed fire ape could tell that the 1,000-faced fox puppet was not a demon. If he hadn't had the system information at the beginning, he would not have been able to tell that the thousand-faced fox puppet was a puppet at the first time. But at this time, he did not delay or hesitate, and used all his strength to activate the 9 treasures Rui bone. After all, the thousand-faced fox puppet is not good at frontal combat. If it is injured by the golden-eyed fire ape, he will lose a lot of money. Boom boom boom. The 9 treasures Rui bone on his chest burst out with brilliant divine light, making Lu Changsheng's physical body, magic power, and spiritual consciousness erupt like a volcano, and his cultivation and magic power of the first level of Jinden rose steadily. The second level of Jinden. The third level of Jinden. The fourth level of Jinden. The fifth level of Jinden. Yin-Yang 1 key great capture. A mysterious yin and yang key rushed out from the top of Lu Changsheng's head, and instantly turned into a huge hand with the yin and yang flowing, as long as 100 feet, rolling towards the golden-eyed fire ape to suppress it. Damn human! The golden-eyed fire ape's eyes immediately looked in the direction of Lu Changsheng, and he roared and roared, the sound rolling like thunder, making people's blood boil. The body of several feet in size suddenly swelled, as if it was a mountain burning with flames, and it was about to tear apart the yin-yang handprint that covered the sky and the sun. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, 9 third-order talismans turned into golden beams of light, blocking the golden-eyed fire ape on all sides. 9-color calamity light. Facing this golden-eyed fire ape, Lu Changsheng did not think of suppressing and imprisoning it as easily as he suppressed the wind and thunder beast, but thought of a quick battle. Boom! Lu Changsheng's chest was like a rising sun, shining on the world, forming a 9-color divine light. The divine light was like an abyss or a prison, sacred and gorgeous, composed of countless tadpole-like runes, filled with an aura of destruction, wandering in front of Lu Changsheng's chest, making him look like a god. Roar! As a demon beast, the golden-eyed fire ape had a very sensitive intuition. It instantly felt a dangerous throbbing from Lu Changsheng, and was terrified. A pair of golden eyes were suddenly filled with red light and fire, burning the 9 heavens, trying to break through the yin-yang hand and avoid this attack. But in addition to the yin-yang key great capture, there are also 9 third-order suppression talismans, as well as the thousand-faced fox puppet. The beautiful pupils of the thousand-faced fox puppet were filled with a charming and seductive luster, constantly interfering with the mind of the golden-eyed fire ape. The snow-white fox tail continued to wind and rise, and it was several feet in size, filled with a surging and majestic magic power, suppressing the golden-eyed fire ape. Her main means are charm and illusion, but it does not mean that she has no fighting power. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked indifferent, like a real immortal banished to the earth, and walked towards the golden-eyed fire ape. The 9-colored calamity light on his chest was blazing and fierce, destroying everything in the world, turning everything along the way into dust, and shining on the golden-eyed fire ape. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the golden-eyed fire ape's long red gold hair burning with red flames began to disappear under the 9-colored calamity light, turning into charred black, and the flesh began to crack, and light golden blood seeped out. Endless calamity light surged, runes were densely covered, as if there were bursts of magnificent and great avenue sounds, drowning the golden-eyed fire ape, causing it to roar continuously. This wailing sound made countless monsters in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range tremble with fear, crawling and roaring, not knowing why this demon king would make such a sound. What's going on? It seems to be the roar of the golden-eyed fire ape king. Someone is fighting with a golden-eyed fire ape king. Some cultivators who were hunting monsters in the mountains heard the noise and couldn't help but look over. They saw the golden-eyed fire ape, as big as a mountain, being submerged in a 9-colored divine light, wailing and roaring. In an instant, everyone's heart trembled, and they couldn't help but tremble. This breath was so terrifying and shocking that it made the 10 directions of the world seem to tremble. Even though they were far apart, they felt an indescribable throbbing. Some foundation-building cultivators who were a little closer did not dare to look directly at this divine light, and their eyes were burning and stinging. This process did not last long. In just half a minute, the golden-eyed fire ape wailed, its breath weakened, and its huge body, as big as a mountain, gradually shrank. Yin and yang flowed in the sky, and a large handprint with clear textures fell down, fishing out the golden-eyed fire ape that was submerged in the 9-colored calamity light. Go! Lu Changsheng's face was a little pale. He held the small ball with the yin and yang energies flowing in his hand, and with a thousand-faced fox puppet, he quickly entered the cave of the golden-eyed fire ape and swept it once. Then he left directly without intercepting the spiritual veins inside. It's not that he doesn't want the spiritual veins inside. It's just that he is now consuming too much and his body is under load. It will be very troublesome if the Demon King or other people come later, and they will be blocked in the cave. So now he just simply fishes it out, finds a place to adjust his breath first, and comes back to dig 3 feet into the ground after his condition recovers. The golden-eyed fire ape king was suppressed. How long has it been? Could this person be the Yuanying's No, it should not be the Yuanying's but a giant and great cultivator. I seem to see 2 figures just now. They should be 2 giants Henrun. Many cultivators looked at the direction of the Changsheng ridge, and they were all shocked and couldn't help shaking. This kind of combat power, this kind of means, is simply too amazing. In such a short time, a 3rd-level Demon King was solved. You know, this kind of Demon King is basically 1 level higher than the cultivators of the same level. Hurry up and leave. If this person is still hunting Demon Kings in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, it will definitely provoke the angry Demon Kings to attack in groups, and even set off a beast tide. Some people looked at this scene and immediately gave up hunting monsters and prepared to leave the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Because once the Demon Kings took the initiative to surround and kill humans, they would surely die and would not be able to escape from the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Changsheng was not aware of the commotion he had caused. He had never been to the 10,000 Beasts Mountains before, and his understanding of the place was limited to the general situation, but he didn't know the details. A moment later, Changsheng took the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet to kill a 2nd-level big demon, occupied the cave, and immediately set up a small 5-element reversal formation, and took several pills that had been prepared earlier. Boom boom boom. Changsheng's muscles and bones crackled, and his magic power retreated like the tide. Not only was his face pale, but his breath was also a little weak. Under normal circumstances, the blessing of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone would not put too much burden on him. But with such a blessing, using the 9-colored turbulation light with all his strength, even if he has a 3rd-level body refining, there is still a certain burden. And if it weren't for the Xianun treasure Wanglian as his 2nd Ganshin, his magic power would be almost drained. If I don't fight hard, this is almost the limit of my combat power. Changsheng let out a long breath and sat cross-legged with 2 high-quality spirit stones in his hand. Chapter 408 Awakening Tai's Soul, the Spiritual Plant of Heaven and Earth. In a cave in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. Huh? Changsheng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. His face was rosy and full, his eyes were energetic, and his pupils had the rotation of yin and yang, the sun and the moon. He raised his hand, and a small yin and yang ball appeared, turning into a huge, bloody, and ferocious body filled with a terrifying aura. It was the corpse of the golden-eyed fire ape. Tai's soul body, fire eyes and golden eyes. Changsheng looked at the corpse in front of him and prepared to use this golden-eyed fire ape to awaken Tai's soul body. The other party's innate magical power is very extraordinary. At that time, he could see the situation of the 1,000 Faces Fox puppet at a glance. If you can obtain this innate magical power, it will not only be of great help in fighting, but also in surveying spiritual veins and understanding dangers. Thunder Ganglong Yan. Changsheng opened his mouth and spit out a hot and domineering purple-red flame, rolling and spreading, forming a purple-red, snake-like dragon with thunder and lightning arcs surging. Refine. Ganglong Yan wrapped the body of the golden-eyed fire ape in front of him, and wanted to refine it into a blood and soul aura. Boom boom boom. As Ganglong Yan burned the body of the golden-eyed fire ape, it seemed that there was a phantom of an ape in the other party's body, roaring and screaming. This is the demon soul of the golden-eyed fire ape. The blood and soul aura is condensed from the whole body essence and soul of the 3rd-level demon king. If the demon beast has been dead for a long time and the demon soul is scattered and incomplete, it is impossible to refine the blood and soul aura, or the refined blood and soul aura is incomplete. So in order to keep the demon soul complete, when Changsheng took action, he used the yin and yang key to capture and detain it as soon as its vitality was extinguished. Boom boom boom. Ganglong Yan was like a thunder and fire furnace, melting the whole body essence and soul of the golden-eyed fire ape into one furnace. During this process, the blood and flesh of the golden-eyed fire ape gradually shriveled. All the blood and demon souls gradually formed a red cloud, shining with golden luster, and there was a faint bright red blood of a golden-eyed fire ape. Changsheng looked serious and solemn, and kept pinching his hands to condense the blood and soul aura. It was unknown how long it took, But this ball of blood gradually formed an egg-sized, crystal-like gem that was like the essence of red agate. The gem was crystal clear and brilliant, full of vigorous blood-colored divine brilliance, with surging life energy flowing, illuminating the entire cave. Blood and soul aura, it's done. Lu Changsheng saw the gem in front of him, his eyes sparkling, and his expression was joyful. He had long known the method of awakening Tai's soul body. Considering his own environment, Lu Changsheng slapped the yin corpse bag and released the Wujian Gishao to add an extra layer of protection. After making preparations, Lu Changsheng's eyebrows were shining, and he shot this blood and soul aura into his own sea of consciousness between his eyebrows. Buzz buzz buzz. The blood soul aura entered the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, and suddenly it was like boiling water, filled with endless red luster, and a mini golden-eyed fire ape was looming. Lu Changsheng's soul was like a sword, and he took the initiative to hit the blood soul aura in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the blood soul aura shone with blood light, and the red glow flowed in all directions like a burning cloud, filling Lu Changsheng's sea of consciousness. Hiss hiss hiss, the peach blossom goo in the sea of consciousness seemed to be provoked, woke up, and looked at the phantom of the golden-eyed fire ape. Lu Changsheng immediately suppressed the peach blossom goo so as not to affect his awakening of the Tai soul body. Boom boom boom, the blood soul aura was like a red sun, shining in the sky in Lu Changsheng's sea of consciousness, causing his soul to have a burning and stinging feeling. With the experience of awakening the blood talisman spirit body before, Lu Changsheng knew that this kind of pain was inevitable, and he operated the sun and moon reincarnation art to resist this severe pain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Changsheng's soul gradually took the shape of a little man, with winding golden runes appearing all over his body, glowing and mysterious. At this moment, the blood spirit aura seemed to have found an outlet and actively rushed towards the little soul man. Lu Changsheng's soul was burning and stinging, and he actively absorbed the power in the blood spirit aura. Gradually, his soul was wrapped in blood, forming a crystal-clear blood-colored cocoon. As the blood of the blood spirit aura continued to flow, the blood cocoon continued to grow, warming and stimulating Lu Changsheng's soul, making him feel comfortable and painful. In addition to the soul, during this process, Lu Changsheng's flesh, blood, meridians, and danshan were also illuminated by the blood spirit aura, and were filled with a mysterious aura. Although the Tai soul body is a soul spirit body, this awakening process also has a baptism and improvement on the physical body. Boom, boom, boom. Although Lu Changsheng's soul was wrapped in the blood spirit aura, he could still see the surroundings and physical conditions. The whole person sat still, his face was solemn, his body was red, and his blood was surging like a big river, rumbling. The meridians, bones, and internal organs all trembled together, as if a magic weapon was forged, clanging and resonating, and it was magical. Under this baptism, Lu Changsheng felt that his Balian Baodi Ju was about to break through. But now the Tai soul body is awakening. He suppressed this throbbing and awakened the Tai soul body seriously. Time passed little by little. The blood spirit light in Lu Changsheng's sea of consciousness gradually dissipated, leaving only a blood-colored cocoon. This blood cocoon sank and floated in the sea of consciousness, surrounded by red clouds, misty, and the surface seemed to be covered with mysterious veins, full of the breath of Tao. Crack! I don't know how long it took, and a crisp sound came from the blood-colored cocoon. I saw a thin layer of blood shell broken, turning into pure soul power that dissipated and nourished the sea of consciousness. After a moment, there was another cracking sound, accompanied by a layer of blood shell breaking. Crack! 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 As time went on, this breaking became more and more frequent. Suddenly, the surface of the blood cocoon surrounded by red clouds was covered with cracks, and countless brilliant golden rays of light broke through the surface. Boom! The bloody cocoon was completely broken, and a little soul figure that looked exactly like Lu Changsheng appeared inside. The little soul figure was flawless and had a golden luster flowing, like a god. The broken blood cocoon turned into a stream of pure soul power to nourish Lu Changsheng's sea of consciousness, making the golden little soul figure more sacred and solid. 4,000 feet. 5,000 feet. 6,000 feet. 7,000 feet. 8,000 feet. 9,000 feet. As Lu Changsheng's soul continued to solidify, his consciousness increased wildly. From the original 3,600 feet, it was directly increased to 9,000 feet. Generally, in the late stage of Jinden, the consciousness is 7,000 feet. 9,000 feet is already the peak level of Jinden. Is this the Tai soul body? Lu Changsheng was pleasantly surprised, quietly experiencing the state of his soul. In addition to his consciousness, his soul was several times more condensed and pure than before. This means that he has great resistance to illusions, charms, deterrence and other soul attacks. Unless he is a Yuanying's engine, the soul attacks of ordinary Jinden cultivators are already difficult to have an effect on him. And when he uses soul means and consciousness secrets, the power and effect will be greatly improved. I am now casting the talisman array, and I guess I can really fly all the talismans together. Lu Changsheng felt that his soul state and mental state were better than ever before. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the world clearly. With one thought, he could clearly capture the Wujian weird head, the thousand-faced fox puppet, the small inverted five elements array, and the subtle breath of flowers and plants outside the mountains. Even the formation aura of the small inverted five elements array in front of him seemed not that difficult. As long as he was given time and spent his time to comprehend it, it would not take long for him to get started. So, this is the benefit of a pure soul. Lu Changsheng has always known the benefits of consciousness for cultivators. But in terms of soul, there is really no obvious perception. At this moment, awakening the Tai soul body, I know that the soul is pure. Not only the soul is powerful, but also the perception will become extremely terrifying. In daily battles, cultivation, etc., through the soul, you can observe many situations that are difficult to capture and distinguish with the naked eye. Well, eyes. At this moment, Lu Changsheng paused in his heart, and his eyes suddenly opened. I saw that his piercing eyes were like torches, glowing with golden luster, brilliant and brilliant, reflecting two golden beams. His eyes actually directly penetrated the stone wall of the cave and saw the situation outside, and even vaguely saw that there was a majestic aura and demonic energy in that direction. Is this the fire eye of the golden eye fire ape? Lu Changsheng was surprised, and looked at the thousand-faced fox puppet guarding the entrance of the cave. The golden luster of the eyes flowed, and he could see through the illusion, and saw that the other party's figure was disguised, and the demonic energy was not right. It was not pure demonic energy, nor was it pure magic power. Looking at the small inverted five elements formation, one can vaguely see the flow of the formation's key and the approximate location of the weak points. What an amazing innate magical power! If others have this magical power, they can also see through my disguise. Lu Changsheng immediately realized that he was now in disguise. An ordinary Jinden's Henren might not be able to see through it. But if you cultivate your eyes and pupil skills to a very high level, you can see your true appearance, so you still have to be careful. However, Lu Changsheng guessed that his eyes had such an effect, not just the innate magical power of the golden-eyed fire ape. It was also because of his and Lu Mian's long-term dual cultivation that his eyes were equivalent to being baptized by Lingming alcohol for a long time, and they were already different from ordinary people, which had such an amazing effect. When I go back, I will keep wiping my eyes with Lingming alcohol. Can I still improve the effect of this magical power? Lu Changsheng thought in his heart, looking forward to it. With this innate magical power, it is much easier to survey the spiritual veins and intercept the spiritual veins. Lu Changsheng's eyes were shining. When he opened his fire eyes and golden pupils, he also operated the source spiritual pupil technique. He immediately saw a ray of spiritual inspiration, and could roughly understand the spiritual situation of this land, so as to find spiritual veins and spiritual minds. This innate magical power really suits me. Lu Changsheng smiled faintly, stood up, and realized that his body was much tougher and stronger than before, and he could break through the 10th level of the 100 Refinements treasure body art. But he didn't plan to break through now. This time he came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. He planned to go back within a year. But now it would take almost half a year to hunt 2 demon kings. If he broke through the 100 Refinements treasure body art again and stabilized the situation, a year would pass. Work, work. Lu Changsheng was energetic and full of energy, as if his energy was inexhaustible. He planned to take advantage of the time to catch a few demon kings of the early 3rd level and the spiritual veins, go to Qingyun Fairy City, and go back as soon as possible. As for his son Lu Qingxun's Tai soul, he was not in a hurry before, and was ready to take action against the sun and moon butterfly. Now he's even less anxious. Because just in the awakening process, he realized that awakening the Tai soul through the blood and soul aura would put a lot of pressure on the awakener. If you can't bear it, You can't get the innate magical powers in the blood and soul aura, and it may be dangerous. Qingyun said that you can only awaken after the birth of the divine consciousness. But after Lu Changsheng's experience, he clearly knew that this was just a threshold. In other words, it is enough to awaken the Tai soul through the third level Thunderwood and give birth to the divine consciousness. But if you awaken through the blood and soul aura, you still need a strong soul to obtain the innate magical powers. And the stronger the soul, the more improvement you get from awakening the Tai soul. So Lu Changsheng plans to prepare more natural materials and treasures for his son to nourish the soul, so that he can spend more time cultivating the divine consciousness on weekdays. In this way, after building the foundation, the Tai soul can be awakened to withstand the pressure of the blood and soul aura, and there is a high probability of obtaining the innate magical powers. This is the family heritage. Even though Qingyun is a Yuan Yingzhenjian, knows Tai soul body and knows the awakening method, but many of the details are not clear enough. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. If it weren't for this old father who tested the spiritual body for his children, how could ordinary family forces know these key points? At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt that he was simply great. Without thinking too much, his eyes glowed with a golden light, looking at the underground spiritual veins, and began to dig and intercept the source of the spiritual veins. A day later, Lu Changsheng intercepted the small spiritual veins under the small cave, poured away the Wujian Wei head and the thousand faces fox puppet, and the Yuanquan robe flowed with invisible light. The whole person seemed to be hidden in the void, sneaking towards Shanidun Ridge. Prepare to intercept the spiritual veins of Shanidun Ridge. Huh? As soon as Lu Changsheng came to the outside of Shanidun Ridge, he saw through his spiritual sense that there was a breath of a third-level demon king inside. What's going on? Why is there another demon king? Lu Changsheng was surprised and immediately released the thousand faces fox puppet to let her test the situation. After a moment, a roar sounded, and with a shaking of the earth and mountains, a giant bear as big as a mountain and ferocious and terrifying appeared, roaring at the thousand faces fox puppet. This is my territory, you have crossed the line. Earth demon bear? Is it because the golden-eyed fire ape is dead, so it occupies its chassis? Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng immediately understood what was going on. The monster beasts do not have as high a demand for spiritual veins as cultivators, but they also like to live in places with good spiritual veins. Moreover, the higher the grade of the spiritual vein, the faster they plant some natural treasures. Since you have delivered it to my door, I will not be polite. Lu Changsheng saw that this earth demon bear was only in the early stage of the third level, and its aura was not even as good as the previous wind and thunder hound. Immediately, while its attention was on the thousand faces fox puppet, he took action directly. Since he had a general understanding of the strength of both sides, Lu Changsheng only slightly operated the 9 treasures Jade Ruai to raise his cultivation to the third level of the Jinden. Yin Yang Yi Qi Great Capture. 6 Desires Heart Demon Art, Heart Demon Binding Soul. When Lu Changsheng performed the Great Capture, he activated the 6 Desires Heart Demon Art to try to block the perception of the Earth Demon Bear. Charm. At the same time, the thousand faces fox puppet received Lu Changsheng's telepathic command and performed the charm illusion at the same time to interfere with the earth demon bear's mind. Although the demon beasts are not like human cultivators and their souls are fragile, they are still disturbed and affected in this situation. Boom. Seeing the earth demon bear being captured and suppressed by the yin-yang hand, Lu Changsheng's blood and qi surged all over his body, and his third-level physique was fully revived. The Thunder Gang Dragon Flame was filled, and he rushed towards the Earth Demon Bear and punched it out with a bang. He directly took out the Earth Demon Bear's huge demon pill from his abdomen. Ah! The Earth Demon Bear cried out in grief and was immediately imprisoned by the Yin-Yang Yi Qi Great Capture, forming a small yin-yang ball. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng held the ball and immediately entered the cave, set up a small inverted 5-element formation, and began to intercept the origin of the spiritual vein. Half a month later. Cry. A mournful cry resounded through the sky, and a red fire phoenix was killed by Lu Changsheng. This harvest surprised Lu Changsheng very much, because the fire mulberry tree where the red fire phoenix lived was actually a third-level spiritual plant. This was the first time that Lu Changsheng harvested a spiritual plant of heaven and earth by his own efforts, which made him extremely happy. He immediately sealed the fire mulberry tree with yin and yang magic power to maintain its vitality and put it into the spiritual plant bag. Then he began to dig for the origin of the spiritual vein below. Half a day later. Boom boom boom, A sound of shaking the earth and mountains sounded, accompanied by the sound of thousands of beasts galloping and roaring. Well, what's going on? Although Lu Changsheng was doing his best to intercept the origin of the spiritual vein, his soul was now strong enough to do two things at the same time. He immediately activated his fiery eyes, which glowed with golden light. He looked outside through the mountains and stone walls. He immediately saw countless monsters rushing towards him. In the distant sky, there seemed to be a golden eagle and a black goshawk lurking, with a terrifying aura. It seemed that there was also a mountain moving towards him. Huh? What's going on? Isn't it coming towards me? Lu Changsheng had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. After all, he was in the hinterland of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, where there were very few other cultivators. In this case, how could there be so many monsters coming towards him? Moreover, most of the monster kings were not easy to deal with, and under normal circumstances, they should not travel together. But this golden eagle and black goshawk seemed to be both third-level monster kings. Just as Lu Changsheng was thinking, he saw the moving mountain suddenly soaring into the sky. It turned out that a golden giant ape was holding up the mountain and throwing it towards him. Fuck, they're really coming for me. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's face changed. He didn't dare to hesitate at all and rolled up the mountain river cauldron, the soul-sealing nail, the thousand-faced fox puppet, and the small inverted five elements formation. The invisible luster of the Yuanquan robe flowed, and the whole person turned into rainbow light and shied away. Although he could kill the early and middle stage third-order demon kings in seconds, he was even confident that he could fight against the late third-order demon kings. But all his methods were big moves, and he couldn't stand it when he was alone against many. Moreover, in the current situation, it was obvious that the hunting of the demon kings had caused a lot of noise, causing the demon kings of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to notice him and unite to attack him. In this case, it would be troublesome if the state deteriorated. Lu Changsheng had experienced this feeling of being hunted down when he was in the Soul Dao dream. Although it was a dream, the 10,000 mountains in the dream were probably the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Yun Wanshang's memory, so in this case, he could only run away. Boom! The mountain instantly smashed into the peak where Lu Changsheng had just been, causing a shocking sound, causing the peak to collapse and setting off terrible aftermath. Cry! Above the sky, the golden eagle and the goshawk locked onto Lu Changsheng, and cried out with a sharp and piercing sound, forming ripples that seemed to hit his soul. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng's consciousness was strong, and he had awakened the Tai soul body, so he was not affected by the sound wave attack. But this golden eagle and the goshawk were both third-level demon kings, and they were extremely fast. In a flash, they rushed to Lu Changsheng's location. Movement talisman. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng did not hesitate. A jade talisman with a purple sheen appeared in his hand and crushed it directly. Instantly, the whole person's figure and aura disappeared from 100 miles around. 100 miles away, the space was rippling. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe, with a heroic and majestic face and a tall and slender figure, suddenly appeared. Lu Changsheng steadied himself, and the void robe on his body immediately began to emit an invisible luster, which restrained his aura and made him disappear into the void. I just killed 4 demon kings, and I'm being noticed. Lu Changsheng frowned as he thought of the situation just now. If that was the case, he would have to move to a farther area. Otherwise, as soon as he killed the demon king, before he had finished intercepting the spiritual vein, another demon king would come and make him work in vain. Immediately, Lu Changsheng took out the map of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range of Tiger Roaring Immortal and began to observe his approximate position, preparing to change to a farther area. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked around and frowned slightly. Within 100 miles, there were towering mountains that soared into the sky. As a dragon hunter, he immediately saw that the terrain of this mountain range was a little unusual. Immediately, Lu Changsheng activated the fire eyes and golden pupils and observed carefully. After a while, he saw that the terrain of this area was not simple. There is a high possibility that there is a large spiritual vein below, or some rare treasures of heaven and earth. How about taking a look? If there is a large spiritual vein, if I can intercept it all, this trip can be a full harvest. Lu Changsheng was a little moved. Seeing that the Demon King had not chased him before, he planned to survey here. Chapter 409. Is this also romantic luck? Lu Changsheng's eyes were bright, and he could see through illusions. He kept observing the spiritual energy in the mountains. The more he looked, the more he felt that this mountain was not simple. Each peak was like a spine of a blue dragon, connected together, like a blue dragon entrenched. According to the dragon hunting technique, this kind of terrain belongs to the dragon vein, and there must be a large spiritual vein, or rare natural treasures. But why is this spiritual vein not occupied by the Demon King? Lu Changsheng looked at the terrain in front of him, frowned slightly, and felt something was wrong. He took out the map jade slip of Tiger Roar's Henren for comparison, and there was no special marking in this area. What's going on? Lu Changsheng was puzzled, his eyes were full of golden light, and he kept looking around, but he didn't see any danger in this terrain. After thinking for a while, he came to one of the peaks and released the spirit-seeking rat. See if there are any treasures here, danger. Lu Changsheng said to the spirit-seeking rat. This treasure-hunting rat is not only sensitive to the energy of natural treasures, but also very sensitive to danger. Once there is danger, it can be alerted at the first time. Chi-chi-chi. Upon hearing this, the soul seeker nodded and bowed, then sniffed around and rushed in one direction. Lu Changsheng followed far behind. After walking about 10 miles, they saw a valley with many spiritual fruit trees and a group of black-haired monkeys. What kind of monkeys are these? Lu Changsheng didn't know what kind of monsters these monkeys were. But he could tell that most of them were of level 1 or level 2, and were gregarious monsters. The soul seeker looked at the monkeys in the distance, a little scared, and didn't dare to move forward. After a careful look at them for a moment, Lu Changsheng didn't attack these monkeys. After all, once he attacked and made a noise, the Demon King who was chasing him would notice it immediately and kill him here. He asked the soul seeker to continue looking for other treasures and spiritual energy. Although he didn't encounter the Demon King while running around in the mountains, he saw many demons, and Lu Changsheng gradually felt relieved. After all, if there were demons living in the mountains, it meant that there was nothing wrong with the mountains. If it was dead silent, without a single demon, he would turn around and leave. A few days later, the spirit-seeking rat came to a cave. It means that there is a strong spiritual energy inside, but there is also a dangerous atmosphere. Lu Changsheng used the fire eyes and golden pupils, and the source spirit pupil technique to immediately see that there was a surge of spiritual energy in the cave in front of him. He released the thousand-faced fox puppet and entered the cave with him. When he came to the depths of the mountain, Lu Changsheng saw many beast skeletons and a black gold treasure tree with flaming vines coiled around it in front of him. Is this the golden fire vine tree? Lu Changsheng had spent a lot of time studying the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, and immediately recognized the treasure tree in front of him, with a look of surprise. I didn't expect that. I had just harvested a fire mulberry tree not long ago, and now I encountered a golden fire vine tree. I really have great luck. But the next moment, he heard a subtle sound. I saw many soybean-sized, densely packed, black fire-emitting ants and insects pouring out from under the skeletons and the golden fire vine tree, and flew towards him. Iron fire ants. Lu Changsheng saw these ants and insects, and his expression was not surprised but happy. Iron fire ants are a kind of strange insects that live in groups in hot areas and feed on gold and iron ores. On weekdays, there are only a few or dozens of them, which is not a big deal. Even key refining monks can kill them at will. But once these strange insects form a scale, tens of thousands, they are extremely fierce. When combined together, with their terrible offensiveness, penetrating power, fire poison, solid defense, etc., they are comparable to fire-attributed magic weapons. Even Jinden's Henren would have a headache when encountering such a group of iron fire ants. In addition, this iron fire ant is also famous for another aspect, that is, a rare material refining crystal can be extracted from its body. When refining magic weapons, adding some refining crystals will make the magic weapons much stronger and difficult to be destroyed and worn. In addition to magic weapons, palace buildings, spirit boats, spirit ships, etc. can also be mixed with such refining crystals. The living environment of the iron fire ants is very harsh. These iron fire ants should rely on this golden fire vine tree to survive. We can take this group of iron fire ants back to Chensha to raise them. When the time comes, I will refine magic weapons and the refining crystals will come in handy. Lu Changsheng looked at the densely packed iron fire ants in front of him. There were thousands of them, and the mysterious yin and yang divine light appeared around him, wrapping the whole person tightly, and then he grabbed them with his big hand. The yin and yang key turned into palm like smoke and fog, sweeping all the iron fire ants in front of him, slowly gathering them into yin and yang ball. Buzz buzz buzz. However, as soon as the yin and yang key captured the iron fire ants, many iron fire ants chose to self-destruct, erupting a destructive fire poison, causing the yin and yang ball to tremble. It is said that the iron fire ants are very difficult to tame. Once they are in danger of their lives, they will choose to self-destruct. They can only be cultivated by hatching eggs. Seeing this, Changsheng knew that it would not work to take these iron fire ants back for cultivation. He immediately mobilized his magic power to kill the fire ants inside. After all, he would have nothing if these fire ants exploded. If he took the initiative to kill them, he could still extract some refining crystals afterwards. I wonder if these fire ants have eggs. After killing all the fire ants, Changsheng looked at the pile of bones on the ground and began to search. But after cleaning up all the bones, there were only a lot of debris, or the shells of fire ants, but no fire ant eggs. Alice, this refining crystal is rare and rare, not without reason. Changsheng sighed, and then slowly pulled up the golden fire vine tree. When he pulled up the golden fire vine tree, he immediately saw many tiny fire ants and dark eggs the size of rice grains underneath. Are these fire ant eggs? Changsheng was surprised when he saw these ants and eggs. Then he said with a faint smile on his face, yes, the iron fire ants like hot areas, so they will naturally live under this golden fire vine tree. Changsheng raised his hand, and with a yin-yang key, he captured all the iron fire ants. Seeing that these larvae did not choose to self-destruct like the iron fire ants just now, Changsheng was relieved. He put all the larvae and eggs into the spirit beast bag, and then checked with his spiritual sense to see if there was anything missing. As a result, many dense holes were seen under the golden fire vine tree, which should be the traces left by the iron fire ants. These holes have strands of rich spiritual energy flowing out. Chijiji, the soul-seeking rat pointed to the bottom, indicating that there should be a spiritual vein, but there is also an inexplicable danger. Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, with a golden luster, and operated the source spirit pupil technique, and saw that there was a pure and rich spiritual energy flowing. There was a high probability that there was some extraordinary spiritual object or spiritual vein below. Dig. Changsheng immediately set up the small inverted 5 elements formation at the entrance of the cave, covering up the movement of the spirit, and then began to dig towards the ground vein below. After several hours, Changsheng broke through the layers of stone walls and saw a hazy formation pattern underground, which sealed everything deep in the ground. It was so solid that he could not continue digging. Did someone discover the spiritual veins below, the natural treasures, and set up the formation early? Changsheng frowned slightly, a little surprised. I didn't expect to see a formation below. Although he is not a formation master, he also knows a little about formations. It can be seen that this kind of formation must be arranged by humans. Moreover, although the formation is solid, there is a pure and rich spiritual energy overflowing from it, which means that the formation should have existed for too long and something has happened and it is damaged. I saw something wrong with it rain before, like a blue dragon entrenched. There is actually a formation pattern under the ground vein now. Could it be the work of a feng shui master or a dragon hunter? Changsheng pondered in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was something unusual under this mountain range. He suspected that there was some kind of cave under the ruins. Although he was not very interested in the cave under the ruins. But since he was here, the ruins were right in front of him. If he didn't go in and take a look, he would be a little unwilling. Moreover, there might be a large spiritual vein in it, and he really couldn't bear to give up. It's a bit difficult to break the formation with brute force like this. Changsheng looked at the formation pattern in front of him and tried to push it with his magic power. Suddenly, the formation pattern flashed with spiritual light, and layers of ripples were set off, excluding him. Then Changsheng used all his strength to activate the Yuankong robe, and strands of Taoist patterns flowed around his body. He wanted to use the Yuankong robe to pass through the formation pattern. But the Yuankong robe can only shuttle through formations below the 3rd level. Even though the formation in front of him had existed for a long time and had some changes, it was still above the 3rd level, so he couldn't pass through it directly. Since this formation has changed, there must be a weak point and a flaw. As long as I can find the flaw, I should be able to get in. Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. And he still had the forbidden breaking talisman in his hand. As long as he found the flaw, the weak point, and then bombarded it with the forbidden breaking talisman, He would have a chance to use the Yuanquan robe to escape in. Get to work, Lu Changsheng said to the soul-seeking rat, and at the same time, his eyes glowed with a golden light, looking at which direction had more spiritual energy leaked. The more spiritual energy leaked, the more damage the formation had. It took 3 days for Lu Changsheng to find a weak flaw around the formation pattern of the ground. He put the soul-seeking rat back into the pet bag, cast a forbidden breaking talisman, and at the moment when the spiritual light flashed, the Yuanquan robe flowed, and the whole person suddenly shuttled through the formation pattern. Buzz! Lu Changsheng instantly came to a huge underground palace. This place is extremely vast, with no end in sight. It seems to be naturally formed, and there are no traces of man-made things. But Lu Changsheng realized that something was wrong here at the first time. Spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is too rich, like mist, and it permeates and flows in the air. Lu Changsheng has never experienced such a rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth since he started practicing. He feels refreshed. It is indeed a third-level spiritual vein. Someone has locked all the spiritual veins under this mountain range in it. Lu Changsheng's expression moved slightly, and he immediately knew what was going on. His eyes were bright, looking at the dead underground palace in front of him, and moving towards the source of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the origin of the spiritual vein. Isn't this underground palace too big? Lu Changsheng was very cautious and walked very slowly. He felt that this underground palace was endless, like a maze. I don't know how long it took, but he finally approached the source of the spiritual vein. But there was no way ahead, and a huge abyss stretched in front of him. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which was as dense as fog, surged out from the abyss in front of him. Lu Changsheng couldn't help being shocked. You know, he came to this underground palace, which was originally underground. But there was such a bottomless abyss in this underground, which was simply shocking. What kind of terrain is this? Lu Changsheng felt that his second-level top dragon hunting skills were not enough at this moment. He couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. He even suspected that the blue dragon he saw in the outside world before was affected by the situation in front of him, thus forming a pattern. Lu Changsheng's eyes were filled with a golden light, and he shot out 2 golden beams, looking down at the abyss, trying to see what was going on below. In the dark abyss, the spiritual veins were surging, and some crystals could be vaguely seen. Well, coffin. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a crystal coffin floating in the abyss, flowing with crystal luster. All the spiritual veins are all being nurtured in this crystal coffin. Lu Changsheng vaguely saw some of the situation and was horrified. This is a huge deal. By locking a third-level spiritual vein, it is used to warm a coffin. What is in this coffin? Lu Changsheng was surprised. Although this coffin is like a crystal casting, you can't see what's inside. Even his fiery eyes can't see what's inside the coffin. A corpse. Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. But if it's a corpse, from the array pattern in the underground palace, it can be seen that it has been there for a long time. Even if it's not 10,000 years, there are thousands of years. In this time, even the Yuanying's engine will turn into a cup of yellow earth. Could someone refine a corpse in this way? If it's a corpse, the owner of the corpse has turned into ashes now, right? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and kept guessing in his heart. He also wondered if there was any spiritual object in it. After all, in the world of cultivating immortals, some people are quirks, and it is normal to use coffins to put treasures. Lu Changsheng wondered if he should be naughty and take a look at the situation of this ancient coffin. Forget it, let's put this coffin aside first, so as to avoid any accidents when opening it. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng planned to enter the abyss and intercept the spiritual veins inside. If he could intercept the spiritual veins below, his harvest would be a fruitful one. He raised his palm lightly, and the magic power surged, forming a tangible and colorless big hand, and took it towards the crystal coffin floating in the abyss. It's heavy. The moment Lu Changsheng held the ancient coffin, he felt as heavy as a mountain. Yin-yang yi-ki great capture. He directly used his magical powers, and the big hand flowing with a yin and yang suddenly grabbed the crystal coffin and lifted it up. Bang! The moment the ancient coffin was lifted out of the abyss, there was a loud tremor, the crystal coffin fell, and a cold and piercing breath spread. Is there anyone? Lu Changsheng saw a woman lying in the crystal coffin. Her whole body was like ice crystals, white as snow, and her beautiful face was covered with a thin layer of frost, which made it difficult to see her true appearance. But it was still possible to see that she was a peerless beauty, extremely beautiful. She had a graceful body, lying quietly, as if she was sleeping, or like a cold corpse. Female corpse. Lu Changsheng looked at the woman in the coffin, his expression uncertain. He didn't expect that there was actually a corpse in the coffin. And looking at the other party's lifelike and peaceful appearance, it was like a sleeping beauty, not dead. What's going on? Did someone bury herself here? The female corpse let out a tender and pleasant faint moan. The frost on her face and body melted, and her eyes slowly opened, full of confusion and ignorance. Alive. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he heard this voice. He didn't expect that the female corpse in the coffin would wake up. Could the other party be a true god, and could live for thousands of years? But this woman did not have any magical power or spiritual pressure, only a cold and gloomy aura. At the same time, Lu Changsheng saw the appearance of the female corpse. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, with a delicate and beautiful face, which was difficult to describe as stunning. In her beauty, there was a kind of immaturity and ignorance like weak water. Her dreamy eyes seemed to have just opened and awakened, without any impurities, just like a clear spring in an empty mountain. Her skin was very white, not as white as frost and snow, but pale and bloodless. Her lips were also bloodless, making the whole person look weak and pitiful. Lu Changsheng, who was used to seeing the most beautiful women in the world, couldn't help but feel a little distressed when he saw the woman in front of him. This is the tolerance and care of the world for the beauty of the world. And he, Lu, has always been more caring for the beauty of the world. Well, Daddy, the woman was confused and saw Lu Changsheng with her bewildered eyes. There was a hint of intimacy in her eyes. She sniffed like a cat and then wanted to hug him. Fuck. Although Lu Changsheng thought the woman in front of him was beautiful, soft and pitiful, making people want to hold her in his arms and protect her. But he didn't know what was going on with the female corpse in front of him. Reason told him that there was something wrong with the woman in front of him, a big problem. If he got close, who knew if there would be any danger? Subconsciously, he slapped the other party with his powerful hand. Bang! Under Lu Changsheng's powerful hand, the female corpse flew backwards into the abyss with a boom. Well, what the hell is this? Lu Changsheng saw the female corpse flying backwards under his palm, and he was stunned and a little confused. Why is the other party so weak? Even if an ordinary corpse has been raised in such a place for 1,000 years, it is extraordinary, right? At this moment, the peach blossom goo in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows felt a throbbing in the dark, telling him that he had good luck in love. Lu Changsheng was stunned again when he received this induction, and his face was full of confusion. Is this also peach blossom luck? Damn, you are really a curse. How come others who encounter the ruins cave house all get the supreme opportunity inheritance? You just pick up girls, right? Woo woo woo. At this time, a faint sobbing and crying sound came from the abyss. Woo 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 daddy, it's so dark, Binger is scared. Lu Changsheng listened carefully and immediately recognized the voice of the female corpse just now. This voice is full of ignorance and tenderness, sadness and pity, which immediately made Lu Changsheng feel like he had bullied a little girl, and his heart was full of guilt. What is this? Lu Changsheng was speechless and really couldn't understand the situation in front of him. His eyes were shining with golden luster, looking into the abyss, and immediately saw the female corpse crying with a pitiful and helpless face. Especially the other party's pair of Wang Ran's errant eyes, like a baby's eyes, it didn't seem to be fake. After a moment, Alice, who told me to be soft-hearted. Lu Changsheng sighed helplessly in his heart and came to the origin of the abyss spirit vein. Daddy, Binger must be obedient. The girl looked at Lu Changsheng with pure and beautiful eyes full of confusion and fear, her lips moved, and she said timidly. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly and said, I'm not your father, what's your name? Not daddy. The girl heard this, her eyes were full of confusion. Then her eyes were red, full of pity and helplessness. She hugged Lu Changsheng and cried loudly, Daddy doesn't want Binger anymore, woo woo woo. Lu Changsheng instantly felt a chill in the other's exquisite and graceful body. He lowered his head slightly, looked at the pitiful and helpless girl crying in his arms, and saw that there were two sharp fangs in her slightly open lips. Chapter 410 Binger, Rich Spiritual Veins. Yin Corpse. Lu Changsheng looked at the girl's fangs and was startled. He placed his palm on the other's shoulder, which seemed to be cut, and his magic power flowed to check the other's situation. He immediately saw that the other's body seemed to be between life and death, with a strong and extremely cold yin corpse gas flowing. But this yin cold corpse gas was different from his Wu Jin Wei Shou and Zia Wu Wo Zuansha demon zombie. There was no evil or weirdness. It was pure and majestic Zuanying power. Moreover, he found that the girl looked soft and pitiful, but her body was very strong. She was even more powerful than his third-level body refining, and it was estimated that she had a third-level late-stage body refining. No wonder she didn't have any problems after the blow just now. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, and he had already determined that the girl was a yin corpse. The situation here was that it was used as a corpse refining site. What a big hand, locking down such a large spiritual vein just for corpse refining. But if this girl is a yin corpse, it's too extraordinary. It's like a living person. Lu Changsheng exclaimed in his heart. He obtained a book called Heavenly Corpse Refining Technique from Zia Wu Wo's memory through the weird prison demon flower. There are many methods of refining corpses in it. But there is no such method of refining corpses as a living person as the girl did. Daddy, Binger must be obedient. The girl still looked at Lu Changsheng with a confused and helpless look. Her eyes were red, and she cried pitifully. What's your name? Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly, looked at the girl in front of him, and asked. Daddy, my name is Binger. The girl looked at him with a confused look on her face. During the conversation, her pure and flawless eyes looked a little timid and afraid, as if she was afraid that Lu Changsheng would be dissatisfied. Her eyes were pure and flawless, like a child, not like an adult at all. Lu Changsheng suspected that the other party should have been sacrificed and refined into some kind of yin corpse, without the previous memory, and now he was as ignorant as a baby. And when he saw him for the first time, he regarded himself as his father. Binger. Lu Changsheng said this name and continued to ask her, why do you call me daddy? Daddy is daddy. The girl looked aggrieved, and her voice was tender and crying, which made the steel soft as silk. Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched, and he asked softly, Binger, why are you here? Why am I here? Hearing this, the girl looked at the surrounding situation, and immediately hugged Lu Changsheng with a nervous and scared face, crying, Daddy, it's dark. Binger is afraid. Binger must be obedient. Lu Changsheng felt that the other party was in this state and could not communicate at all. He carried the girl to the top of the abyss, where there was light, and the other party was not so scared, but still hugged him tightly like a kitten, unwilling to let go. At the same time, the peach blossom goo surged with a strong peach blossom fortune, and it seemed to be promoted to the third-level peach blossom goo. Damn, this luck and love. Lu Changsheng looked at the girl in his arms, whose body was delicate and graceful, like an adult, but pure and flawless, like a child, and his face twitched slightly. In this case, if he took her in, wouldn't he be a beast? And the other party was not a human, but a yin corpse. Lu, did not have the habit of whipping corpses. Besides, can a corpse give birth to a baby? Hiss, it seems hard to say in the other party's situation. Damn, what am I thinking about? Daddy. At this time, Binger rubbed her head in Lu Changsheng's arms, and whispered in her clear and flawless beautiful eyes, full of dependence. I'm really not a beast. Lu Changsheng looked at the other party's eyes and sighed helplessly. Just think of it as picking up a daughter and raising her up. Anyway, there are so many children in the family, so one more is not a big deal. Did I pick up Bai Ling, a problematic girl, back then? You wait here obediently, Daddy has something to do. Lu Changsheng patted the girl's head and said, preparing to intercept the source of the spiritual veins below. As long as all the spiritual veins here are intercepted, it is estimated that the spiritual veins of Qingzhu Mountain and Zumi Cave Heaven can both be promoted to the third level. Daddy, don't abandon Binger. The girl hugged Lu Changsheng tightly and said aggrievedly. I want to go down, aren't you afraid of the dark? Lu Changsheng said helplessly. Bai Ling was not so clingy at the beginning. But it is understandable to treat the other party as a helpless and ignorant child. I will go with Daddy. The girl raised her head lightly, looking at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes that were like dreams and pure, and said timidly. Okay. Lu Changsheng held the girl and came to the abyss, then pinched the magic formula with his hands, making the surroundings bright and flawless. Well, Daddy, it's not dark anymore. Binger opened her mouth into an O shape, and her timid and delicate face suddenly showed a happy look, looking at Lu Changsheng with admiration. Usually when he was at home teasing his wives, concubines and children, Lu Changsheng enjoyed such admiration. But at this time, The girl's gaze made Lu Changsheng feel guilty for coaxing a mentally retarded girl. "You stay by the side and don't move," Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice, and then he played a number of soul sealing nails, a compass to suppress the meridians, and a mountain and river tripod, and then he pinched his hands and shouted in a low voice, "Source Soul Pulse Interception Technique." Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the majestic soul vein origin in the abyss rushed towards the mountain and river tripod. The girl Binger hugged Lu Changsheng quietly, just like a kitten, closing her eyes and rubbing against him from time to time, sniffing with her little nose. It seemed that Lu Changsheng's smell was very good, making her very comfortable. Lu Changsheng didn't care about this. After all, his immortal appearance technique, peach blossom goo, and immaculate heavenly fragrance body are indeed very lethal to others. Although he usually hides and restrains himself, he is probably affected by the girl's close appearance. Time passed little by little. "Daddy, Binger is sleepy." That day, the girl Binger whispered timidly to Lu Changsheng, who was intercepting the origin of the spiritual vein. "Sleepy?" Lu Changsheng was stunned. Although cultivators will still relax their minds and bodies through sleep after building their foundation and forming a pill. But under normal circumstances, if you don't want to sleep, you can basically stay awake all year round and won't feel sleepy. However, thinking that the other party was a yin corpse and the situation was strange, Lu Changsheng didn't say much, and smiled and said, "Since you are sleepy, sleep." "I can't sleep," Binger said a little aggrieved. Lu Changsheng was speechless, thinking whether I still need to tell you a bedtime story before you can fall asleep. But seeing the girl's ignorant and immature look, he patiently asked, "Why can't you sleep?" "I feel unwell," Binger whispered. Her clear and flawless eyes seemed to have a faint green glow flowing. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly when he heard the words, and checked the girl's physical condition. He immediately found that the cold corpse ki flowing in her body seemed to have a little more demonic ki, an evil spirit. "What's going on?" Lu Changsheng was surprised and didn't know why the girl's body was in such a state. He guessed that the girl's body was filled with demonic ki and evil spirit, and she was afraid that some unknown changes would occur. Corpse transformation. A word suddenly popped up in Lu Changsheng's mind. In his cognition, most corpses were evil and weird. The girl in front of him was a yin corpse, but she didn't have the slightest evil and weirdness, and even the Zuan ki flowing in her body was magnificent and pure. At this time, the demonic ki and evil spirit gradually gushing out of the girl's body made her look more like a yin corpse. "What's going on?" Lu Changsheng frowned. "Don't look at the girl's harmless, weak and pitiful appearance. But if she gets hit by a punch, she may not be able to withstand it. If the other party turns into a corpse and becomes ferocious and terrifying, Lu Changsheng will definitely not keep her. Why was it fine at the beginning, but now it's like this?" Lu Changsheng checked the girl's condition and could see that this evil spirit came from deep inside her body. Sleepy at this time, Lu Changsheng's mind seemed to be passed by an electric current. He thought of something and looked at the girl's crystal coffin. The girl had been sleeping in the coffin before, so nothing happened. Now she is sleepy, should she continue to rest in the crystal coffin? The more Lu Changsheng thought about it, the more possible it was. His mind moved slightly, and his magical hand captured the crystal coffin and said, "Binger, lie down in here and sleep." "Daddy." The girl seemed to be afraid that if she fell asleep, Lu Changsheng would be gone. "Daddy is always here," Lu Changsheng said patiently and gently. After hearing this, the girl was relieved. She entered the crystal coffin with some clumsiness and lay inside. Lu Changsheng observed the other party's situation and immediately saw that the evil spirit were suppressed. Is it true? It seems that her condition is still unstable, or the body has not been refined yet, but because of my arrival, the process was interrupted. Lu Changsheng guessed secretly in his heart and planned to take Honglian to see what the girl was like after taking her home. Anyway, he couldn't figure out what was going on with her. Seeing that the girl seemed to be sleeping after lying for a while, quiet and peaceful, Lu Changsheng took her with his magical power and covered the outer coffin for her. Bang! As soon as the outer coffin was covered, there was a click. The girl Binger lifted the coffin cover a little bit, revealing half of her head. Her beautiful eyes were clear and flawless. She looked at Lu Changsheng pitifully and shouted, "Daddy! I'm here, I'm always here, sleep peacefully." Lu Changsheng looked at the girl like this and said softly, The girl's eyebrows curved slightly, nodded her little head, and then with a bang, she closed the coffin again. In the abyss, silence returned immediately. What's going on? Lu Changsheng shook his head helplessly, and then calmly intercepted the source of the spiritual vein. A month later, Lu Changsheng had almost intercepted the spiritual veins in the abyss, and the prepared mountain and river tripod was fully filled. Catcha! With a dull sound, the coffin was lifted a little. The girl Binger saw that Lu Changsheng was still there, and shouted happily, "Daddy! Binger, are you awake?" Lu Changsheng was a little surprised, thinking that the other party would sleep for a long time. The girl propped up the coffin lid, then came to Lu Changsheng, hugged him intimately, and rubbed like a kitten. "Fuck, don't rub it." Lu Changsheng felt the softness and fullness, and said. Although the girl in front of him had the mind of a child, her body was exquisite and graceful, surpassing many girls of 17 or 18 years old. Wasn't it a provocation to him, Lu, to rub against him like this? But when he saw the other party's clear and flawless beautiful eyes, Lu Changsheng felt guilty again. He thought that he was a beast for having other thoughts about such a girl with only a child's mind. "Alice, my state of mind still needs to be sharpened." Lu Changsheng sighed, and after cutting off the last bit of spiritual veins, he took the girl Binger away. He naturally would not forget the other party's crystal coffin, and put it into the storage ring and took it away. He took a quick look at it. This coffin was a rare treasure, solid and heavy, made of unknown materials, and filled with a cold and gloomy air. "Daddy, where are we going?" Binger held Lu Changsheng's arm tightly and asked with a well-behaved face. After confirming that Lu Changsheng would not leave her, she was no longer as timid and helpless as when she just woke up, but gave people a kind of innocence. "Go home and solve some problems," Lu Changsheng said. Now that the source of the spiritual vein has been solved, he plans to go to Qingyun Fairy City and then go home. "Yes, go home." Binger nodded happily, her voice as sweet as a clear spring in a deep valley. The formation of the underground palace has been completely broken because the source of the spiritual vein was intercepted by Lu Changsheng. It is almost there and will be destroyed at any time. So Lu Changsheng and Binger left the underground palace easily. "Well, Daddy, what beautiful flowers, Daddy, birds." Although Binger's mind is like that of a child, she still knows flowers, plants, birds and animals. When she saw flowers, plants, trees, or birds and animals on the way, she exclaimed and looked very surprised. However, she did not look afraid of these monsters, which surprised Lu Changsheng. After all, in the abyss of the underground palace before, the other party was afraid of the dark and was obviously very worried. "Binger, aren't you afraid?" Lu Changsheng pointed to a huge and ferocious shadow wolf in the distance and asked Binger. "Why are you scared?" Binger said with a confused look. "No." Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, pointed at the shadow, and said, "Go punch it." Binger heard the words and immediately ran towards the shadow. Roar. The shadow saw Binger and immediately roared and roared, opened its ferocious bloody mouth with sharp teeth and rushed towards her. "Daddy." The girl was immediately scared when facing the shadow rushing towards her, and shouted for help from Lu Changsheng. But subconsciously waving her little fist, she knocked the shadow that rushed towards her and killed it. Lu Changsheng didn't know how to describe this scene for a while. "Daddy, Binger is scared." Binger saw Lu Changsheng coming forward, and immediately hugged him and said aggrievedly, "It's okay, it's okay." Lu Changsheng stroked her little head gently, thinking that her situation was better than Bai Ling's, but not much better. If he wanted to rely on her to help fight and hunt the Demon King, it would be difficult for the Sun and Moon Butterfly. "Forget it, let's just act normally." Lu Changsheng gave up the idea of hunting the Sun and Moon Butterfly, put away the dead shadow wolf, then looked at the jade map, and flew towards the direction of Qingyun Fairy City with Binger. Cry. However, at this moment, Lu Changsheng suddenly heard a noise. He saw a black afterimage in the distance bursting out a cry, setting off layers of ripples, and killing him. Fuck, is it still there? Lu Changsheng didn't expect that the Demon King who had chased him before was still there. The star disk under his feet immediately burst into brilliant starlight, like a comet, and shot out with a whoosh, cutting through the sky and disappearing into the horizon. Roar, 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 cry, cry, cry. However, the world was filled with cry and roar. In addition to the golden eagle and goshawk before, there were actually 2 more birds chasing Lu Changsheng. And countless demon beasts in this Qingzhu Mountain range roared, catching Lu Changsheng's trace. Is it that serious? Lu Changsheng was a little confused when he saw this battle. He had only killed a few demon kings, So why were they chasing him so relentlessly? And judging from the appearance, these demon kings should have guessed that he had not escaped far, so they blocked off an area here. These demon beasts are really united. Changsheng thought to himself, and another teleportation talisman appeared. However, the location of this teleportation was not very good. As soon as he appeared, a demon beast roared at him, causing other demon beasts in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range to roar together, telling the demon king where they were. Let's go. Changsheng's magic power surged, and the starlight shone brightly, like a comet, breaking through the siege and shooting towards the Nine Heavens Gale lair. Then he crushed another teleportation talisman in midair and instantly appeared 100 miles away, thus shaking off the demon king's pursuit. I can't come to this Qingzhu Mountain range anymore. The monster beasts keep their grudges, and I'm afraid they will miss me for decades, or even 100 years. Changsheng thought to himself, and decided to stay away from this area when hunting monster beasts in Qingzhu Mountain range in the future. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be so many third-level teleportation talismans for him to waste. Changsheng and Binger crossed the Nine Heavens Gale lair. After a few days, seeing that he was about to approach Qingyun Fairy City, he slowed down and planned to hunt a few more monster kings and monster beasts to put an end to this trip to Qingzhu Mountain range. Just as Changsheng was about to land, he saw a spirit boat in the distance. Chapter 411 Ancient Ruins, Killing the Giant. 4 figures walked down from the spirit boat in the distance. One of them was a pale, tall, and weak middle-aged man. Changsheng recognized him. Fei Yu. Changsheng was surprised and astonished when he saw the middle-aged man. He went to Qingyun Immortal City to clean up the stolen goods, spoils, and purchase natural treasures. He also wanted to visit Li Feiyu to see if the other party was affected by the previous changes in Qingyun Immortal City. After all, there has been no news about the other party after the major changes in Qingyun Immortal City. Unexpectedly, I saw Li Feiyu here. The other party's situation is obviously very wrong now. It seems like a prisoner. His face and breath are incompatible with the other 3. Huh? The 4 people who just walked down from the spirit boat were led by a tall old man in a yellow robe with a childlike face and white hair, a majestic appearance. The moment Changsheng looked at him, he looked up at the sky, and Changsheng was surrounded by bright stars. Giant and cultivator. Seeing Changsheng looking in his direction, Master Beifeng looked alert and an invisible aura surged from his body. He had important business to attend to in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. The appearance of Changsheng at this time made him wonder if it was a coincidence. However, he did not take the initiative to attack. This is the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. Once the 2 of them fight, they will attract the 3rd-level Demon King, or expose the matter of the ancient ruins, which will cause a lot of trouble. Seeing that Changsheng was just looking at him without moving, he retracted his gaze and said to the 2 people behind him, "Be careful." Yes. The 2 nodded in response, and Li Feiyu next to them was like a puppet, with a blank expression. The 4 of them walked cautiously in the direction of the ancient ruins. Master Beifeng kept paying attention to Changsheng's movements in the sky. What happened to Feiyu? Changsheng looked at the 4 people who gradually disappeared from his sight, his expression slightly condensed, and he did not act rashly. Although the 4 people concealed their cultivation aura. But he awakened the Tai soul body, and his consciousness was comparable to the peak of the Jinden stage, and he could roughly see the situation of several people. The yellow-robed old man in the lead was a Jinden's Henrun. The 2 behind him, one was a Jiden cultivator, and the other was in the late stage of the foundation building. This fighting force, no matter where it is placed, should not be underestimated. But at this time, the 3 of them came to the Qingzhu Mountain range with a languid Li Feiyu, which was very strange. Could it be? Changsheng looked at the direction of the 4 people, thinking in his heart, and took out the map of the Qingzhu Mountain range of the Tiger Zhao's Henren for comparison. After looking for a long time, Changsheng looked down at Binger, who was hugging him tightly and rubbing her little head against his chest from time to time, and asked in a gentle voice, "Binger, are you sleepy?" "Daddy, not sleepy." Binger immediately raised her little head, her clear and flawless eyes sparkling, and she said energetically, "No, you are sleepy. You need to rest." Changsheng pinched the other's cold and delicate face and continued, "Well, okay, then Binger will go to sleep." Binger pouted slightly when she heard this, and she was obedient. "Good boy." Changsheng came down, pulled out the crystal coffin, Let Binger lie in it, then close the coffin lid and put the coffin in the spirit pet bag. Although there is a crystal coffin, it is not a big problem to put the storage ring directly, but the spirit pet bag is still safer. Immediately, a layer of invisible luster flowed around Lu Changsheng's Yuankong robe, and the whole person seemed to merge into the void, and disappeared in the direction where the four people left. Although the four people were far away from him. But relying on the sharp perception of Taiyi's soul, Lu Changsheng was still able to capture some residual breath from the air and roughly judge the position of the four people. However, considering that the yellow-robed old man in the lead was a Jindan's Henren, Lu Changsheng was still very cautious and kept a distance. As they continued to go deeper into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a few days later, Lu Changsheng saw that there seemed to be a mountain wall in the valley ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured in his heart, "Is it really for this ancient relic?" Lu Changsheng had previously guessed that the three people brought Li Feiyu to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, which might be related to the ancient relic recorded in the treasure map he obtained from the robber cultivator in his early years. After all, Li Feiyu is just an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. Apart from this ancient relic, what other place is worthy of being brought to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range by a Jindan's Henren like this? Now that the surrounding terrain is somewhat similar to the terrain recorded in the treasure map, Lu Changsheng confirmed his guess in his heart. Feiyu has been working in Qingyun Xiancheng. Now that Zhenren Qingyun has disappeared, the Xiancheng is in the hands of Zhenren Beifin. Could this old man in yellow robe be Zhenren Beifin? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly and thought to himself. There are not many Zhenren Jindan in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, and most of them have names. After the Qingyun Immortal City experienced a great purge, the Jindan's Henren who was in charge in public was Beifeng's Henren, who had provoked Qingyun's Henren many times in the early years. There were rumors that this Beifeng's Henren was related to the forces of the Yu Kingdom's Immortal Gate. He was the person that Yu Kingdom pushed to the stage to divide the interests of the Immortal City, and even Qingyun Immortal City was renamed Beifeng Immortal City. It's just that all the cultivators are used to calling it Qingyun Immortal City, and it's not so easy to change in a short period of time, and they still call it Qingyun Immortal City. If this person is really Beifeng's Henren, I'm afraid it's not simple. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. Although this Beifeng's Henren was defeated by Qingyun's Henren in 3 moves. But as an old-fashioned Jindan, the other party can now openly control Qingyun Immortal City, which is naturally extraordinary. He wants to save Li Feiyu under such circumstances, which is not simple. However, seeing that the ancient ruins are just ahead, Lu Changsheng also speeds up. After all, if the 4 people enter the ruins, it will be difficult for him to track them. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Lu Changsheng arrived at the valley in front of the stone wall, several dark and deep arrows with elusive trajectories broke through the air and killed Lu Changsheng. The faint sound of breaking through the air was accompanied by a subtle piercing whistle, which made people's souls pierce. Even though Lu Changsheng was the Taiyi soul, he felt a bit of inexplicable chill in his heart. 9 treasures Ruai Bone, protective divine light. Lu Changsheng hurriedly activated the 9 treasures Ruai Bone on his chest. Boom. In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling ray of light instantly surged out, like the sun, moon and stars, circling around Lu Changsheng, protecting him in the center, and the whole person was radiant, like a god. Clang, clang, clang. A total of 9 dark arrows hit the protective divine light, and 7 of them were blocked by the protective divine light. But there were still 2 arrows that broke through the thin divine light and fell behind Lu Changsheng, colliding with his Yuanquang robe and the precious light around him, and 2 sharp and piercing metal and iron clanging sounds rang out. How is this possible? A 3rd-level physical cultivator, Beifeng's Henren, who is in the dark in the distance, saw this scene with a look of horror. You know, his 9 soul-breaking arrows are a set of combined magic weapons, and their power is comparable to that of top-level magic weapons. Not only do they have the effect of breaking magic, they are also specially used to break various protective magic shields, and they also have the effect of losing souls. When facing the soul-breaking arrows, people can't help but lose their souls and tremble in their hearts. Relying on these 9 soul-breaking arrows, he attacked and killed many Jindan cultivators. But at this time, the opponent was not only not affected by the soul-breaking effect when facing his soul-breaking arrows. The hasty protective spirit shield was so amazing that it blocked with 7 soul-breaking arrows. And the power of the last 2 soul-breaking arrows was removed by the opponent's 3rd-level body refinement. Invincible. This person should not be underestimated. In this lightning moment, Lu Changsheng also noticed the hiding place of Bai Feng's Henren. The other party concealed his breath with a set of arrays and rare treasures, so he didn't see it at the first time. Boom. Knowing that this Bai Feng's Henren was not simple, Lu Changsheng did not hold back. His cultivation and mana rose steadily under the surging explosion of the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, and instantly rose to the 6th level of Jinden. Then the Yin-Yang Yi Qi Great Capture was performed. The Yin and Yang Qi intertwined to form a big hand with clear textures, and the 5 fingers were slightly bent, grabbing towards Bai Feng's Henren. Dao Ayamas understood, if you are also here for this relic, I am willing to share this relic with you. Seeing Lu Changsheng's mana aura surge, Zhenren Bai Feng raised his eyes and shouted loudly. During the words, a white and gold mountain rushed into the sky, bursting with a strong mana aura, and continued to grow, like a towering sacred mountain, crashing into the yin and yang handprint, trying to crush the handprint. The next moment, the yin and yang hand collided with the towering sacred mountain. Boom boom boom, a huge mushroom cloud appeared between heaven and earth, and the whole void exploded continuously, twisting and breaking. As expected of an old-fashioned Jinden, Lu Changsheng's Jinden mana surged like a surging river, stabilizing the yin-yang hand, and then urged the fire eyes and golden pupils. The eyes were golden, the fiery red runes intertwined, and shot out 2 beams of light, continuing to kill towards Bai Feng's Henren. This fire eye and golden pupil can not only see through illusions and see through the weaknesses of others, but also has a certain lethality, making it hard to defend against. 6th level of Jinden. Lu Changsheng saw the mana cultivation of Bai Feng's Henren. As for the physical body, although it is tyrannical, it does not have the 3rd level body refining. In an instant, his body's blood and ki roared, and a hot and domineering purple-red flame burned all over his body, ready to rely on the 3rd level body refining to make a quick decision. Boom! The blood and thunder dragon flame rushed into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds of heaven and earth, and the hot and violent firelight illuminated the sky, like a dragon entrenched. Dao, don't go too far. If you continue to do it, not only will you provoke the Demon King, but you may also expose the news of the ruins here. Seeing Lu Changsheng's aura and blood, like the Demon King's savage physique, Bai Feng's Henren's heart palpitated and he said loudly. He really couldn't figure out when such a powerful and domineering Jinden's Henren appeared in Jiang Kingdom. He traveled all over the country. He was forced by King Lun's Henren to leave Jiang Kingdom and go to many immortal cultivation countries. He didn't remember there was such a person as Lu Changsheng. What's more, he agreed to share the secret realm with him, but he still did it like this. Boom! Lu Changsheng was like a mad dragon out of the abyss. The ancient volcano erupted, stepped on the ground, and shut out. The terrifying force instantly shattered the ground under his feet, began to collapse, and dense cracks appeared, spreading in all directions. And his body, like a god or a demon, seemed to be carrying a purple-red dragon on his back, carrying boundless pressure and killing towards Bai Feng's Henren. At the same time, the 1,000-faced fox puppet and the Wujian Wei head appeared behind Lu Changsheng. Charm. Infernal Ghost Domain. A puppet in a corpse interfered with Master Bai Feng's mind. This. Who on earth is this person? The fake Dan cultivators and foundation building cultivators who came with Master Bai Feng not far away saw this scene, and their faces were horrified and trembling. This level of battle was not something they could intervene in. Just the aura of might made their hearts palpitate and they couldn't help but tremble. Li Fiyu, who was standing aside, still had a blank expression on his face, as if he hadn't seen the battle. Change the world, earth and rock, and the sky. Master Bai Feng made hand gestures, and his khaki robe rustled. The glow was reflected, and thick and deep earth walls suddenly rose up in all directions. The aura was surging, as if it was blending with the world and becoming one. Boom! The huge force that moved mountains and overturned seas hit the wall, causing a thunderous sound that shook the earth and set off layers of mana aftermath like raging waves on the wall. Boom boom boom, endless terrifying power was transferred to the ground by the earth wall, forming layers of circular impacts, causing the earth to continuously crack and collapse, with thick noises and flying dust. Dao, are you really going to fight to the death? Master Bai Feng's sea of consciousness was a little drowsy, biting his tongue hard, running the skills, resisting the influence of the 1,000-faced fox puppet, and said loudly. However, at this moment, the ghost domain of Wujian Gishao had gradually spread, covering Master Bai Feng, another fake Dan in the distance, Zhuji, and Li Fiyu. The huge body, muscular, and like a hill of Zuansha demon zombie quietly appeared behind Master Beifeng, and his deep fist carrying the rolling corpse evil spirit smashed down. Master, help! Master! The two people covered by the Wujian ghost domain shouted at Master Beifeng. Li Feiyu, who was originally expressionless and a little dazed, seemed to wake up slowly, and his whole face revealed a look of horror, not knowing what was going on. He only remembered that Master Beifeng had used several restrictions on him, wanting to take him into the ancient ruins of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and then recreate the situation of that day through a certain rare treasure. Level 3 puppet, Level 3 corpse refinement. This man is simply a lunatic, run away. Master Beifeng's heart was filled with alarm bells, knowing that he was no match for Lu Changsheng. If he continued, he would definitely lose. And if the battle continued like this, the Demon King would definitely come. If both sides were injured, it would be troublesome if the Demon King came. 9-color calamity light. Lu Changsheng realized that Master Beifeng wanted to escape, and immediately used his killing move without reservation. Boom boom boom. Brilliant and gorgeous, the divine light that looked like the sun across the sky burst out from Lu Changsheng's chest, as if the catastrophe of heaven and earth had been set off, destroying everything, and with the thunder and dragon flames, the black evil demon zombies, the supernatural powers of Master Beifeng were blasted and shone towards him. Danger. In an instant, a death aura enveloped Master Beifeng's heart. His robes fluttered, the glow reflected, the protective spirit shield was running to the extreme, and an ancient jade talisman appeared in his hand, trying to escape with the help of the talisman. Humph, you want to escape? Yin-Yang Dharma Domain. Lu Changsheng saw that the talisman in the other party's hand was some kind of talisman for moving and escaping, and snorted coldly, and the surging and amazing magic power surged out, and the terrifying spiritual pressure distorted the world. The yin and yang energies flowed around him, spreading wildly, as if the sun and the moon moved together, gradually forming a yin and yang Taoist diagram, blocking the world. The Dharma domain did not have much effect on the same realm Jinden cultivators, but Lu Changsheng was a yin-yang Dao Jinden, and the Dharma domain was far more powerful than ordinary people, and it also had the effect of blocking the world and imprisoning others. At the same time, 6 desires heart demon art 6 senses locking the heart. In the sea of consciousness between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows, the Tai spirit, like a golden little man, seemed to be looming between Lu Changsheng's eyebrows, and an invisible and intangible shadow rushed towards Master Beifeng. Master Beifeng's body suddenly stiffened, his mind sank, as if Master Qingluan's nascent soul had returned, reigning supreme, and wanted to suppress him. Not good. Master Beifeng roared in his heart, his liver and gallbladder were about to burst, and he bit his tongue hard, almost biting it off. Bang! However, the moment he broke free from the illusion, the 9-colored robbery light and the thunder dragon flame had already submerged him, his entire body collapsed, his 5 internal organs were destroyed, and his life was cut off. Who are you? Master Beifeng's body was charred, his flesh was bloody, his 5 internal organs were broken, and his voice was difficult to speak. He felt that Lu Changsheng in front of him did not come for this ancient ruins. If it was for the secret realm of the ruins, there was no need to fight him like this. Even though Lu Changsheng's combat power was far higher than his, he could see that Lu Changsheng had to pay a certain price for doing this. It was completely inexplicable that he had to pay such a price to kill him in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Lu Changsheng did not speak. The fierce and violent Lei Ganglongyan turned the opponent's body into ashes. The Jinden's Henren's methods were extraordinary. The opponent's vitality was completely annihilated, but there was still a breath of energy. Zhenren. It's over. This. The 3 people in the Wujian ghost domain saw this scene, all with horrified expressions, unbelievable. They all knew the identity and strength of the yellow-robed old man. He was the current master of Qingyun Immortal City, the high and mighty Jinden's Henren. But such a Jinden's Henren, who usually looked up to and knelt, was actually beaten to death. And in such a short time, he was beaten to death and turned into ashes. The 3 people looked at Lu Changsheng, who was like a god and a demon, and when their hearts were churning, a sense of despair surged in their hearts, knowing that they would die today. Let's go. Lu Changsheng held his hand in of Beifeng's Henren in the storage ring, and ordered the yin-yang hand on the sky to collect the opponent's mountain magic weapon. Then he swept his spiritual consciousness and swept away the opponent's 9 small arrows, and ordered the Wujian Geshao to leave here quickly with the 3 people. He vaguely sensed that a demon king was heading here, and his current condition was not suitable for fighting the demon king again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, Damn Demon Cub, returning with a full load. Qingyun Immortal City. In the gorgeous palace, a woman with silver robe, purple hair, beautiful face, sitting cross-legged suddenly opened her eyes, and a shocking surge of magic power rose from her body. How is this possible? She raised her hands lightly, looked at the cracked soul tablet in her hand, her face changed drastically, her eyes were full of surprise, doubt, and disbelief. Then the whole person turned into rainbow light and shot out, came to a hall in Qingyun Peak, and asked about the situation of Beifeng's Henren. After confirming that Beifeng's Henren was not there and went out with others, her beautiful face suddenly became extremely ugly, and there was a bit of worry and fear in the depths of her pupils with purple luster. Beifeng has been forming a pill for hundreds of years and has a deep foundation. How could he suddenly fall? Could it be that Beifeng wants to take the opportunity to escape from the control of Qingyun Sect by faking his death? No, Beifeng has not yet obtained what he wants. Even if he escapes from the control of Qingyun Sect, it is meaningless. Sitting in Qingyun Immortal City, he may still have a chance to break through the late stage of forming a pill. The silver-robed woman's face changed, and she was still unwilling to believe the fact that Beifeng's Henren was dead. If Beifeng is not faking his death, but is killed by someone, or encounters an accident. The silver-robed woman clenched her hands, her face sullen, and immediately came to the center of the Immortal City, sitting in the third-level forbidden formation to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to cause chaos in the Immortal City. At the same time, she crushed the jade talismans for sending messages one by one. Half a month later, several rainbow lights came to the ancient ruins of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. They all exuded the magical power and spiritual pressure of the Qingdun level, which was very terrifying. Sure enough, there are traces of fighting. It seems that Beifeng fell here. This trace should be done by a cultivator. Beifeng's strength is extraordinary. It is generally difficult to kill him in the late Qingdun period. Now he died here. Could it be that Beifeng encountered danger in the ruins, so he was attacked and killed by someone? Several people looked at the ground in front of them, which was collapsed, full of cracks, and charred, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Even if they were all extraordinary, they did not dare to say that they could defeat and kill Beifeng's Henren. Corpse Key seems to be the breath of the Heaven Corpse Sect, the Black Demon Zombie. At this time, a Qingdun's Henren came to the ground to investigate the situation, caught a trace of familiar Corpse Key, and said aloud, "No, there is more than one Corpse Key. In addition to the Black Demon Zombie, there is also a strange and evil Corpse Key, which is stronger than the Black Demon Zombie. In addition, there should be a masculine and domineering fire magic power with a bit of thunder." Another person used his magic power, used magic weapons to investigate the situation, and made an analysis and judgment. The Black Demon Zombie. Could it be that the demon cubs of the Heaven Corpse Sect joined forces with others to kill Henren Beifeng? Someone immediately said, with a cold look and a cold murderous intent. This possibility cannot be ruled out. The leader of the Heaven Corpse Sect and the leader of the Five Poison Sect wanted to take action back then. Now that the true person Qingyun has disappeared, they may want to use Qingyun Immortal City as a breakthrough point. HMPH, these demon cubs are simply courting death. These two Corpse Key and Flame magical powers should not come from one person, but at least two people. However, they can kill Beifeng, and their strength and means are not simple. Some time ago, a late Qingdun great cultivator appeared in the Yuling sect, causing a riot in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and almost a beast had appeared. Could it be related to this group of demons? After several people had surveyed the situation in front of them, they talked about it. This group of demon cubs is really rampant. I will report this to the true Lord, and I will definitely make these demon cubs have no way back. A Qingdun true person with white clothes like snow, a majestic aura, like a peerless heavenly sword, said coldly. Even if true person Beifeng has little to do with their Qingyun sect. But in the past 2 years, Zheng Kingdom has repeatedly appeared in the devil, which is simply a provocation to the majesty of their Qingyun sect. After they finished talking about Master Beifeng, they all turned their eyes to the Tongshan stone wall in front of the valley. Through previous news, they already knew that Master Beifeng came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for this ancient relic. Before Master Qingyun left the Immortal City, he had explored this ancient relic in a newly opened underground cave in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Huh? Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath, feeling that his condition had almost recovered. He raised his palm lightly, and Master Beifeng's storage ring appeared in his hand. He immediately checked the suspicious objects in this storage ring, but did not check it carefully. At this time, his spirit and energy were restored, and it was naturally time for the harvest stage that everyone liked to see. This man is worthy of being a veteran Jindan, and he actually has 3 magic weapons. These 9 small arrows, if I hadn't awakened the Tai soul body and had the Tai spirit, I would have almost been hit at that time. Although this hill is my natal magic weapon, it is very good to use it to hit people after recasting and mixing some refining crystals. Lu Changsheng looked at the 9 dark arrows in his hand and a fist-sized platinum hill. He had seen the power of these 2 magic weapons. Especially these 9 dark arrows, killing people invisibly, losing their souls, and it was simply impossible to defend against. As for this platinum hill, it is solid and heavy, and it can attack and defend at the same time. Its power is comparable to that of a top-grade magic weapon. Although it is the natal magic weapon of Beifeng's Henren, he can only exert part of its power. But he has a 3rd-level body refining, so he can use simple methods to make this magic weapon hit unexpectedly during the battle. The main reason is that he is identified Jindan's Henren, and now he doesn't have an offensive magic weapon, so he can only rely on his supernatural powers to fight. If it weren't for the Xianun Bao Wonglian as the 2nd Ganshin, such consumption would really be unbearable. As a result, every time after a fight, the whole person is in a weak and overloaded state, and needs to adjust his breath and recuperate for a long time. As for the 3rd magic weapon of Beifeng's Henren, it is a flying magic weapon. This magic weapon was also prepared by Beifeng's Henren for himself. Lu Changsheng has a star disc, so he can't use it. Moreover, Lu Changsheng plans to go back and supplement the wings of the Wind and Thunder Beast with the feathers of the Red Fire Phoenix Tail Bird to refine a flying wing magic weapon for himself. In this way, when encountering danger, his escape speed can be improved to a higher level. Originally, Beifeng's Henren had a 4th robe, which was the yellow robe he was wearing. But under the heavy attacks of Lu Changsheng's 9-colored Turbulation Light, Thundergang Dragon Flame, Wujian Ghost Domain, and Zuansha Demon Zombie, this robe was directly damaged. In addition to the 3 magic weapons, Lu Changsheng also saw a spiritual eye spring from Beifeng's Henren's stored ring. Then there is the spiritual stone, which made Lu Changsheng dazzled. He simply counted it. 112 high-grade spirit stones. 1,724 medium-grade spirit stones. 35,261 low-grade spirit stones. This was the first time Lu Changsheng had seen so many spirit stones. Even when he was the richest, he only had more than 300,000 spirit stones. Compared with the Jindan's Henren, the Demon King is simply a poor ghost. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. Although there are natural treasures in the cave of the 3rd-level Demon King, their value is not very high. Generally, the spiritual flowers and fruits, rare spiritual medicines, have been eaten by the Demon King himself long ago. The remaining ones are basically some spiritual minerals and spiritual plants that are still growing or cannot be eaten. But unless there are some rare natural treasures, spiritual plants, it is really not worth much. Therefore, the most valuable thing about the Demon King is itself, flesh, bones, demon pills, all of which are of high value. Lu Changsheng looked at the storage ring and continued to clean it up, counting the spiritual materials and rare spiritual medicines one by one, and also saw 2 Jindan spiritual objects. Although Jindan spiritual objects have no effect on Jindan cultivators. But if he was willing to release the Jindan spiritual objects, I don't know how many foundation building cultivators would be willing to risk their lives. Besides, Lu Changsheng has many wives, concubines, and children at home, and there has always been a great demand for foundation building spiritual objects and Jindan spiritual objects. Tisk tisk tisk, this wave is not a loss, no, this wave is a bloody profit, it's simply killing the Demon King and making more money. Lu Changsheng was counting and sighing, with a smile on his face. Well, what is this? At this time, Lu Changsheng saw a plain stone bead, which was heavy in his hand, cold and chilly. After looking at it for a while, he realized that it should be a rare treasure and tried to activate it with mana. Suddenly, the black stone bead flowed with ripples and showed a light silver luster. Lu Changsheng held the silver-lustered stone bead in his palm, reflecting the four directions. The surrounding scene became extremely clear in front of him, and he even had to look through the stone wall of the cave formation to look outside. This treasure has a similar effect to the fire eyes and golden pupils, and can see through illusions. It should be made from the eyeballs of some monsters. Lu Changsheng had killed the golden eyes fire ape before, and he was thinking about refining its eyeballs into a spiritual tool that could see through illusions. Because his family was about to set up a chamber of commerce, they needed treasures in this area. Now that he had this stone bead, it saved him some effort. He continued to operate this treasure, wanting to see which one was stronger between this eyeball and his fire eyes and golden pupils. The black stone bead was flowing with silver luster, and at this moment the pupil seemed to be about to open and revive. However, at this time, the eyeball not only needs mana, but also blood and ki, and the spirit can truly revive and manifest its power. Buzz! Lu Changsheng poured his blood and ki into the eyeball without hesitation. Suddenly, the pupil trembled, and runes intertwined and flowed, forming a golden beam with a silver light, piercing through the stone wall in the distance, breaking the stone wall, and the small inverted five elements array flashed with spiritual light. The effect is quite powerful, but the upper limit is a bit low. Lu Changsheng shook his head, a little regretful. The owner of this eyeball should be very extraordinary, with strength exceeding that of the golden-eyed fire ape. But the person who refined this stone bead may give it to the younger generation at home, or for other reasons, refine it into a rare treasure. As a result, the foundation building cultivator can also use it, but the upper limit of the effect is far less than his fire eyes and golden pupils. But it's also good to have a rare treasure, just in time for the family to use it. If it is a magic weapon, the family can't use this eyeball. Lu Changsheng thought for a while, and also understood that it would be very troublesome and difficult to refine such an eyeball into a magic weapon. It requires many auxiliary materials, and the effect may not be ideal. It's better to be simple, lower the requirements, and refine it into a rare treasure, which is more cost-effective. After receiving the eyeball in his storage ring, Lu didn't see too many surprises. However, this wave of harvest is still the biggest harvest Lu Changsheng has ever obtained since his practice. Spirit stones, natural treasures, spiritual medicines and plants, elixirs, talismans, magic weapons and rare treasures, the total value is definitely 4 or 5 million spirit stones. After all, the number of spirit stones alone is more than 1.3 million. And the 3 magic weapons are all fine products, which are difficult to estimate with spirit stones. There are also a bunch of rare treasures. Lu Changsheng even suspected that this Beifeng's Henren had just made a fortune through Qingyun Sect. Otherwise, the Jiandan's Henren is rich, but there is a limit. Moreover, most cultivators will not keep too many spirit stones and treasures on them. Basically, they spend as much as they have and try to improve themselves. Then, Lu Changsheng took out 2 storage bags and a spirit pet bag. These are the storage bags and spirit pet bags of the 2 people who were suppressed in the Wujiango's domain. Lu Changsheng took a quick look and found that the storage bag of this fake Dan's Henren did have some money. Excluding his life magic weapon, all the spirit stones, spiritual tools, and treasures of heaven and earth add up to about 300,000 spirit stones. But compared with Beifeng's Henren, it is not enough. As for the storage bag of the foundation building cultivator, it gave Lu Changsheng a few surprises. There was a giant spirit object. Although it is only a lower level dam-forming spiritual object, it is also worth 50,000 or 60,000 spiritual stones. If you collect them together, the total harvest will be almost 100,000 spiritual stones. This silver-winged golden falcon is not bad. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the spiritual pet bag. There was a falcon with sharp eagle eyes, a majestic figure, tied in smooth feathers, and a wisp of golden luster. The demonic aura was almost in the late 2nd stage. However, it is not easy to take a fierce demon beast like a falcon for your own use, even if it has been tamed and raised before, and has a beast control card. It takes time and energy to tame it and gain recognition. Otherwise, once it encounters danger, such a demon beast is likely to fight to the death and turn against you. After cleaning up the things, Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, and the Wujian ghost had appeared. I saw the Wujian ghost domain slowly opened, and 3 figures emerged inside. Among them, the fake Dan man and the foundation building man were both transformed into ghost slaves under the erosion of the Wujian ghost head. Their faces were gray and stiff, and their eyes were as black as ink, without whites. As for Li Feiyu, there was a spiritual light flowing around his body, protecting his body and soul. This Wujian Gisha is really weird and evil. Lu Changsheng looked at the 2 ghost slaves in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he asked Wujian Gisha to refine people into ghost slaves. After the 2 were refined into ghost slaves, their magic power dropped to level and their movements were much slower. However, their bodies were much stronger than before. Lu Changsheng refined the 2 into ghost slaves, not to improve the combat power of Wujian Gisha. It was mainly to obtain the memory information of the 2. After the living beings were eroded by Wujian Gisha and refined into ghost slaves, they could read the memory information of the other party through Wujian Gisha. Wujian. Lu Changsheng's spiritual consciousness connected with Wujian Gisha and tried to read the memory information of the 2. Hu. Suddenly, Wujian Gishao's hair danced wildly, and its dark eyes were like 2 black holes, captivating people, and fragments of memory emerged in front of Lu Changsheng. This process is somewhat similar to the situation of weird prison demon flower, only with messy memory fragments. Even many memory information was lost during the erosion of the Wujian weird head. To find useful information, you need a strong sense of consciousness and enough patience. After a long time, Lu Changsheng obtained some useful information from the memory fragments of the 2 people. Both of them were subordinates of Qingyun Sect and had entered the ruins of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, only Li Feiyu and Qingyun Sect entered the core area of the ruins, and they were not clear. According to their early exploration and investigation with Qingyun Sect, this relic is likely to be the site of an ancient sect, or a refuge and treasure house of the sect, with many rare spiritual objects. Qingyun Sect's departure from Qingyun Changsheng has a lot to do with the harvest of this ancient relic, and it is suspected that he obtained the infant pill from it. Behind Beifang's Henren, it is suspected that the Yu Kingdom Xianmen and Zhenguang Sect. In addition to the Yu Kingdom Zhenguang Sect, there are also the Zheng Kingdom Yuling Sect, as well as several other chambers of commerce and forces under the names of the Xianmen that divide the interests of Qingyun Changsheng. After all, it is not very good for the Xianmen to do such things personally, and they will do it through spokespersons and forces under their names. I didn't expect this relic to be so complicated. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself, knowing why Master Beifang had to go to such great lengths. However, he had no intention of exploring this relic. One reason is that the relic requires a token. He does not have this token. The second reason is that the relic is very dangerous. At that time, Master Qingyun was indeed suspected to have been injured in the secret realm, and many people were killed during the period. Immediately, Lu Changsheng looked at his good friend Li Feiyu. He had checked on his condition before and knew that his friend had suffered a lot of torture and injured his foundation. Just now, through the memories of the 2, he knew more clearly what kind of torture Li Feiyu had suffered in the past year. Healing divine light. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, activated his life treasure bone, and a brilliant holy light of life burst out from his chest, covering Li Feiyu. HMPH. Under this surging and majestic energy and magic power, Li Feiyu groaned and spit out a stream of blood, and the hidden injuries in his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz! Lu Changsheng's chest was shining brightly, with mysterious and complex runes interweaving, containing indescribable secret power, like flowing water, slowly entering Li Feiyu's body. After a while, Li Feiyu's breathing was even, and his eyes slowly opened and became clear. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Changsheng with a look of surprise and doubt. Bang! Lu Changsheng saw Li Feiyu wake up, and with a snap of his fingers, he hit him on the back of the head. Li Feiyu's eyes rolled back and fainted again. Feiyu, I'm sorry. After a while, seeing that Li Feiyu's physical injuries were almost healed, Lu Changsheng used the 6 Desires Heart Demon technique and prepared to modify Li Feiyu's recent memory. Although he did not use his true face, he used all means to kill Beifang's Henren this time. If someone encounters Li Feiyu, it is very likely that they will get some clues from him. Moreover, the other 3 are dead, leaving only Li Feiyu. This kind of thing is too weird. So for the sake of safety, Lu Changsheng plans to modify this part of the memory. 6 Desires Heart Magic Art, 6 Senses Lock Heart. Lu Changsheng's eyes were like deep black holes, constantly rotating, and two black lights entered Li Fei's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Lu Changsheng realized that there seemed to be an invisible barrier in Li Fei's mind, as if breaking it would make the other party's soul fly away. This is soul restriction. Lu Changsheng knew what was going on instantly. This is the restriction that Qingyun Sect placed on Li Fei's sea of consciousness to prevent anyone from searching his soul. This method is very exquisite and superb. If Lu Changsheng had not awakened the Tai soul body, his soul would have exceeded the peak of the general Jinden, and he would not dare to move at this time. I just modified the recent short-term memory, there should be no problem. Lu Changsheng looked solemn, and the golden little man in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows walked out and shot a soul light at Li Fei, piercing straight into his sea of consciousness. Then he tried to modify his recent memory to 4 people entering the ancient ruins. But at the moment of entering, a restriction was triggered and he was enveloped by a gorgeous divine light. The foundation building man was annihilated by the beam, while he was healed by the beam, and then he fainted. After a long time, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, carried Li Fei out of the cave, and came to the outside of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Then he put the storage bag of the foundation building man among the 4 people in Li Fei's hand. The other party is in a very miserable situation now. He doesn't even have a storage bag in his hand, so naturally he doesn't have elixirs or magic tools. In this case, he may be dead if he encounters any danger. So Lu Changsheng simply cleaned up the storage bag of the foundation building man, took away the elixir spirit, and put a few talismans in it, so that Li Fei has a wave of initial equipment. As for what the other party plans to do next, it depends on his own choice. After finishing, Lu Changsheng's Yuanquan robe flowed with invisible luster, and the whole person merged with a void. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Fei, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and said with a vigilant look on his face, "Well, where am I? My injury is healed." He looked at his physical condition with a look of great surprise. However, when he saw the storage bag in his hand, he looked surprised and astonished. "Isn't this Zhao Wei's storage bag? How come it's in my hand? Wait. When I entered the secret realm, it seemed like a ban appeared, and he turned into ashes. I accidentally touched his storage bag." Li Fei touched his dizzy head and felt that this memory was very vague. After thinking for a while, he didn't care too much. He simply thought that it was the method of Baifeng's Henren that hurt his soul and caused his memory to be incomplete. After he looked around, his expression changed and he said, "Although I escaped by chance, if Baifeng's Henren didn't gain anything in the ruins, he would definitely look for me again. I definitely can't go back to Qingyun Xiancheng. No, in this situation, I can't stay in Jiangguo Xianji anymore." Li Fei's face was deep, and he murmured in his heart, knowing that it would be better for him not to stay in Jiangguo Xianji. As for returning to Ruyi County and Bihu Mountain, he didn't consider it at all. If he were to go back in this situation, once Master Beifeng knew about it, he would certainly get into endless trouble. He used his spiritual sense to check the storage bag in his hand and found several spiritual tools in it. He immediately changed into a robe. Then he disguised his collarbone, concealed his breath, and turned into a ray of light and left quickly. Alice, Lu Changsheng sighed as he watched Li Fei leave. He had just focused on Li Fei's emotions with his spiritual sense. Although he was unable to fully capture his thoughts, he also roughly understood his thoughts and did not give up the idea of fighting outside and returning to Ruyi County. But with Fei's personality, he would not choose to go back in this situation. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. In fact, he had long understood that Li Fei had not returned home, not only because he was unwilling to be ordinary, but also because he was worried about bringing trouble back. After all, there are many people in the world of cultivating immortals who have no bottom line. And now that such a thing has happened, it is even more impossible for the other party to go back. The world is like a tide and people are like water, but I can only sigh the few people return to the rivers and lakes. Lu Changsheng sighed lightly, retracted his gaze, looked towards the direction of Qingyun Immortal City, and murmured in his heart, "Now that Master Beifeng is dead, the situation in Qingyun Immortal City is probably very chaotic." After pondering for a moment, he gave up the idea of going to the Immortal City to sell stolen goods and purchase. Master Beifeng is in charge of Qingyun Immortal City, which involves the upper-level game of Yuanzhang, and the interests of Qingyun Sect. Now that Master Beifeng is dead, Qingyun Sect will definitely send people to Qingyun Immortal City. Although I did it very cleanly. But who knows if these sects have some means, so I try not to go. There is a third level forbidden formation in an immortal city like this. If I face danger in the city, Changsheng is not sure to deal with it. In that case, go home. Changsheng looked at the 2 storage rings in his hand and smiled. The harvest of this trip is no longer rich. If I rely on the family to do business alone, I can't make money even if I do it for 100 years. Moreover, the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, the origin of spiritual veins, the 3rd level demon pills, and fine magic weapons are rarely circulated in the market on weekdays, and are sold with spiritual stones. Most of them are private transactions between real people who have formed a pill, and they are exchanged for goods, which is difficult to measure by value. By the way, there is still a daughter. Changsheng thought of Binger, who was still in his spiritual pet bag. He immediately released a crystal coffin and knocked on it. Bang! Suddenly, the coffin lid was lifted, and a cold air spread out. Binger showed half of her head, and looked at Changsheng with clear and flawless beautiful eyes, and said happily, "Daddy, I'm full of sleep." "Okay, Daddy will take you home after you're full of sleep," Changsheng said with a smile, knowing that the other party had woken up a long time ago, but he didn't call her, so she was obedient. Hearing this, Binger immediately jumped out of the crystal coffin, holding Changsheng intimately, rubbing her little head against him, squinting her eyes, and looking comfortable and enjoying. Changsheng rubbed her little head, looked at the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and slowly flew away. Although he was going home, he had only killed 4 demon kings in total. He also used the blood and demon soul of the golden-eyed fire ape to awaken the Tai soul body. The remaining 3 demon kings were still a little short in his opinion, and he wanted to get 1 or 2 more. So if there were demon kings who were blind and wanted to cause trouble for him, he didn't mind killing 1 or 2 more. Chapter 413. 7 people preparing to build their foundation. 3 months later, Changsheng looked at the Qingzhu Mountain below, which was covered by the aura of the formation and had a green lake, and a faint smile appeared on his face. At normal speed, he could get back in a month. But he had trouble with 2 demon kings on the way, so he was delayed for a long time. Buzz! Changsheng's body was flowing with rosy clouds, and his heroic and majestic face suddenly became handsome, and his tall and straight figure became a little slender, making the whole person handsome and elegant. Then, Changsheng looked at Binger in his arms, raised his palm lightly, and the yin and yang energy flowed, which removed the disguise on Binger's face, revealing her beautiful and peerless face like a painting. "Daddy." Binger looked at Changsheng's handsome face, tilted her head, called him intimately, and rubbed against him like a kitten. "We'll be home soon. Do you remember what Daddy taught you before?" Changsheng touched the other's cold little head and said in a warm voice. He had restored his true appearance before and tried to explain to Binger that he was not her father. But when she heard this, she immediately cried and said that her father was her father and she would be obedient. Changsheng really didn't know what to say, so he just followed her. "Yes, go home." Binger's eyes were clear and bright, like a dream, looking at the Qingzhu Mountain below, full of energy. Then, holding the token, Changsheng took Binger into Qingzhu Mountain silently and came to Bian Peak. Husband, you are back." In the Lu family mansion, Lu Maiyan, Chu Henzhen, and Bai Ling saw Changsheng and said with joy. However, when they saw Binger holding Changsheng's arm tightly, their expressions were a little strange. Did their husband go to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to hunt monsters? Why did he bring a woman back? But it seemed normal for her husband to like such a peerless face. Like a poem, like a fairy, like a dream, but her face and skin were too pale, even a little pale, which destroyed her beautiful charm. And these eyes, clear and bright, reveal a tenderness like weak water, giving people innocence. "Daddy." Seeing so many people looking at her, Binger couldn't help but feel a little restrained, and shouted to Changsheng. "Daddy." Lu Maiyan and others were stunned and a little confused when they heard Binger calling Changsheng daddy. What's going on? This woman is not the new concubine of their husband who is having an affair outside, but the daughter of their husband? When did my husband have a daughter this big? Ahem, I'll explain it to you later. Changsheng rubbed Binger's little head, motioning her not to be restrained, and then stepped forward to give his wife and concubine a close hug. A moment later, Lu Maiyan, Ling Zixiao and others heard that Lu Changsheng had returned, and also came to the Lu family mansion. The daughter you picked up. Ling Zixiao heard Lu Changsheng's words, looked at Binger's exquisite and beautiful face, and said with a smile, "My husband is really popular with women. He actually picked up such a beautiful, well-behaved and lovely daughter. Will you pick up more daughters in the future?" Lu Changsheng heard this and thought of Jin's daughter Nangguangyao Iao. He smiled and said, "How can there be so many daughters to pick up, but I may really bring a daughter home in the future." Ah! Ling Zixiao was stunned when she heard this. She just thought that Lu Changsheng brought a girl home, and called her a daughter. It was simply indecent, so she teased. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng really had an illegitimate daughter outside. The other women were also stunned when they heard this. Some looked at their husbands and had never heard of this. "Zixiao, do you still remember Nangong Millie?" Lu Changsheng said softly. Now that he has broken through the Jinden stage, he is also preparing to go to Jin State to see his daughter Nangguangyao Iao after finishing his family affairs. If possible, he will take her back to Bihu Mountain. So he also informed his wife in advance about going to Jin State. Nangong Millie. Ling Zixiao's dignified and elegant face was shocked when he heard this. Then he said with surprise and disbelief, "My dear, is this girl really pregnant with your child?" When she saw Lu Changsheng's attitude change towards Nangguang Millie, she had doubts in this regard. But considering that it is difficult for a Jinden's henren to get pregnant. Moreover, Lu Changsheng and Nangguang Millie are just practicing dual cultivation to heal injuries. In this case, it is even more impossible to get pregnant, so she didn't care too much. Now hearing Lu Changsheng's words, this memory suddenly awakened. Nangong Millie. Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Chu Hansun and others were a little confused, looking at each other, and had never heard of this name. Well, this woman was indeed pregnant that year. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, "So I plan to go to Jin State to see this child after things at home are stable." Go to Jin State. Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaoyan, Chu Hansun and others were even more surprised. They didn't expect that their husband had a child with another woman outside, and this woman and the child were not in Jiang State. Seeing the confusion in Lu Miaoj and others' eyes, Lu Changsheng spoke out to tell Nangguang Millie about it. He said that when he and Ling Zixiao came back from Jixiao Fairy City that year, they met Meng Xiaojun and her master. At that time, they used the dual cultivation method to heal each other's injuries, and as a result, the other party became pregnant. Jidan Zhenrun. Miss Xiaojun. This Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohan, Lu Miaoyan and others have a deep impression of Meng Xiaojun. In the battle between Qingzhu Mountain and Hongai Valley, if it weren't for Meng Xiaojun, the Lu family and the Bai family would not have been able to take Hongai Valley. But they never expected that their husband would have a relationship with Meng Xiaojun, a foundation-building cultivator, during the key refining period. During the foundation-building period, he actually formed a bond with Meng Xiaojun's master, a Jinden's henren, and made the other party pregnant. This is simply too shocking. However, when they heard that this Jinden's henren and Meng Xiaojun were not cultivators from the Jiang Kingdom, but cultivators from the Jin Kingdom, the women simply didn't know what to say. It's okay that their husbands have a relationship with the cultivators of the magic path, but they actually gave birth to a child with the Jinden's henren of the Five Poison Sect. If this were known by other family forces, I'm afraid they would use this matter to madly criticize their Bihu Mountain. My husband, the character of this Nangong's henren, this child. At this time, Ling Zixiao pursed her bright red lips and spoke euphemistically. She wanted to express that Nangguang Millie's character might not necessarily keep this child. I have a magical power that can sense the birth of this child in the dark. Lu Changsheng said. He didn't talk much about this topic, and asked his wife Lu Miaoyan, "Yuner, has anything happened at home during this period?" Lu Miaoyan immediately told her about various things that happened at home in the past year. Now the operation of Bihu Mountain has already matured, and Lu Changsheng does not need to worry about it, so there is nothing big. The main thing is the foundation building of the children at home. Now, Lu Lingxiao, Lu Xingjun, and Lu Qingsong can attack the foundation building at any time. Lu Yun and Lu Kaizhan are almost at the peak of the 9th level of key refining and can prepare to build the foundation. But before Lu Changsheng went out, he told him that the foundation building of the children at home should be discussed after he came back. Are they in Bihu Mountain now? Lu Changsheng asked. Lingxiao and Xingjun are both in Hongai Valley Market, Qingzhou is in Behu Mountain, Yunar and Kaishan are in Behu Mountain. Lu Maiyuan replied softly. Okay, you can send a message later to let them all come back. Lu Changsheng nodded. After speaking, thinking of his two children in Qingyun Sect, he continued, by the way, you can also send a message to let Xingai and Yanlao come back. Changsheng, are you going to let them all build the foundation? Lu Maiyuan heard this and immediately guessed what Lu Changsheng was going to do, and said with some surprise. That's right. Lu Changsheng nodded. Since his children have reached the level of cultivation, he will not suppress them too much. As for whether the continuous birth of foundation-building cultivators in the family will cause trouble, Lu Changsheng felt more confident during this trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Changsheng, there are not so many foundation-building pills at home now. And once so many foundation-building cultivators appear, the spiritual veins at home may not be able to supply them. Lu Maiyuan's face is beautiful and gentle as water, and she said softly. Although Behu Mountain is not short of shining fruit for refining foundation-building pills. But there are not so many auxiliary materials for refining foundation-building pills at the moment. And the spiritual veins of Behu Mountain are very limited now. If it weren't for Zumi Cave Heaven, the spring of the Spirit Eye, and the Qingyun Treasure Lotus, there would be a lack of spiritual energy. If there are 5 more foundation-building cultivators, even if White Tiger Mountain and Flower and Fruit Mountain are included, they can't be settled. After all, White Tiger Mountain and Flower and Fruit Mountain are both second-level middle-grade spiritual veins. It's enough to supply 3 foundation-building cultivators. If there are more, it will be a bit difficult. And the resources consumed by foundation-building cultivators in cultivation are several times that of key refining cultivators. As the children of the Lu family grew up, got married and had children, and improved their cultivation, the family welfare was no longer sustainable and had to rely on Lu Changsheng for subsidies. If there were 5 more foundation-building cultivators, and these foundation-building cultivators were not convenient to be exposed, and could not expand the territory and create profits for the family in a short time, it would be a huge burden. It's okay, I made a small gain on this trip, so there's no need to worry about the foundation-building pills and spiritual veins. Lu Changsheng naturally understood what his wife meant, and waved his hand and spoke out. The gains from his trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range were enough to solve all the problems facing the family. Husband, if so many foundation-building cultivators appeared in the family and other family forces knew about it, I'm afraid it would cause a lot of trouble, right? At this time, Lu Maiyuan pursed her red lips and spoke out. Although the family has the Zumi Cave Heaven, the children's breakthroughs in the foundation building will not be known to others. But this kind of thing cannot be kept secret forever. Even if a foundation-building cultivator appears every few years, it is very amazing. Moreover, the current foundation-building cultivators in Behu Mountain are far ahead of other families. I have already thought about this issue. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, later, you can spread the word that Xing'er can already skillfully refine the foundation-building pill through the special demon core, and at least 1 pill can be made. If other families have this demand, they can come to our Behu Mountain to refine it. Lu Changsheng said so. In addition to genius, the most important thing for a family to have a stable number of foundation-building cultivators is the foundation-building pill. As long as the family can provide a stable supply of foundation-building pills, it is normal to have a foundation-building cultivator every few years. Refine the foundation-building pill. Lu Maiyuan immediately understood what her husband meant. This is a way to show the outside world that they have a reasonable way to obtain the foundation-building pill. Except for Qingyun Sect, there seems to be no alchemist in Qingyun who can guarantee that the foundation-building pill will be successful. My dear, we can first build up our reputation and say that if we fail to refine the foundation-building pill at this stage, our Behu Mountain will compensate us in full, so as to attract people to come and refine the foundation-building pill. At this time, Ling Zixio spoke up and said with a faint smile. She knew her husband's alchemy skills. Not only did they make many pills, but they were also likely to be fine pills. Will this be too ostentatious and cause trouble? Lu Maiyuan said hesitantly after hearing this. Once people knew that their family could stably refine foundation-building pills, although they would attract the favor of many family forces. But they would also be feared by many foundation-building families, fake pill families, and even formation pill families, and regarded as thorns in their eyes. Ling Zixio, wearing a blue dress, sat dignified and elegant, and chuckled and said, "Public? This is already very restrained." "Just do as Xiao said," Lu Changsheng said after a moment of silence. Although his family has been covering up and hiding its strength, but the fact that his daughter is building a foundation cannot be kept secret. After all, after this batch, in a few years, there will be other children in the family who will build a foundation. So in this regard, there is only a reasonable reason. After all, this kind of thing is not shocking enough to cause any trouble to Qingyun Sect. As for the targeting of other families, Lu Changsheng no longer cares and regards these targeting as the tempering of his children. After all, after training children to build foundation, the next step must rely on their own efforts. As a father, he can't support them all the time, he can only try to give them some help on their way of growth to make it easier for them. Yet, Lu Maiyue nodded, and realized that her husband was a giant in Henrun. As long as the beast-controlling Su family didn't attack, there would be no big problem. By the way, my husband, the family received a second-level fire seed from Qingzhu Mountain before. But this heaven and earth spirit fire is very fierce. It would be very dangerous for Zaire to subdue and refine it by himself. After talking about the family affairs, Ling Xiao looked at Lu Changsheng and told him about his son. "Oh, did the family acquire the heaven and earth spirit fire suitable for Zaire?" Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and was a little surprised. He has been acquiring heaven and earth spirit fire for his son Lu Lingxiao. But this thing is very rare. And it is even rarer to be suitable for his son's dragon body. Well, this spiritual fire of heaven and earth is scorching and fierce, filled with a breath of destruction, and has great lethality. It is in line with the conditions you mentioned, my lord. So I spent 24,000 spirit stones and 3 second-level top-level talismans to buy this fire. Ling Xiao took out an ice jade porcelain bottle from his storage bag while speaking. Through the porcelain bottle, you can see a small black flame inside. Lu Changsheng took the jade box and opened it. Suddenly, a scorching air wave filled with a breath of destruction and destruction spread out. SHH. Lu Changsheng stretched out his palm, and Lei Ganglongyan appeared. He held this original fire in his hand and quietly experienced its power. After a moment. Yes, this spiritual fire of heaven and earth is indeed good, and it is very suitable for Zaire. Lu Changsheng said with a smile in his eyes. This spiritual fire of heaven and earth is somewhat similar to his Lei Ganglongyan, with masculine and fierce attributes. Compared with Lei Ganglongyan, it even has a bit more destructive aura. This also makes this spiritual fire of heaven and earth unusable for alchemy, refining, etc. It can only be given to cultivators who practice fire-attributed techniques as a magical means. But the more violent and fierce the flame is, the more dangerous the process of taming and refining it is. It is estimated that ordinary foundation-building cultivators dare not try to refine this spiritual fire of heaven and earth. And it cannot be used for alchemy and refining, and giant cultivators look down on it, so this spiritual fire is very embarrassing. Wait for Zaire to come back, I will help him refine this fire. Lu Changsheng put the fire back into the ice jade porcelain bottle and said to Ling Xiao. Although it is difficult for ordinary foundation-building cultivators to refine this spiritual fire of heaven and earth. But if there is a giant and real person as a father to help refine it, it will naturally be much simpler. This is the benefit of having family elders. Thank you for your hard work, my husband. Ling Xiao said softly. Zaire is my son, why do you need to say this? Lu Changsheng held his wife's slender hand and smiled softly. After chatting with his wife, Lu Changsheng and several women brought Binger to Zumi Cave Heaven. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng released a mountain and river tripod containing the origin of the spiritual veins. Let Zumi use all these spiritual veins to upgrade the Cave Heaven spiritual veins. Zumi can grow through the Cave Heaven in his body, feed back to himself, and accelerate his growth. At this moment, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but look forward to how much Zumi could get when the spiritual veins in the Cave Heaven were promoted to the 3rd level. Yes, Master. Zumi's ethereal voice also added a bit of joy at this moment. So many. Ling Xiao looked at these mountain and river tripods and said in surprise, My dear, how many demon kings have you killed? It's mainly because of good luck that I encountered a large spiritual vein where Binger was sleeping. Lu Changsheng looked at Binger, who looked well behaved, and said aloud. She is not as shy as Bai Ling. But facing Lu Maiyue, Ling Xiao and others, they are still a little restrained and silent. Honglian. Then, Lu Changsheng took Binger to the side of the spiritual medicine garden, looked at the Peachwood spiritual fetus with vitality, and asked Honglian about his recent situation and whether he could see Binger's situation. Young master. Honglian woke up, and his voice was light and elegant. She is now at the critical moment of the formation of the spiritual fetus, and cannot be distracted too much. So for a while, she can't see what's wrong with Binger. Okay. Lu Changsheng heard it, and didn't care too much. After all, he had awakened the Tai soul body, and his spiritual consciousness exceeded some peak Qingyun cultivators. In this case, he couldn't see Binger's situation. In Honglian's current state, it is difficult to see what's wrong with Binger, and he can only make some judgments and analyses through his extensive knowledge. It is said that a short separation is better than a new marriage. Now that he has been away for a year, Lu Changsheng naturally has to nurture his relationship with his wife and concubines at home. Moreover, after the Qingyun, there are a lot of things at home, and they are constantly busy. Now it's time to enjoy it, relax more, and focus on having a baby. Although it is very difficult to have a baby after the Qingyun. But at the same time, the spiritual root talent of the child born after the Qingyun will far exceed the offspring of ordinary cultivators. Binger, are you sleepy? At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at Binger, who was holding him like a kitten, and said, "Daddy, I'm not sleepy." Binger said energetically. She had taken another nap on the way back, so she was very energetic. "No, you are sleepy, you need to sleep." Lu Changsheng said seriously. "My dear, since Binger likes you so much, let her stay by your side if she wants." Ling Zixiao looked at Binger's delicate and beautiful face with a playful look on his face. She didn't mind having more little girls around. Sister Ling. Lu Maiwen thought it was not good. After all, Binger looked like she was 17 or 18 years old, but her clear and flawless eyes gave people a sense of immaturity, like a child who is not in tune with the world. She and others were practicing with Changsheng, and there was such a child next to them, which was simply out of place. Okay, Binger is going to sleep. Binger looked at Ling Zixiao, Lu Maiwen, and Lu Maiojinades, then looked at Lu Changsheng, nodded, and was obedient. Immediately, Lu Changsheng released the crystal coffin. "Good night, Daddy," Binger said reluctantly after lying in the coffin. "Okay, Daddy will come and call Binger later." Lu Changsheng lowered his head and kissed the pale and cold forehead of the girl, and said in a gentle voice. After spending so much time together in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he also liked this little girl very much. However, looking at the other party's ignorant and naive eyes, he really couldn't do it. Tisk tisk tisk. Ling Zixiao looked at Binger's crystal coffin and couldn't help but marvel at it. She felt that her husband's luck with women was simply amazing. This Binger was not simple at first glance, she was not an ordinary woman. "My dear, what's the situation with Binger?" she asked with some curiosity. "I don't know, I was." Lu Changsheng told the process of picking up Binger. A third-level formation? Locking a third-level spiritual vein just to nurture her. Ling Zixiao, Lu Maioj, Lu Maiwen and others were all very surprised when they heard this. You know, third-level spiritual veins are extremely rare, let alone large third-level spiritual veins. Such a large third-level spiritual vein can build a fairy city on the spot. My dear, if this third-level formation has not been completely destroyed, you can take me there to have a look, Ling Zixiao said after a moment of silence. On the one hand, she might be able to obtain some information through the formation and formation patterns. On the other hand, her formation skills have always stopped at the level of a quasi-third-level formation master. If you want to go further, you must study the third-level forbidden formation in depth, or try to set up the third-level formation yourself. Okay, let's not talk about this now. Lu Changsheng responded with a smile, and took his wives into the Changsheng palace. Chapter 414 I am very smart most of the time. A long separation is better than a new marriage. In the Changsheng palace, Lu Changsheng and his wives fought repeatedly and tossed around several times, the passion and beauty of which was difficult to describe in words. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng and his wives told about his trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. However, in order to avoid his wife's worry, he omitted the matter of the demon king chasing and killing by Feng Xianren. But throughout the whole process, what he saw and did, he still heard Lu Maioj, Lu Maiahun, Chu Hansun and others exclaiming in surprise. After all, except for Ling Zixiao who had seen a little bit of the world, the wives and concubines in the family had not traveled far. As for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the third-level demon king, They were all heard and learned from books. When the family is free, your husband will take you to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and several major immortal cities. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. But halfway through, he swallowed his words back. He said to Lu Maiahan, Lu Maiahan, and Chu Hansun in a gentle voice, "Don't worry, your husband has a way to solve the problem of the heaven and earth longevity method." "Oh, my husband, it's okay. My husband, I think this is also good." The three women were very considerate. However, Lu Changsheng could still see a bit of sadness on his wife Lu Maiahan's delicate and beautiful face. She was originally a lively person and liked to play on weekdays. But after practicing the heaven and earth longevity method, she could not leave Qingzhu Mountain for a moment. Especially in recent years, his father Lu Yuanding was old and was about to die, but he could not go to visit him. Sometimes he was sad alone. As long as Zumi transforms, you can transplant your life spirit plants into the Zumi cave heaven, and then you can go out with Zumi. Or wait until your husband finds a cave heaven magic weapon that can plant the heaven and earth spirit plants, and then you can go out at will without being bound. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. Over the years, he has also studied and understood the heaven and earth longevity method. Theoretically, as long as there is a cave magic weapon that can feed the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, and then the wife's life spiritual plant is moved into it, it can be used to go out with a cave magic weapon. Dongshin magic weapon. Lu Maiahan and Lu Maiahan's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of hope. If they can go out, they naturally want to go out with Lu Changsheng to play and take a look. But they all understand what the four words Dongshin magic weapon mean. Ordinary magic weapons are extremely precious, and only Jiden's Henrin or Jiden's Henrin can possess them. And the cave magic weapon is several times or even dozens of times rarer than ordinary magic weapons. Especially this cave magic weapon, which can also plant the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, is even more rare and precious. Yet, then thank you for your hard work, husband. Chu Hansun is the one who cares the least about this among the three women. She herself is a super homegirl and doesn't like to go out on weekdays. Except for her son Lu Quanzhen who went away, the other children are all in Qingzhu Mountain, and there is not much to worry about. Whatever he wants on weekdays, he can get it by just telling his daughter Lu Kazan, or by looking for Lu Changsheng, Lu Wangshu and others. After enjoying a few days of comfortable and quiet time in Zumi Cave Heaven with his wives and concubines and relaxing his body and mind, Lu Changsheng also began to busy himself with business and care about the situation of his children at home. My child has seen his father, dad, mother, and daddy. After learning that Lu Changsheng had come out of retreat, his children came to see him one after another. In addition to Lu Lingxiao, Lu Xingjian, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Pingyan were also called back by Lu Changsheng. Only Lu Ruai, Lu Xianzi and Jiu Iao were left in Qingzhu Mountain. As for Lu Xingyu and Lu Yunlao, they had accepted the sect's mission and went to the market to garrison, so they didn't come back so soon. Daddy, sister said you prepared gifts for us. When the youngest daughter Lu Ling saw Lu Changsheng, she immediately came forward with a face of intimacy and joy, tilting her delicate and cute little head and spoke out. Lu Changsheng glanced at his daughter Lu Wangshu who was not far away. The daughter was wearing a pink and white dress, with a bright and flawless face. She put her hands behind her waist, stood gracefully, and looked around, as if she was looking at the scenery outside. Lu Changsheng chuckled and shook his head, then rubbed his little daughter's bun and said with a smile, "Of course, come, Xiao, divide the spiritual stones here, one for each of the brothers and sisters." Wow, so many spiritual stones, thank you daddy. Lu Ling saw a pile of medium-grade spiritual stones in the storage bag, and his eyes sparkled, and then he happily divided the spiritual stones. One for the big pot, one for me. One for brother Lu Yun, one for me. One for sister Kazhan, one for me. Lu Wangshu looked at Lu Ling's behavior, gave a thumbs up and said, "Xiao, you are really smart." Huh? Lu Ling heard this, straightened her chest, and said with pride and joy, "You always think I'm stupid, but in fact I'm not stupid at all. Most of the time, I'm very smart." After that, she handed a spirit stone to Lu Wangshu with a smile, and said, "One for you, sister, and one for me." Ha ha ha. A burst of cheerful laughter suddenly rang out in the hall, causing Ling Xiao, the mother, to sigh and hold her forehead. Ha ha ha. Lu Changsheng also smiled and said, "Our Xiao works so hard, what's wrong with getting more benefits?" The family talked and laughed, and when they were almost done, Lu Changsheng stood up and said, Pinggan, Yuner, Kaizhun, Kingsong, Xingjin, Chencha, Xiaor, you come with me. Yes, Dad. Lu Yun, Lu Kaizhun and others all guessed what was going on. Lu Chencha was a little confused when he heard his name. He didn't know why he was there, but he hurried to catch up. After Lu Changsheng and a few others came to a side hall, he first looked at his son Lu Chencha and said, Chencha, your father has some iron fire ants here, you take them and cultivate them well. While speaking, he raised his palm and gave the iron fire ant larvae and eggs obtained from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to him. Iron fire ants. When Lu Chencha heard this, he was immediately surprised and bowed. Thank you, father, the child will definitely cultivate these iron fire ants well. He had seen this iron fire ant on the strange insect list before. Although it is ranked very low, it can be on the list, which means it is extraordinary. Once it forms a group, tens of thousands, it will be very difficult to deal with. Even the foundation building cultivators will find it difficult to stop it. If there are tens of thousands, I am afraid that the giant and cultivators will have a headache. The larvae and eggs in front of him are densely packed, like a ball, and there are estimated to be nearly 1,000. If they are cultivated well and allowed to reproduce continuously, they will surely be able to form groups of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in the future. Well, you hatch and cultivate them normally first. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Lu Changsheng said. Although the living environment of the iron fire ants is very harsh, with the insect nest bag and the ancient beast talisman, this is not a problem. However, he also plans to plant the golden fire vine tree after the spiritual vein is upgraded. Yes, father. Lu Chencha replied respectfully. Do you have the ancient beast talisman with you? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. Yes. Lu Chencha quickly handed over the ancient beast talisman. After taking a look, Lu Changsheng handed him a storage bag and said, put all the spiritual stones and spiritual materials in it into the ancient talisman. Before, due to limited resources, his Blackwater Dragon Taoist soldiers could only rely on time to slowly survive. Now that he has money, he is naturally ready to quickly cultivate the first batch of second-level Dragon Taoist soldiers. Yes, father. Lu Chencha replied honestly. Okay, you go back first. When the first second-level Dragon Taoist soldier appears, notify me. Lu Changsheng said. I'll take my leave. Lu Chencha was still a little restrained and respectful in front of his father Lu Changsheng. When he walked out of the side hall, he looked at the storage bag in his hand and took a deep breath. So many spirit stones, and so many crystal cores, natural treasures, this value is probably more than 100,000 spirit stones. Lu Chencha was extremely shocked and realized that his father seemed to be richer than he thought. However, he didn't dare to have the slightest greed for these resources, and he wouldn't be greedy. In Qingzhu Mountain, he not only had Lu Changsheng as his father, but also a mother whom he rarely saw on weekdays. This mother was a little cold to him, just asking him to listen to his father more, but every time they met, she would give him a lot of cultivation resources. If not for this, he couldn't cultivate so many spirit insects by relying on the welfare of Qingzhu Mountain. Brother Chencha, come on, one for you and one for me. At this time, Lu Ling saw Lu Chencha, handed him a spirit stone, and then put another one in the storage bag on his waist. Thank you, Xiao. Lu Chencha took the spirit stone with a smile. One medium-grade spirit stone is equal to 100 low-grade spirit stones, which is not a small amount for him. But after looking at the storage bag given by his father, he suddenly felt that this spirit stone was a bit boring. When I break through the foundation building stage, I should be able to earn spirit stones quickly when I go out for training. Lu Chencha thought to himself. You're welcome. Lu Ling grinned, and then went to divide the spirit stones with a cute face, and looked at who else in the family hadn't come, and took the initiative to give spirit stones. In the side hall. Pinggan, how is the Chamber of Commerce going now? Lu Changsheng looked at his eldest son, who was tall and burly, with a round and tough face, and asked. Dad, everything is ready. Lu Pinggan said in a deep voice. Half a year ago, the Lu family had already decided to set up a Chamber of Commerce, and had done a lot of preheating, even bringing in families such as Qingzhu Mountain, Banyo Lake, Timulan, etc. Now they just had to wait for Lu Changsheng to nod. Okay, in that case, you can pick a time yourself. Lu Changsheng said. After that, he looked at Lu Pinggan and asked, Pinggan, your Balian Baodiju should be breaking through, right? It should take 2 or 3 years. Lu Pingyan scratched his head and said. 2 or 3 years. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly, stepped forward and put his palm on his son's shoulder, and checked his physical condition. After a while, he said, "You will be in Qingzhu Mountain in the next period of time. Your father will prepare a medicinal bath for you. After the bathing and baptism, you can directly break through the 8th level." "Thank you, father." Lu Pingyan immediately bowed. The 8th level of Balian Baodiju. Several people around looked at their eldest brother. Especially Lu Lingxiao. He practiced Balian Baodiju. He knew what the 8th level of this technique represented. My eldest brother is only in the initial stage of foundation building, and his body refining is about to reach the quasi-3rd level. Question mark. Well, take this spirit beast. Lu Changsheng handed a beast control card and a spirit pet bag to Lu Pingyan, saying, although this spirit beast has been tamed, it has a fierce character and is full of wildness. It takes some time and energy to tame it. See if you can tame it. If you can, I will give it to you as a spirit pet. Lu Changsheng said. Inside is the 2nd level spirit beast he obtained before, the silver-winged golden falcon. Lu Changsheng himself has no idea about this spirit beast, and he is too lazy to slowly refine and tame it. At present, among the children in the family, only Lu Pingyan has the ability to tame it. It just so happens that the other party likes to go to Ruiyi County on weekdays, so he can give him a mount. Thank you, Dad. Lu Pingyan took the spirit pet bag and looked at the spirit beast inside with some curiosity. Suddenly, he saw a falcon with a majestic and mighty figure, flowing curves, and a golden luster. Its eagle eyes were sharp and intimidating, and its wings were like thunder and lightning, flowing with a cold silver luster. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, letting him go out, and then went forward to check the cultivation of his 5 children. For people like Lu Lingxiao and Lu Xingjun, there is no problem in building a foundation. It depends on whether they can condense a foundation. As for Lu Yun, Lu Kaixian, and Lu Qingsong, they are all in a very precarious situation. Although his daughter Lu Kaixian has a 5th grade spiritual root. But she has been practicing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, and her character and understanding are very average. You should adjust your state at home these days. Later, your father will prepare a medicinal bath for you. After the bath, you can impact the foundation. Lu Changsheng said. This trip to kill the Demon King and prepare a medicinal bath is naturally not just for his son Lu Lingxiao, but for everyone. It's just that in Lu Lingxiao's case, the medicinal power can be stronger. Yes, Dad. Thank you, Father. Hearing this, several people showed some joy on their faces and responded respectfully. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng asked them if they had any doubts about cultivation, and answered them one by one. Okay, it's just a foundation building, don't be too nervous. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said casually, and walked out of the side hall with his children. However, despite this, Lu Yun, Lu Kaixian, and Lu Qingsong were still a little nervous. After all, it was fine for one person to build a foundation at ordinary times. Now there are 5 people in the family building a foundation at the same time. If everyone else succeeds, it will be embarrassing for me to fail. And it seems that no one in my family has failed to build a foundation. If I become the first person in the family to fail in building a foundation, I am afraid I will be recorded in the family's book of shame. In the evening, Lu Changsheng asked his family to prepare a dinner for the family to reunite and eat. Although there are so many wives, concubines, and children in the family, a hall can't accommodate them. But this kind of family dinner is mainly for the children in the family to get together more often and exchange feelings on weekdays. The next day. Xiao, I remember that there is a fire-absorbing technique in the Suzaku burning heaven art that you practice, right? Lu Changsheng found his son Lu Lingxiao and prepared to help him refine the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Yes. Lu Lingxiao nodded, roughly guessing what his father was going to do. His mother Lingxiao had told him about the heaven and earth spiritual fire before. Let's go, your father is free now, and I will help you refine the heaven and earth spiritual fire. Lu Changsheng immediately took Lu Lingxiao to find his wife Lu Miaoj. After all, his son was only in the key refining stage, and it was still very dangerous to refine such a heaven and earth spiritual fire, so it would be much better to have Lu Miaoj's protection. My dear, Xiao is just refining key, and he won't refine it until he builds his foundation. Ling Xiao was a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng helping his son refine the heaven and earth spiritual fire. You know, this heaven and earth spiritual fire is violent and fierce, even she dare not refine it easily, let alone her son Lu Xiao. Xia has the body of a dragon's voice. Refining this heaven and earth spiritual fire now can cleanse his marrow and hair, and build a stronger foundation. Besides, with me and Sister Mayaoj watching, nothing will happen. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. After saying that, he looked at Lu Mayaoj and said, Sister Mayaoj, use the Tai True Water to protect Xia's meridians and Danshan. Yes. Lu Mayaoj had a gentle and beautiful face and smiled softly. Thank you for your hard work, Father, and Lu Xiao bowed his hands, knowing that his father was building a perfect foundation for him. The process will be a bit painful. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, took out the porcelain bottle containing the second-level fire, and said aloud, Dad, don't worry, the child can bear it. Lu Xiao heard this and said with a firm face, Good, you are worthy of being my son, Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng smiled and released the fire in the ice jade porcelain bottle. The originally quiet black flame suddenly puffed and suddenly surged out of thin air, rising and spreading, raising the temperature of the air and making it extremely hot. What a terrifying spiritual fire of heaven and earth. No wonder the ancestor of the Ming family chose to sell this spiritual fire of heaven and earth. If a foundation-building cultivator wants to subdue this spiritual fire, he is afraid that he will die. Ling Xiao murmured in his heart as he looked at this blazing and destructive flame. He realized that the seal of the ice crystal bottle had suppressed it before, and the true power of this spiritual fire of heaven and earth had not yet been revealed. Spiritual fire of heaven and earth. The second-level spiritual fire of heaven and earth is so amazing. How can the third-level spiritual fire be so domineering? Facing the scorching air waves, Lu Xiao couldn't help but take a step back, feeling extremely hot all over. Humph. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. His slender jade-like palm directly grasped the ball of black flame in his hand. Puff. The black fire was so strong that it rose and spread, as if it was going to drown Lu Changsheng. However, Lu Changsheng's palm puffed and a purple-red flame like a dragon gushed out, which immediately made the black flame retreat and jump up and down. Although this kind of spiritual fire of heaven and earth has no intelligence, it also has the instinctive will of living beings. Like the spiritual fires of heaven and earth, they devour each other. So this black spiritual fire has an instinctive fear of the thunder dragon flame. Is this also the spiritual fire of heaven and earth? Lu Xiao saw the purple-red dragon in his father's hand, which looked like a flame, and his expression was a little suspicious. For some reason, he actually felt a bit of inexplicable throbbing breath from the flame in his father's hand. It was not fear, but closeness. Yes, this is also the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng said to his son. Then he held the black fire in his hand and suppressed it with the thunder dragon flame. In the end, only a dying fire source was left. Sister Mayaoj. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Mayaoj and motioned her to take action. Immediately, Lu Mayaoj raised her white hand lightly, with a blue luster, and placed her palm on Lu Xiao's back. Xia. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Xiao, scratched his palm, and bright red blood flowed, and then put the black fire in his hand. Hiss. Lu Xiao instantly felt a burning pain in his palm, as if he had touched a red-hot iron, and he took a deep breath. The black fire fell into Lu Xiao's hand, and a scorching and fierce flame suddenly rose up, trying to drown Lu Xiao, and even resisted absorbing his blood. HMPH. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng circulated his yin and yang magic power, and directly forced the black fire to blend with his son's blood. As the blood and fire blended, the rising black flame gradually converged, and finally condensed into a thumb-sized red fire. Then, Lu Changsheng used his magic power to wrap his son's body and signaled him to start the next step. Yes. Lu Xiao's skin was red and hot at this time, and his forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at the fire in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and swallowed it into his mouth. Ah! The next moment, Lu Xiao's eyes widened, and his angular and handsome face suddenly twisted hideously. Pain. It hurts so much. The moment the black fire entered his body, a blazing black flame surged into his body like magma, gushing into his limbs and bones. If it weren't for his father's magical power protecting his body, he felt like he would be burned to ashes in an instant. But even so, he felt like there was an extra flame in his body. The blazing black flame flowed like magma, burning and roasting every inch of his flesh, skin, bones, and even his spiritual power, causing him immense pain. Fortunately, there was a slow warm current that dissipated the heat, so that he did not suffer so much. Ling Xiao did not say anything when he saw this scene. But there was still some tension and worry in his bright and beautiful eyes. The process of refining the spiritual fire of heaven and earth is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be attacked by the fire, which may cause serious injuries and death, or even turn into ashes. Like this black flame, it is so hot and fierce that it is simply not something that a key refining cultivator can bear. If it were not for Lu Changsheng, no matter how talented a key refining cultivator is, it would be a fantasy to subdue and refine it. Xiao, use your power. Lu Changsheng helped his son suppress and refine the black flame. Yes, Lu Lingxiao said in a hoarse and dry voice, and he used all his strength to operate the fire-receiving technique. Buzz buzz buzz, as the spiritual fire of heaven and earth traveled through Lu Lingxiao's meridians, his dragon-like body began to slowly wake up, and a hot and fierce yang energy rose and spread, suppressing the black flame. However, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel that this dragon yin-yang key had flaws, and its effect was inferior to his own. But it's not bad. Lu Changsheng muttered in his heart when he saw this scene. Although the dragon yin body was flawed, it still had the desired effect. Lu Lingxiao also realized that his spirit body was helping to refine the black flames. And as the black flames traveled around in his body, some inexplicable changes occurred. However, he was burning and tingling all over at this time, and he had no time to be distracted. In this way, time passed little by little. Lu Lingxiao's body was red, and it was covered with a hot and fierce black flame. The yin and yang magic power steadily protected Lu Lingxiao's body, meridians, danshan, and internal organs. Tai true water slowly warmed every inch of flesh and skin under the burning heat. It was unknown how long it took, and the flames gradually subsided. In Lu Lingxiao's Qi Si Danshan, a black fire seed slowly hovered. As this original fire blended with the dragon's yang energy, the dark flame seemed to glow with a little golden luster. Lu Lingxiao took a few deep breaths and felt dry mouth and lips. However, he was extremely surprised, knowing that the most painful stage had passed. The next step was to completely refine this original fire into his body. During this process, his Balian Baodiju began to operate frantically, causing the magic weapon origin in his chest to continue to flow out and into his internal organs and limbs. Huh? Ling Xiao, who was standing next to him, looked at his son's situation and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his son had passed the most difficult step. Although the next step was still dangerous, it was no longer a problem with Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaozhi. Time passed bit by bit. It was unknown how long it had been, but Lu Lingxiao finally refined the black fire. Boom! A hot and fierce black flame full of destruction and ruin rose from his body. At the same time, the blood in Lu Lingxiao's body surged like a river bursting its banks, forming a brilliant rainbow column with precious light flowing. Lu Changsheng knew that this was his son's 100 refinements treasure body art breaking through from the 4th level to the 5th level. Chapter 415, Destruction Flame, 20 Key Refining Level 9. Dad, Mother, and Lu Lingxiao opened his eyes, and 2 golden rays burst out of his pupils, exuding a strong breath. His slender and upright body burned with a dark flame, which made him look cold, majestic, and domineering. Haha, not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at his son's situation and nodded with satisfaction. After refining this spiritual fire of heaven and earth, his son not only cleansed his marrow and bones, but also broke through the 2nd level of physical training, and his foundation was also further improved. Xiao, this spiritual fire has no name yet, you can give it a name yourself. Ling Xiao's beautiful eyes were bright, looking at the black flames burning in his son's body, and chuckled. There are many kinds of spiritual fires of heaven and earth. Except for a few with names, most of them have no names. Lu Lingxiao thought for a moment and said, this spiritual fire is full of destruction and destructive aura, so why not call it Destruction Flame? Destruction Flame, it's not bad. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Xiao, go back and have a good rest first, and start to impact the foundation after a few days. Lu Changsheng said to his son Lu Lingxiao. His son had just refined the Destruction Flame and was in a very weak state. He needed a good rest. Yes, Dad, Mother, and Xiao will take his leave. The flames on Lu Lingxiao's body slowly dissipated, and his skin seemed to be dehydrated and cracked, like a snake shedding its skin, with a layer of old skin appearing. This is a transformation of the physical body from the inside out, a true cleansing of the marrow and hair, a complete rebirth. Thank you for your hard work, my husband, Miaoj. At this time, Ling Xiao also said to Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, "We are all family, Sister Ling is too polite." Lu Miaoj said with a soft smile. Several people talked and laughed. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng took Ling Xiao and Lu Miaoj to prepare the medicinal bath. He had already taught Ling Xiao, Lu Miaoj and others how to make this kind of medicinal bath. However, this medicinal bath was very extraordinary, with the essence of the flesh and blood of the third-level Demon King as the main medicine, so he needed to watch from the side. At the same time, Qingzhu Mountain released a message to the outside world. It stated that it had a second-level alchemist who could refine the foundation-building pill through a special demon core and guarantee a successful pill. If it failed, Qingzhu Mountain would compensate in full. Now not only is the pill refining free, but also Qingzhu Mountain is willing to provide caves for casual cultivators to impact the foundation. As long as you give 3,000 spirit stones, or are willing to serve as a guest official in Qingzhu Mountain, you can impact the foundation in Qingzhu Mountain. As soon as this news was released, it swept like a hurricane, spread quickly, and attracted countless people to discuss. Because this news was too shocking. The entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, in addition to the 4 major immortal gates, only Qingzhu Mountain and the 3 major immortal cities have such alchemists. Ordinary cultivators who want to ask someone to refine the foundation building pill can only go to the 3 major immortal cities. And the 3 major immortal cities are far away. Even if the key refining cultivators gather the materials for the foundation building pill by chance, it is difficult to go to the 3 major immortal cities, fearing that they will be attacked on the way. Moreover, when they arrive at the 3 major immortal cities, they need connections and financial resources to ask to see these alchemists and ask people to refine pills. Now, Qingzhu Mountain not only refines pills for free and guarantees the success of the pill, but also provides a breakthrough dojo. This news is simply exciting. Especially some family forces. They once got the Shining Fruit or the special demon core by chance, but they didn't dare to go to the immortal city. Now there's the option of Qingzhu Mountain, and it is much easier to come to Qingzhu Mountain. However, this news still aroused many people's doubts and suspicions. What? Qingzhu Mountain has a second-level alchemist who can refine the foundation-building pill. And it guarantees a successful pill. No wonder Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain have produced several great foundation-building monks in recent years. It turns out that there is such an alchemist in their family. Why does such a top alchemist stay in the small Qingzhu Mountain Lu family instead of going to the immortal city to make a name for himself? My third uncle's brother-in-law's cousin's sister is the concubine of this Lu family ancestor. I heard that this alchemist is also one of the concubines of Lu family ancestor Lu Changsheng. What? Such an alchemist is actually a concubine. What kind of charm does this Lu family ancestor have? Damn, what kind of peach blossom luck does Lu Changsheng have? I remember that he had a wife who was a top formation master, and now he has another top alchemist. I don't know if this is true or not. Is there any Taoist friend who wants to try it? If I go there, Qingzhu Mountain won't kill people and rob, right? Since Qingzhu Mountain dares to release such news, it should not be false. Yes, Qingzhu Mountain is still decent and respectful, and it will not ruin its reputation for this. Around the Qingzhu Mountain, countless people were talking and discussing this matter. And the news was still spreading, quickly spreading to the entire Qingyun realm. After all, Qingzhu Mountain already had quite a reputation in the Qingyun realm, and it was in its heyday. Now that there was such a rare alchemist who could refine the foundation establishment pill in the family, it naturally attracted people's attention at the first time. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. Refining the foundation establishment pill, Qingzhu Mountain really does have an alchemist who can refine the foundation establishment pill. When Lu Yuanzhong and others heard the news, they thought to themselves that it was as expected. In his early years, Lu Changsheng half sold and half gave away 2 foundation-building pills, so they had this guess. Refining the foundation-building pill, Lu Yuanzhong was white-haired and very old, sitting in the courtyard. He didn't care when he heard the news. Now that Qingzhu Mountain has come to this point, he is already satisfied. He has long stopped worrying about family affairs and would not think about asking for any benefits from Qingzhu Mountain before he died. What's more, The relationship between the two families is that if he does this, he will only drain the pond to catch fish and ruin the relationship between the two families. What's more, there are Qingchen and Zuiner. Lu Yuanding looked at Lu Qingxun, who was dressed in a green shirt and had a handsome face, like a modest gentleman, and his old and turbid eyes showed a somewhat relieved smile. The eldest grandson Lu Qingchen has a deep affection for Qingzhu Mountain. With this grandson, Qingzhu Mountain will definitely be taken care of in the future when it encounters a major crisis. Although the little grandson Lu Qingxun in front of him has not grown up yet. But he asked his daughter Lu Miaoj and knew that this grandson has a third-grade spiritual root. With such talent, he believed that under the training of Lu Changsheng, he would definitely be able to build a foundation and practice successfully. With Lu Qingxun's character, as long as his family did not commit any principled problems, he would not sit idly by and watch Qingzhu Mountain decline. So not to mention Lu Miaoj, Lu Miaohan, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Pinggan and others, just these two grandsons can protect Qingzhu Mountain for 200 years. 200 years, Lu Yuanding murmured in his heart, fantasizing in his heart that one day his grandson Lu Qingxun would become a giant's Henren. Although the third-grade spiritual root of Lu Qingxun in front of him had little hope of giant, with his son-in-law Lu Changsheng's ability, it was not impossible. Moreover, if he failed to become a giant's Henren, there was a high probability that he would become a giant's Henren in the future. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Seeing that his grandfather was looking at him with a smile, Lu Qingxun put down the book in his hand and said gently, "Nothing." Grandpa thought of something happy. "Where is Kir?" Lu Yuanding said with a smile on his old face. "Sister Wangshu came over yesterday, and my sister went out to play with Sister Wangshu." Lu Qingxun's voice was very gentle, making people feel like a spring breeze. Although this sister came to Qingzhu Mountain to accompany her grandfather, she was active by nature, so she often ran around. "Zuiner, you should also communicate more with your brothers and sisters at home on weekdays," Lu Yuanding said softly to his grandson. "Pineo Lake, by family. Bihu Mountain can refine foundation building pills. I wonder if there are any extra foundation building pills. My family can ask for one." After hearing the news, Bai Yunang, the ancestor of the Bai family, murmured in his heart. Of the four major families, the Yu family of Bihu Mountain was replaced by the Lu family, and now has become a well-known foundation building family in Qingyun. Because of its relationship with the Lu family of Bihu Mountain, Qingzhu Mountain is of the same blood, and now there are 3 foundation building cultivators in charge. The Zhang family of Centipede Ridge has completely become a vassal of the Su family of Yushu. Although the Bai family of Baineo Lake has drunk a lot of soup from Bihu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain, they have never been able to obtain the foundation building pill. In the past few decades, 2 people in the family have relied on the Meridian Protection Pill and foundation building spiritual objects to impact the foundation, but they all failed to build the foundation, resulting in him being the only one in charge of the entire family. Now hearing this news, he wants to risk his face and rely on some favors from the 2 families to ask for a foundation building pill. Aming, send a letter to Fifei immediately to verify this matter, Bai Yunang said. After that, he walked out of the cave and said, "No, I will go to Bihu Mountain in person." There are many families with similar ideas to Bai Yunang. They all realized that since there are such alchemists in Bihu Mountain, they must have been secretly purchasing special demon cores over the years to refine foundation building pills. So they thought about spending spirit stones or natural treasures to ask for a foundation building pill. Jinlong Ridge, Jin family. Bihu Mountain. After hearing the news, the head of the Jin family immediately convened a family meeting. Because he realized the seriousness of the problem at the first time. The Lu family expressed their guarantee of 1 pill. But in the process of alchemy, how many pills will be made, no one can tell. If 2 pills are made, one of them will belong to Bihu Mountain. In this case, Bihu Mountain is equivalent to having a way to continuously obtain foundation building pills. Especially when he heard that Bihu Mountain is willing to provide a foundation building site for casual cultivators, as long as they are willing to pay 3,000 spirit stones, or serve as a guest official in the Lu family. This is a dream come true for countless casual cultivators. If this goes on, it is estimated that it will not take many years for the strength of Bihu Mountain to increase wildly. Damn, where did Lu Changsheng trick the alchemist? With such a top-level alchemist, I'm afraid that in 20 years at most, Bihu Mountain will grow into a behemoth. What should we do? Should we find a way to kill this alchemist? How could Lu Changsheng not protect such an alchemist? In the meeting room, The Jin family's top leaders all had grim expressions. Although it seemed that there was no deep hatred between Jinlong Ridge and Bihu Mountain. But the behaviors, suppression, provocations, etc. in the early years had already caused the two families to have grievances. This grievance is almost impossible to resolve. So they all knew that as long as Bihu Mountain accumulated enough strength, it would definitely settle the early grievances with their Jin family. Why don't we tell this to the ancestor and ask him to decide? At this time, someone said. No, the ancestor is trying his best to nourish the magic weapon. If he hears this news, I'm afraid it will affect the ancestor's practice. The head of the Jin family immediately rejected this opinion. His ancestor was defeated twice by Lu Changsheng and his wife, and almost had a demon in his heart. Now, as long as he hears the news related to Lu Changsheng, it is difficult to remain calm. If he hears this news, he might really go out to ambush and kill Lu Changsheng, or this alchemist. Damn it, if the ancestor had not been killed by the devil, our Jin family's two great fake pill masters would be in charge. Why would we be afraid of his Lu family in Bihu Mountain? An elder of the Jin family said hatefully. Their Jin family has accumulated for decades, and finally waited until Jin Zuan broke through the fake pill and the family reached its peak. As a result, before it began to prosper, the ancestor was killed by the devil in huge healing, causing great damage to the family's vitality. So many years have passed, and their Jin family has not recovered from the pain of that year. Don't worry about this matter first. I will send someone to investigate the information of this alchemist and verify the matter. And, I'm afraid that this matter is not only urgent for our Jin family. I think the other major families don't want to see Bihu Mountain grow like this. The head of the Jin family said in a deep voice. Yes, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj of Bihu Mountain are already equivalent to fake alchemy master. No one wants to see their family continue to give birth to foundation building cultivators. The main reason is that Lu Changsheng is growing too fast. His rise along the way has been too smooth. No matter what, we must not let the Lu family grow like this. I heard that the Lu family has established a Chamber of Commerce. This trip is likely to pave the way for the Chamber of Commerce. With such an alchemist, I'm afraid that countless family forces are thinking about making friends with Bihu Mountain. The top leaders of the Jin family discussed a lot, realizing that although the Lu family released such news, although it was ostentatious and stood out from the crowd, it also brought countless benefits to the family. After all, even if all the families knew that Bihu Mountain was going to rise, as long as there was no direct contradiction or conflict of interest, no one was willing to tear their faces and confront Bihu Mountain head-on. Like ordinary foundation-building families, they would not care whether Bihu Mountain rose or not. Now they would only take the initiative to make friends with Bihu Mountain and try their best to gain benefits. Moreover, with a friendship relationship, they would not provoke Bihu Mountain in the future and cause the disaster of extermination of the family. Alice, after a long discussion, the top leaders of the Jin family found out that the rise of Bihu Mountain was the most urgent for their family, so they all fell silent. Bihu Mountain. These days, many family forces and even independent cultivators have come to visit Bihu Mountain to verify the matter of refining the foundation building pill, or to purchase a foundation building pill. Facing this matter, Lu Changsheng did not show up, and left it to his son Lu Xingyang to handle. However, when the foundation building ancestors come to visit, Lu Maiyuan, the mistress of the Lu family, will still come out to receive them. She is the Lu family's most open person, except for Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiyuan, and Ling Xiao's previous generation of foundation building, and is known to all forces. Facing these visits, Lu Maiyuan and Lu Xingyang said everything was true. As long as they came to refine the elixir, Bihu Mountain could keep it confidential and provide caves for foundation building as long as their backgrounds were clean. However, during the foundation building process, if there were enemies attacking and the foundation building failed, Bihu Mountain would not be responsible. As for those who wanted to purchase foundation building pills, Lu Maiyuan said no. She knew very well that at this time, as long as the Lu family took out a foundation building pill, countless people would flock to it and ask for the foundation building pill for various reasons. It might even attract some evil cultivators who were willing to take risks and come to kidnap the children of the Lu family. Taking this opportunity, Lu Maiyuan also stated that her family had been purchasing and refining foundation building pills for a long time. The materials for the pills, spiritual objects for foundation building, and a purchase order was posted. It means that as long as there are rare items on the purchase order, If there are foundation building pills in Qingzhu Mountain in the future, they are willing to trade first. Although this is just empty talk. But the temptation of the foundation building pills, and the desire to do a favor, there are still many people who silently note down the contents of the purchase order, thinking of going back to take a look and help keep an eye out. Changsheng was not very clear about these things in the outside world, nor did he care. After roughly configuring the medicinal baths for Lu Pingyan, Lu Lingxiao and others, he asked Lingxiao to take a mountain river cauldron to upgrade the Bian Peak Spirit Vein, and then came to the alchemy room and began to teach Li Xingguo how to make pills. Make foundation building pills. If the news of refining foundation building pills is spread, it is impossible for him to refine all the foundation building pills in his home. So he still has to teach Li Xingguo. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are very few people who can refine foundation building pills. It is not that refining foundation building pills is difficult. It is that the cost of practicing foundation building pills is too high, and the materials are too scarce, which directly discourages 90% of alchemists. However, Li Xingguo has a good talent for alchemy. He can barely refine second-level high-quality pills. He has also seen Lu Changsheng refine foundation building pills many times. With Lu Changsheng's guidance, he will not lose too much if he tries it now. In the alchemy room on the lake island, 3 alchemy furnaces are located, and Lu Changsheng opens the furnace alone to refine 3 furnaces of pills. However, one of the furnaces of pills is controlled by Li Xingguo. During the process, he watched Lu Changsheng do it once before trying it himself. If there is a slight problem, Lu Changsheng will give instructions and try to remedy it. When the Bian Peak spiritual vein is promoted to the second level extreme, another branch can be cultivated next to it, and the earth demon fire vein can be integrated into it. This spiritual peak can be used to plant fire mulberry trees, golden fire vine trees, and build an alchemy workshop. In this way, 9 furnaces of elixir can be refined at the same time at home. Lu Changsheng looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him with the earth fire burning fiercely, thinking to himself, it is not his limit to open 3 alchemy furnaces at the same time. With his current soul and consciousness, it is not a big problem even if he refines 9 furnaces of elixir at the same time. But the Qingzhu Mountain spiritual vein is mainly water-based. The power of the earth fire formation in this alchemy room at home is really limited and cannot support too many alchemy furnaces. And his Legang dragon flame is too domineering, which is only suitable for refining tools, not for alchemy. Xingguo, don't be nervous, this step must be slow, otherwise it is easy to unbalance the medicinal power during the fusion of the elixir. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw that in Li Xingguo's alchemy furnace, under the scorching flame, the foundation building pill took on an irregular shape, and reminded him. As he spoke, he raised his palm to help her adjust the firepower, and entered a series of magic formulas to make the pills slowly become round during baking. At this time, use the locking yuan quenching alchemy technique to refine the pills. Each time, the refining takes 3 breaths, and then pauses for 9 breaths, for a total of 9981 times. Lu Changsheng was doing 3 things at once, controlling his own alchemy furnace while instructing Li Xingguo. When he first obtained the second-level alchemy, although Lu Changsheng's alchemy skills were perfect, he could not do it so lightly and superbly. This was entirely the result of his cultivation improvement, breakthrough of the Danji stage, and awakening of the Tai spirit. If he was willing to spend time and study quietly, it would not be difficult for alchemy and puppetry to be promoted to the 3rd level. Yes. Li Xingguo looked serious and focused, and nodded, but he was still a little nervous. After all, this is a foundation building pill. The cost of 1 furnace is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. After a long time, bang, the foundation building pills in 3 alchemy furnaces came out. 6 foundation building pills appeared in the 2 alchemy furnaces in front of Lu Changsheng, 3 of the best quality and 3 of the fine quality. Li Xingguo encountered several problems during the process, and although Lu Changsheng made up for it, in the end, she only made 2 inferior pills and 1 useless pill. Haha, you can make 2 pills for the first time you refine foundation building pills. Xingguo's talent for alchemy is really extraordinary. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Although inferior foundation building pills can only increase the probability of foundation building by 10%, they are still extremely precious to ordinary casual cultivators. If they are auctioned at the Red Leaf Valley market, they may be able to fetch 10,000 spirit stones. So these 2 inferior foundation building pills are not too bad. My husband, please stop teasing me. Li Zingguo naturally knew that she was able to keep these two inferior foundation-building pills thanks to Lu Changsheng's constant remedies. Otherwise, how could she wait until the stage of success? What your husband said is the truth. With a few more furnaces, my Zingguo will definitely be able to refine a top-quality foundation-building pill. Lu Changsheng said with a smile on his face in a gentle voice. Li Zingguo looked at Lu Changsheng's handsome face, his eyes full of admiration, love, tenderness, and nodded softly. Now that the pill is ready, we can start building the foundation. Lu Changsheng put away the foundation-building pill in his hand, exhaled lightly, and looked forward to the high-level lottery after his 10 children built their foundations. However, at this moment, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host's 20 descendants for breaking through the 9th level of key refining and getting a chance to draw a lottery. Right square bracket. Chapter 416, 5 Elements Yuan Sutra, Battle Formation. A small market in Zhang country. The owner of Qingyun Immortal City has changed, and the new city lord, Bai Feng's Henren, is suspected to have been killed by the demon cultivators. No wonder the sword madmen of Qingyun Sect are like crazy. A beautiful woman wearing a black gauze dress, with a beautiful face and a charming figure, looked at the information in the jade slip in her hand, and her narrow and long Danfeng beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This woman is Nanguang Li, who is disguised by the Mi Xiansu. She came to Zhang country to carry out the mission this time, thinking of settling the grievances with Lu Changsheng by the way. Who knew that when crossing the border of Zhang country, she was ambushed by Qingyun Sect. If it weren't for the Mi Xiansu, a disguised treasure, she almost died on the way. It is for this reason that she was very cautious after entering Zhang country, and immediately contacted the secret line of the 5 poison sect in the Zhang country's cultivation world to understand the situation and what was going on. Which force is this, and dare to do such a thing? Isn't this a slap in the face of Qingyun Sect? Nanguang Mili's Danfeng beautiful eyes are dark and shining with a charming luster. Although she had never heard of the new lord of Qingyun Immortal City, Bai Feng's Henren, she knew that being able to become the lord of Qingyun Immortal City was definitely not simple. You know, this immortal city is located at the border of Zhang State and Yu State. If it weren't for the knot of Qingyun Sect, this person would definitely not be able to hold this position. Now, not long after taking office, he was killed by the demon monks in the territory of Zhang State, which naturally made Qingyun Sect furious. Could it be that the news of Qingyun's secret realm came from this force, wanting to muddy the waters of Zhang State? If so, the waters of Qingyun's secret realm are probably deeper than what the leader said, and it is very likely that a net has been laid at this time. Nanguang Li thought in her heart, her face a little solemn. Although her main purpose of coming to Zhang State was Lu Changsheng. But she didn't want to miss the opportunity of Qingyun's secret realm. Even if she couldn't get the opportunity of the secret realm, as long as she could get useful information from it, this task could bring her considerable benefits. After thinking for a long time, Nanguang Li raised her hand lightly, and another jade slip appeared in her hand. She used her consciousness to check the information inside. Lu Changsheng, Qingyun Territory, Qingzhu Mountain Master, 2nd level Talisman Master, 2nd level Alchemist, cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building but relying on the inheritance of the talisman path. His strength is far from ordinary. He and his wife Lu Mioj practiced a joint cultivation method, and their combat power is comparable to that of the fake elixir master. He and his wife once defeated the Jin family elder of Jinglongling who had just broken through the fake elixir. This man has 7 wives, 49 concubines, and more than 200 children and descendants. One of them is named Lu Qingshan, who worshipped under the name of Qingyun's Henren of the Qingyun Sect of Yu State and is one of the Qingyun Sect's elixir seeds. Nanguang Li looked at the information about Lu Changsheng's appearance in the jade slip. For some reason, the more she looked, the more unhappy she was. The veins on her slender jade-like hands bulged, and her face was as cold as ice, full of chillness. She, Nanguang Li, never liked to share with others, and liked to monopolize everything. Even though in her heart, she had nothing to do with Lu Changsheng. But seeing Lu Changsheng had so many wives, concubines and children, she couldn't help but feel angry and unhappy. No wonder this person has never come to the 5 Poison Sect to ask about Xiachen for so many years. He didn't even write a letter to ask about the situation. It turns out that he has so many beautiful wives and maids at home, as well as children. Such a heartless and unfaithful person deserves to be killed. Nangguangmili's eyes were like water, cold and gloomy. Although dozens of wives and concubines were not many in her eyes. But such behavior made her inexplicably unhappy. It was as if her toys were snatched away by others. She was especially angry about the experience of her own apprentice Meng Xiaochen. Although she didn't say much over the years, she could clearly see that her apprentice Meng Xiaochen had always been thinking about Lu Changsheng. If she hadn't suppressed it and let her apprentice take care of Nangguangyao for a long time, maybe Meng Xiaochen would have secretly run to Jiangguo to find Lu Changsheng. All men deserve to die. Nangguangmili cursed again. Her beautiful face was like an iceberg, with an indescribable coldness. Then, Nangguangmili took out the map of the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world and looked for the location of Bihu Mountain. When she saw the location of Bihu Mountain, her eyebrows furrowed. Is this Bihu Mountain so close to Qingyun Sect? Nangguangmili frowned. For example, Qingyun Sect is hunting down the Jiandans Henren who are attracted to the Qingyun secret realm. The four major sects of Jiang Kingdom are of the same blood, and Qingyun Sect must be in a state of full alert now. Especially since the Qingyun secret realm is at the junction of Qingyun Sect and Luoxia Sect, it is very dangerous to go deep into the hinterland of Qingyun Sect at this time. And it is easy to abduct Lu Changsheng. But it is very difficult to take Lu Changsheng away from Jiang Kingdom safely. Moreover, during the short time they spent together, the other party nurtured a little Jiandan Daoyin for her, and this mission pearl, all made her feel that Lu Changsheng was not simple. It is definitely not as simple as the information on this jade slip records, only the strength of the middle stage of foundation building. Back then, this dogman had broken through the middle stage of foundation building through Mizuan jade liquid. Now, after so many years, how could he still be in the middle stage of foundation building? Nangguangmili's beautiful eyes revealed some complex emotions, and she pursed her delicate red lips and muttered to herself. With Ami Xiansu, as long as I am more careful, nothing should happen. Let's go to Qingyun's secret realm first. If the situation is not right, just give up, and then go to Bihu Mountain. After thinking for a long time, Nangguangmili stood up and showed her graceful figure wrapped in a black gauze dress, which was beautiful. She was born to love beauty. Even if she disguised herself with Ami Xiansu, her figure and appearance were still beautiful, charming and enchanting. Nangguangmili took out a black veil and put it on her face, slightly covering her extraordinary and beautiful face, and then walked out of the cave with a graceful figure and graceful steps. Bihu Mountain. 20 people at the 9th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt and felt a ray of pure mana surging from his key seed danshan, and he was quite moved. For most foundation building families, the 9th level of key refining is considered a high-level combat force. Family forces like Qingzhu Mountain and Bainao Lake generally have more than 10 people at the 9th level of key refining. And now, among his children, there are 20 people at the 9th level of key refining. I don't know how many of these 20 people will be able to build a foundation in the end. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Although no one in the family has failed in building a foundation. But he knows in his heart that it is difficult, almost impossible, for all his children to break through the foundation. Like his son Lu Yun, he broke through to the late stage of key refining from the middle stage of key refining with the help of a high-level breaking pill. In this case, breaking through the foundation will still have some impact. Lu Yun's situation is not an exception. Many children with low-grade spiritual roots in the family were able to break through to the late stage of key refining with the help of high-level breaking pills. They were able to cultivate to the peak of key refining before the age of 60, basically relying on drugs. After sighing for a moment, Lu Changsheng came to the top of the iron peak and silently said in his heart, "System, draw." A light red virtual draw disc appeared, and then the draw began quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the skill 5 Elements Yuan Sutra. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A crystal jade book pattern appeared, accompanied by the system prompt sound. 5 Element Skills. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the system space for the introduction of this skill. Skills: 5 Elements Yuan Sutra. Grade: Authentic. Description: 5 Elements Xizhenzong Skills. 5 Elements Circulation, Endless, condensing the great 5 Elements Yuan Wheel, 5 Elements Huage Umbrella, and forming a 5 Elements Battle Formation. Just a 5 Elements Skills. Lu Changsheng saw this skill and felt it was boring. Although the family needs skills to increase its foundation. But at this stage, The family does not actually need such top-level skills. Instead, it needs more advanced, exquisite, or side door skills. Because it is too difficult for cultivators with inferior spiritual roots to practice the authentic level of skills. The exquisite level of skills is more suitable for them. Although the 7 Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra is divided into 7 exquisite sword techniques. But at present, the temperaments of the Lu family's children are in line with the sword techniques. Therefore, Lu Changsheng has always wanted to get a few more skills similar to the 7 Stars Sword Sutra. Inheritance. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he used the 5 Elements Yuan Sutra. Immediately, the content, key points, insights, etc. of this skill quickly flooded into Lu Changsheng's mind like a revelation. After a long time, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his face full of surprise. Good, the system finally worked hard. Lu Changsheng was surprised. He was just thinking about getting a few 7 Stars Sword Sutras. As a result, this 5 Elements Yuan Sutra is really similar to the 7 Stars Sword Sutra, with 5 subsidiary skills. They are Golden Light Condensation Essence Technique, Jia Wood Condensation Essence Technique, Heavy Water Condensation Essence Technique, Li Fire Condensation Essence Technique, and Wu Earth Condensation Essence Technique. These 5 techniques are all exquisite techniques. But unlike most exquisite techniques, these 5 techniques can only be practiced to the foundation building stage, and there is no hope of forming a pill. To break through the formation of a pill, you must practice multiple techniques. According to the 5 elements, gold gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, and earth gives birth to gold. After the foundation of the Golden Light Condensation Essence Technique, the practitioner can practice Heavy Water Condensation Essence Technique to improve the foundation. When the Heavy Water Condensation Essence Technique is completed, it can also practice Jia Wood Condensation Essence Technique to continue to accumulate the foundation. Only after practicing 2 techniques, there is hope to break through the formation of a pill. If you can practice all 5 techniques at the same time and circulate the 5 elements, you can greatly increase the probability of forming a pill. It is for this reason that this technique is very easy to break through the foundation of key refining, and the probability is 20% to 30% higher than that of ordinary techniques. But after breaking through the foundation, it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to form a pill. As for the 5 elements of magic power after forming a pill, you can seamlessly switch to the 5 Elements Yuan Sutra. The reason why the 5 Elements sect created these 5 exercises, in addition to lowering the threshold of the exercises so that most disciples can practice, is for the collective combat power of the sect. After the practitioners of the 5 Elements Yuan Sutra have achieved a minor success, they can condense a 5-element Yuan wheel and form a 5-element battle formation with the monks who practice these 5 exercises. This battle formation is similar to the Taoist soldier battle formation. It can even be said that these 5 exercises are exercises for ordinary disciples to practice as Taoist soldiers, so they start with the easy and then the difficult. If there is really a talent who can practice 5 exercises to break through the Dan, the sect will naturally be willing to spend a lot of money to cultivate. Although it is extremely difficult to form a pill with these 5 techniques, the chance of breaking through the foundation building with key refining is 20% to 30% higher than that of ordinary techniques. Even if you have low-grade spiritual roots, as long as you practice these 5 techniques and use the foundation building pill to assist, you will have a 50% to 60% chance of breaking through the foundation building. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The advantages and disadvantages of this technique are very obvious. It is a case of giving up the later stage for the early stage. Unless you are gifted and have a great opportunity, it is almost impossible to practice all 5 techniques at the same time and break through the pill formation. With such a talent, people generally will not practice this kind of technique. The Great 5 Elements Yuan Wheel, the 5 Elements Battle Formation. I heard that there was an invasion war in the world of immortal cultivation. When the war was opened, the Immortal Sect would train the independent cultivators and family forces, teach them the battle formation, and let the independent cultivators form a battle formation to improve their combat effectiveness. Lu Changsheng muttered to himself. As for the battle formation, he only heard about it and knew a little bit, but he didn't know much about it. Now he has a better understanding through this 5 Elements Yuan Sutra. It is impossible for ordinary foundation building cultivators to defeat a Jinden master. However, If a foundation-building cultivator who practices the 5 elements Yuan Sutra gathers a dozen cultivators who practice the 5 subsidiary exercises to form a 5-element battle formation and integrate all the magic power, they may be able to deal with a giant master. If they encounter a blank giant master without magic weapons or magical powers, or a fake one, they may be able to fight against a giant master. These 5 exercises can be placed in the Sutra Pavilion at home as a priority for low-grade spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng looked at the vast and misty blue water lake and exhaled lightly. For the matter of Jinden, let alone low-grade spiritual roots, even medium-grade spiritual roots are very slim. Although practicing this exercise cuts off the path to Jinden, at least the probability of foundation building is increased. If you can't even build a foundation, what's the point of building a foundation? Besides, Lu Changsheng never thought that with him around, all his children in the family would be able to break through the foundation. Even if the family is not short of foundation building pills now, he can't give each of his children multiple opportunities to build a foundation. After one attempt, if the foundation building fails, they need to rely on their own efforts and performance. After all, not lacking foundation building pills does not mean that the family spirit stones can be so abundant that everyone can afford to spend money. Moreover, in addition to the children in the family, the grandchildren are also gradually starting to practice, and they all need resources. He can't support them all. He doesn't have the ability, time and energy. I wonder which is stronger, this 5 elements Yuan Sutra or the inherited skills of the 5 elements Wang family. At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of the 5 elements Wang family, one of the 3 major Jinden families in Jiang State. The Wang family's Jinden ancestor was the name of the 5 elements that shocked Jiang State. If my family can give birth to a 5-element body and practice this 5 elements Yuan Sutra, wouldn't the name of the 5 elements fall to my Lu family in the future? Lu Changsheng touched his chin and thought it would be very interesting if his family had a 5-element body and shocked the world with a 5-element magic. But if that day comes, the name of the 5 elements Wang family will probably no longer exist. Lu Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. The 5 elements Wang family is now in decline. He heard that the 5 elements Wang family's reputation has plummeted since the mountain gate was broken by the ancestor of the Su family. In recent years, the family's territory has been constantly eroded by other forces. It is estimated that once the giant ancestor of the Wang family dies, the entire family will no longer be ranked among the aristocratic families. Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven to check on the medicinal bathing of his children. Lu Pinggan is still taking a medicinal bath, thinking of using it to directly break through the 8th level of the 100 refining treasure body art. Lu Lingxiao has a very strong foundation and is still baptizing himself through a medicinal bath. Lu Yun, Lu Keizhen, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Xingchen have already finished a medicinal bath baptism. This kind of medicinal bath baptism does not mean that the longer the better. When it reaches a limit, it is difficult to absorb the medicinal power. Even if the medicinal power in the body accumulates too much, it cannot withstand refining and will damage itself. Who will go first? Lu Changsheng looked at his children and asked. In order for his children to successfully build their foundation, he would naturally help them through the yin-yang origin. But it takes time for the yin-yang origin to recover. So they can't build their foundation at the same time, and they need to come first. The 4 looked at each other, and after a moment, Lu Qingsong stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Father, the child will go first." Okay. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Yun and Lu Keizhen, who were still a little nervous, and nodded. Then he handed Lu Qingsong a top-grade foundation building pill. Although the other party had the foundation building pill given by Lu Qingshen in his hand. But these pills were all ordinary foundation building pills. And as a father, he couldn't say that his son had a foundation building pill and would not give it to him. Thank you, father. Lu Qingsong took the foundation building pill, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust to his state and prepare to build his foundation. You can watch from the side. Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Yun and the other 3 people next to him and said, "Yes, Dad." The 3 nodded in response. Although they had memorized the foundation building process by heart. But now that he was about to build his foundation, he still wanted to see how others built their foundation and the specific process. In this way, time passed little by little. Lu Qingsong quietly adjusted his state. This time was very boring. Lu Changsheng did not wait on the side, but went to accompany his wives and concubines. He just asked Zumi to notify him after Lu Qingsong passed the 3 levels of foundation building. Chapter 417, Taking Turns to Build the Foundation, the 10th level of the 100 Refining Body Technique. Lu's Mansion. My husband, these days, there are 3 people who come to refine the foundation building pill. One of them is a casual cultivator named Luo Chang. His family is still verifying his identity information. The other 2 are from Yanjiabao and the Pashangang in Wufangfang City. Lu Maiyuan told Lu Changsheng about the family's affairs in recent days. 3. It seems that they are hiding well enough. Lu Changsheng chuckled when he heard it. He thought it would take about half a year before someone would come to refine pills. Unexpectedly, 3 people came so soon. If the reputation is completely established, the family can make a lot of money by refining foundation building pills. Yanjiabao can give him priority. When someone in their family builds a foundation, they can help us promote it. Lu Changsheng continued, what kind of force is this Pashangang? He knew that Yanjiabao had a family force with 2 foundation building cultivators. But he had never heard of this Pashangang. This Pashangang is a gang of independent cultivators in Wufangfang City. The gang leader is called Chu Guang, a foundation building cultivator. The gang members are all independent cultivators who make a living by hunting monsters. Lu Maiyuan had a gentle face and said softly, I see. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and said, forces like Pashangang can accept the refining of foundation building pills, but they do not provide a breakthrough dojo. He had a general understanding of gang forces like Pashangang. They said they were huddled together for warmth and formed a team to kill monsters. But such a group of people gathered together, and there were probably many cases of killing people and stealing treasures, and black eating black. Therefore, providing them with a dojo to break through the foundation building would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Maiyuan responded softly. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of the 2 inferior foundation building pills refined by Li Xingguo, and called his son Lu Xingyang. A moment later, Lu Xingyang came to the hall. He looked to be in his 30s, wearing a green robe, with a gentle and elegant face. He bowed and said, my son greets his father and all the aunts. Xingyang, how long is it until the Red Leaf Valley Market auction? Lu Changsheng asked. Father, there are still 7 months. Lu Xingyang said immediately. 7 months. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest and said, in this case, you should prepare well for this auction and spread the word that there will be a foundation building pill in this auction. Although the news of refining the foundation building pill has been released, there are still many forces waiting and watching. So Lu Changsheng thought of striking while the iron is hot and adding fuel to the fire. This will not only attract hesitant people. It will also increase the traffic of the Red Leaf Valley Market, and sell the inferior foundation building pills and ordinary foundation building pills at home for a good price. Foundation building pill. Lu Xingyang paused and was a little surprised when he heard this. As the head of the Lu family, he naturally knew a lot of confidential information in the family. But he was still a little surprised to hear about the auction of the foundation building pill. After all, apart from the 3 major immortal cities, only top-level markets like Qingyun Market may have foundation building pills. It is impossible for foundation building pills to appear in ordinary markets. Well, it's just a low-quality foundation building pill. You can arrange this matter yourself. Lu Changsheng said. Foundation building pills are strategic resources. Even if it is a low-quality foundation building pill, he will sell at most one. He plans to buy the next one in a few years, or see if he can exchange it for some rare treasures from other people. Father, if this rumor is spread, it may attract some unscrupulous people, which may easily affect the security and stability of the market, Lu Xingyang said. If the foundation building pill is used as the finale auction item, then this auction must be well organized and prepared. But once the scale is increased, it may be difficult to maintain security in the current situation of Hongai Valley Market. As for public security, go find your sister Wangshu and tell her not to run around these days and stay in Hongai Valley Market. Then in a few months, the family will arrange for someone else to take charge of the market. Lu Changsheng said this after thinking for a while. Although his daughter Lu Wangshu has only been building her foundation for more than a year. But her life talisman has been condensed, with Zuanil and Pearl, Jiuji Zuan's Hanset, and second level and third level talismans. Even if she encounters a late foundation, she can fight, and even rely on the talisman C tactics to kill. So with this daughter in the Hongai Valley Market, the combat power is completely sufficient. Moreover, there is Lu Muping in the Hongai Valley market, and if there is a problem, Bihu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain can rush over as soon as possible. Sister Wang Shulu Xingyang heard this and paused slightly. He always felt that this sister was not so reliable. But since his father said this, he naturally had no objection, and bowed and said, "Yes, the child will go to arrange it." In a blink of an eye, a month passed. These days, Lu Changsheng spent most of his time on making babies. But it is very difficult to reproduce after forming a pill. Even with the 5 elements of the sect, only one concubine is pregnant at present. It is really not easy to give birth to children after forming a pill. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. When he first formed a pill, he also had sex with his wives and concubines at home. But he didn't care too much at that time. Now, after a month, all his time and energy are put into this aspect, but he only got one child, which really made Lu Changsheng shake his head. If there is no blood talent, it is estimated that a Jindan's Henren wants to give birth to a child. It takes at least several years to prepare for pregnancy. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, thinking that if this is the case, he is lucky to get pregnant so quickly. Back then, he and Nangong Mili shot into the soul, which was really lucky. Master. At this time, Zumi's voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind, indicating that Lu Qingsong had passed the 3 levels of foundation building and was ready to condense the foundation of Taoism. Okay. Lu Changsheng heard this and immediately came to Zumi Cave Heaven. Lu Maioj and Lu Maiahuan were also in the cave heaven, paying attention to Lu Qingsong's situation. Husband, father. When they saw Lu Changsheng, several people immediately shouted, "Yes." Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, then looked at Lu Qingsong who was trying to build his foundation. Through the pressure of the spiritual energy vortex around Lu Qingsong, Lu Changsheng could see that even if his son succeeded in building his foundation, there was a high probability that his foundation would be shattered. This made him sigh in his heart. In his early years, he gave Lu Qingsong a lot of elixirs and natural treasures to let him consolidate his foundation. When Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu came back, they also gave him a lot of good things, but the other party's foundation building effect was still not ideal. It can only be said that this son is not talented, and his bones and comprehension are also average, and then a lot of time is spent on affairs. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng spoke, indicating Zumi to stabilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he circulated the Yin-Yang Creation Sutra, and in the Qi Danshan, the cruising Yin-Yang fish circling the Yin-Yang Dao Jindan surged into his palm. Qingsong, concentrate and build your foundation with all your strength. Lu Changsheng said in a deep voice, injecting this Yin-Yang origin into his son's body. Boom. The moment this Yin and Yang energy entered Lu Qingsong's body, his sea of Qi and Dan lake boiled and roared, the spiritual pressure around him suddenly surged, and his whole face showed pain. Fortunately, Zumi helped him stabilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, otherwise the spiritual energy of heaven and earth attracted by the spiritual pressure would exceed his body's endurance limit. The innate foundation is too poor. Not only is it difficult for this Yin and Yang origin to work, but it may even have a counter effect. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Back then, Lu Wangshu relied on this Yin and Yang origin to reach a higher level of Taoism. But Lu Qingsong was in an unbearable load state. It can only be said that as he broke through the Dan formation, this Yin and Yang origin was too powerful and not something that ordinary people could bear. At least the Taoism foundation must be perfect in order for this Yin and Yang origin to work. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, and his consciousness paid attention to his son's foundation building. Then he placed his palm on his shoulder and helped him condense the Taoism foundation through the Yin and Yang origin as a medium. In this way, time passed little by little. More than half a month later, a Dao foundation full of cracks slowly condensed and took shape in Lu Qingsong's Danshan. The Dao foundation burst into brilliant rays of light, baptizing Lu Qingsong's body, and the body was crystal clear and filled with a foundation building spiritual pressure. Success. Foundation building success. Lu Maioj, Lu Maiahuan, Lu Yun and others beside him all looked surprised, as if they were encouraged. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. In his early years, he always scolded other foundation builders as idiots. As a result, his own children became idiots in his eyes. Like Lu Qingsong, if it weren't for his help, I'm afraid that if the Dao foundation was half condensed, it would almost fail. If the other party was more motivated, he could also condense a flawed Dao foundation, so as not to shatter the Dao foundation. Father. Lu Qingsong opened his eyes. His face was happy, but he looked at Lu Changsheng with some shame. During the foundation building process, he could clearly realize that his Dao foundation almost collapsed several times and failed to break through. It was all thanks to his father, who forced his Dao foundation to condense through the yin-yang fish. Haha, that's right, my Lu family has added another foundation building cultivator, which is a cause for celebration. Lu Changsheng would not blame his son for anything, and said with a smile. After all, who doesn't want to do well in foundation building and condense a perfect foundation? But the talent and ability are here, and there is no way to force it. Qingsong, congratulations on your breakthrough in foundation building. Congratulations to my son on his breakthrough in foundation building. Congratulations to brother Qingsong. Several people next to him congratulated. No matter what kind of foundation, breaking through the foundation is a cause for celebration. Thank you, mother, and Lu Qingsong said, and then looked at Lu Yun and others and said, I am just one step ahead, and I also congratulate brother Yun, sister Qingyun, Xingjun, and Ling Xiao for your successful foundation building. Qingsong, you have just broken through, so consolidate your realm well. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. For a perfect foundation like the perfect foundation, once it is broken through, the realm is stable, and it only needs to be simply consolidated. It is not easy to be overjoyed or angry when the foundation is broken just now. If you use your magic power, you must spend more time to stabilize the realm. Yes, father. Lu Qingsong nodded, and quickly closed his eyes, practicing the skills, quietly experiencing the baptism and transformation of breaking through the foundation of Taoism, and being reborn. Lu Changsheng also looked at the few people, asking who would come next. The four had already discussed and let Lu Lingxiao come first. Immediately, Lu Lingxiao began to attack the foundation. He had already prepared for this time. After a short breath, he began to attack the foundation. The 3 levels of foundation building were naturally easy for Lu Lingxiao. Before, Lu Qingsong spent nearly a month to adjust to his state and pass the 3 levels of foundation building. Lu Lingxiao only took 1 day. This efficiency made Lu Yun, Lu Qingyun, and Lu Xingchen beside him look a little dazed. I feel that the gap between people is sometimes greater than the gap between people and monkeys. Hu. After passing the 3 levels of foundation building, the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered towards Lu Lingxiao, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. This spiritual energy vortex is more than 10 times that of Lu Qingsong. No wonder there is such a big gap between the foundation building cultivators. Lu Qingsong whispered. She knew that there were differences in the level of foundation building, but she didn't have a direct understanding of it before. Now that she saw the process of Lu Qingsong and Lu Lingxiao building their foundations, she had a clear understanding. Lingxiao is a spiritual body, so his foundation is different from that of ordinary people. Lu Changsheng said to his children beside him to prevent them from being hit. Spiritual body. No wonder. When they heard this, they all looked enlightened. People like Lu Xingchen and Lu Lingxiao did not participate in the spiritual root testing ceremony. Therefore, even among brothers and sisters, they rarely discussed matters related to spiritual root talents. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng said, asking Zumi to help Lu Lingxiao increase the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he injected the newly regenerated yin and yang origin into Lu Lingxiao's body. Compared with Lu Qingsong, Lu Lingxiao has a strong foundation and a second-level body refining, so he can fully withstand the gain effect brought by this origin. But even so, Lu Lingxiao's angular face still showed a look of pain. Black flames slowly burned in his body, and dragon-like yang energy surged. This is called foundation building. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly in his heart when he saw his son's situation. Knowing that his son Lu Lingxiao had such a foundation, he didn't need to intervene too much, and it was enough to condense a perfect foundation. 3 days later. Boom. Lu Changsheng's body suddenly surged with a surging blood and body, which made his blood and ki all over his body agitated, and the 100 refining treasure body art seemed to be running on its own and began to impact the 10th level. Lu Changsheng knew that this was his son Lu Pinggan's 100 refining treasure body art breaking through the 8th level. As a result, his 100 refining treasure body art, which was about to break through, began to break through on its own. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked Lu Miaoj and Ling Xiao to watch Lu Lingxiao, and he had a whim and needed to retreat for a while. Okay, Ling Xiao, I'll watch here. My dear, you go. Lu Miao and Ling Xiao nodded immediately. The whims between cultivators are ethereal and uncertain. Maybe it will appear at any time. If you can seize this opportunity, there will be many benefits. Lu Changsheng came to the Hall of Longevity, in his own cave, and let go of the suppression of his physical body, allowing the 100 refining treasure body art to operate autonomously. Boom boom boom, in an instant, in the cave, endless brilliant treasure light burst out, like a volcanic eruption, gushing out of Lu Changsheng's body. The power of Zumi's cave heaven isolated this physical breath for Lu Changsheng. Otherwise, just this movement would overturn the Hall of Longevity and affect Lu Qingsong, who was consolidating his realm outside the Hall of Longevity, and Lu Lingxiao, who was breaking through the foundation. Boom boom boom, the blood and qi surged and roared endlessly, as if the 9-day thunder exploded, rolling and spreading, submerging the entire cave. Lu Changsheng could clearly see that the blood and qi in his body seemed to be glowing with golden luster, like thousands of rivers returning to the sea, converging to the lower danshan of the human body. Then, like a rainbow column, it impacted the middle danshan and the upper danshan, causing the dragon-like essence to swirl above his head. The whole person was like a roaring ancient real dragon, and his whole body was filled with blood and energy like the tide of the sea. Clang clang clang, the clanging sound of iron horses and golden swords rang out from Lu Changsheng's body, and his internal organs were like the sound of heaven, and his bones and tendons were constantly recast in the tempering. Congratulations to the host's 10 offspring for breaking through the foundation building period and obtaining blood effects. The offspring's spiritual body inheritance rate increased by 3%, and a high-level lottery opportunity was obtained. During this process, Lu Changsheng vaguely heard a system prompt sound. But he didn't care, and focused on breaking through the 100 refining treasure body art. Although his physique had already reached a breakthrough limit. But this process still requires a certain amount of time. Time passed bit by bit. More than half a month later, Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, as if the sun and the moon were rotating, and shot out 2 divine rays. His body was flawless, his muscles were crystal clear and pulsating, revealing a vigorous physique. He stood up, and a layer of golden powder fell on his body. This was the impurities discharged during the breakthrough process. But this kind of impurity powder is enough to be used to refine magic tools. Lu Changsheng felt the divine power that increased dramatically, and raised his hand to press towards the void. Bang! With a dull sound, the space collapsed slightly. Every time I break through the body, I have an indescribable sense of fulfillment and security. Lu Changsheng smiled faintly. Although he knew that the 10th level of the 100 refining treasure body art would not change his strength. But the feeling of being full of strength and indestructible was very wonderful. After tidying up his robes and performing a cleaning technique, Lu Changsheng walked out of the cave. At this time, dong, dong dong, dong dong dong, Lu Changsheng suddenly heard a crisp and rhythmic knocking sound. Where did the sound come from? Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned. The next moment, he remembered that he had picked up a daughter, but he forgot about it for a while. He immediately went to the side hall and opened the crystal coffin. Daddy. Binger immediately opened the coffin and stood up when she heard Lu Changsheng coming, revealing half of her head. Her beautiful eyes looked at him with clear and flawless eyes, as if she wanted to say that she had slept well and had slept for a long time. Binger, Daddy is busy with something. Lu Changsheng said apologetically, and took Binger out of the coffin. It's okay, Binger will wait for Daddy. Binger hugged Lu Changsheng like a kitten, her beautiful eyes narrowed, nestled in his arms, sniffing with her delicate nose, looking comfortable. Lu Changsheng looked at Binger who was so close to him, and his face was a little helpless. He felt that he couldn't let Binger sleep in the coffin all the time, and he couldn't bear to do so. With Binger's personality, she should get along well with Linger and Xiao. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and felt that it was necessary to let Binger integrate into the big family. In this way, if he didn't have time, the other party could go to Bai Ling or his daughter Lu Ling to play. Binger, I'll introduce you to some sisters later. You can go and play with them when you're bored. Lu Changsheng rubbed the other's little head and said. Yes, Binger listened to Daddy. Binger responded with a well-behaved and sensible face. Lu Changsheng took Binger out of the Changsheng Hall. Lu Lingxiao and Lu Qingsong were consolidating their realms. Lu Yun, Lu Kaizen, and Lu Xingchen were sitting in meditation to stabilize their state. Yuner, Kaizen, you two should break through together. Lu Changsheng looked at his 3 children and said. From Lu Qingsong's situation just now, He could see that one of the other party could not bear the yin and yang origin at all. It would be better to divide this yin and yang origin into two and work on both of them. Yes, Dad. The two heard this, nodded and responded, and began to brew the foundation. Then Lu Changsheng walked out of the Changsheng Hall and came to the back mountain of Bian Peak to find his son Lu Pingyan. At this time, Lu Pingyan was taming the silver-winged golden falcon. Dad! Lu Pingyan shouted immediately when he saw Lu Changsheng and Binger. However, he was slightly surprised to see Binger. Not only had he never seen her before, but he also felt that she didn't look like a couple with his father. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, glanced at the silver-winged golden falcon, and said, "This silver-winged golden falcon can be used for traveling at ordinary times. At this stage, try not to use it for fighting in public. Although the silver-winged golden falcon is a low-grade Earth-level monster, it is not that rare. But after all, it is stolen goods, so Lu Changsheng thinks it is necessary to remind his son to pay attention." Lu Pingyan was stunned. Looking at the beast control card in his hand, and then looking at the silver-winged golden falcon, he immediately understood that this spirit beast was probably obtained by his father from others and was stolen goods. "I understand, son." Lu Pingyan nodded in response. Although he knew that his father was not as gentle and elegant as he seemed when he was outside. But in his heart, it was very strange that his father, who was such a modest gentleman, fought with others outside. "Dad, I will set off with a caravan in half a month," Lu Pingyan said. He had already determined the time, but because of the delay of the 100 refining treasure body technique for a long time, he wanted to set off as soon as possible. "Okay, be careful on the road. If you encounter danger, you don't have to hide your strength all the time," Lu Changsheng said with a smile. While speaking, he handed a stone bead to Lu Pingyan and said, "This bead has the effect of breaking through illusions. When you are doing business, if you encounter items that cannot be identified, you can use this bead. By the way, you also take this spirit-seeking rat with you. If there are any treasures on the way, the spirit-seeking rat can also detect them." Lu Changsheng handed the spirit-seeking rat to his son again. This spirit-seeking rat has no use for him now, so it can be used by the caravan. Spirit-seeking rat? Treasure-seeking rat? Lu Pingyan looked at the huge golden rat in front of him, and said in a daze, "Dad, can this spirit-seeking rat be used in public?" Lu Changsheng stared at his son for a moment, and said, "This spirit-seeking rat can be used, but be careful with the stone bead." Lu Pingyan was silent and put the stone bead away silently. After Lu Changsheng gave Lu Pingyan instructions, he came to the Lu family mansion. At this time, Ling Zixiao brought his daughter Lu Ling to Lu Changsheng, saying that Xiao wanted to go on a business trip with Lu Pingyan. And his son Lu Lingxiao also had this idea. So Ling Zixiao planned to go on this business trip by herself, so that she could take care of the two children. After all, she was really worried about her daughter going on such a long journey. And Lu Lingxiao has been active in the surrounding area since he was a child. This business trip is just right for him to gain experience and knowledge. Okay. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife in front of him, thought for a moment, and smiled and replied, "With you here, Zixiao, I feel much more at ease on this business trip." Although his son Lu Lingxiao had just broken through the foundation building, he should practice the magic at home and master the foundation building magic. But his son had this idea, and his wife had asked, so Lu Changsheng naturally would not refuse. Besides, the children at home really need to go out more and gain more experience. This business trip is a good opportunity for Lu Lingxiao to gain experience. With Ling Zixiao looking after him, Lu Changsheng is very relieved, and even feels much more at ease about this business trip. Chapter 418, Yin-Yang Fusion Pill. The caravan sets off. While Lu Changsheng was chatting with Ling Zixiao, Lu Ling looked at Binger, who was beside Lu Changsheng and looked like a dream, and asked, "What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?" "My name is Binger." Binger looked at Lu Ling in front of her, not afraid of strangers, and said in a tender and pleasant voice, "Binger? My name is Lu Ling, you can call me Xiao." Lu Ling was very familiar with people and could chat with anyone on weekdays. Hearing that Binger was also his father's daughter, he was very surprised. He immediately asked Lu Changsheng if this was a sister or younger sister. Lu Changsheng was really stumped by this question when he heard this. Seeing Binger's childish and ignorant appearance, he laughed and said, "This is a younger sister. Xiao must take good care of her." Yet, Lu Ling nodded and said that he would take Binger to play. Daddy. Binger took Lu Changsheng's wrist, her eyes full of attachment and reluctance. Binger is still a little shy, you just need to spend more time with each other on weekdays. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. He knew Binger was not shy. She just woke up and couldn't bear to leave him. For this situation, there needs to be an adaptation process. Daddy. Seeing this, Lu Ling also puffed up her little face, took Lu Changsheng's wrist, and asked him to play with her. Okay. Lu Changsheng thought that it would take at least half a month for Lu Yun and Lu Keizhun to go from building a foundation to passing the 3 foundation building levels, so he smiled and responded, taking Lu Ling and Binger out for fun. By the way, go to Qingzhu Mountain to visit his father-in-law Lu Yuanding, his son Lu Qingxun, and his daughter Lu Qingqi. When Lu Changsheng came to Qingzhu Mountain and saw the situation of his father-in-law Lu Yuanding, he sighed slightly. The other party is now like a candle in the wind, and the oil may run out at any time. However, when the old man heard that Lu Changsheng was going to auction a foundation building pill in the Red Leaf Valley market, the whole person was a little excited. 50 years ago, Qingzhu Mountain destroyed the Chen family of Red Leaf Valley and established a Red Leaf Valley market. This market has a lot of his efforts. It can even be said that the Red Leaf Valley market is a milestone for the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and a strong stroke in the development process of the family. 50 years have passed, and although the Red Leaf Valley market has developed well, it can still only be regarded as a smaller medium-sized market. Now that a foundation building pill is put on auction in Red Leaf Valley, it will surely usher in an unprecedented grand occasion for the market. At this moment, Lu Yuanding's heart surged with the desire to survive. He wanted to see the grand occasion of the Red Leaf Valley market before he died. Father-in-law, take good care of yourself, I will pick you up when the time comes. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng took out several life-extending elixirs from the storage ring and helped Lu Yuanding refine them. At this point, the effect of such life-extending elixirs is actually not great. It can only help the other party to maintain vitality as much as possible, and it is difficult to prolong life. Changsheng, I'm sorry for your expense. Lu Yuanding's voice was old and weak, and it could be seen that these elixirs were very valuable. However, Lu Changsheng's method of refining medicinal power with his magic power made him even more suspicious, and he secretly thought that his son-in-law was indeed more than the rumors outside. Father-in-law, you are too polite to say this. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Zuiner, care after the old man rested, Lu Changsheng cared about his children again and asked them to take care of Lu Yuanding more these days. Then he took Binger and Lu Ling for a walk and returned to Bihu Mountain. After returning, Lu Changsheng asked his son Lu Xinggang to speed up the auction of the Red Leaf Valley market. If it can be advanced, the schedule should also be moved forward. He still remembered that before the ancestor of the Lu family died in the early years, he wanted to see the Red Leaf Valley market built and opened. But the old man died with regret. So he didn't want his father-in-law to die with regret like this. Yes. Although Lu Xinggang didn't know what was going on, he still responded respectfully. Then Lu Changsheng came to Zumi Cave Heaven, looked at Lu Yun and Lu Keizhun who had already started to build their foundation, and told Lu Maioj about his father-in-law's situation. Let the other party visit Lu Yuanding more often during this period. If there is Lu Maioj's Tai true water, Lu Yuanding should be able to survive until the auction starts. Yet, Lu Maioj pursed her lips slightly, her expression a little depressed. She has been visiting her father Lu Yuanding for many years. But Lu Yuanding asked her to focus on cultivation and try to go out as little as possible on weekdays, so he gradually stopped her from going. Seeing his wife like this, Lu Changsheng comforted her immediately. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng came to the top of Baiyan Peak and silently said in his heart, "System, draw a lottery." The advanced turntable appeared. The golden light rotated. Under Lu Changsheng's gaze, the golden light slowly stopped on the magic medicine reward column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for winning, Yin Yang Rongling Dan. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Suddenly, a bottle of pill pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Yin Yang Rongling Dan. Lu Changsheng saw this reward, raised his eyebrows, and thought of the Rongling Dan he won in the lottery in his early years. Immediately, his mind moved slightly, and he looked at the system space. Yin Yang Rongling Dan, grade, 5th grade, description, Yin Yang Rongling Dan, divided into yin and yang dan. Men take yang dan, women take yin dan. After taking them, they will definitely get pregnant after 3 days of intercourse, and the child's spiritual root talent will be greatly improved. Definitely pregnant, greatly improved talent, good stuff. Lu Changsheng looked at the yin-yang Rongling Dan, and his expression was immediately pleasantly surprised. Apart from anything else, just a grade of this pill made Lu Changsheng feel extraordinary. Back then, the third-grade Rongling Dan made Ling Xiao give birth to Lu Ling Xiao and Lu Ling, brother and sister. This fifth-grade yin-yang Rongling Dan, won't it take off directly? Question mark. Especially after taking it, after 3 days of intercourse, you will definitely get pregnant, which reminds him of Bai Ling. In the early years, Bai Ling wanted a child. Lu Changsheng also wanted to have a gifted child with Bai Ling. But the two of them just couldn't get pregnant. After breaking through the Dan formation, Lu Changsheng also tried it, thinking whether he could make a positive out of a negative, so as to shoot into the soul. But the idea is beautiful, the reality is cruel. No matter what posture the two of them are in, no matter what the 5 elements Yanzhuang method is, Bai Ling's stomach just doesn't respond. If it weren't for the fact that there is no problem with the physical examination, Lu Changsheng would have suspected that there is something wrong with her body. I'll try it with Bai Ling later. Lu Changsheng thought to himself, and decided to take this yin-yang Rongling pill with Bai Ling. Except that she has never been pregnant. Bai Ling's bloodline talent is also unquestionable. He picked her up and took her home in his early years. Without relying on elixirs, she broke through the foundation building in just 15 years and condensed the Black Dragon Foundation. Now she has been building the foundation for 31 years and has reached the 6th level of the foundation building. This kind of cultivation talent is not much worse than the first-grade spiritual root. But after so many years, Bai Ling's personality is still not much better. She is still timid and weak, very introverted, and has no sense of existence on weekdays. In addition to practicing, she raises black dragon Taoist soldiers, the spirit beasts of the Bishu Lake, or helps take care of children. She basically doesn't go out. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Keizhen, who had passed the 3 stages of foundation building, and injected part of the yin and yang essence into her body to help her condense the foundation. 2 days later, Lu Yun also successfully passed the 3 stages of foundation building and began to condense the foundation. At this time, the gap between the spiritual roots became clear. If we talk about foundation, understanding, character, etc., Lu Keizhen is not much better than Lu Yun. Even in terms of character, after so many years, Lu Keizhen is still like a child, far less stable than Lu Yun. But in the process of foundation building, Lu Keizhen, who has a 5th-grade spiritual root, is much easier than Lu Yun. Of course, this is also because Lu Yun did not perform well. After preparing for so long, he was still nervous and bumped into things during the process of condensing the foundation. Alice. Lu Changsheng looked at this situation and sighed deeply. It felt that if this continued, even if he took action, his son Lu Yun would fail to build the foundation. Sure enough, after Lu Changsheng forcibly condensed the foundation 3 times, Lu Yun's foundation still collapsed. Although Lu Changsheng could continue to help him forcibly condense the foundation. But Lu Yun's body, meridians, and danshan have reached their limits. If he continues to condense, once he fails, he will hurt his meridians and danshan. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng helped his son stabilize the situation and drained all the spiritual energy of the world in the Qi Hai Danshan to avoid failure in building the foundation and hurting himself. Father. Lu Yun's face was a little pale and ashamed. 5 people in the family have built their foundations. Lu Qingsong and Lu Lingxiao have already succeeded in building their foundations. Lu Keizhen looks like he should be able to succeed. As for the remaining Lu Xingchen, it goes without saying that he will definitely succeed in building his foundation. Only he failed in building his foundation. Especially in the process of building his foundation just now, his foundation collapsed, and his father helped him condense it 3 times. As a result, he still failed in this situation, which really made him feel ashamed. It's just a failure in building the foundation, why bother? Lu Changsheng looked at his son and said softly. This son has been the head of the family for many years and has become much more stable. But deep down, he is still a person who lacks self-confidence. The more he faces big things, the more so. What father said? Lu Yun bowed his head and responded. You should know the method your mother practices, right? Lu Changsheng looked at his son and said in a deep voice, "Although after failing to build a foundation, you will have more confidence in building a foundation again with experience. But this kind of thing, to put it bluntly, depends on the person. For people with a bad mentality, if they fail for the first time, they may feel more pressure and even fear when they continue to build a foundation." In Lu Changsheng's opinion, his son Lu Yun is likely to be in this situation. And his son is indeed old. When he recovers from his physical condition, he will have at most one chance to build a foundation. In this case, it is better to let him follow the path of the heaven and earth longevity method now. My son knows that the method my mother practices is called the heaven and earth longevity method. Lu Yun heard this and responded in a low voice. Father still has a few spiritual plants of heaven and earth in his hand. How about you choose one later and practice this method? Lu Changsheng said. Although this son is not competitive, but he was also watched growing up since he was a child and had high hopes for him. Besides, for so many years, this son has been diligent and has not made any big mistakes, making a great contribution to the family. My son will listen to my father's arrangements. Lu Yun responded in a low voice after a moment of silence. Okay, in that case, it's settled. You go back and have a good rest first. Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said with a smile, signaling him not to care too much. Thank you, father. Lu Yun bowed and walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven. At this time, Lu Maiyuan and Chu Zhansong were outside the cave heaven. Yuner. Lu Maiyuan saw her Lu Yun's appearance and immediately knew that her son had failed to build his foundation. She did not enter the cave heaven because she was worried that her son would be under pressure and affect his foundation building. Unexpectedly, her son still failed to build his foundation. Mother, I disappoint you. Lu Yun said in a low voice. He was strictly taught by his mother since he was a child and had high hopes for him, but his ability was limited and his heart was sensitive, which led to his character becoming inferior and acting timidly. Although he later became the head of the family, there were too many outstanding brothers and sisters in the family, so this sensitive inferiority complex in his heart has never dissipated. He felt that he was the head of the family entirely because of his mother's relationship. Therefore, his personality did not improve, and he became even more cautious, fearing that what he did would disappoint his parents. You are only a 7th grade spiritual root. It is difficult to build a foundation. It is normal to fail. There will be opportunities in the future. Don't take it to heart. Lu Maiyuan has always known that her son's sensitive personality is related to her early teachings. She also blamed herself and comforted him softly. Father asked me to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. Lu Yun said. Heaven and earth longevity method. Lu Maiyuan and Chu Zhansong looked at each other when they heard this. They all practiced this method, so they naturally knew it very well and knew the pros and cons. Yuner, what do you think? Lu Maiyuan asked. In her opinion, it is certainly good for her son to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. Although after practicing this method, the whole person cannot leave the life spirit plant too far. But she believes that her husband can solve this problem in the future. I will listen to my father. Lu Yun said in a low voice. He himself didn't know how. He wanted to practice the heaven and earth longevity method to build a foundation and even form a pill. But he was a little confused, thinking that he couldn't leave Qingzhu Mountain. What's the point of building a foundation and forming a pill? He still remembered that when his great-grandmother passed away, his mother couldn't go to visit and could only grieve alone. If he practiced this technique, he might not have to part with his parents. But he would probably have to watch his wives, concubines, and children die one by one. After all, he knew in his heart that the conditions for practicing this technique were very harsh. His father gave him this choice because he favored him and it was impossible for him to take care of everyone. You should have a good rest first. Later, mother will tell you about this technique in detail. You should think about it carefully. Lu Maiyuan knew that her son had just failed to build a foundation and was very confused now, so she said softly. Thank you, mother. Lu Yun bowed and walked down the Bian Peak. Lu Maiyuan and Chu Zhansong also entered the cave at this time. Chu Zhansong originally wanted to enter the cave to care about her daughter's foundation building situation. But she and Lu Maiyuan have always been close. If I went in to care for Lu Kaizian, and Lu Maiyuan didn't go in to care for Lu Yun, it would not be good, so the two waited outside. Husband! Husband! The two women came to the cave and saw Lu Changsheng and shouted. Yuner, Zhenzhen, you are here. Lu Changsheng shouted with a smile. Then he told Lu Maoyan about his son Lu Yun. "Thank you for your hard work, husband," Lu Maoyan said softly. "Kaizhen has no problem and can successfully build a foundation," Lu Changsheng said to Chu Zhenzhen. "With his help, as long as his children are not low-grade spiritual roots, their character and foundation are really too poor, they are likely to successfully build a foundation." "Yes, thank you for your hard work, husband." Chu Zhenzhen's eyebrows were filled with joy. 5 days later, Lu Kaizhen successfully built a foundation. The foundation of Taoism is the same as Lu Rui's, barely lacking a foundation. However, Lu Changsheng did not have high requirements for these children, and building a foundation was considered successful. "Dad, Mother, and..." Lu Kaizhen opened her eyes, her face was happy, and she was very happy. She had no idea about building a foundation in her early years. She felt that if she still thought about the illusory foundation building with her spiritual roots, she would only be asking for trouble. It would be better to be happy every day. But later, she accidentally took the elixir given to her mother by her brother, which promoted her spiritual roots to the middle grade and gave her some hope of building a foundation. It was just her lazy nature that made her wait until now to reach the peak of key refining and break through the foundation building, even though she had a 5th grade spiritual root. But now that she has built a foundation, she still feels an indescribable joy in her heart. "Kaizhen, congratulations on your breakthrough to the foundation building." "Kaizhen, congratulations." Lu Changsheng, Lu Maoyan, and Chu Zhenzhen congratulated their daughter. "It's all thanks to you, father and mother." Lu Kaizhen's temperament is somewhat similar to her mother Chu Zhenzhen. She is a salty fish and very self-aware. After a few simple chats, Lu Changsheng asked Lu Kaizhen to consolidate her realm. Then he called Lu Xingzhen and asked him to prepare in advance and start building the foundation in 3 days. Outside Qingzhu Mountain, a team of pack animals was neatly arranged, pulling several carriages and stacked storage boxes. After preparing for so long, the Lu family caravan is finally ready to set off. "Xiaohe, if you want to go home, tell your mother and daddy will pick you up." Lu Changsheng touched his little daughter's head and said. In his opinion, his daughter wanted to follow the merchants just for fun. Once the novelty is over, she will feel bored and want to go home. "Daddy, do you think I will give up halfway?" Lu Ling wore a red dress today, and the bun she always tied up turned into a high ponytail, which made her look heroic and lively. This is what she saw other martial artists dress up and imitated. "Ha ha ha, Daddy will miss you. If you miss Daddy, Daddy will come to see you." Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's cute face, stretched out his hand and pinched it, and said with a smile, "Daddy, I will miss you. When I earn spiritual stones, I will buy you a gift." Lu Ling said with curved eyebrows, delicate face and cuteness. "Okay, when Xiaohe comes home, Daddy will also have a gift for you." Lu Changsheng said with a smile. "Binger, I will bring you a gift when the time comes." Lu Ling looked at Binger next to Lu Changsheng and said. These days, she and Binger have been getting along very happily and have become playmates. The only pity is that Binger is unwilling to go on the business trip with her. "Thank you, Xiao." Binger stepped forward and hugged Lu Ling. Lu Ling also hugged the other happily. After saying goodbye to his daughter, Lu Changsheng asked Ling Zixio, Lu Pinggan, Lu Ruyi and others to be careful and to send a message to him as soon as possible if there is anything. However, Lu Changsheng was not worried about this business trip at all. Because of the addition of Ling Zixio, Lu Lingxio, and Lu Ling, Lu Changsheng did not let Lu Pinggan bring the 9 other mastiff. He directly gave the 1,000 faces fox puppet to Ling Zixio. In this way, even if he encounters a Jinden's Henren, he can deal with it. After a while, the pack animal caravan started to set off. In addition to Ling Zixio, Lu Pinggan, Lu Lingxio, and Lu Ruyi, the 4 foundation builders in this convoy also have 9 Lu family members, 3 Lu family members from Qingzhu Mountain, 12 apprentices from Qingzhu Mountain, and 58 warriors. The journey goes from Qingzhu Mountain to Jilong Market, Lu Market, Wufang Market, Qingyun Market, and other markets along the way, and there are large and small family forces. In the process, not only will they open up trade routes, establish cooperation, and open up their reputation, but they will also investigate the market conditions along the way, choose to purchase shops, and establish a Chamber of Commerce stronghold. Originally, the establishment of a Chamber of Commerce stronghold was to be done later. But this time, Lu Changsheng received a huge amount of spiritual stones, and Ling Zixio went there in person, So this matter was handed over to Ling Zixiao. I don't know how much resistance I will encounter on this trip. Lu Changsheng looked at the pack animal convoy that gradually disappeared from his sight and chuckled. In his heart, he was looking forward to these family forces coming to find fault, so as to build the reputation of his son Lu Pinggan. After all, a family cannot rely solely on the reputation of himself and Lu Miaoj, it should also have a few children to support it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419. A laugh at Lu Changsheng's arrogance. Compared to the news that the Red Leaf Valley Market was preparing to auction the foundation building pill, the Lu family caravan did not attract much attention. Only a few foundation-building families such as the Jin family and Jin Longling and the fake pill-level families paid attention to this matter. At this moment, Jin Longling, Master, the Lu family's caravan has set off, led by Lu Changsheng's wife Ling Zixiao and the eldest son Lu Pinggan. A Jin family member reported the news to the head of the Jin family. Ling Zixiao, the head of the Jin family, narrowed his eyes when he heard this. They had already tested Lu Pinggan's strength. The early stage of foundation building. The middle stage of the second stage of body refining. Relying on a few spiritual tools, the combat power is comparable to the late stage of foundation building. Compared with Lu Pinggan, Ling Zixiao, the mistress of the Lu family, made him more afraid. Because Ling Zixiao rarely showed up on weekdays except for robbing Qingzhu Mountain and killing the evil Xiahao in his early years. Now that she suddenly went out and sat in the Lu family caravan with Lu Pinggan, he felt a little afraid and guessed the other party's strength. Xiao Si, you should always pay attention to the situation of the Lu family caravan and report it as soon as there is any news. The head of the Jin family said in a deep voice. Then he held a family meeting and asked other family members how they viewed this matter. Head, you said that this caravan was led by Lu Changsheng's wife Ling Zixiao and Lu Pinggan, who is in charge of Qingzhu Mountain. A dignified old man in a golden robe frowned slightly and said with a look of surprise. Yes. The head of the Jin family nodded. Ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha, ha-ha-ha. The old man in the golden robe laughed out loud when he heard this. Grand Elder, why are you laughing? Seeing this, someone asked the old man in the golden robe. Originally, the Grand Elder of the Jin family was Jin Zuan. But after Jin Zuan broke through the false pill, he became the ancestor of the family and no longer served as an elder. This old man in the golden robe is the current Grand Elder of the Jin family. I'm not laughing at others, I'm laughing at Lu Changsheng's lack of strategy, wisdom, arrogance and conceit. The old man in golden robe sneered and said to everyone in the conference hall, I heard that Lu Changsheng is going to auction a foundation building pill in the Red Leaf Valley Market. By then, Qingzhu Mountain will certainly focus most of its energy on maintaining stability in the Red Leaf Valley Market. Now that there are two less foundation building cultivators, his Qingzhu Mountain, White Tiger Mountain, and Monkey Mountain will be weak during this period. As long as we take advantage of this opportunity and take action against White Tiger Mountain and Monkey Mountain, we will definitely be able to seriously damage the vitality of Qingzhu Mountain. In this way, even if his Qingzhu Mountain makes the Red Leaf Valley Market famous through the auction, it will be overwhelmed by the affairs of White Tiger Mountain and Monkey Mountain. The old man in golden robe shook his head and said, I think Lu Changsheng has been too successful in recent years. He thought he had already won the upper hand. When he established the Chamber of Commerce and Caravan, he held an auction for foundation building pills. Did he really think that no one would dare to touch his Qingzhu Mountain? I remember that Lu Changsheng usually acts very carefully and low-key. Could there be any trick? The seventh elder of the Jin family frowned and said, Humph, there is a trick, what trick could it be? Hearing this, the old man in the golden robe snorted coldly and said, Lu Changsheng is indeed extraordinary, but don't destroy his own prestige and boost others' ambitions. Now that Ling Zixiao and Lu Pinggan are away, how many foundation building cultivators are left in his Lu family? Even if there are still foundation building cultivators hidden, how many can there be? At most 1 or 2. Under such circumstances, he will focus most of his energy on the Red Leaf Valley Market, so how can he have people to sit on White Tiger Mountain and Monkey Mountain? And once the Red Leaf Valley Market auction starts, it will be difficult for Lu Changsheng to rush to support in the first time. If he really dares to come alone, We can even take this opportunity to ask the ancestors to ambush an army." The old man in the golden robe said with coldness in his eyes. Lu Changsheng has a fellow Taoist in Qingyun Sect, a brother-in-law named Xia Chaoyuan who is also in the foundation building stage. Lu Changsheng sent Ling Zixiao and Lu Pinggan out. I think he has been prepared for this, and he may ask these two to come to help. At this time, another elder of the Jin family spoke up. "Yes, this Xia Chaoyuan is a deacon in the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Sect. If our family secretly takes action and this person knows about it, it will be very troublesome to report it to the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Sect." The head of the Jin family also nodded. Although his elder said that he should not destroy his own prestige and boost others' ambitions. But he has been paying attention to Lu Changsheng's situation over the years and feels that he is not such an arrogant person. HMPH, this is not okay, and that is not okay. Are we going to watch Qingzhu Mountain rise? If the Red Leaf Valley market auction goes well, our market will certainly be divided into many permanent cultivators. And Lu Changsheng took out a foundation building pill for auction at this time, obviously to thoroughly build up the reputation of refining foundation building pills. If Qingzhu Mountain takes up all the share of refining foundation building pills in Qingyun, who can stop the rise of Qingzhu Mountain? The elder of the Jin family said with regret. Thinking that their Jinlongling was ranked among the fake pill families, now facing a small Qingzhu Mountain, they were so restricted that he felt very frustrated. "Great elder, calm down, this is feasible, but our family can't afford to toss now, we still need to take a long-term view and be cautious." The head of the Jin family smiled bitterly and said. In the end, the meeting was divided into two factions. One faction advocated tough action, and the other faction said that for the sake of safety, they should pay attention to the situation of Qingzhu Mountain first, slowly test it, and wait for an opportunity. In addition to the Jin family of Jinlongling, several other top foundation building families and the 5 fake pill families are all paying close attention to the Lu family caravan and preparing to suppress it. After all, the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce in Qingzhu Mountain is to snatch meat from their mouths. Since you want to snatch meat, you naturally have to have enough strength. Although Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj are now comparable to fake pills in combat power and can be regarded as fake pill real people. But this kind of thing depends not only on the top combat power, but also on the overall strength of the family. At least in the eyes of these fake pill level families, Qingzhu Mountain is not worthy of being on par with them. Even in their bones, they still have some disdain and look down on Qingzhu Mountain. They think that a newly promoted family that has only been around for decades, without any foundation, wants to compete with their own family. It is simply wishful thinking. Prepare to take this opportunity to teach Qingzhu Mountain a painful lesson, so that it will continue to stay in Qingzhu Mountain honestly and peacefully. Qingzhu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven. Hu, ho, ho, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly, forming a spiritual energy vortex. Lu Changsheng and Xia Zihai looked at Lu Xingjun, who was sitting cross-legged not far away and trying to build his foundation. This son had a third-grade spiritual root and had good talent in alchemy. He was going to become an alchemist. However, at this stage, he still focused on cultivation and was promoted to first-grade upper-grade alchemist. However, in terms of cultivation, he had already switched to the Baoding Medicine King Sutra. After building his foundation, he could spend more time and energy on alchemy. After a long time. Perfect foundation, not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at his son's situation and nodded slightly. Although this son had a third-grade spiritual root. But in terms of talent and comprehension, he could only be considered an average person. His foundation was not much better than his son Lu Qingxun. Perfect foundation was already the limit. Unless there was a great opportunity, there was no hope of a perfect foundation. Dad, Mom. Lu Xingchen opened his eyes and shouted. With Lu Qingsong, Lu Lingxiao, and Lu Keizhan building their foundations in front of him, Lu Xingchen was not too excited at this time, but just looked happy. After all, they grew up listening to the stories of the ancestors and great monks who built the foundation since childhood. The greatest wish of their mothers at home is to hope that they will become great monks who built the foundation one day. Now that they have broken through the foundation, they will be happy. Xingchen, congratulations on your breakthrough. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Now that his son has broken through the foundation, as long as he spends more time and energy on alchemy, he can be promoted to second-level alchemist. Xingchen, congratulations on your breakthrough. Xia Zhihai was extremely excited at this time, Her eyes were red, and she cried with joy. The foundation was out of reach for her. But now, not only her, but also her younger brother Xiao Chaoyuan has broken through the foundation. Her son Lu Xingchen has also broken through the foundation. When her daughter Lu Xingai returns from the sect mission, she will also have the hope of breaking through the foundation. Her son Lu Xingyang has a 5th grade spiritual root. As long as he practices well, he will also have the hope of building a foundation in the future. There are also 2 children, with 4th grade and 5th grade spiritual roots respectively. As long as they practice well in the future, they will also have the hope of building a foundation. At this moment, she felt that her life was complete. Xiao Xingchen can be what he is today. It is inseparable from your care and teaching over the years. You have worked hard. Lu Changsheng held Xia Xiaoyu's palm and said in a gentle voice, "Husband, it's not hard. Meeting your husband is the luckiest thing in Xiaoyu's life." Xia Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and she said softly. In addition to deep love for Lu Changshen, she also had deep gratitude in her heart. She knew that if it weren't for Lu Changshen, she and her brother would hardly have the life they have today. "Xingchen, you should consolidate your realm," Lu Changsheng said to his son, and then went to comfort Xia Xiao. Xia Xiao is a body of nurturing spirits. Now that he has broken through to the dance stage, the 6th fetus may give some surprises. A few days later, after comforting Xia Xiao, Lu Changsheng came to the Bishu Lake to find Bai Ling. Prepare to accompany Bai Ling well in the next period of time, and use the yin-yang wrongling pill. Daddy. Binger was given to Bai Ling to take care of by Lu Changsheng these days. When she saw Lu Changshen, she immediately shouted in surprise. "Brother!" Bai Ling was wearing a snow-white dress, with a delicate and pure face and flawless skin. Under the sunlight, her cheeks were shining with a crystal-clear holy beauty. But her eyes, which were black and white, like peach blossoms, gave people a dreamy and charming charm, which made people's hearts palpitate and couldn't help but indulge in it. Both women were wearing snow-white dresses, with stunning beauty. They stood together like a pair of sisters, making the world a little eclipsed. However, when Binger saw Lu Changshen, she immediately let go of Bai Ling and hugged Lu Changsheng intimately. The pale and bloodless beautiful face was shining with a shallow dimple, which was extremely cute. "Daddy!" Binger shouted. Her young and innocent eyes were like black gems, shining with crystal and beautiful luster. Although they had only been apart for a few days, she seemed to have been separated from Lu Changsheng for many years, and her eyes were full of longing. "Binger!" Lu Changsheng rubbed the girl's hair in a doting manner, then looked at Bai Ling and called out in a gentle voice, "Little Linger." Bai Ling immediately came to Lu Changsheng's arms with a well-behaved and charming face. After a while, Lu Changsheng watched Bai Ling feeding the aquatic spirit beasts at home. After so many years, Lu Changsheng no longer expected to make money by raising spirit beasts. Because if he wanted to make money from this aspect, he needed to grow the feed for the spirit beasts himself and refine the accelerated growth pills for them. If this process was purchased, the cost would be high. Moreover, the cycle of raising spirit beasts is too long. Even simple growth takes several years or even decades. It can only be said that if the family business wants to make money, it must be expanded. Otherwise, there is not much competitiveness at all. "Binger, are you sleepy?" At this time, Lu Changsheng asked Binger. "Daddy, Binger is not sleepy." Binger suddenly looked aggrieved, and her bloodless pink lips flattened. Her clear and tender eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, and tears were about to fall. Okay, I'm not sleepy." Lu Changsheng has always been soft-hearted, and seeing Binger's pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but soften his heart. Then, he tried to give Binger to Lu Miaoyan and Chu Zhenzhen. But Binger just didn't want to leave him at this time. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng also had a headache for a while. He felt that picking up Binger was like having a child between husband and wife, and he needed to avoid her. Or maybe it's better to kill a beast. Lu Changsheng looked at Binger's delicate face, and some evil thoughts emerged in his heart. Although he was not sure about Binger's situation. But he knew that Binger in front of him was not simple, very simple. If she could give birth to a baby, the child she gave birth to would definitely be extraordinary. But Binger's situation was special. Her body was like a corpse, and I didn't know if she could give birth to a baby. "Daddy." Binger saw Lu Changsheng looking at her, and immediately called out intimately. Her voice was tender and pleasant, and innocent. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng's evil thoughts dissipated. He was ready to raise her for a while, and wait until she was more sensible. Otherwise, seeing this look now, he would not be able to do it. After a long time, Lu Changsheng felt that this was not a solution. He said, "Binger, Daddy is going to sleep, do you want to go with him?" Since Binger wants to stay by her side, she can stay by her side, it doesn't matter. Yes, Binger will go with Daddy. Binger blinked her bright eyes like black gemstones, not rejecting it at all. That night, the room was silent. Binger was coaxed to sleep by Lu Changsheng, lying on the bed like an exquisite porcelain doll. Her black and beautiful hair fell on the pillow, and she was covered with a thin blanket. Her graceful figure with pale skin was indescribably graceful and moving. Especially the two beautiful legs exposed in the lower body, straight and slender, with beautiful curves, and crystal clear toes. The only flaw may be that her skin is too pale, even a little pale. Lu Changsheng quietly looked at the sleeping girl in front of him. Thinking of digging her out from the earth veins, he felt a sense of illusion and unreality. As if feeling Lu Changsheng's gaze, Binger's long eyelashes trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Lu Changsheng looking at her, her little face suddenly became happy. She unconsciously murmured "Daddy," and then closed her eyes, as if she was dreaming. Bai Ling, who was next to her, looked at Binger in front of her, and there was a bit of maternal rhyme flowing in her beautiful eyes. She was very envious of all the wives and concubines in the family who gave birth to children. But she couldn't get pregnant, so she often helped take care of the children on weekdays to make up for her regrets. As a result, although her personality was not mature yet, there was a bit of maternal brilliance flowing. "Xiao, it's okay, as long as you take this pill, you will be able to get pregnant by then." Lu Changsheng looked at Binger for a while, played a barrier to her, looked at Bai Ling next to him, and said in a gentle voice, taking out the Yin-Yang Ronglingdan. This bottle of Yin-Yang Ronglingdan is divided into Yin-Dan and Yang-Dan. In addition to helping with pregnancy, it also has some benefits for both men and women. Because the child's talent is not only related to the parent's talent, but also to the parent's physical condition. These two pills can make the two people reach their current peak. However, the effect of Yin-Dan is much higher than Yang-Dan. Because of pregnancy and childbirth, the mother has a greater influence on the child's talent. Therefore, when Yin-Dan improves the child's spiritual root talent, it will also indirectly nourish the mother. Chapter 420 Binger's Changes. Get pregnant? Brother, can I really get pregnant? Bai Ling heard this and looked at the porcelain bottle in Lu Changsheng's hand, her eyes full of surprise and hope. After so many years, she also knew that she had not been able to get pregnant, which was related to her bloodline talent. It would be very difficult to solve it. Ordinary pills and secret techniques are useless. Of course. Lu Changsheng looked at the joy and hope in Bai Ling's beautiful eyes, pinched her fair and smooth face, and poured out the Yin-Yang Ronglingdan in the porcelain bottle. Both pills were the size of a thumb. One was golden and the other was purple, with thousands of Dan patterns on it, which were indescribably mysterious and crystal. The rich Dan fragrance spread, making the whole cave seem to be filled with mist and steam. Even when Lu Changsheng saw these two pills, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary fifth-level pills. He handed the purple Yin-Dan to Bai Ling and said, "Just take it, then." "Thank you, brother." Bai Ling could see the extraordinariness of the two pills, and said with great emotion, and took the pills. Lu Changsheng also took the Yang-Dan in his hand. The pill melted in his mouth, turning into wisps of warm currents that rushed to his limbs. In an instant, Lu Changsheng's pores opened up, his body was shining, and he was filled with the mighty power of the medicine from head to toe. He was full of energy, as if he had endless strength. At the same time, a heat slowly surged from his lower abdomen. After Bai Ling took the pill, the effect was even more exaggerated than Lu Changsheng's. The vitality of her body surged, and one after another purple gold glow flowed from her skin, and the glow was overflowing, and the whole person seemed to be about to fly into the sky. "Brother." Bai Ling's delicate and pure face was flushed with peach-like pink charm. Her black and white eyes looked at Lu Changsheng with affection, showing her charming manner and flowing with an intoxicating charm. Both pills have the effect of boosting interest. Not to mention that the two were just foundation-building and core-forming cultivators. Even Yuan Ying's engine would be affected. Lu Changsheng did not suppress this heat and embraced Bai Ling's exquisite and graceful body. With a rustling sound, the snow-white dress faded. Bai Ling's figure is well-proportioned, graceful and exquisite. A pair of slender and straight legs are simply not like the human world. Each toe of the delicate jade feet like ice lotus is crystal clear, like jade carvings. The scales with platinum luster on the white skin are not scary. Perfectly blending with Bai Ling's body, her pure and attractive figure has a more seductive beauty and wild charm, which makes people want to conquer her. Brother, after years of teaching by Lu Changsheng, Bai Ling is no longer a little girl who knows nothing, and knows how to please him. With her hands around his neck, she took the initiative to kiss Lu Changsheng. Her lips are very soft, smooth and tender, and there is an intoxicating coolness. After a while, accompanied by the charming moan, the flawless jade body swayed. The jade body with platinum scales flows with a faint pink glow, like a dream, beautiful, making the whole cave full of spring. The cave is full of spring. Bai Ling was a little worried that Binger would wake up at first, and she was a little shy. But seeing that there was a barrier to isolate her, she gradually forgot herself under the whip of Lu Changsheng's judgment. The white skin covered with scales was not only stained with a light rose red, but also had a purple gold crystal luster. This was the effect of the yin-yang wrangling pill. The power of the medicine continued to nurse the two people during their lovemaking. Even though they had been having sex for several days, Lu Changsheng's body was still in peak condition and felt better than ever before. "Daddy, I'm full of sleep." Just then, when Lu Changsheng was about to explode, a tender and pleasant voice sounded. Binger opened her eyes, and her clear and flawless big eyes looked at the two people entangled in surprise. Binger, no. You can't look at it. Bai Ling, who had almost forgotten herself, heard Binger's voice, and her delicate body trembled violently, and her beautiful and delicate cheeks suddenly turned red like blood. Although she was not a novice in this regard, she was still shy. Over the years, she was only open with familiar people such as Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio, Lu Miaoyan, Chu Zhenzhen, etc. At this time, she was still a little uncomfortable facing Binger. Especially these days of getting along with Binger, she even treated her as a child. Thinking of being naked with her brother in front of Binger, Bai Ling's body trembled with shame, and tears welled up. Lu Changsheng was also a little confused. He had used a barrier to isolate Binger before, but he didn't expect her to wake up so quickly. It can only be said that when desire comes, it is easy to forget time. Binger finally screamed loudly. But this sound was not surprise or shock, but grievance. She rushed towards Lu Changsheng and said a little aggrievedly, "Daddy actually took Sister Linger to play games secretly while Binger was sleeping, and Binger also wants to play." Hiss. Lu Changsheng was hugged by Binger, and his body shuddered violently, and his body retreated backwards, separating from Bai Ling. Seeing this scene, Binger's soft and cold little hands subconsciously grabbed Lu Changsheng's murder weapon that had been separated from Bai Ling's body, and put her little face against it, wanting to see how this game was played. Hiss. Lu Changsheng took another deep breath of cold air. Binger, as her name suggests. Her body temperature has always been icy cold. At this time, the cold and slippery little hand held Lu Changsheng's weapon, and looked at it curiously. Not only did she exhale cold air towards the weapon, but her delicate face and pink lips unconsciously touched it. "Daddy." Binger looked at Lu Changsheng in a daze, and shouted in a childish voice, asking how to play the game. But her appearance at this moment undoubtedly brought Lu Changsheng unprecedented visual stimulation, which made his desire soar. Under the effect of the yin-yang wrangling pill, Lu Changsheng, who was already hot all over, was on the verge of exploding and couldn't wait to find a place to vent. He subconsciously thrust his waist forward and poured out his life. Woo woo woo, Binger whimpered instinctively, looking at Lu Changsheng with her big, childish and ignorant eyes, and the fangs in her mouth gently scratched Lu Changsheng. If it weren't for the 100 refining treasure body art, Lu Changsheng felt that he would be scraped by the fangs. With a sound of gulp swallowing, Binger's body was suddenly surrounded by a bright light. A surge of astonishing dark evil spirit surged from his body, causing the temperature of the cave to drop a few degrees. Lu Changsheng looked at Binger in front of him, his expression stunned, not knowing what was going on. But under the cold breath, he instinctively pulled out the roaring dragon, leaving Binger's cheeks and hair covered with filth. I saw that Binger, who was originally ignorant and only 17 or 18 years old, grew up rapidly under the glory and became a 26 or 27-year-old woman with pale skin and frost like snow. She looked about 80 or 90% similar to Binger. Like a mature Binger. Her face was cold and beautiful, her body was convex and curved, and her snow-white dress could not cover up her graceful and proud curves. At this moment, Binger's face was cold, arrogant and noble, like a goddess above the 9 heavens. The eyes she looked at Lu Changsheng were no longer as ignorant and intimate as before. Instead, she looked at Lu Changsheng with shame, anger, full of evil spirits, and murderous intent. However, her exquisite, flawless, and beautiful face, which seemed like a masterpiece of heaven, was now stained with filth, which made her look even more blasphemous. The anger, murderous intent, and evil spirit in her eyes were not threatening at all, and even gave people a different kind of beauty. "You are looking for death?" Binger's chest rose and fell, and her graceful and proud figure kept trembling, as if she was shaking. Her breathtakingly beautiful eyes were majestic and indifferent, and she looked at Lu Changsheng with murderous intent and majesty, as if she wanted to tear him into pieces. Suddenly, a surging dark evil spirit rushed towards Lu Changsheng, making the entire cave seem to be covered with a layer of frost. "Brother!" Bailing also realized that something was wrong, and looked at Lu Changsheng and Binger with a confused look, wanting to know what was going on. Zumaru. Lu Changsheng didn't know what was wrong with Binger in front of him. But he immediately realized that Binger in front of him was wrong, as if she had changed into a different person. In addition to the opponent's body comparable to the third-level body refining, the whole person is also filled with a surging and amazing dark evil spirit, so for the sake of safety, Zumi was directly used to suppress it. Bang! The majestic and vast power of the cave heaven fell on Binger, causing her body to sink violently. But her eyebrows were cold and murderous, and her body continued to burst out with a surging and terrifying aura. But the next moment, an even more surging and amazing power of heaven and earth came to suppress it. At the same time, Lu Changsheng's Sea of Qi Danshan, the golden elixir bloomed with thousands of feet of rosy clouds, and the yin and yang domain opened. The yin and yang energies flowed, filling the world, making it seem like a yin and yang Taoist diagram formed behind him, covering the world and suppressing Binger in front of him. Finally, under the two powers of Zumi and Lu Changsheng's yin and yang domain, Binger in front of him was suppressed. "Who are you?" Lu Changsheng looked at Binger in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked aloud. "Human, you dare to treat me like this? One day, I will definitely see you torn into pieces," Binger said with a cold expression and murderous intent. Even though her lips were as pale as paper and she was suppressed, she still revealed a cold and noble aura that made people feel ashamed. If she had the intention to kill, she would have killed someone. Lu Changsheng would have been cut into pieces by now. "Tear into pieces? I advise you to be honest now." Lu Changsheng squatted down slightly, stretched out his hand and pinched the other party's delicate chin, and said in a cold voice. He knew that Binger was not ordinary. But he didn't expect that Binger could still have such a change. Is this Binger's appearance before she lost her memory, or a second personality? But isn't Binger a yin corpse? Wasn't Binger made into a yin corpse by others? But she transformed herself into a yin corpse? Lu Changsheng guessed secretly in his heart. In any case, judging from the situation of picking up Binger, the other party is very extraordinary. "Human, do you really think you can defeat me?" Binger's voice was extremely cold and full of murderous intent. The dark evil spirit in her body continued to vent, as if she was trying to struggle to break through the power of the cave heaven and Lu Changsheng's yin and yang domain. "If you really have the means, you would have started now. Why bother talking nonsense with me?" Lu Changsheng pinched Binger's chin, not afraid at all. If it were in the outside world, he would really be a little scared. But this is Zumi Cave Heaven, he doesn't believe that the other party can make any waves. However, the other party's dark evil spirit still made him a little frightened. You know, now the spirit bane of Zumi Cave Heaven is being promoted to the 3rd level, and Zumi's strength has also been greatly improved. The giant and cultivators in the Cave Heaven have no power to fight back. But the other party's dark evil spirit seems to have some power to struggle to break through Zumi's Cave Heaven. This is amazing. You are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. After a moment, Binger seemed to recognize the reality and gave up struggling. She opened her lips and spoke coldly. Her voice was emotionless and cold. But she was still like a cold phoenix hovering in the sky, revealing a noble and holy look that people dared not look directly at. You are also the first woman who dared to speak to me like this." Lu Changsheng looked at the other person's cold and noble face and chuckled. "You are right. I don't have the strength to kill you now. But if you dare to humiliate me again, when I wake up next time, I will take your life even if I die." Binger had a noble face and spoke word by word with a stern murderous intent. As soon as the voice fell, A brilliant white light surged around her body, and the whole person returned to the appearance of 16 or 17 years old. "Daddy, it's delicious. Binger wants more." Binger looked at Lu Changsheng with confused eyes, as if she didn't know what happened just now. She licked her lips and looked at Lu Changsheng eagerly. As she spoke, she moved her head forward to suck. "Hiss, Binger." Lu Changsheng widened his eyes, and the desire that had just been dispelled suddenly rose again. "Daddy, I want more." Binger's delicate and beautiful face was full of satisfaction and enjoyment, and she said aloud. Lu Changsheng didn't know what to say at this time. He just felt that the pure and flawless little girl had been defiled by him. However, the atmosphere that had just been destroyed was rekindled with Binger's behavior. "Brother, Binger just..." At this time, Bai Ling looked at Binger in front of her and asked Lu Changsheng. Just now, she clearly felt a terrifying breath from Binger. "I don't know." Lu Changsheng shook his head. He suspected that Binger's situation just now was not only related to the stimulation between the two of them, but also related to his essence. After all, he had taken the yin-yang Rongling Dan, and the medicinal power filled his whole body. Every drop of essence was full of vitality, which was equivalent to panacea. It might be due to the dual reasons that the second personality or instinctive memory in the other party was awakened. Regarding this aspect, he had to wait until Honglian woke up before making further judgments. However, the two words human in the other party's mouth made Lu Changsheng even suspect that the other party was not a human race, but another race. "Daddy, I want to play games too." Binger looked at Lu Changsheng with innocent eyes and continued to shout. Lu Changsheng looked at Binger in front of him, and the original moral bottom line in his heart seemed to be broken. After all, it has come to this point, and it would be a bit pretentious to be arrogant. Although it was a bit beastly to attack Binger. But if I didn't do it this time, wouldn't it be worse than a beast? "Okay, then let's play games with Sister Linger." Lu Changsheng raised the corner of his mouth and said in a gentle voice. "Humiliation? Fighting to take my life? Do you really think that I, Lu, was scared?" After a moment, Bai Ling and Binger hugged each other tightly. At the same time, above the vast sea, a huge island stretched between heaven and earth. Below the island, the endless blue waves of the sea were surging, and crystal-clear water dragons swept and soared into the sky, as if holding up the fairy island, magnificent and beautiful. On the island, a magnificent and majestic fairy city was built. In the center of the fairy city, there was a towering pillar that soared into the sky, as if connected to the sky. A gorgeous palace was built on it, and endless divine light was diffused in the sea of clouds. Looking from afar, it gave people an indescribable suffocating oppression. At this moment, in the magnificent palace on the pillar of heaven, a misty and illusory figure was sitting cross-legged. She suddenly seemed to sense something, and a pair of beautiful eyes that were enough to make anyone thrilling look towards a certain direction billions of miles away. "Leng Ningbing, you are not dead yet." The woman had an exquisite face and was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as white jade and seemed to be covered with a layer of holy light, untainted by dust. It was as if one was blaspheming when looking at her. But if Lu Changsheng saw this woman, he would be very surprised. Because the appearance of this woman was 90% similar to that of Binger after her transformation. Chapter 421 Bloodline Awakening, Auction begins. Qingzhu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven. In the Changsheng Palace, spring is in the air. Lu Changsheng is sometimes Bai Ling, sometimes Binger, sometimes up and down, composing a beautiful melody like the sound of nature. Although Binger has a body like the third-level body refining, it may be her first time, or she consumed too much energy when awakening her second personality. So she couldn't bear the whipping. After several tossings, she gently called Daddy twice and closed her eyes and fell asleep lazily. Lu Changsheng didn't care about this and continued to work hard with Bai Ling to make a baby. Originally, Bai Ling's situation was difficult to bear Lu Changsheng's continuous urging day and night. But with a yin-yang Rongling pill, she was very energetic and her state was always maintained at the peak. And when the two of them practiced dual cultivation, the power of the medicine continued to dissipate, warming the bodies of the two. In this way, time passed little by little. The two of them kept working hard. I don't know how many times they climbed to the peak. Home with a sobbing sound, Bai Ling's graceful and flawless body collapsed like mud, with a crystal luster and a glow. At this time, Lu Changsheng noticed that Bai Ling was a little bit wrong. Her body seemed to be burning with fire, and it was extremely hot. "Linger." Lu Changsheng immediately hugged Bai Ling's warm and soft body, with a look of concern on his face. Would Bai Ling be too tired after working too long? But Bai Ling's body was different from that of ordinary people, and with the power of Yin Yang Rongling Dan, it shouldn't be like this. Through the examination, he saw that Bai Ling was full of energy, her body was glowing, and there was no abnormality. Brother, I'm so sleepy, Linger, I don't know why, I'm so sleepy all of a sudden, I want to sleep. Bai Ling's face was peach blossoms, her beautiful eyes were blurred, and she said lazily and weakly. As soon as she finished speaking, she fell into deep sleep. At the moment of falling asleep, strands of platinum and purple gold luster emerged from her body, gradually forming a platinum light cocoon that was a foot long, wrapping Bai Ling's body completely inside. On the light cocoon, strands of luster flowed, one bright and one dark, like breathing, causing countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth to flow towards the light cocoon. Lu Changsheng looked at the scene in front of him, and was stunned and a little confused. What happened? A few days ago, Binger inexplicably turned into a woman who called herself this palace. Now Bai Ling has turned into a light cocoon again. Lu Changsheng was very confused. However, he immediately realized that Bai Ling's situation was related to the Yin Yang Rongling Dan. Could it be that if the Yin Yang Rongling Dan became pregnant, it would have to turn into a light cocoon to nurture the fetus? It shouldn't be that way. Lu Changsheng's eyes were shining with golden luster, looking at the platinum light cocoon in front of him. Through the light cocoon, Bai Ling was seen falling into deep sleep. The platinum-colored scales on her body were flowing with a mysterious aura. There was a white diamond-shaped mark like a scale between her eyebrows. Why does this situation look a bit like bloodline awakening? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought of the theory of bloodline awakening. Honglian had said that Bai Ling might have a thin true spirit bloodline. But due to the return of the bloodline, mutation, and other unknown reasons, some of the bloodline power was activated. With continuous cultivation, her bloodline can also gradually awaken and become rich. Bai Ling's situation at this time made Lu Changsheng think of bloodline awakening. How can there be so many accidents when giving birth to a baby? Lu Changsheng was a little speechless and didn't know what to say for a while. However, according to the introduction of Yin Yang Rongling Dan, pregnancy will be guaranteed after 3 days of sex. He didn't know how long he had been having sex with Bai Ling these days. Although Binger was inserted in the process, it should not affect it. Huh? Lu Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and felt that the whole person was still energetic and full of energy. Although the main effect of Yin Yang Rongling Dan is pregnancy. But after all, it is a 5th level elixir, which not only keeps him energetic, but now that the power of the medicine has been digested, his cultivation is about to break through the 2nd level of Danji. He cast a cleaning spell towards the messy cave. Then he looked at the sleeping Binger, lifted her slender waist and smooth buttocks, held her in his arms, and went to the side hall to put her in the crystal coffin to sleep. Bang! Lu Changsheng opened the lid of the crystal coffin, and a cold air immediately came out from it. Daddy Binger just lay down, her eyelashes trembled, her innocent and tender eyes opened, and she shouted to Lu Changsheng in a crisp voice. Binger, take a good rest if you're sleepy. Lu Changsheng looked at Binger in front of him, gently stroked her pale and tender cheek, and said in a warm voice. Daddy, next time when you play games, be a little gentler, Binger is a little painful. Binger rubbed Lu Changsheng's palm with her pretty face, and said in a somewhat aggrieved voice. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng suddenly felt a strong sense of guilt. He felt that he was simply possessed by the devil at that time, and he actually did such a thing to Binger. But this little girl is still thinking about next time? Okay, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched, and he said softly. Yeah, Daddy is the best. Binger smiled pure and beautiful, clear and flawless, and then fell asleep obediently. Bang! The coffin lid closed. What the hell is this? Lu Changsheng slapped his forehead and shook his head. He immediately walked out of the Changsheng hall and asked Honglian if she knew what happened to Binger and Bai Ling just now. This palace, the dark evil spirit Honglian heard Lu Changsheng's words, pondered for a moment and said, Young master, there are 2 possibilities for Binger's situation. One is that someone wants to make her reborn, so he refined her into a yin corpse. The other is that she encountered a crisis, so she put herself in a dead end and then revived, and refined herself into a yin corpse. It's just that in this process, the original soul was in a dormant state, and Binger's current situation is a new consciousness born in the body. Honglian said. although the lifespan of a cultivator is limited. But in the world of immortal cultivation, there are still many magic methods that can prolong people's life and even live again. Among them, the most common ones are ghost cultivation, corpse cultivation, or possession of bodies. But these methods are all unacceptable to heaven and earth and have a great price. Well, Lu Changsheng nodded, and his heart was more inclined to the second one. Because if it was done by others, why would they choose a place like the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? And in the underground palace, except for the large formation, there is no other means of protection. But if she was in danger and endangered before her death, it would be much more reasonable. In any case, Binger's situation is very unusual. She was at least a Yuanying's engine before. I don't know if Binger will get pregnant. At this time, Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of a question. When he had sex with Bailing and Binger before, they were equally involved. So the possibility of Binger getting pregnant cannot be ruled out. But according to common sense, the body of a yin corpse will not get pregnant. However, Binger's situation cannot be measured by common sense. Many half-demons, or those with special bloodlines, may accidentally take some natural treasures, or practice some kind of skills and techniques, etc., which may inexplicably activate the power of their bloodline. Bailing may be in this situation. You only need to wait for some time to know. Honglian continued in a soft and pleasant voice. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, and asked Honglian about his situation with concern. He learned that the other party had reached the final stage of shaping the body. At most 2 or 3 years, he could be born from the spirit fetus. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng returned to the cave and looked at the gorgeous light cocoon with platinum luster on the bed. He kept an eye on Bailing's situation to prevent any accidents during the process. Bian Peak, a courtyard. Lu Yun walked out of the training room. His face was still a little pale and listless. Although the failure of building the foundation did not cause him serious injuries, it also hurt his vitality and he needed to rest for a long time. Master, Grandpa, Grandpa. A woman in the courtyard looked at Lu Yun with 2 young children and shouted immediately. This is his wife and grandchildren. Well, Ji'er, Fuer. Lu Yun saw his wife and 2 young children, and his mature face showed a little smile. When people get older, there will always be some generations apart. His first few children did not have spiritual roots, which made him feel indifferent to his children and did not have too many expectations. Later, he became the head of the family, and he rarely cared about the situation of his children. Now that he has stepped down from the position of head of the family, he still feels quite emotional when he sees his grandchildren in front of him. In 2 years, Ji'er and Fuer will also have their spiritual roots tested, right? Lu Yun asked his wife. In his early years, under the arrangement of his mother Lu Maiyuan, he had 3 wives and 6 concubines, and gave birth to 25 children. However, among the 25 children, only 5 had spiritual roots, and the others were sent to Ruiyi County. Ji'er and Fuer are 4.5 years old this year, and they can go for spiritual root testing next year. When his wife heard this, her fair face was a little worried. Although the parents of the 2 grandchildren both have spiritual roots, it is difficult to ensure that they all have spiritual roots. And if they have spiritual roots, but only low-grade spiritual roots, their path to immortality is slim. Grandpa, will I have spiritual roots? Lu Yuanji next to him raised his little head and asked. They were born in Qingzhu Mountain, and they naturally knew about spiritual roots and practiced under the influence of their parents. Spiritual roots. Lu Yun looked at the little face of his grandson in front of him, which was still a little chubby, and his expression was slightly dazed, thinking of his eldest son. The other party seemed to have asked him the same question when he was young. However, he was a little vague about the face of this son. Of course, when my Ji grows up, Grandpa will teach you how to practice. Seeing his grandson's hopeful eyes, Lu Yun smiled faintly on his slightly pale and weathered face, and said in a low voice. After chatting for a while, his wife left with her 2 grandchildren. Lu Yun leaned on the recliner, looking at the blue sky, and murmured, spiritual roots. 9th grade spiritual roots. Even if you have spiritual roots, 90% of people are only low-grade spiritual roots. Low-grade spiritual roots, even if there is an opportunity, the foundation building pill, it is extremely difficult to build a foundation before. Seeing his brothers and sisters building a foundation one by one, Lu Yun thought that building a foundation was not as difficult as he imagined. As long as there is a foundation building pill, there is a high probability that the foundation will be successfully built. But when he built his own foundation, he realized that building a foundation is several times more difficult than he imagined. It's also because I'm too bad. Lu Yun thought of Lu Quanzhong, Lu Rui, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Kaizian, and sighed deeply again. After all, my father not only prepared the foundation building pills and spiritual objects, but also assisted through external forces. Under such circumstances, I still failed to build my foundation. I can only say that I am incompetent and cannot blame others. Otherwise, Lu Quanzhong, Lu Rui, Lu Qingsong, and Lu Kaizian, who are all like me, have low-grade spiritual roots. Why did they succeed in building their foundations? If there is no foundation building pill, even if you have medium-grade spiritual roots, it will be extremely difficult to build a foundation, and there is little hope. Lu Yun heard the noise outside the courtyard, tilted his head slightly and looked at it, muttering in his heart. After serving as the head of the family for many years, he knew very well that even if his family was rich, it would be impossible for everyone to have a foundation building pill. Only his father was generous. Now, as long as the brothers and sisters in the family cultivated to the 9th level of key refining, they could get a foundation building pill. When there are more people in the future, the 3rd and 4th generations of the Lu family will probably be difficult for everyone to have a foundation building pill. They must rely on their own efforts and competition. If there is no support, even none of my descendants may be able to break through the foundation building stage. Lu Yun suddenly felt sad. He felt that he was mediocre and incompetent in his life. The descendants of the family were also going to be mediocre and incompetent. Brother Yun, you only learned the appearance from your father. Are you sure you really understand your father? At this moment, Lu Yun suddenly remembered a sentence that Lu Quanzhong said to him in his early years. Father. Lu Yun paused in his heart, feeling that he really didn't understand his father. Even now, his father Lu Changsheng was still shrouded in a mist in his eyes, making it difficult to see through. But at this moment, an idea came to his mind. Since he couldn't compare with his brothers and sisters at home, he would change his track. Now that his children and descendants are not useful, he will have more children. As long as there are enough children, there will always be useful and gifted ones. Although I am mediocre, if I choose to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth, I can spend all my time and energy on having children and teaching them. And once the foundation is established, the talents of the offspring born will also be even higher. Lu Yun murmured, and the depression in his heart gradually dissipated, and a sense of heroism surged. However, when he heard the playful voices of his wife and grandchildren outside the courtyard, he showed some self-mockery in his eyes and muttered to himself, after all, I am still a selfish and indifferent person in my bones. This is just an excuse for myself, hoping to please my father. When he failed to build his foundation, his father talked to him about the heaven and earth immortality method. He was indeed a little confused and didn't know how to choose. But when he recovered, he had a rough decision in his heart. But there was still a hurdle in his heart. If I break through the foundation and live for 200 years, won't I still have to watch them die? Lu Yun looked at the blue sky and white clouds and sighed. He knew that if he went to ask his parents, his father would most likely give him another chance to break through the foundation. But if he failed to build the foundation again, he would really have no chance to build the foundation in this life. The heaven and earth immortality method not only has the hope of building a foundation. Even relying on his father, he has the hope of the high and unattainable realm of Jinden. As for not being able to leave Qingzhu Mountain, as long as he's alive, he has a choice. In the Changsheng Palace, Lu Changsheng has been paying attention to the platinum light cocoon that Bai Ling has transformed into. Changsheng, the auction at the Red Leaf Valley Market is about to start. On this day, Lu Miaoj, wearing a plain white dress, looked like a stunning figure, extremely beautiful, and came to the cave residence and said gently to Lu Changsheng, "Is the auction about to start?" After hearing this, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Sister Miaoj, you take the golden armor bean mother to take charge. I won't go to this auction. Now Bai Ling is in an unknown situation, and he really doesn't want to leave. Besides, this auction will have his daughter Lu Wongshu, Jiu Iao, Li Xingyu, Lu Munian, and Lu Yuanzhong, 5 foundation-building combat forces, and now Lu Miaoj and Li Xingruo will also go. With this lineup of combat forces, even if the fake Dan Zhenren comes, it will not make much noise. Is Linger okay?" Lu Miaoj knew Bai Ling's situation, looked at the platinum light cocoon, and asked with concern. "It's just the awakening of the bloodline, there shouldn't be anything wrong." Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said softly, "Sister Maoj, if there is any unexpected situation, you should send me a message as soon as possible." "Yes." Lu Maoj responded softly, and then she and Li Xingguo drove the spirit boat to the Red Leaf Valley Market. She did not go directly to the Red Leaf Valley Market. Instead, she came to Qingzhu Mountain first to pick up her father Lu Yuanding. In just a few months, Lu Yuanding became older and older, and his dry face was covered with age spots. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng's elixir, Lu Maoj would have been nurturing him for a long time, and he might have died long ago. "Maoj, you have worked hard these days," Lu Yuanding said with a little light in his turbid eyes. "Dad, don't get emotional." Lu Maoj supported her father and used the Tai True Water to dredge his qi and blood. "Changsheng has something to do and can't leave for the time being," she said to Lu Yuanzhong next to her. "It's normal to be busy." Lu Yuanzhong was now very pale, with gray hair and wrinkles on his face. After a few simple words, Lu Maoj drove the spirit boat, carrying Lu Yuanzhong, Lu Yuanding, his son Lu Qingxun, and his daughter Lu Qingqi to the Red Leaf Valley Market. Chapter 422, Auction, Gxiu Makes Trouble. Red Leaf Valley Market. Because the Lu family of Bihu Mountain spread the word that the finale of this year's auction would be the Foundation Establishment Pill, and the auction was constantly being preceded, the flow of people in the Red Leaf Valley Market has skyrocketed in the past few months, and it is very lively. Even though many casual cultivators know that they have no chance to get the Foundation Establishment Pill, they still come to join in the fun to see if they can hit the chance. Another Foundation Establishment ancestor. Wow, this auction is really lively. I counted, and there are already 7 Foundation Establishment great cultivators here today. This spiritual boat seems to be the spiritual boat of Qingyun Mountain, right? Did someone in Qingyun Mountain break through the Foundation not long ago? Why are they here to participate in this auction? Who would complain about too many pills like the Foundation Establishment Pill? This auction, I'm afraid that the Lu family ancestor Lu Changsheng of Bihu Mountain and his Taoist partner Lu Maoj will have to be in charge, otherwise they can't suppress it at all. Outside the market, a series of spiritual lights flew, accompanied by spiritual boats, magic tools, and birds falling. Many disciples from Bihu Mountain, Qingzhu Mountain, and Bainao Lake wearing law enforcement robes from the Red Leaf Valley Market patrolled and maintained order. If a great foundation building cultivator landed, Lu Muping, who was resting in the pavilion next to him, would come out and take the initiative to greet him and invite him into the market. After all, this auction was too lively and unprecedented. Faced with such a situation, the 3 families had to be cautious. If this auction went wrong and something unexpected happened, not only would the reputation of the Red Leaf Valley Market plummet, but the 3 families would also be affected. At this moment, a spiritual boat with a blue sheen fell from the sky. Leading the group was a beautiful figure with black hair tied high in a bun, a face as beautiful as snow, wearing a plain white dress, and a tall and graceful figure. The mistress of the Lu family of Bihu Mountain, Lu Maoj. The ancestor of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Yuanzhong. Well, why can't I see the ancestor of the Lu family of Bihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng? Some cultivators saw several figures on the spiritual boat and immediately exclaimed, causing a small commotion. After all, Lu Maoj is now a well-known foundation-building cultivator, and many people know her. As for Li Xingguo, not many people recognize her. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, lady. Auntie. Seeing this, several patrolling disciples immediately stepped forward to greet her. These days, the patrols in Hongai Valley Market are very strict, and the disciples of the 3 families can be seen inside and outside. Yet, Lu Maoj nodded slightly, then looked at a woman in her 20s and asked, "Qingyun, where's Wangshu?" "Auntie, Sister Wangshu has been in the market these days." Lu Qingyun, wearing a silver armor, has a beautiful face, no makeup, and looks heroic, and said, "Has anything happened in the market these days?" Lu Maoj continued to ask with concern. "Occasionally there are a few petty thieves, but they are all solved." Lu Qingyun spoke, giving people a sense of being capable. Although Hongai Valley Market has a foundation-building master sitting in, even the 9 other mastiff was brought here. But there are still some daring robbers who take risks and rob the surrounding areas. In the past few months, they have received reports and have solved countless robbery cases. Master, 6th Master, and Qingxun, Qingqi. At this time, Lu Muping in the pavilion saw Lu Miaoj and others coming and immediately stepped forward to greet them. Muping. Lu Yuanzhong asked Lu Miaoj a few simple questions and then led them into the market. Huh? Why is there only Lu Miaoj? Where is Lu Changsheng? Lu Changsheng didn't come at this time. Did Lu Changsheng disguise himself and deliberately cover up his tracks to lure us into action? It is also possible that Lu Changsheng is worried about accidents in Behu Mountain and Howar Mountain, so he is deliberately mysterious and is now in Behu Mountain. In the market, several cultivators saw Lu Miaoj and others. After their backs disappeared, they whispered in their hearts and then quietly sent a message. It's really lively. Lu Yuanding, supported by Lu Miaoj and Lu Qingzhu, looked at the bustling and unprecedented streets of the market, and his old face flushed slightly. He had never dared to think of this scene. Grandpa, in the future, the Hongai Valley market will become more and more prosperous and lively as our family becomes more and more prosperous and lively, and become a big market. Lu Qingzhu felt his grandfather's skinny arms slightly grasping him, and said seriously with his handsome face that was still a little immature. Okay, Grandpa believes that there will be such a day. Lu Yuanding patted his grandson with a trembling hand and nodded with a look of satisfaction. While talking, several people came to Hongai Peak. Except for a few caves for rent at the foot of the peak, the other caves are all for the use of several families. Lu Yuanding stood on the peak, overlooking the prosperous scene of the market, as if he wanted to remember the scene forever in his heart. Lu Qingzhu accompanied his grandfather next to him. However, Lu Yuanding is very weak now, and he will go back to his room to rest after watching for a while. In a small courtyard, Lu Wangshu was chatting with his mother Xiao Xiao. When he heard the noise outside, he immediately got up and went to check. Mom, Aunt Xingguo, you are here, Qingzhu, care. Lu Wangshu shouted immediately when she saw Lu Miaoj and others. She was raised by Lu Miaoj since she was a child, so she was very close to Lu Miaoj and usually called her mother. Wangshu, you have worked hard these days. Lu Miaoj looked at the bright and flawless girl in front of her and said gently. It's okay, hey, where's my dad? Lu Wangshu looked up and looked for the figure of her father Lu Changsheng. After all, she has worked so hard these days, and her father must reward her precious daughter well. Your father has some things at home and can't leave for the time being, so he didn't come. Lu Miaoj rubbed her soft black hair, her temperament was as gentle as water. Huh? My mother and I have been waiting for him for so long, but he didn't come. Lu Wangshu heard this and immediately snorted and pouted her lips. She invited her mother Xiao Xiao to come over this time, thinking that the family would have time to get together more, but her father didn't come. It's okay, Wangshu. At this time, Xiao Xiao, who was wearing a moon-white dress, had a cold face and graceful curves, like a fairy from the Moon Palace, walked out of the courtyard. Miaoj. Xiao Xiao looked at Lu Miaoj and nodded slightly. Because Lu Changsheng had a daughter, she had a good relationship with Lu Miaoj. Xiao, Changsheng does have some things and can't leave for the time being. Lu Miaoj looked at the cold fairy in front of her and explained for her husband. It's okay. Xiao Xiao's face was cold and holy, and she shook her head gently. Knowing that Lu Changsheng had broken through the Jinden, whether it was practicing martial arts or refining magic weapons, it would take a lot of time, and it would be impossible for him to be as leisurely as in his early years. Several people entered the courtyard to chat. Li Xingguo was not familiar with Xiao Xiao, so he didn't force the topic here, and went to find his sister Li Xingguo and daughter Lu Qingli. Come on, Qingzhu, here, sister will take you for a walk. Lu Wangshu was a little bored and said to his younger brother and sister. Thank you sister. Lu Qingyi heard this and immediately took Lu Wangshu's arm happily. She liked this sister very much. After all, this sister was very generous and generous. As long as she was obedient and behaved well, she would often buy her delicious food and fun things. Lu Qingzhu followed the two sisters quietly. Only occasionally asked Lu Wangshu about some things in the market. At the same time, many forces that were paying attention to the situation in Behu Mountain were secretly plotting and talking about it. Lu Changsheng didn't show up and only let Lu Miaoj come. The couple practiced a joint cultivation method. If they were separated, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Lu Changsheng would never do such a stupid thing. Could it be that he wanted to deliberately lure people into action in this way? Should we take this opportunity to get rid of Lu Miaoj? Whoever bids for the foundation building pale will be attacked as soon as they leave the market. If Bihu Mountain dares to let someone attack the foundation building pale in Hongai Valley Market, we will directly overturn his market formation. The guardian beast of Bihu Mountain is now placed in and ranked in the Red Leaf Valley Market. Bihu Mountain has no foundation building cultivator now, so we can take this opportunity to destroy it. Bihu Mountain has placed its main puppet industry in Bihu Mountain, and it is definitely on guard. Maybe Lu Changsheng is lurking in Bihu Mountain, so it is safer to attack our mountain. Although our mountain does not have a foundation building cultivator in the open, I suspect that there are hidden foundation building cultivators like Bihu Mountain in the early years. Humph, I don't believe that there is a Lu Pingyan in our mountain. These forces secretly conspired and prepared to take this opportunity to attack Bihu Mountain. After all, the Lu family of Bihu Mountain is now rising too fast. They have established a chamber of commerce and held such a large auction. Once the auction is successfully held, the reputation of Bihu Mountain will surely go a step further. By then, the reputation will spread throughout the Qingyun territory and even to the entire Jin Kingdom's cultivation world. There will be countless scattered cultivators and small family forces who will send the foundation building pale materials they have collected with great difficulty to Bihu Mountain to refine the foundation building pale. In this case, who can stop the rise of Bihu Mountain? So now that there is still a chance, they naturally have to suppress the power of Bihu Mountain and not let it rise smoothly. The next day, the auction officially began. On the street, countless cultivators walked towards the auction venue. Wow, so many foundation building ancestors. Hiss, isn't this the famous key refining master among the casual cultivators, Jinju Sanren? Isn't this someone from the Jin family of Jin Longling? He actually came to participate in this auction. The crowd was talking. Hong Yi, wearing a purple dress, his face was full of wrinkles, and he came to the auction venue with his son Hong Zuanji. Time flies. Hong Yi looked at the bustling venue in front of him, and his expression was quite emotional. As he gradually aged, he rarely left Ruai County and hadn't been to Hongai Valley Market for almost 10 years. This time, he heard about the foundation building pale, so he thought of coming here to join in the fun and meet Lu Changsheng by the way. At this time, looking at the brand new and bustling Hongai Valley Market in front of him, he felt both familiar and unfamiliar. I still remember that when the Red Leaf Valley Market was still being prepared, I spent 1,800 spirit stones to buy a shop here through Lu Changsheng's relationship. However, with the prosperity of the Red Leaf Valley Market, the price of this shop has also increased several times. According to the speed at which his Ruai Marquis's mansion makes money, it will take decades to earn the spirit stones for this shop. At the entrance of the auction venue, a Lu family member who was maintaining order saw Hong Yi and Hong Zuanji, and immediately said politely, "Hello, Uncle Hong, hello, brother-in-law." Yun Fei. Hong Zuanji knew this Lu family member and exchanged a simple greeting. Then the two were taken to the VIP seats. Originally, according to their identities, it was difficult to sit in the VIP seats. But Hong Yi was an old friend of Lu Changsheng after all, so Lu Xingyang had reserved some seats early. "Zuanji, why didn't Kaizhun come?" After Hong Yi sat down, he looked at other seats and saw many Lu family members, but did not see Lu Kaizhun, and was a little surprised. He thought that his daughter-in-law was with other Lu family members, or that she had been assigned something. "My father-in-law has other plans for Kaizhun, so Kaizhun is quite busy these days." Hong Zuanji paused and said in a low voice. Although the matter of Lu Kaizhun's foundation building has not been spread outside. But this wife is not scheming and often tells him some things, so he vaguely guessed this, but he didn't dare to confirm it. "Well, you two get along well on weekdays." Hong Yi nodded slightly after hearing this, and then asked some questions about the situation of the Lu family. After hearing that there was no news about Lu Quanzhun, Hong Yi sighed. He was very optimistic about Lu Quanzhun in his early years. He believed that even if Lu Quanzhun had a low-grade spiritual root, he could achieve a lot. Afterwards, when he heard that Lu Quanzhun showed the strength of the late stage of key refining when attacking Bihu Mountain, he even thought that the other party could break through the foundation building. It's a pity that Lu Quanzhun has been away for so many years and there has been no news. Otherwise, if Lu Quanzhun breaks through the foundation building, maybe he can help his son. Alice. Hong Zuanji also sighed slightly when talking about Lu Quanzhun, wondering where his brother-in-law had gone. When the other party left, he said goodbye to him and Lu Kaizhun and said some words to each other. But who would have thought that after so many years, There was no news at all. Time passed little by little. After the whole venue was full, a man and a woman came to the auction stage. Welcome all the seniors and fellow Taoists to come to the Red Leaf Valley Market. I am Lu Kings from Qingzhu Mountain. I have the honor to host this auction. I hope you can buy what you like. During the auction, it is forbidden to threaten, maliciously raise the price, and other behaviors that affect the order. Otherwise, the cultivation will be abolished and expelled from the market. The man and the girl said a few opening words, introduced the rules of the auction venue, and then went straight to the topic and introduced the auction items. The first item of this auction is the breakthrough pill. In this auction, in addition to the finale of the foundation establishment pill, Lu Changsheng also asked his family to prepare some good pills, talismans, and natural treasures. Many natural treasures like the ones he had obtained from Bai Feng's Henren before can be slowly digested through this kind of auction. However, it is difficult for Qingyun market to sell high-quality natural treasures. 100 spiritual stones. 150 spiritual stones. 200 spiritual stones. As the auction items were brought up one by one, the auction was in full swing. Even though many people came for the finale of the foundation building pill, they also gained a lot in this auction. The auction was very grand and lasted for 3 days. There was a break every day. On the third day, the auction entered the final stage. Today, the quality of the items is getting higher and higher, and the casual bidding amount is hundreds, thousands, or even nearly 10,000. Dear guests, next is our Hongai Valley Market, the last auction item of this auction, the foundation building pill. Lu Kings said in an excited voice on the auction stage. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the entire venue seemed to solidify. Countless people held their breath and stared at the auction stage. A beautiful woman wearing a pink and white dress, with a beautiful face, bright and flawless, and giving people a quiet and elegant look, came to the stage and handed out a porcelain bottle. Who is this girl? She's so beautiful. Lu Wangshu, the daughter of Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family, who loves her very much, is a second-level talisman master. Second-level talisman master? This Lu Changsheng is worthy of being a talisman master. There are actually second-level talisman masters among his children. Hiss, if I can marry this girl, wouldn't it be possible to build a foundation? It seems that there are not many bad-looking children of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain. You can always trust the aesthetic taste of ancestor Lu. What kind of magic weapon did this girl use to cover up her cultivation? Isn't this girl a key refining cultivator? A foundation building cultivator? As Lu Wangshu came on stage, many people immediately spoke out, and there were many expressions of admiration and amazement. There were also several foundation building ancestors who saw Lu Wangshu and suspected that she was a foundation building cultivator. After all, precious pills like foundation building pills are generally not placed in the hands of key refining cultivators to avoid risks and accidents. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wangshu. Lu Kings took the foundation building pill with both hands, opened it, and introduced it aloud. I don't think I need to say more about the function of the foundation building pill. It can coordinate the 3 levels of foundation building, protect and strengthen the meridians and dantian of the breakthrough, and greatly improve the probability and safety of foundation building. It's just that this foundation building pill has a slight flaw. It's just an inferior foundation building pill, which can only increase the probability of foundation building by 10%. Lu Kings introduced it in a clear voice. Inferior foundation building pill, increase the probability by 10%. When the various forces on the field heard this, some were surprised and some were disappointed. After all, many people came with genuine foundation building pills. When some independent cultivators or small family forces heard about inferior foundation building pills, they immediately realized that their competitiveness would be much smaller, and they also had a chance. This foundation building pill has a starting price of 5,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 200. Lu Kings said loudly without paying attention to the movement below. Lu Wangshu still stood gracefully on the stage, looking around to avoid anyone making trouble. 6,000 spirit stones. 7,000 spirit stones. 7,500 spirit stones. Even for inferior foundation building pills, the competition was very fierce. The price soon rose to 8,000 spirit stones. Many casual cultivators couldn't help but sigh when they saw this situation. Originally, they had a chance of getting an inferior foundation building pill. But they didn't expect the competition to be so fierce. Many forces saw the price and hesitated for a moment before choosing to give up. After all, this foundation building pill not only had flaws, but was also an inferior one. If they wanted to take it back, there would be risks on the way. 10,200 spirit stones. In the end, the price of this inferior foundation building pill exceeded 10,000 spirit stones. Faced with this price, other forces stopped making offers. If it was a genuine foundation building pill, they would be willing to pay even if it was a few thousand more expensive. But inferior foundation building pills, after all, had limited effects and were likely to be wasted. The Wang family of Huangjiangling? It turned out to be them. I heard that the ancestor of the Wang family was seriously injured and now has not much time left. No wonder they are willing to offer such a price. The Wang family has no foundation building cultivators, only 2 key refining cultivators. I am afraid that the foundation building pills they bid for will be robbed. Many cultivators looked at the bidders and whispered. After a while, a middle-aged man in a yellow cotton coat came to the auction venue, paid the spirit stones, and took the foundation building pills. Fellow Taoist Lu, may I borrow a cave in the Red Leaf Valley Market to break through the foundation building? Whether I succeed or fail, I, Huangjiangling, owe your Lu family a favor, and I am willing to pay extra spirit stones. The middle-aged man said with a bow. He himself knew that it was very dangerous to take the foundation building pill back to break through the foundation building, so he wanted to break through directly in the Red Leaf Valley Market. Fellow Taoist Wang, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy is needed to break through the foundation. The current situation of our Red Leaf Valley Market is just enough to maintain the operation of the formation. If someone attacks the foundation, it will definitely affect the market formation. Besides, it is a special period now, it is really inconvenient. Lu Qingzhi heard this and immediately declined. In this regard, the family had already explained and instructed that no one should attack the foundation in the market. Because in addition to the robber cultivators and evil cultivators, there are many forces watching Qingzhu Mountain and Red Leaf Valley Market. Once such a situation occurs, there may be forces disguised as robbers, taking the opportunity to disrupt the market and cause a disaster. Alice. Hearing this, the middle-aged man sighed, a little disappointed. But he had expected it. The spiritual veins of Hongai Valley Market are not that big. It is almost enough to support the full operation of the market formation. How can it be possible to provide others with caves to impact the foundation? Once the foundation is impacted, it will cause problems in the formation and cause trouble. Qingzhu Mountain may not be able to suppress it. Wang Daoyao can live in the market first, notify the elders at home, or ask the escorts of Xianwei Escort Agency to escort you back. At this time, Lu Qingzhi spoke to the middle-aged man. As the organizer of the auction, they naturally don't want a buyer to encounter an accident just after leaving Hongai Valley Market or on the way back. This will greatly affect their reputation. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded, knowing that this was the only way, and prepared to notify the elders at home and contact the escorts. However, he looked at the lively venue and asked with some reluctance, Wang is going back to Huangjiangling. Is there any senior willing to escort me? I am not only willing to pay the spiritual stones, but also owe you a favor afterwards. However, no one responded. Many foundation building forces here know that Qingzhu Mountain is now being watched by many forces. There are even fake down-level forces paying attention to this auction and want to mess it up. Maybe if it is placed outside now, there will be foundation building cultivators ambushing. So it is not worth it to earn this little spiritual stone. Seeing that no one responded, the middle-aged man had to give up and asked someone to send a message to his family to send someone to pick him up. As the auction was declared over, the cultivators in the field left quickly. Some cultivators who participated in the auction and missed money took advantage of this time to disguise themselves and leave the Red Leaf Valley Market. Wangshu, Qingzhi, you have worked hard. At this time, Lu Miaoj and Li Xingruo came to the backstage, looked at Lu Wangshu and the other two, and said aloud. Fortunately, these days, my cousin Qingzhi and Mu Ping are busy. Lu Wangshu usually has a scholarly air, quiet and elegant. And, this is my duty. This is my first time hosting this kind of auction, and I'm a little nervous. Lu Qingzhi and Lu Qingli said with a smile. After Lu Miaoj said a few words, she went to visit her father Lu Yunding. This auction took too long, and Lu Yunding's energy was not enough to watch it all, so he went back to rest in the middle. At this moment, at the entrance of Hongai Valley Market, A cultivator drove a spirit boat, a flying sword, a magic weapon, and a flying bird to leave the market. Then, before they had gone far, a strong foundation-building spiritual pressure suddenly spread. I saw a monk wearing a bamboo hat, a black robe, and a face covered. He said to the monks coming out of the market in a cold voice, "Leave your money and I will spare your life." "Spare my life? Foundation-building monk, it's over." "Senior, spare my life, I am willing to hand over the storage bag." Seeing this, the monk who had just left the house immediately changed his face and was a little breathless under the pressure of this spiritual pressure. No one expected that there would be foundation-building monks squatting outside the market, and it seemed that there were 5 of them. This is a force deliberately targeting the Red Leaf Valley market. Someone immediately realized that the situation was not right. After all, how could a robber cultivator rob in public outside the market? How could it be dozens of miles away? Roar. The 9 other mastiff entrenched in the market looked at the situation here and roared suddenly, the sound rolling and breathtaking. "This is the guardian spirit beast of Qingzhu Mountain, so scary. What kind of spirit beast is this? It looks so ferocious." Many key refining cultivators trembled when they saw the 9 other mastiff. Some cultivators who had just released their spirit bird mounts, their mounts immediately crawled and trembled under the breath of the 9 other mastiff, and kept shaking. However, 5 masked robbery cultivators in the distance saw this scene, laughed grimly, and attacked the surrounding key refining cultivators. "Bold robbery cultivators, dare to come to my Red Leaf Valley market to make trouble." At the entrance of the market, Lu Qingyun and others who were patrolling heard the noise, their pretty faces sank, and they shouted loudly. They immediately activated the market formation to stop others from going out and activated the yin-yang sensing talisman. However, 5 masked robbery cultivators in the distance saw this scene, laughed grimly, and attacked the surrounding key refining cultivators. Puff puff puff, in an instant, several key refining cultivators died in a bloodbath. In front of the foundation-building cultivators, key refining cultivators are no match unless they have precious treasures. Damn it! Seeing this, Lu Qingyun gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and looked very ugly. She knew that the other party was demonstrating undeliberately provoking. In the market, Lu Wangshu was talking to his mother Xiao Ziyu. Suddenly, she heard the roar of the 9 other mastiff, raised her hand lightly, and looked at the red flashing communication talisman in her hand. Outside, it seems that there are foundation-building cultivators taking action. Seeing this, Xiao Ziyu closed her eyes and sensed, and immediately noticed that there was movement outside the market, foundation-building spiritual pressure. As Xingyang said, someone will come to make trouble. When Lu Wangshu heard this, her bright and beautiful face suddenly showed a bit of coldness. They had long expected that there might be other forces to make trouble at this auction. It's just that they are not sure when these hidden forces will choose to take action. "Mom, I'll go and see," Lu Wangshu said immediately. The purpose of this group of people taking action so close to the market is self-evident. They want to use this method to hit the reputation of Hongai Valley Market and indirectly suppress Qingzhu Mountain. "Mom will go with you," Xiao Ziyu said softly. Although she knew that her daughter's fighting power was extraordinary. If all the talismans given by Lu Changsheng were thrown out, even she, the mother, might not be the opponent and would be in a mess. But in this situation, she still didn't trust Lu Wangshu alone. "Well, I'll trouble you to help me with the battle later." Lu Wangshu smiled and looked forward to showing off his skills. Immediately, the two walked out of the courtyard and flew towards the entrance of the market. Flying is prohibited in the market, but foundation-building cultivators are not affected. Wangshu. At this time, Lu Muping and Lu Yuanzhang saw Lu Wangshu and Xiao Ziyu and immediately shouted, "Cousin Muping." Lu Wangshu often came to the Red Leaf Valley Market, so he was familiar with Lu Muping. Why does Wangshu look a bit similar to this Ziyu fairy? At this time, Lu Muping saw Lu Wangshu and Xiao Ziyu in front of him, and his heart suddenly paused. He felt that the eyebrows and contours of the two were actually 70% similar. Suddenly, Lu Muping didn't dare to think about it. He felt that this matter was too shocking. Lu Yuanzhang seemed to have not seen it. He had seen this Ziyu fairy in Qingzhu Mountain in his early years, and then saw Lu Wangshu as an adult, and he had this guess. But such things were too shocking, and he never mentioned it, so as not to spread it out and cause trouble for Lu Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu noticed Lu Muping's eyes, and his cold and holy face and body were suddenly covered with a layer of moonlight, making it difficult to see his appearance for a while. After a while, The four came to the gate of Hongai Valley Market. Immediately saw 5 foundation building cultivators blocking outside in the distance, attacking the leaving casual cultivators. Sister Wangshu, cousin Muping, Lu Qingyun and others shouted immediately when they saw Lu Wangshu coming. It was really aggrieved to have people blocking the door like this and just watch. If this matter were to spread out, the reputation of their own family and the reputation of the market would be severely hit. Damn it. Seeing this, Lu Wangshu's pretty face turned cold, and the whole person turned into a beam of light and rushed out. Wangshu. Sister Wangshu. Seeing this, Lu Muping and others suddenly changed their faces and exclaimed. You know, these are 5 foundation building cultivators. And among these 5 people, 2 of them have very strong mana and spiritual pressure, and they are likely to be in the middle stage of foundation building. With such strength, Lu Wangshu would not be courting death if he went there. You preside over the formation of the market. Xiao Ziyu said to Lu Muping and Lu Yuanzhong in a cold and indifferent voice, and then immediately followed. This Lu Wangshu is indeed a foundation building cultivator. Foundation building cultivator, another foundation building cultivator. Qingzhu Mountain is really hiding deep enough. But the little girl looks inexperienced, but she is so impulsive. Well, who is this woman in white? At the gate of the market, some cultivators who knew Lu Wangshu saw this scene, their eyes narrowed slightly, and they were a little more afraid of Qingzhu Mountain. After all, it was frightening that a foundation building cultivator appeared every now and then. Ha, where did this little girl come from? She's just courting death. The 5 foundation building cultivators who were robbing laughed when they saw Lu Wangshu. One of them immediately offered a small knife spirit weapon and rushed towards Lu Wangshu. Swish, 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 Lu Wangshu's bright and flawless face was indifferent. From her pink and white sleeves, talismans came out one after another, circling around her, and the aura blended together, like a piece of armor condensed by talismans, flowing with a mysterious aura. And the talismans flew in all directions, arranged in the sky, as if they were about to form some kind of formation. Clang. The golden knife spirit weapon was about 10 feet away from Lu Wangshu, and was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier, with a clang. Such a method. Talisman cultivation. This seems to be the famous skill of Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, the talisman array. I didn't expect this woman to inherit Lu Changsheng's talisman inheritance. Not long after Lu Changsheng broke through the foundation building, he relied on the talisman array to kill the 3 foundation building monks of the Yu family. No wonder this woman is so confident that she dares to face 5 foundation building monks alone. Even if the talisman array is not simple, as long as there are enough talismans, you can kill the enemy across levels, but it's too arrogant to face 5 foundation building monks alone. No, the woman in white behind her is not simple. Who is this woman? Lu Miaoj, the mistress of the Lu family. At the entrance of the market, everyone saw the scene and was surprised. Lu Yuanzhong saw the scene and his expression was slightly dazed. Thinking of 40 years ago, when Lu Miaoj was attacking the foundation building, the 3 foundation building monks of the Yu family attacked, and Lu Changsheng suddenly went out and sacrificed the talisman array to kill the 3 foundation building monks. Is this a talisman formation? We must not let her use it. Split up and attack. The 5 foundation building cultivators were well prepared. They had done their homework and knew that they must not be trapped by the talisman formation. They immediately scattered, took out their magic tools, and used magic to kill Lu Wangshu and Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu looked at the 5 people who came to kill her, with a layer of moonlight all over her body, but did not attack. She knew that her daughter had never shown her magic skills to the outside world since she started practicing. She hoped that one day, she would become famous in the world of immortal cultivation. And today, this is the stage for her daughter to show her skills. However, she still looked alert, and would act immediately if her daughter was in any danger. Chapter 423 Lu Wangshu's First Battle. Swish, swish, swish. Facing the 5 people who were coming to kill her, Lu Wangshu pursed her lips lightly, her pretty face solemn, and a talisman light swirled around her. She suddenly shot out and met the attack of the 5 people alone. At the same time, a black umbrella appeared above Lu Wangshu's head, circling wildly, and turned into a series of 99 mysterious signs, arranging her in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the 2 spells caused a series of bombardments and explosions, forming a terrifying aftermath of magic power. Hiss, This woman is facing 5 great foundation-building cultivators alone, and she is not at all inferior. You call this not at all inferior? Burning so many talismans in one encounter is simply extravagant. Is this a battle of magic or a waste of money? I have always heard that talisman cultivation is a waste of money, and today I finally saw it. Damn, this encounter burned more spiritual stones than I can earn in 10 years. If she relies on talismans like this woman can probably only deal with 1 or 2, and it will be a bit difficult to repel 5 people. Yes, if she can't trap these 5 people with the talisman formation, once the talismans are used up, I am afraid it will be dangerous. Who is this woman in white? Why didn't she take action? At the gate of the market, many cultivators looked at the confrontation in the arrowhead and talked about it. At this time, Lu Miaoj, Li Xingguo, and Li Xingyu also rushed over. However, when they saw the battle outside, they did not take action immediately. 1-9. Seal. Suppress. Intercept. Destroy. Lu Wangshu's whole body glowed, as if he was wearing a 9-color talisman robe, with graceful curves, flying black hair, and sharp eyes. In an instant, dozens of talismans rushed towards the 5 people, sealing, suppressing, intercepting, and killing in all directions, leaving no gaps. Humph, little girl, I want to see how many talismans you have. Such means are really amazing. Is this a talisman cultivator? This little girl can control so many talismans, so how many talismans can Lu Changsheng control? This girl must be strangled, otherwise once she grows up, she will be another Lu Changsheng. The 5 foundation-building calamity cultivators saw the imposing Lu Wangshu who took the initiative to kill them, and their eyes showed a bit of fear. If they didn't have 5 people, they really didn't dare to fight Lu Wangshu. After all, if it was a one-on-one, I'm afraid that they would be blasted into pieces by these talismans in a few rounds. This also made them more murderous towards Lu Wangshu, wanting to strangle this genius in the cradle. Boom boom boom, the 2 sides continued to fight, and Lu Wangshu's talismans bombarded wildly, making it impossible for the 5 people to get close. Faced with this situation, the 5 people also gave up attacking, focusing on defense, standing separately, driving spiritual weapons, and waiting for an opportunity. Humph! Lu Wangshu snorted lightly, seeing that the 5 people did not dare to confront him, and wanted to consume himself by delaying. She saw that her hands quickly pinched the seal, and a wide and slender finger with a crystal luster was drawn in the void like a swimming dragon. In an instant, a golden talisman was formed. Once this talisman appeared, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. In a blink of an eye, 99 talismans appeared, forming a talisman array, entwining around her body, making her extraordinary beauty. What kind of trick is this? Is it an illusion? No, these are all talismans, talismans drawn in the void. Is this the legendary talisman drawn in the void? Hiss, Lu Changsheng is so well hidden. For so many years, I have never seen him use such tricks. It turns out that he is still hiding his shortcomings. If it weren't for his daughter, I really wouldn't know that his talisman inheritance is so amazing. Everyone was shocked by Lu Wangshu's tricks. There is no famous talisman cultivation inheritance in Jiang State. Only a few talisman cultivators appear occasionally, and there are some related records. Therefore, few people present have heard of or seen tricks like drawing talismans in the void. Seeing Lu Wangshu's tricks at this time, they were immediately shocked. Realizing that the Lu family's talisman inheritance is extraordinary. Xiao, who was next to her, looked at her daughter's tricks with a faint smile of relief in her eyes. Unknowingly, the baby in the cradle has grown to this point. She still remembers that she and Lu Changsheng gave birth to Lu Wangshu in the Red Leaf Valley Market. She is only in the early stage of foundation building, she can't hold on for long. Yes, this woman is not good at fighting, she only knows how to bombard like this, and it won't be long before her talismans and magic power are exhausted. Be careful, don't be careless. The 5 people looked at Lu Wangshu and Xiao Ziyu with a serious face, and communicated with each other with their spiritual consciousness. However, thinking that the 5 of them were beaten by Lu Wangshu, a junior who had built a foundation, and it was difficult to fight back, they still felt very aggrieved. Now, after a stalemate with the 5 people, Lu Wangshu looked at the talismans arranged above, his face suddenly became stern, and his fingertips flew. On her snow-white and smooth forehead, a 9-color rune slowly flowed, as if outlining an ancient rune. The rune was transformed into a mysterious and complex 9-color rune. The moment the rune came out, all the talismans around Lu Wangshu burst into aura, intertwined and gathered, forming a huge rune that was several feet long. At the same time, ripples appeared in the void, forming talismans that swirled wildly. 9. Mysterious Talismans Array. The golden light will not destroy the heaven and earth. Lu Wangshu pinched his hands and shouted. Suddenly, talismans from all directions swirled, and the key blended together to form an extremely solid golden barrier, trapping the 5 foundation building cultivators. Well, not good. An early foundation building cultivator wants to trap the 5 of us. Overestimating her ability. This girl uses such means. Now there is no time to be distracted. Kill her. Seeing this, the 5 people saw the golden light in all directions and the shrinking barriers, and immediately rushed towards Lu Wangshu. However, dong dong dong, one after another golden barriers appeared, isolating them and sealing them in them. Kill. The 5 people's eyes were sharp, and their magic power surged, bombarding the golden barrier. They didn't believe that Lu Wangshu, a mere early foundation building cultivator, could trap the 5 of them. Boom boom boom, these golden barriers seemed endless. As soon as they were broken and cracks appeared, they immediately formed one. The heavy water 3,000 lakes are vast. Lu Wangshu pinched his hands and shouted again. Infinite talismans were derived to form a talisman array. The 2 talisman arrays merged, and in the 5 golden barriers, rolling waves hit the 5 people, surging and surging, as if they were still eroding the 5 people's physical mana. The raging fire is endless. Golden lotuses planted in the water and fire realm. 9 colored runes flashed between Lu Wangshu's eyebrows, and his hands kept pinching his hands. In the Danshan of the Key Sea, the Zuanitun Pearl was spinning wildly, pouring out the stored mana. If Lu Wangshu took action like this, the mana of ordinary foundation building cultivators would not be able to continue. However, even with the Zuanitun Pearl, Lu Wangshu's bright and charming face was still slightly pale. For a while, the waves were surging. The raging fire was burning, and the sky was burning. All the talismans behind Lu Wangshu condensed, spiritual light surged, golden light burst out, forming a series of sharp and murderous golden lotuses, heading towards the 5 people to kill. Puff puff puff, in an instant, 3 tribulation cultivators in the early stage of foundation building were seriously injured and vomited blood under the water and fire attack and the golden lotus, and their breath was weak. This 1 against 5 actually got the upper hand. Talisman cultivator, what a terrible talisman cultivator. Once the talisman formation is completed, no one at the same level is an opponent. If you meet a talisman cultivator, you must end the battle as soon as possible. If you wait until her talisman formation is completed, it will be troublesome. Isn't this woman in the early stage of foundation building? How can her magic power be so powerful? Lu Wangshu of Bihu Mountain. I didn't expect that Bihu Mountain had Lu Pingyan, and then there was another Lu Wangshu. What kind of luck is the Lu family of Bihu Mountain? The onlookers were all shocked and stern when they saw this scene. Sister Wangshu is so powerful. Sister Wangshu is so powerful. Wow, come on, Sister Wangshu. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyun, Lu Kings, Lu Qingqi and other Lu family members were all surprised. They didn't expect that their sister, who is always a little out of tune, would be so fierce, and they were immediately very excited. In the crowd, there were also a few people looking at Lu Wangshu and Xiao Ziyu in the sky, their faces changing. Dao, stop it, we admit defeat in this matter, and are willing to leave. At this time, a foundation building calamity cultivator realized that if he continued to fight, he would die here, and shouted to Lu Wangshu. Yes, little friend, we are willing to compensate. Seeing this, another foundation building calamity cultivator shouted. They came here just to make trouble and attack the Red Leaf Valley market, but they didn't want to lose their lives here. The other 3 did not speak, but they also wanted to retreat. Knowing that if they continued to fight like this, it would be very troublesome to wait for Lu Changsheng or the Qingyun Sect cultivators to come. HMPH, you came to my market to make trouble, and you said stop? How can it be so simple? Do you really think that I am easy to bully in Bihu Mountain? Lu Wangshu's hair was flying, her face was crystal clear and beautiful, and her voice was cold. While speaking, she continued to pinch her hands, and countless talismans were derived around her, forming golden lotuses that kept killing the 5 people. The 9 mysterious true signs arranged around her body also continued to merge into the golden lotuses at this time, bursting out infinite sharp breath. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, a foundation-building cultivator was pierced through the body under the attack of the talisman formation, spitting blood, and dying. Young man, do you really want to fight to the death? A robbery cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building saw this and shouted loudly, knowing that if he didn't fight hard, he would probably die here today. Fish fight to the death? You try. Lu Wangshu made a seal with one hand, and kept outlining talismans in the void with the other hand, forming a series of spiritual talismans. A junior is so arrogant. Fighter. The foundation-building cultivator roared to the sky, performed a secret method, and his aura rose steadily, and he began to fight for his life. However, among the other 4 people, 2 of them had already lost their lives and were covered in blood. Boom boom boom, the remaining 3 fought for their lives, madly bombarding the talisman formation, trying to break a corner and kill Lu Wangshu. But the talisman formation had already taken shape at this time. Even if the 3 wanted to fight for their lives, they could not break it even a little bit, and despair surged in their hearts. Swoosh, however, at this moment, suddenly, a masked foundation-building cultivator rushed out and killed Lu Wangshu with murderous intent. Looking for death? Xiao Ziyu next to him, her beautiful eyes like the moon in the sky, were shining with crystal-cold light, and she suddenly raised her hand and slapped forward. Buzz, an invisible ripple spread out, causing the body of the foundation-building cultivator who rushed over to suddenly stiffen. Bang bang bang, a series of dull explosions suddenly sounded in the body of the foundation-building cultivator, his body trembled, and blood spit out of his mouth. Then his mind tilted, his spirit died, his breath disappeared, and he fell from the air with a look of unwillingness to close his eyes. This who is this woman? She actually killed a foundation-building cultivator with one strike. No wonder Lu Changsheng was confident in handing over the Red Leaf Valley market to his daughter Lu Wangshu. It turns out that there is such a great cultivator here. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. No one expected that the white-clothed woman with Lu Wangshu was so fierce. She actually killed a foundation-building cultivator with one palm. Is this the strength of the true disciple of the Immortal Sect? Lu Yuanzhong and Lu Muping knew Xiao Ziyu's identity, and they were shocked when they saw Xiao Ziyu in the air. Lu Qingyun and others looked at Xiao Ziyu, and couldn't help wondering what the other party was like with their father. They have been in charge of the market affairs these days, but they didn't know that there was such a powerful person in the market. HMPH. Lu Wangshu pursed his lips when he saw this scene. Then he kept pinching his hands and opened his red lips. 99 mysterious talismans, divine phoenix. Cry. A cry sounded between heaven and earth. All the talismans on Lu Wangshu's body merged into one, turning into golden and red divine bird phoenix. This phoenix was 10 feet tall, with the golden rays flowing and burning with blazing flames, which set off the glowing and graceful Lu Wangshu with a sacred and noble beauty. Die? Lu Wangshu put his 2 fingers together, his eyebrows and eyes were cold, and pointed at the remaining 3 people. Suddenly, the divine phoenix cried, burning the world, and the flames drowned the 3 people suppressed by the golden barrier. I am not willing. When the 3 saw Xiao Ziyu take action, they were already desperate and knew that they would die today. Seeing this divine phoenix at this time, they cried to the sky and felt extremely regretful. If they chose to escape at the first time, they could have escaped safely. Even if they were halfway through the fight, they still had a chance to escape. But they never expected that Lu Wangshu, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, would have such amazing means and end up in a desperate situation. A moment later, the flames of the divine phoenix dissipated between heaven and earth. The bodies of 5 robbery cultivators fell from the sky. 3 of them had charred bodies, and when they fell, the wind blew away, leaving only robes, magic tools, and debris. This method is simply to Qingzhu Mountain Lu Wangshu. This woman's fighting power is probably not weaker than the peak of foundation building, right? It still depends on the situation. If you take the opportunity to attack, or attack when her talisman formation is not formed, she is just an ordinary foundation building cultivator. First there was Lu Qingyun, and now there is another Lu Wangshu. No, Lu Qingyun only repelled the Tao family ancestor who is in the middle stage of foundation building, but this Lu Wangshu fought 1 against 5 and killed 5 foundation building cultivators. Not long after Lu Changsheng broke through the foundation building, he relied on the talisman formation to kill 3 people from the Yu family and establish the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. Now his daughter has killed 5 foundation building cultivators alone. With such children, who can stop the rise of the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family? Everyone looked at Lu Wangshu in the air, all in a trance, not knowing what to say. Shock, surprise, envy, jealousy and other expressions appeared in their eyes and faces. Shocked and envious that Lu Changsheng actually had two sons and daughters like Lu Pingyan and Lu Wangshu who were so talented. Any one of these two people can lead a family to prosperity for 100 years and make the family further. And now, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain actually has two at the same time. However, people like Lu Yuanzhong, Lu Muping and others who know Lu Qingshan are even more shocked and envious. I'm afraid that Qingshan is not a match for this girl in a fight, right? Lu Yuanzhong murmured in his heart, extremely surprised. Unexpectedly, in addition to Lu Qingshan, Lu Changsheng actually has such a brilliant daughter. And he trained himself and did not send her to the Immortal Gate. However, seeing Xiao Xiao, who was flowing with a layer of hazy moonlight next to Lu Wangshu, he felt relieved. After all, Lu Wangshu not only has Lu Changsheng as a father, but also Xiao Xiao as a mother. Huh? Lu Wangshu let out a long breath, his face a little pale. This battle was her first battle in the true sense. So she used too much force, resulting in excessive consumption. However, seeing her own results, Lu Wangshu's delicate face still showed a little smile. Wangshu, take the bodies of these people back with you, and let the law enforcement hall investigate the situation. Xiao Xiaoyu said to Lu Wangshu in a voice transmission. The sudden appearance of 6 foundation building cultivators was obviously a deliberate target of other forces. No matter which force did it, since they dared to pretend to be robbers and do such things in public, Qingyun Sect had the power to investigate. But under normal circumstances, if the matter did not get out of hand, Qingyun Sect would not spend time and energy to deal with it. But as a true disciple of Qingyun Sect and a disciple of the Lord of the Law Enforcement Hall, if she wanted to investigate the matter, the Law Enforcement Hall would naturally give her face. Ah, I burned the bodies, is it okay? Lu Wangshu was slightly stunned when she heard this. She was still a little nervous in the battle just now. So she didn't hold back, and the last 3 people were almost burned to ashes. It's okay, these 3 are enough. Xiao Xiaoyu said softly. She didn't remind her daughter just now because she didn't want to affect her daughter and make her feel constrained. Immediately, the 2 of them simply cleaned up the battlefield and returned to the entrance of the market. When the cultivators in the field saw the 2, their eyes were full of respect and awe, and they subconsciously made way for them. Qingyun, cousin Muping, please take care of this. Lu Wangshu said with a smile. When something like this happens in the market, it is necessary to deal with the aftermath and appease the people. But like her father Lu Changsheng, she doesn't like to manage daily trivial matters. Well, okay. Lu Qings and Lu Qingyun were still immersed in the battle just now, and nodded in response. Wangshu, you have worked hard, just leave it to us next. Lu Muping took a deep breath and nodded. Then he floated into the air, bowed to everyone and said, Fellow Taoists, I am sorry for the fact of the market today, and I have delayed your time. At this time, Li Xingguo exchanged a few words with Lu Miaoj. Lu Miaoj also came out and said with a loudspeaker, as compensation, next year our Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain will take out a genuine foundation building pill and continue to auction it in Hongai Valley Market. If you fellow Taoists have materials for foundation building pills, our Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain also welcomes you to come and refine foundation building pills. Our Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain has always adhered to the line of harmony and common prosperity. At present, the Family Chamber of Commerce has been prepared for its initial construction. If you fellow Taoists have ideas, you are welcome to come to Hongai Valley Market or Qingzhu Mountain to discuss cooperation matters. As a partner, if my Qingzhu Mountain has foundation building pills in the future, it will also give priority to internal supply, Lu Miaoj said. While speaking, he continued to express his attitude and was unwilling to be an enemy of other family forces. He hoped to be in harmony and prosperity with all forces, work together, work side by side, and draw splendid future together. This robbery repair attack made Lu Miaoj and Li Xingguo realize that these targeted forces were not simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have 6 foundation building cultivators. Faced with this situation, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain naturally cannot rely on their strength to defeat them all. They still need to attract more partners. Not to mention letting all these forces surrender to Qingzhu Mountain. But they also show their attitude that as long as they are willing to make friends, there will be benefits. If they make enemies and make moves secretly, Qingzhu Mountain will not be a pushover. What? Genuine foundation building pill. Hiss, Qingzhu Mountain just auctioned a low-quality foundation building pill, and it will release another foundation building pill next year. Priority supply to internal partners. Ancestor Lu is generous. Qingzhu Mountain is generous. Many cultivators heard this and were immediately surprised and said loudly. Some independent cultivators were thinking, wondering if they could get a foundation building pill if they joined Qingzhu Mountain. Foundation building pill. When the various forces heard this, they were not only moved, but also heard some other meanings from the words. Qingzhu Mountain might not be short of foundation building pills now. Lu Miaoj was representing Qingzhu Mountain and actively showing goodwill to the outside world. At this moment, Lu Miaoj felt something in her heart, and a yin-yang communication talisman appeared in her hand. Is this? Qingzhu Mountain was attacked. Lu Miaoj frowned when she saw this induction from Qingzhu Mountain. She immediately realized that some forces took advantage of this moment to attack Qingzhu Mountain. Madame Lu. At this time, several foundation building ancestors came forward and wanted to ask Lu Miaoj about the cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce. I still have some things to do. In a few days, my Qingzhu Mountain will hold a foundation building ceremony for my daughter Wangshu. If you fellow Taoists want to discuss the cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce, you can come to Qingzhu Mountain to discuss it in detail. Lu Miaoj said apologetically. She was not very clear about the cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce, and needed Lu Xingyang and others to confirm the details. And now that she saw Qingzhu Mountain's request for help, she had to rush over to see the situation. Okay, I will definitely come when the time comes. Madame Lu has a phoenix like Miss Wangshu. It's really a cause for celebration. Miss Wangshu is so talented and brilliant, her future is limitless, and she can expect a golden elixir. No matter what the foundation building ancestors were thinking about, they all came forward to congratulate and say good things. As for the matter of the robbery just now, it was gradually diluted with the news announced by Lu Miaoj. Miaoj, if you go alone, there may be danger on the way. I will go with you. Lu Yuanzhong heard that Lu Miaoj was going to Qingzhu Mountain and said immediately. Dangerous. Lu Miaoj paused slightly when she heard this. She had a third-level talisman, a second-level puppet, and a golden armor beam mother in her hand, so she was not afraid of encountering ordinary foundation building. But Lu Yuanzhong's words still made her more cautious. Uncle, you stay here and look after my dad. I'll go ask Xiaoyu to come with me. Lu Miaoj thought for a moment and said. Then she found Xiaoyu and told her the purpose of her visit. Okay. Xiaoyu glanced at her daughter and nodded slightly after hearing this. Immediately, the two girls disguised themselves and quietly left the Red Leaf Valley Market and headed for Qingzhu Mountain. At the beginning of the new year, everything is new. The author wishes all readers good health, good luck, and all their wishes come true in the new year. Chapter 424 The Terrifying Thunder and Fire Lotus. Qingzhu Mountain. Boom boom boom. At this moment, three foundation building cultivators continuously bombarded the formation of Qingzhu Mountain, causing the formation's spiritual light to flicker and dim, causing a series of violent noises. Damn it! Lu Qingzhu looked solemn, fully presiding over the Qingzhu Mountain formation, looking at the three foundation building cultivators outside bombarding the formation. Through the opponent's forbidden breaking talismans and forbidden breaking magic tools, he realized that the three had been planning for a long time. They were not ordinary robbery cultivators, but were targeting a certain force in his family. Because ordinary robbery cultivators simply could not spend so many forbidden breaking talismans and prepare forbidden breaking magic tools. The Red Leaf Valley Market is holding an auction, and this attack is obviously well prepared. Even if I send a message to my family, I guess my father and aunt will not be able to come to support so quickly. And if I am attacked here, it is very likely that Qingzhu Mountain is also attacked. Now that only King Song is in charge of Qingzhu Mountain, it is even more dangerous. Lu Qingzhu kept thinking in his heart, feeling that he could not just sit there and wait for death, and must take the initiative to attack. One is in the middle stage of foundation building, and two are in the early stage of foundation building. Relying on the talisman and the thunder fire mysterious lotus, can I repel the three people? Lu Qingzhu kept calculating in his mind. Although he was only in the second level of foundation building, but he had condensed a perfect foundation and had a pseudo-divine power, the thunder fire mysterious lotus. He was confident that he could fight against the middle stage of foundation building, and even kill the opponent. But facing three foundation building monks, he was not too sure. Although he was defeated, He could escape with the help of the substitute talisman given by his father. But if he was defeated, the second-level formation of Qingzhu Mountain would not last long without the presiding of the foundation-building monks. Boom boom boom, the Qingzhu Mountain formation was bombarded with rumbling sounds. Every time a breaking ban talisman was cast, the formation would cause a violent sound, the spiritual light would dim, and the hazy mist would roll and surge. These three foundation-building monks not only had many preparations, but the thin-masked old man with the middle stage of foundation-building monk also understood the formation. When bombarding, he kept looking for the weak points of the formation. No, we can't drag it on like this. If my family can't come to support us in time, it will only get more and more dangerous if we drag it on. Lu Qingzhu's whole body was connected to the formation, and his blood and magic power were surging. He realized that if he didn't wait for support, once the formation was broken, he would be weak and unable to fight hard. Sister Yang, Qingyu, you guys lead the formation and turn defense into offense. I'll go and try with them. Lu Qingzhu looked solemn, with thunder and flames rising from the depths of his pupils. He said in a deep voice, ready to fight out of the formation. With a second-level talisman and the pseudo-magical power of the Thunder Fire Mysterious Lotus, even if he couldn't defeat the three of them, it would be enough to make the three of them pay a heavy price. By then, even if the three of them didn't retreat, they would be unable to break the formation. Qingzhu, as long as father and aunt come, the crisis will be resolved. If you go out now, it will be dangerous. Lu Xiaoyu heard this and said hurriedly, Sister Ye, these three people are obviously well prepared. They are currently holding an auction at the Red Leaf Valley Market. They may have been delayed and could not come immediately. And White Tiger Mountain may also be attacked at this time, so it will only become more and more dangerous if it continues. Lu Qingzhu immediately shook his head and said his guess. This. Lu Xiaoyu heard this and gritted her teeth. She knew that it was indeed as Lu Qingzhu said, but she still said, Qingzhu, there are three people outside. If you. Lu Qingzhu did not wait for Lu Xiaoyu to finish, and said confidently in a sonorous voice, don't worry, if I go all out, I have the confidence to fight and kill one or two people. And with my father's life-saving talisman, I will not be in any danger. Even if he did not have this confidence in his heart. But in this situation, he must show strong confidence. Brother Qingzhu, I will go with you to help you. Lu Qingyu heard this and gritted his teeth slightly and said, he is only at the 8th level of key refining. But he has 3 second-level talismans in his hand. And there is also a second-level puppet in Qingzhu Mountain. No, you stay here to guard, in case there are other forces hiding in the family. Lu Qingzhu shook his head and refused. In addition to their brothers and sisters, Qingzhu Mountain also recruited guest officials, fruit farmers, and spiritual plant husbands. Among these people, they dare not be sure whether there are monks with malicious intentions and other forces. So they must be a little vigilant. Of course, in his opinion, this brother is only at the 8th level of key refining, and it is very dangerous to face the foundation-building monks even if he raids the formation. After speaking, Lu Qingzhu handed the formation plate in his hand to Lu Xiaoyu, and his life-spirit weapon the Thunder Fire Scepter appeared in his hand. Swoosh! He held the purple-red Thunder Fire Scepter, his robe rustled, and the whole person rushed out of the Qingzhu Mountain formation. Huh? There is a way to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you throw yourself into it. Since you want to die yourself, we will help you. When the three saw Lu Qingzhu rushing out of the formation, they were immediately surprised, and delighted. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhu took the initiative to go out. If Lu Qingzhu didn't come out, they would have to spend a lot of time to break the formation. However, seeing that Lu Qingzhu, a junior who had just established his foundation, dared to come out to face the three of them, they were also a little angry. They thought that the other party didn't take them seriously at all. 9 Art of Thunder and Fire Dragon. Lu Qingzhu didn't speak, his face was firm, the purple-red scepter in his hand was glowing with lightning arcs, constantly flashing, and the surging mana made the gem on the top of the scepter filled with rolling blazing flames. Roar! As the thunder and fire spread, a ferocious dragon formed by thunder and fire appeared on the top of the scepter, roaring to the sky, and killing the 3 people. Humph, do you really think that everyone in Qingzhu Mountain is Lu Pingyan? If Lu Qingzhu hadn't held the talisman and a second-level spirit beast, how could Lu Pingyan be so arrogant? The 3 immediately turned their offensive to Lu Qingzhu, with surging power and murderous intent. Boom boom boom, The two forces collided, and Lu Qingzhu's thunder fire dragon was instantly suppressed by the three people's offensive. At this moment, the spiritual light of the flower and fruit mountain formation surged. The green light of the formation flowed, and the light purple light swam like a little snake, forming a halo, suppressing the three people. Heavenly thunder, earthly fire. Lu Qingzhu shouted coldly, and the mana in his body frantically urged his thunder fire scepter, causing endless blazing flames to surge around his body, and lightning arcs bombarded the three people. This kid is only in the early stage of foundation building. How can he have such combat power? His skills are not simple, definitely not ordinary skills. Where did Lu Changsheng get such a skill inheritance? Doesn't he only have the inheritance of the talisman way? After a brief fight, the three people were immediately surprised at Lu Qingzhu's combat power. You know, the three of them are from the Jin family of Jinlongling, and they practice exquisite skills. The strength is far better than that of small family forces, or ordinary casual cultivators in foundation building. But now, the three of them were unable to suppress Lu Qingzhu in an instant. The masked old man even felt that if he fought Lu Qingzhu alone, he might not be sure to kill him. Qingzhu Mountain really has many secrets. This kid must not be left alive. As long as we kill this kid, even if we can't break through our mountain and destroy the spiritual fruit veins, it will be a heavy blow to Qingzhu Mountain. The three looked at each other with solemn expressions. None of them held back and used their killing moves. Buzz buzz buzz, a golden bowl magic weapon burst out with a brilliant golden light, covering Lu Qingzhu, causing his whole body to sink violently. At the same time, a sharp golden light flashed wildly. In the golden light, it seemed as if a dragon claw was coming towards Lu Qingzhu fiercely. Not good. Lu Qingzhu immediately felt a dangerous aura from the golden dragon claw, and the thunder fire scepter in his hand shook. Buzz buzz buzz, the lightning surged, forming a lightning wall that appeared in front of the dragon claw. Crack. However, in an instant, cracks appeared on the lightning wall. This spiritual weapon is specifically designed for body protection shields. Lu Qingzhu immediately realized that this dragon claw spiritual weapon was extraordinary, and quickly took out a second-level top-grade talisman from his storage bag, the Golden Light Indestructible Talisman. In an instant, an elliptical, airtight golden light emerged, protecting him in it, as if flowing with an immortal and indestructible luster. Clang. The golden dragon claw bombarded the golden light, causing a sound of metal clashing. Second-level top-grade talismans. This Lu Changsheng is really rich. The three saw the golden light spiritual shield flowing around Lu Qingzhu, and immediately recognized that it was a second-level top-level talisman. Otherwise, their top-grade spiritual weapon was specifically designed to break the defensive spiritual shield, and ordinary magic could not stop it at all. Kill. Without thinking too much, the three of them made hand gestures and continued to attack Lu Qingzhu with a surging and overbearing momentum. Qingzhu. In the flower and fruit mountain, Lu Xiaoya and others saw this situation and saw that Lu Qingzhu was at a disadvantage. They shouted with some worry, signaling him to return to the formation quickly. No, even the Golden Light Eternal Talisman can only withstand a few attacks. In this case, let's fight. Lu Qingzhu gritted his teeth slightly and pinched a second-level top-grade talisman in his sleeve. Then he threw the thunder and fire scepter in his hand, pinched his hands, and the scepter danced wildly, filled with rolling thunder and flames. Thunder and fire seal the sky. Endless thunder and flames rolled and spread, like a hurricane sweeping, surging and violent, covering Lu Qingzhu's entire body. Second-level top-grade talisman Thunder and Fire Wu Wang Talisman. Lu Qingzhu took advantage of the gap to activate an attack talisman, forming rolling thunder and fire, and killed the weakest foundation-building cultivator among the three. He knew that he had to defeat them one by one. As long as he killed one of them, he could ease his situation. Oh no, this kid still has a second-level top-grade talisman. How many talismans did Lu Changsheng give them? Be careful, don't be careless. The three were all shocked when they saw the sudden attack of the thunder and fire. They quickly turned from attack to defense, and sacrificed their magic tools to form a powerful protective aura. Boom boom boom, endless thunder and fire continued to bombard the three people's protective aura, making the sky and the earth a dazzling array of thunder and fire. Lu Qingzhu looked at this scene with a bit of fierceness in his eyes, and then he stretched out his hands suddenly, and the magic power in his sea of qi and ancient boiled and surged. Boom! Thunders exploded in the void. On his left hand, a violent and terrifying purple thunder arc surged. On his right hand, A ball of hot and domineering red flames rose and spread. Thunder fire. Black lotus. Lu Qingzhu's magic power surged wildly, and he slowly gathered the thunder and fire in his hand, and used this magical power that he had never used in actual combat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as the thunder and the flame came into contact, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted, making the void seem a little distorted. Lu Qingzhu's magic power poured out crazily, and the veins on his face bulged. He wanted to push this magical power to the extreme. At this point, either they die or he dies. Anyway, he has a substitute talisman and can escape in a life and death crisis. In this case, what is there to be afraid of? Today is the day I will become famous. Lu Qingzhu's heart surged with heroism and ruthlessness. His hands kept pinching the seals, allowing the two violent and domineering energies to slowly merge. This was the first time he used this magical power to the extreme. His hands were torn apart by the energy leaked from the thunder fire mysterious lotus, and blood flowed. Lu Qingzhu endured the severe pain in his palms and condensed the two forces into a palm-sized dark red lotus seed with thunder arcs. What's this trick? This kid is going to fight to the death. Back off. At this time, the three of them dissolved the thunder fire Wu Wang talisman and the endless thunder and fire, preparing to continue to kill Lu Qingzhu. However, the leader of the middle stage of foundation building saw the dark red flame in Lu Qingzhu's hand, and immediately sensed an extremely dangerous aura from it, which made him shudder and feel fear in his heart. He saw that Lu Qingzhu was performing some secret technique, a desperate method, trying to avoid a sharp edge. Swish, swish, swish. The other two also realized that something was wrong, and immediately turned into a beam of light to avoid the current sharp edge. It's too late to leave now. Lu Qingzhu's resolute and handsome face was pale and cold under the illumination of the dark red fire lotus. Looking at the three people, he grinned and threw the dark red lotus seed in his hand towards the three people in the distance. Swish, the dark red lotus seed, which was integrated with thunder and fire, passed through the void silently, without any whine or movement along the way. But the three people who were running away felt their hair stand on end, and they felt a terrifying aura full of destructive aura locking them. The lotus seed shot to the center of the three people, and the calm dark red lotus seed suddenly became extremely violent, and then expanded with a bang. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The palm-sized dark red lotus seed expanded wildly, and a violent and destructive thunder and firestorm broke out at a speed visible to the naked eye, raging in all directions, roaring at the three people who were escaping like a dragon snake. Whoosh, whoosh, the dark red thunder and fire swept across the sky, rapidly raising the temperature of this piece of heaven and earth. In the flower and fruit mountain, Lu Xiaoya, Lu Qingyu and everyone else were shocked, staring blankly at the terrifying fire waves sweeping across the sky. Too scary. This might is simply too terrifying. It is not at all like the means of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. The second-order formation of Qingzhu Mountain was flashing wildly under the aftermath of this magic power, and the mist was filled. Ah, damn, what kind of method is this? Among the three people, the talismans and protective magic shields of two people in the early stage of foundation building were shattered in an instant under the destructive thunder and fire attack, and then the robes and bodies burst and turned into ashes. Only the masked old man who escaped the fastest relied on several second-order talismans, robes, and protective magic tools to barely stabilize. But the whole person was also charred under the thunder and fire attack, blood was flowing, and the white bones were faintly visible, which was extremely miserable. He looked at Lu Qingzhu, who was also pale in the distance, with a pale face, his eyes full of horror and fear. I can't figure out why a young person in the early stage of foundation building, who has broken through less than 10 years, has such an amazing method. Let alone the early stage of foundation building. Even the methods of the late stage of foundation building and the peak of foundation building, he believes it. Go, hurry up. Although he saw that Lu Qingzhu was in an extremely weak state, he just wanted to escape now. Because he only has one breath left now, he must go back quickly to heal his wounds and prolong his life. What kind of method is this? At this moment, Lu Xiaoya, Lu Qingyu and others still looked dazed and murmured. They were all familiar with Lu Qingzhu, but they had no idea that Lu Qingzhu had such a method and had never seen it before. Brother Qingzhu. At this time, Lu Qingyu saw Lu Qingzhu falling from mid-air and immediately shouted loudly. He rushed out of the formation and picked up Lu Qingzhu, whose robe was messy and damaged, his face was pale, his palms were bloody, and his bones were almost exposed, and returned to the flower and fruit mountain formation. As for the 3 foundation building monks just now, because the thunder and fire in the sky were like mushroom clouds, sweeping across the sky, it was difficult for him to see clearly, and he didn't know what was going on at this time. However, based on the power of this thunder and fire, it is likely that they are dead. Chapter 425. Is this Lu Changsheng a spirit being for giving birth? Jinlong Ridge. At this time, Jinlong Ridge was in full alert. Suddenly, an old man with torn robes, pale face, and flesh and blood on his back, with bones visible, fell down. 6th Elder, what happened to you? A patrolling Jin family member saw the old man and immediately recognized him, exclaiming, Hurry up and send a message to the head of the family. Qingzhu Mountain has a big secret. The Lu family's child. The old man's face was pale and he said weakly. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly spit out a mouthful of hot black blood and fainted. 6th Elder. The Jin family member did not dare to move the 6th Elder in front of him, fearing that his injuries would be aggravated, and quickly sent a message to the head of the family. A moment later, the head of the Jin family came with a few people. What's going on? He saw the old man in front of him with burnt skin, blood flowing, and extremely weak breath, and hurried forward with a sad look on his face. Not long ago, he learned from the soul tablet that 2 of his family's foundation building elders had died. He suspected that there was an ambush in Qingzhu Mountain, so he directly put the family on alert. Unexpectedly, the only one who survived, the 6th Elder, was also injured like this. Master, the 6th Elder just said that there was a big secret in Qingzhu Mountain, but he fainted before he finished speaking. The Jin family member next to him immediately said, with a look of fear, not knowing what happened. Qingzhu Mountain, this time the Yuan family and the Sima family have both taken action against the Red Leaf Valley market. How can Qingzhu Mountain still have the strength to set up an ambush in Qingzhu Mountain? The head of the Jin family heard this and his face was extremely ugly. Looking at the injury of his 6th Elder, he didn't dare to think too much. He took out a bottle of spiritual liquid from the storage bag, poured it on the wound of his 6th Elder, stabilized his condition, and then took him to Jinlong Ridge and called for treatment. Master, the 6th Elder is in this condition. Even if he wakes up, he will not live long. After the doctor examined the injury of the 6th Elder of the Jin family, he began to treat him and said in a deep voice, This 6th Elder is over 140 years old. With such a serious injury, even if he is cured, he can only live for 10 years at most. And the premise is that he does not fight with others. If he fights with others again, he may not live for 3 to 5 years. Why? When the head of the Jin family heard this, he clenched his fists, couldn't help but let out a long roar of grief and anger, and his face was full of unwillingness. In the past 10 years, their Jin family has experienced ups and downs. First, the second fake Dan Zhenren was born in the family, which brought the family to an unprecedented peak. But before he had time to be happy, the ancestor was beaten and killed by the evil cultivators for no reason in Hujiling, causing great damage to the family's vitality. Now the family has finally recovered some vitality, but 2 foundation building cultivators have died, and 1 foundation building cultivator is half wasted. This situation is a heavy blow to the Jin family. It will take at least 30 to 50 years to recover. Qingzhu Mountain set up an ambush this time, and they may attack my Jin Langling. This matter must be told to the ancestor. After a while, the head of the Jin family murmured in his heart. They had thought about asking the ancestor to ambush and kill Lu Changsheng before. But considering that his ancestor's magical power and magic weapon were not yet completed, it was very risky to kill Lu Changsheng, so he didn't tell Jin Zuan about the family plan. But now, the plan failed and the family suffered a heavy blow. He had to inform the ancestor of this news. At the same time, Lu Mioj and Xiao Ziyai rushed to Qingzhu Mountain. When they learned that Lu Qingxun killed 3 foundation building cultivators alone, they all looked surprised and surprised. What happened? First, Lu Wangshu killed 5 foundation building cultivators alone. Now Lu Qingxun also killed 3 foundation building cultivators alone? Are all his children so outstanding? Thunder Fire Lotus Seat. Lu Mioj heard Lu Xiaoya's general description and guessed that it should be some means given to the son by her husband. After all, Lu Changsheng often gave his children some treasures for self-defense, even if they didn't know the specific situation and combat power of these children at home. Just like Lu Wangshu faced 5 foundation building cultivators before. Lu Maioj and Zhao Ziyu didn't know the specific combat power of their daughter, how many talismans were in the storage bag, and how many third-level talismans. Without asking any more questions, the two of them came to courtyard with Lu Xiaoya. Lu Maioj and Lu Xiaoya entered the room and saw Lu Qingzhu, who was pale and weak on the bed. Qingzhu greets and Lu Qingzhu saw Lu Maioj and quickly stood up to salute. Qingzhu, you have a good rest. Lu Maioj didn't have much contact with his son. But as the mistress of the Lu family, she was gentle and generous to her children. Then she raised her hand and used the Tai True Water to heal Lu Qingzhu. During this process, she saw that Lu Qingzhu's magic power was exhausted, and his body, meridians, and danshan were in a state of load. He should have used some means that were far beyond what he could bear at the moment. If he didn't take good care of himself, it might even affect his foundation. And I was a little reckless. Lu Qingzhu noticed that Lu Maioj frowned slightly and said immediately. He said that he saw that the three people came prepared, so he suspected that Hongai Valley Market and Qingzhu Mountain were also attacked, so he didn't wait for support to come. You guessed right, this trip was indeed targeted by other forces. Lu Maioj shook her head slightly, not blaming Lu Qingzhu. Although Qingzhu Mountain was not attacked, the appearance of robbery cultivators in Hongai Valley Market and Qingzhu Mountain at the same time was obviously the work of a certain force. She suspected that she and Zhao Ziyu did not encounter any attacks on the way, and it was very likely that the crisis in Hongai Valley Market and Qingzhu Mountain was resolved, so the other party gave up the ambush. After treating Lu Qingzhu, Lu Maioj and Zhao Ziyu came to Qingzhu Mountain to investigate the situation. Under the attack of the Thunder Fire Mysterious Lotus, not only the bodies of the two early foundation building cultivators, but also the magic tools, robes, and storage bags were all turned into ashes. But through clues, the two women saw that there were only traces of the bodies of two people, and one person should have escaped. 9 foundation building cultivators, this is definitely not from one force. Lu Maioj frowned slightly and said in a low voice. Even if it is a fake Dan-level family, it is impossible to draw out 9 foundation building cultivators at once. So it is likely that multiple forces took action. Or maybe a certain force spent money to invite a robber cultivator or a casual cultivator to do it. I will have someone investigate after I return to the sect. Zhao Ziyu's face and body were shrouded in a hazy luster, and the whole person was like a bright moon, cold and holy. Ziyu, thank you for your help. Lu Maioj said seriously. If the Qingyun Sect could be asked to take action and find out some information, it would be a huge deterrent. No trouble. Zhao Ziyu said calmly and indifferently. Even though she had no rejection of Lu Maioj, and even felt a little close to him. But as long as she was not facing Lu Changsheng and Lu Wongshu, she still couldn't help but exude a cold temperament that kept people away. Because Lu Qingzhu was in a weak state now, the two women did not leave immediately. Lu Maioj sent a message to her family, hoping that Xia Ziyu or Li Xingyu would come to Qingzhu Mountain to take charge for a while. Qingzhu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven. Red Leaf Valley Market was attacked by 6 robbers, and Flower and Fruit Mountain was attacked by 3 robbers in the Changsheng Hall. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes when he heard Lu Maijuan's words. He didn't expect that an auction at his home would cause such a big commotion. He looked at the light cocoon on the bed that was shining with platinum and constantly absorbing and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a little thought, he walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven with Lu Maijuan. Then he took Xia Ziyu and left Qingzhu Mountain silently and came to Flower and Fruit Mountain. Changsheng, you are here. Lu Maioj and Zhao Ziyu didn't expect Lu Changsheng to come so quickly. I thought, is this the speed of a Jindan's Henren? Ziyu, Sister Maioj. Lu Changsheng saw Zhao Ziyu with his spiritual sense just now, so he was not surprised. He asked about the specific situation of Red Leaf Valley Market and Flower and Fruit Mountain. After hearing that Zhao Ziyu would take the bodies of 3 people to Qingyun Sect to ask the law enforcement hall to investigate, Lu Changsheng immediately said gently, Ziyu, thank you for your hard work. It's okay. Zhao Ziyu's cold eyes like the moon were much softer at this time. Soon, Lu Changsheng came to courtyard to visit his son Lu Qingzhu. Father. Lu Qingzhu in the room heard the noise and was a little surprised when he saw Lu Changsheng. Like a child who had done something wrong, he quickly stood up and saluted. Don't move rashly now that you are injured. Lu Changsheng raised his palm lightly, and an invisible magic power made the other party lie down, and said in a gentle voice, Father already knows the situation here, You are doing very well. Although in the situation at that time, Lu Qingzhu only needed to defend through the formation and wait for support. But the other party's judgment at that time was not wrong. While speaking, Lu Changsheng stepped forward to check Lu Qingzhu's injuries. Knowing that the other party was using the magical power of Thunder Fire Mysterious Lotus, which caused the mana to be exhausted and the body to be overloaded, he took out several bottles of pills from the storage ring and handed them to the other party. Thank you, Father. Lu Qingzhu was relieved. Maybe it was because of his mother's teachings when he was young, or because they didn't get along much on weekdays. He always felt that his father in front of him was quite majestic. He was also a little worried that his behavior would make his father unhappy. Next, you should take good care of your injuries at home and don't use your magic power again. I will let your aunt Xiaoyu take care of Qingzhu Mountain first. Lu Changsheng said. Although Xiaoyu's combat power is low, it won't be a big problem if she just presides over the operation of the formation. As long as there is a problem, just send him a message as soon as possible. Yes, Father. Lu Qingzhu nodded in response. Then Lu Changsheng asked about the magic and magic tools of Lu Qingzhu and the other two, and then returned to the Red Leaf Valley Market with Lu Mayaoj and Xiao Xiao. Dad, Mother. Lu Wangshu was a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng coming, but immediately expressed how hard his battle was with a wrong face. Lu Changsheng glanced at his daughter, who was just exhausted and just needed to rest for a few days. But thinking of his daughter's diligence in the Red Leaf Valley Market in the past few months, he still comforted his daughter. Wangshu, send Jiu Yao back to Beihu Mountain later. Lu Changsheng pondered slightly. Originally, Beihu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain could support each other at the first time. But now only Lu Qingsong is in charge of Beihu Mountain, and he dare not leave at will. If there's Jiu Yao Mastiff, it will be much better. Okay, Daddy, I can go to Beihu Mountain to watch. Lu Wangshu heard that Qingzhu Mountain was also attacked, and knew that his father was not in a good mood now, so he responded with a well-behaved face and took the initiative to volunteer. Okay, Wangshu, thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's hair with relief, thinking that his daughter was still sensible. Soon, Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj came to visit Lu Yuanding again. Dad, Mother. Lu Yuanding was resting, and Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingqi were accompanying this grandfather. Lu Yuanding was sleeping lightly. After hearing the movement, he opened his stupid eyes and said in an old and slow voice, Changsheng, you are here. Father-in-law. Lu Changsheng could clearly see that his father-in-law Lu Yuanding's life had disappeared, and he was afraid that it would be difficult to survive for a few more days. Don't be sad. Seeing the grand occasion of Hongai Valley Market, I have no regrets. Lu Yuanding saw that Lu Changsheng looked a little heavy. His face full of wrinkles and age spots squeezed out a few smiles and said that he was very calm about his death. After speaking, Lu Yuanding seemed to have some feelings. He looked at Lu Mayaoj and whispered, Mayaoj, Dad wants to go home, back to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Mayaoj's heart trembled when she heard this. She has been nurturing her father's body these days and has long known that her father is in a state of exhaustion. Now such words are obviously thinking of returning to his roots and dying in Qingzhu Mountain. Mayaoj, Dad has lived to this age and has no regrets to see you and Changsheng have such achievements. Lu Yuanding's old face was slightly red, and he said to his daughter, Okay, go home, Zuaner, Kier, let's go home with Grandpa. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and nodded. Although he still missed Biling at home, he was still ready to send his father-in-law Lu Yuanding on his last journey. The next day, the news about 5 foundation building cultivators causing trouble in Hongai Valley Market and the daughter of Lu Changsheng, the master of Beihu Mountain, killing 5 foundation building cultivators quickly spread to all the surrounding family forces, and continued to ferment and spread to the entire Qingyun territory. This news was too shocking. For ordinary foundation building cultivators, being able to fight and kill across levels, or fighting one against many, was very shocking. But Lu Wangshu killed 5 foundation building cultivators with his early foundation building cultivation, which was simply unbelievable. How is it possible for an early foundation building cultivator to kill 5 foundation building cultivators? You said he was in the late foundation building stage, so killing 5 early foundation building cultivators was not bad, but how could an early foundation building cultivator have such strength? That's right, what do you think of other foundation building cultivators? Are they strawbacks? Lu Changsheng only killed 3 foundation building cultivators back then. When many people heard the news, they immediately doubted and questioned. After all, this kind of thing was too unbelievable. However, many people witnessed the situation that day, so many people still accepted this fact. Talisman Cultivator, top-level talisman inheritance, void-drawing talisman. One battle consumes hundreds of talismans, which is equivalent to spending tens of thousands of spirit stones for one battle. No wonder it's so fierce. This is not a battle of magic, this is completely a waste of money. This spirit stone can be used to buy someone's life. Changsheng of Qingzhu Mountain became famous for his talisman in his early years. I didn't expect that after decades, such a brilliant heir would appear in his family. I remember that Changsheng had a son in his early years, named Qingyun, who defeated an old foundation building master in the early stage of foundation building. Now there is another daughter who killed 5 foundation building masters in the early stage of foundation building. What's going on with the Lu family? Hiss, so the pregnancy of this Lu ancestor is a bit good. I heard that this Lu ancestor was famous for being greedy for women, loving to take concubines, and having children. He has children like this. Doesn't he have any special spirit body? Many people talked about it and marveled at Lu Wangshu's fighting power. And while chatting, they suspected that Changsheng had some kind of fertility spirit body. Our mountain was attacked. Qingzhu, a member of the Lu family who was guarding the mountain, used some means to repel 3 foundation building monks by himself. It is suspected that all 3 of them were killed. What's the situation in Qingzhu Mountain? Why are all the children in the family so fierce? They are no worse than the core of the Immortal Gate. Thunder and fire attribute skills? Isn't Changsheng famous for the way of talismans? Where did he inherit the thunder and fire skills? Qingzhu, Qingyun, Wangshu, Qingzhu's luck. It seems that this Changsheng is likely to be some kind of fertility spirit. Regarding Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu's affairs, because Wangshu was too dazzling, it was directly covered up, and only various forces knew about it. These forces were shocked beyond words when they heard these 2 pieces of news. After all, it was normal for Qingyun to explain it. Wangshu could barely explain that Changsheng was indeed pregnant. But now there is another Qingzhu. Some big family forces also know about Qingzhu's affairs, so they seriously suspect that Changsheng has a problem. At this moment, these family forces are even more afraid of Qingzhu Mountain. If there had not been this test, who would have known that Qingzhu Mountain was so hidden that 2 such fierce children would suddenly appear? Maybe someday there would be several more fierce children inexplicably. No, with the current situation in Qingzhu Mountain, if he rises, where would we have a place to stay? The emergence of so many foundation building cultivators in his Qingzhu Mountain is not unrelated to the alchemist in his family. Now he has released the news of free foundation building pills. On the one hand, his strength has accumulated enough, and on the other hand, he also wants to earn spirit stones and foundation building resources in this way. That's right, and every foundation building cultivator needs to spend a lot of resources. His Qingzhu Mountain only has spirit fish and puppet business, which can never support this expense. As long as his Lu family chamber of commerce is cut off, no matter how many foundation building cultivators there are in his family, there will be no money to train them. We must not let Qingzhu Mountain start the chamber of commerce. Suddenly, many forces realize that the Lu family is still only in their own small field. But once the chamber of commerce is established, all of their family forces may suffer, and their interests will be directly damaged. If this Changsheng really has a special spirit in this aspect, maybe he can give birth to a child with me. This Qingyun's mother is just immortal, and Qingzhu's mother is just a maid of Changsheng in his early years. As a foundation building cultivator, if I become a Taoist partner with Changsheng and give birth to a child, many forces want to kill the Lu family chamber of commerce and prevent it from developing. But there are also many forces that want to take advantage of this stage to make friends with Qingzhu Mountain, marry Changsheng, become a Taoist partner, and then give birth to several gifted children. Even if these children have to return to Qingzhu Mountain, as long as they are well taught, they can also be biased towards their own mother's family in the future. In addition to the shock of the outside world, the news of Lu Wangshu is also reported back to Qingzhu Mountain, which shocked countless Lu family children. They knew that this sister and sister were powerful. But they never expected that they were so powerful. For a time, everyone seemed to understand why Lu Wangshu was so favored by his father. One person killed 5 foundation building cultivators. Lu Qingzhu and Lu Qingjun, who had just broken through the foundation building, were both full of emotion. I feel like I am nothing compared to Lu Wangshu. I think only Ling Xiao can compete with Sister Wangshu. Lu Xingchen thought of the time when Lu Ling Xiao broke through. His father said that the other party was a spirit, and thought to himself, I wonder if I can have this combat power after cultivating tens of thousands of iron fire ants. In a courtyard, Lu Chensha heard the news, looked at the iron fire ants in his insect nest bag, and muttered to himself, no wonder my father asked Sister Wangshu to go to Hongai Valley Market to take charge. Lu Xingyang sighed. When his father asked him to find his sister Lu Wangshu to take charge of Hongai Valley Market, he felt that this sister was not very reliable. Now it seems that his father is far-sighted and has long known the other party's strength. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.